Her eyes widened. She had brought her small meal up here at 8:30. There they still were, near at hand, but it was now 11:15, and some of the dolls had been moved around. The German boy in his alpine shorts, lederhosen, was leaning against the F&B lady doll, instead of sitting between the Japanese doll in her kimono and the Indian doll in her sari. Ruth got up, her heart beating too fast and too hard. The Hopi Kachina doll was sitting on the lap of a burlap Haitian Voudon doll with white crosses for eyes, and the Russian moss man was lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, his head wrenched to one side like the head of a gallows corpse. "Who's been moving my dolls around? Who's been in here?" She looked around wildly, and for a moment her frightened, confused mind fully expected to see the child-beater Elmer Haney standing in the shadowy space of the big upstairs room that had been Ralph's study, smiling his sunken, stupid grin. "I told you, woman, you are nothing but a meddling cunt." Nothing. No one. "Who's been in here? Who's been moving?" "We move ourselves, dear." A sly, tittering voice. One hand went to her mouth. Her eyes widened, and then she saw the jagged letters sprawling and lurching across the blackboard. They had been made with so much force that chalk had broken several times. Untidy chunks of it lay in the chalk gutter. "David Brown is on Altar 4. "What? What? What is that?" "It means he's gone too far," the Kachina doll said, and suddenly green light seemed to sweat out of its cottonwood pores. As she looked at it, numb with terror, its wooden face split open in a sinister, yawning grin. A dead cricket fell out of it and struck the floor with a dry desert click. "Gone too far, too far, too far." "No, I don't believe that," Ruth screamed. "The whole town, Ruth. Gone too far, too far, too far." "No!" "Lost, lost." The eyes of the Griner papier-mâché doll suddenly filled with that liquid green fire. "You're lost, too," it said. "You're just as crazy as the rest now. David Brown's just an excuse to stay here." "No!" But all of her other dolls were stirring now, that green fire moving from one to the other until her schoolroom flared with that light. It was waxing and waning, and she thought with sick horror that it was like being inside some ghastly emerald heart. They stared at her with their glazy eyes, and at last she understood why the dolls had frightened Edwina Thurlow so badly. Now it was the voices of her dolls rising in that autumn leafy swirl, whispering slyly, rattling among themselves, rattling to her. But these were the voices of the town, too, and Ruth McCausland knew it. She thought they were perhaps the last of the town's sanity, and of her own. "Something has to be done, Ruth." It was the China bisque doll, fire dripping from its mouth. It was the voice of Beach Jernigan. "Have to warn someone." It was the French poupée with its rubbery gutta-percha body. It was the voice of Hazel McCready. "But they'll never let you out now, Ruth." It was the Nixon doll, his stuffed fingers raised in twin V's, speaking in the voice of John Enders down at the grammar school. "They could, but that would be wrong. They love you, Ruth, but if you try to leave now, they'll kill you. You know that, don't you?" Her 1910 Kewpie doll with its rubber head like an inverted teardrop. This voice was Justin Hurd's. "Have to send a signal." "Signal, Ruth, yes, and you know how. Use us. We can show you how. We know." She took a shambling step backward, her hands going to her ears, as if she could shut out the voices that way. Her mouth twisted. She was terrified. And what frightened her most was how she ever could have mistaken these voices, with their twisted truths, for sanity. All of Haven's concentrated madness was here, right now. Signal. Use us. We can show you how. We know, and you want to know, the town hall, Ruth, the clock tower." The rustling voices took up the chant. "The town hall, Ruth. Yes, yes, that's it. The town hall, the town hall. Yes." "Stop it!" she screamed. "Stop it, stop it! Oh, please, won't you?" And then, for the first time since she was 11 and had passed out after winning the girls' mile race at the Methodist summer picnic, Ruth McCausland fainted dead away. 6. Sometime early during the night she regained a soupy version of consciousness and stumbled downstairs to her bedroom without looking back. She was, in fact, afraid to look back. She was dully aware that her head was throbbing, as it had on the few occasions when she had drunk too much and awakened with a hangover. She was also aware that the old Victorian house was rocking and creaking like an old schooner in heavy weather. While Ruth had lain senseless on the schoolroom floor, terrible thunderstorms racked central and eastern Maine. A cold front from the Midwest had finally bulled its way into New England, pushing out the still sink of heat and humidity that had covered the area for the last week and a half. The change in the weather was accompanied by terrible thunderstorms in some places. Haven was spared the worst of these, but the power was out again and would remain so for several days this time. But the fact of the power outage wasn't the important thing. Haven had its own unique power sources now. The important thing was simply that the weather had changed. When that happened, Ruth wasn't the only person in Haven to wake up with a horrible hangover sort of headache. Everyone in town, from the oldest to the youngest, woke up feeling the same way as the strong winds blew the tainted air east, sending it out over the ocean, fragmenting it into harmless tatters. 7. Ruth slept until 1 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. She got up with the lingering remains of her headache, but 2 Annison took care of that. By 5 she felt better than she had for a long time. Her body ached and her muscles were stiff, but these were minor matters compared with the things that had troubled her since the beginning of July, and they could not cut into her sense of well-being at all. Even her fear for David Brown couldn't spoil it completely. On Main Street, everyone she passed had a peculiar dazed look in his or her eye, as though they had all just awakened from a spell cast by a fairy-tale witch. Ruth went to her office in the town hall, enjoying the way the wind lifted her hair from her temples, the way the clouds moved across the sky that was a deep, crisp blue, a sky that looked almost autumnal. She saw a couple of kids flying a box kite in the big field behind the grammar school and actually laughed aloud. But there was no laughing later, as she spoke to a small group she quickly gathered: Haven's 3 selectmen, the town manager, and, of course, Bryant and Marie Brown. Ruth began by apologizing for not having called the state police and wardens before now, or even reporting the boy's disappearance. She had believed, she said, that they would find David quickly, probably the first night, certainly the next day. She knew that was no excuse, but it was why she had allowed it to happen. It had been, she said, the worst mistake she had made in her years as Haven's constable, and if David Brown had suffered for it, she would never forgive herself. Bryant just nodded, dazed and distant and ill-looking. Marie, however, reached across the table and took her hand. "You are not to blame yourself," she said softly. "There were other circumstances. We all know that." The others nodded. "I can't hear their minds any more," Ruth realized suddenly, and her mind responded, "Could you ever, Ruth? Really? Or was that a hallucination brought on by your worry over David Brown?" Yes, I could." It would be easier to believe it had been a hallucination, but that wasn't the truth. And realizing that, she realized something else. She could still do it. It was like hearing a faint roaring sound in a conch shell, that sound children mistake for the ocean. She had no idea what their thoughts were, but she was still hearing them. Were they hearing her? "Are you still there?" she shouted as loudly as she could. Marie Brown's hand went to her temple, as if she had felt a sudden stab of pain. Newt Barringer frowned deeply. Hazel McCready, who had been doodling on the pad in front of her, looked up as if Ruth had spoken aloud. "Oh, yes, they still hear me." "Whatever happened, right or wrong, is done now," Ruth said. "It's time, and overtime, that I contacted the state police about David. Do I have your approval to take this step?" Under normal circumstances, it never would have crossed her mind that she should ask them a question like that. After all, they paid her pittance of a salary to answer questions, not ask them. But things were different in Haven now. Fresh breeze and clear air or not, things were still different in Haven now. They looked at her, surprised and a little shocked. Now the voices came back to her clearly. "No, Ruth, no. No outsiders. We'll take care. We don't need any outsiders while we become. Shh. For your life, Ruth. Shh." Outside, the wind blew a particularly hard gust, rattling the windows of Ruth's office. Adley McKean looked toward the sound. They all did. Then Adley smiled a puzzled, peculiar little smile. "Of course, Ruth," he said, "if you think it's time to notify the Stadies, you got to go ahead. We trust your judgment, don't we?" The others agreed. The weather had changed, the wind was blowing, and by Wednesday afternoon the state police were in charge of the search for David Brown. 8. By Friday, Ruth McCausland understood that Wednesday and Thursday had been an untrustworthy respite in an ongoing process. She was being driven steadily towards some alien madness. A dim part of her mind recognized the fact, bemoaned it, but was unable to stop it. It could only hope that the voices of her dolls held some truth as well as madness. Watching, as if from outside herself, she saw her hands take her sharpest kitchen knife, the one she used for boning fish, from the drawer. She took it upstairs, into the schoolroom. The schoolroom glowed, rotten with green light. Tommyknocker light. That was what everyone in town was calling them now. And it was a good name, wasn't it? Yes, as good as any. The Tommyknockers. Send a signal. That's all you can do now. They want to get rid of you, Ruth. They love you, but their love has turned homicidal. I suppose you can find a twisted sort of respect in that, because they're still afraid of you. Even now when you're almost as nutty as the rest of them, they're afraid of you. Maybe someone will hear the signal, hear it, see it, understand it. 9. Now there was a shaky drawing of the town hall clock tower on her board, the scrawled work of a first grader. Ruth could not stand to work on the dolls in the schoolroom, not in that terrible light that waxed and pulsed. She took them, one by one, into her husband's study, and slit their bellies open like a surgeon. The French Madame, the 19th century clown, the Cupid, all of them, one by one. And into each she put a small gadget made of C-cells, wires, electronic calculator circuit boards, and the cardboard cores from toilet paper rolls. She sewed the incisions up quickly, using a coarse black thread. As the line of naked dolls grew longer on her husband's desk, they began to look like dead children, victims of some grisly mass poisoning, perhaps, who had been stripped and robbed after death. Each sewn incision parted in the middle, so that one of the toilet paper rolls could poke out like the barrel of some odd telescope. Only cardboard, the rolls would still serve to channel the force when it was generated. She didn't know how she knew this, or how she had known to build the gadgets in the first place. The knowledge seemed to have come shimmering out of the air, the same air into which David Brown is on Altair 4 had disappeared. As she plunged the knife into their plump, defenseless bellies, green light puffed out. I'm sending a signal, murdering the only children I ever had. The signal. Think of the signal, not the children. She used extension cords to wire the dolls neatly together in a chain. She had stripped the insulation from the last 4 inches of these cords and slipped the gleaming copper into an M16 firecracker she had confiscated from Beach Jernigan's 14-year-old son, Hump, thus known because one shoulder rode slightly higher than the other, about a week before all this madness began. She looked back, doubtful for a moment, into her schoolroom with its empty benches. Enough light fell through the archway for her to be able to see the drawing of the town hall clock tower. She had done it in one of those blank periods that seemed to be getting longer and longer. The hands of the clock in the drawing were set at 3. Ruth set her work aside and went to bed. She slept, but her sleep was not easy. She twisted and turned and moaned. Even in her sleep, the voices ran through her head, thoughts of revenge planned, of cakes to be baked, sexual fantasies, worries about irregularity, ideas for strange gadgets and machines, dreams of power. And below them all, a thin, irrational yammer like a polluted stream, thoughts coming from the heads of her fellow townspeople, but not human thoughts. And in her nightmarish sleep, that part of Ruth McCausland, which clung stubbornly to sanity, knew the truth. These were not the rising voices of the people she had lived with all these years, but those of outsiders. They were the voices of the Tommyknockers. 10. Ruth understood by Thursday noon that the change in the weather hadn't solved anything. The state police came, but they did not institute a widespread search. Ruth's report, detailed and complete as always, made it clear that David Brown, 4, could hardly have wandered outside their search area unless he'd been abducted, a possibility they would now have to consider. Her report was accompanied by topographical maps. These were annotated in her careful, no-nonsense handwriting, and made it clear she had conducted the search thoroughly. "Careful and thorough you were, Ruthie," Monster Dugan told her that evening. His brow was furrowed in a frown so huge, each line looked like an earthquake fissure. "You always have been, but I never knew you to pull a John Wayne stunt like this before." "Butch, I'm sorry." "Yeah, well," he shrugged. "Done is done, huh?" "Yes," she said, and smiled wanly. It had been one of Ralph's favorite sayings. Butch asked a lot of questions, but not the one she needed to answer. Ruth, what's wrong in Haven? The high winds had cleansed the town's atmosphere. None of the outsiders sensed anything was wrong. But the winds hadn't ended the trouble. The bad magic was still going on. Whatever it was, it seemed to continue by itself after a certain point. Ruth guessed that point had been reached. She wondered what a team of doctors conducting mass physicals in Haven might find. Iron shortages in the women? Men with suddenly receding hairlines? Improved visual acuity, especially peripheral vision? Matched by a surprisingly high loss of teeth? People who seemed so bright they were spooky, so in tune with you they almost seemed to be, reading your mind? Ruth herself had lost 2 more teeth Wednesday night. One she found on her pillow Thursday morning, a grotesquely middle-aged offering to the tooth fairy. The other was nowhere to be found. She supposed she had swallowed it. Not that it mattered. 11. The compulsion to blow up the town hall became maddening mental poison ivy, itching at her brain all the time. The doll voices whispered and whispered. On Friday she made a final effort to save herself. She decided to leave town after all. It was not hers any more. She guessed that staying even this long had been one of the traps the Tommyknockers had laid for her. And, like the David Brown trap, she had blundered into it, as confused as a rabbit in a snare. She thought her old Dodge wouldn't start. They would have fixed it. But it did. Then she thought she would not be allowed out of Haven Village, that they would stop her, smiling like Moonies, and sending their endless rustly, "We all love you, Ruth," thoughts. She wasn't. She rolled down Main Street and out into the country, Ruth sitting bolt upright and white-knuckled, a graven smile on her face, tongue twisters, "She sells pickled peppers, bitter butter," flying through her head. She felt her gaze being pulled toward the town hall clock tower. A signal, Ruth. Send. Yes, the explosion, the lovely... Bang! Blow it, all the way to Altar 4, Ruth. And resisted with all her might. This compulsion to blow up the town hall, to call attention to what was going on here, was insane. It was like setting your house on fire to roast a chicken. She felt better when the brick tower was out of sight. Once on Derry Road, she had to resist an urge to get the dart moving as fast as it would go, which, considering its years, was still surprisingly fast. She felt like a lucky escapee from a den of lions, one who has escaped more by good luck than good sense. As the village dropped behind, and those rustling voices fell away, she began to feel that someone must be giving belated chase. She glanced again and again into the rearview mirror, expecting to see vehicles chasing after her, wanting to bring her back. They would insist that she come back. They loved her too much to let her go. But the road had remained clear. No Dick Allison screaming after her in one of the town's 3 fire engines. No Newt Barringer in his big, old, mint-green Olds 88. No Bobby Tremaine in his yellow Challenger. As she approached the Haven Albion town line, she put the dart up to 50. The closer she got to the town line, which she had begun to think of, rightly or not, as the point at which her escape would become irrevocable, the more she found the last 2 weeks seeming like some black, twisted nightmare. Can't go back. Can't. Her foot on the dart's accelerator pedal kept growing heavier. At the end, something warned her. Perhaps it was something the voices had said and her subconscious had filed away. She was, after all, receiving all sorts of information now, in her sleep as well as when she was awake. As the town line marker came up, Albion, her foot left the dart's gas pedal and stepped on the brake. It went down mushily and much too far, as it had for the last 4 years or so. Ruth allowed the car to roll off the tar and onto the shoulder. Dust, as white and dry as bone meal, plumed up behind her. The wind had died. The air of Haven was deadly still again. The dust she had raised, Ruth thought, would hang for a long time. She sat with her hands curled tightly on the wheel, wondering why she had stopped. Wondering, almost knowing. Beginning to become, to know, or guess. A barrier? Is that what you think? That they put up a barrier? That they've managed to turn all of Haven into an ant farm? Or something under a bowl? Ruth, that's ridiculous. And so it was, not only according to logic and experience, but also according to the evidence of her senses. As she sat behind the wheel, listening to the radio, soft jazz, which was coming from a low-power college station in Bergenfield, New Jersey, a Hillcrest chicken truck, probably bound for Derry, rumbled past her. A few seconds later, a Chevy Vega went by in the other direction. Nancy Voss was behind the wheel. The sticker on the rear bumper read, "Postal workers do it by express mail." Nancy Voss did not look at Ruth, simply went along her way, which in this case probably meant Augusta. See? Nothing stopping them, Ruth thought. No, her mind whispered back. Not them, Ruth. Just you. It would stop you. And it would stop Bobby Anderson's friend, maybe 1 or 2 others. Go on. Drive right into it at 50 miles an hour or so if you don't believe it. We all love you, and we would hate to see it happen to you, but we couldn't stop it from happening. Instead of driving, she got out and walked up to the Haven Albion line. Her shadow trailed long behind her. The hot July sun beat down on her head. She could hear the dim but steady rumble of machinery from the woods behind Bobby's place. Digging again. The David Brown vacation was over, and she sensed that they were getting close to something. This brought a sense of panic and urgency. She approached the marker, passed it, kept walking, and began to feel a wild, rising hope. She was out of Haven. She was in Albion. In a moment she would run, screaming, to the nearest house, the nearest telephone. She slowed. A puzzled look settled upon her face, and then deepened into a dawning, horrified certainty. It was getting hard to walk. The air was becoming tough, springy. She could feel it stretching her cheeks, the skin of her forehead. She could feel it flattening her breasts. Ruth lowered her head and continued to walk, her mouth drawn down in a grimace of effort, cords standing out on her neck. She looked like a woman trying to walk into a gale-force wind, although the trees on either side of the road were barely swaying their leaves. The image which came to her now, and the one which had come to Gardner when he tried to reach into the bottom of Anderson's customized water heater, were exactly the same. They differed only in degree. Ruth felt as if the entire road had been blocked by an invisible nylon stocking, one large enough to fit a female Titan. "I've heard about nude-look hose," she thought hysterically, "but really this is ridiculous." Her breasts began to ache from the pressure, and suddenly her feet began to slip in the dirt. Panic slapped at her. She had reached, then passed the point where her ability to generate forward motion surpassed the elastic give of the invisible barrier. Now it was shoving her back out. She struggled to turn, to get out on her own before that could happen, but she lost her footing and was snapped rudely back the way she had come, her feet scraping, her eyes wide and shocked. It was like being pushed by the expanding side of a large rubbery balloon. For a moment her feet left the ground entirely. Then she landed on her knees, scraping them both badly, tearing her dress. She got up and backed toward her car, crying a little with the pain. She sat behind the wheel of her car for almost 20 minutes, waiting for the throbbing in her knees to subside. Cars and trucks passed occasionally along Derry Road in both directions, and once, as she sat there, Ashley Ruval came along on his bike. He had his fishing pole. He saw her and raised a hand to her. "Hi, Mrs. McCausland," he cried, chirpily, and grinned. The lisp wasn't really surprising, she thought dully, considering that all the boy's teeth were gone. Not some. All. Still, she felt coldness rush through her as Ashley called, "We all love you, Mrs. McCausland." After a long time she backed the Dart up, U-turned, and went back through the hot silence to Haven Village. As she drove up Main Street to her house, it seemed that a great many people looked at her, their eyes full of a knowledge more sly than wise. Ruth looked up into the Dart's rearview mirror and saw the clock tower at the other end of the village's short Main Street. The hands were approaching 3 p.m. She pulled to a stop in front of the Fannins, bumping carelessly up over the curb and stalling the engine. She didn't bother to turn off the key. She only sat behind the wheel, red idiot lights glowing on the instrument panel, looking into the rearview mirror as her mind floated gently away. When she came back to herself, the town hall clock was chiming 6. She had lost 3 hours and another tooth. The hours were nowhere to be found, but the tooth, an incisor, lay on the lap of her dress. 12. All that night her dolls talked to her, and she thought that none of what they said was precisely a lie. That was the most horrible thing of all. She sat in the green, diseased heart of their influence and listened to them tell their lunatic fairy tales. They told her she was right to believe she was going crazy. An X-ray of her brain, they said, one of anyone in Haven for that matter, would make a neurologist run screaming for cover. Her brain was changing. It was becoming. Her brain, her teeth, make that X teeth, both becoming. And her eyes. They were changing color, weren't they? Yes. Their deep brown was fading toward hazel. And the other day in the Haven lunch, Hadn't she noticed that Beach Jernigan's bright blue eyes were also changing color? Deepening toward hazel? Hazel eyes, no teeth. Oh, dear God, what's happening to us? The dolls looked at her glassily and smiled. Don't worry, Ruth. It's only the invasion from space they've made cheap movies about for years. You see that, don't you? The invasion of the Tommyknockers. If you want to see the invaders from space, the B-movies and the science fiction stories we're always going on about, look in Beach Jernigan's eyes. Or Wendy's. Or your own. What you mean is that I'm being eaten up, she whispered in the summer darkness as Friday night became Saturday morning. Why, Ruth, what did you think becoming was? The dolls laughed, and Ruth's mind mercifully floated away once again. 13. When she woke on Saturday morning, the sun was up. The shaky child's drawing of the town hall clock tower was on the schoolroom blackboard, and there were better than 24 calculators on Ralph's sheeted study desk. They were in the canvas shoulder bag she used when she went out collecting for the Cancer Society. There were dymotapes on some of the calculators. Behringer, McCready, Selectman's Office Do Not Remove, Department of Taxes. She hadn't gone to sleep after all. Instead, she had drifted into one of those blank periods, and looted all the town office's calculators, it looked like. Why? Yours not to reason why, Ruth, the dolls whispered, and she understood better and better each day, better and better each minute, each second, in fact, what had frightened little Edwina Thurlow so badly. Yours is but to send a signal, and die. How much of that idea is mine? And how much is them, driving me? Doesn't matter, Ruth. It's going to happen anyway, so make it happen as fast and hard and soon as you can. Stop thinking. Let it happen, because part of you wants it to happen, doesn't it? Yes, most of her, in fact, and not to send a signal to the outside world or any silly bullshit like that. That was just the sane icing on a rich devil's food cake of irrationality. She wanted to be a part of it as it all went up. The cardboard tubes would channel the force, send it up into the clock tower in a bright river of destructive power, and the tower would lift off like a rocket. The shock wave would hammer the street of this fouled haven with destruction, and destruction was what she wanted. That was part of her becoming. 14. That night, Butch Dugan called her to update her on the David Brown case. Some of the developments were unusual. The boy's brother, Hillman, was in the hospital, in a state which closely resembled catatonia. The kid's grandfather wasn't much better. He had begun telling people that David Brown hadn't just gotten lost, but had actually disappeared, that the magic trick, in other words, had been real. And Butch said he was telling anyone who would listen that half the people in Haven were going crazy and the rest were already there. He went up to Bangor and talked to a fella named Bright on the news, Monster said. They wanted human interest and got nut stuff instead. Old man's turning into a real quasar, Ruth. Better tell him to stay away, Ruth said. They'll let him in, but he'll never get out again. What? Monster shouted. His voice was suddenly becoming faint. This connection's going to hell, Ruth. I said there may be something new tomorrow. I still haven't given up hope. She rubbed her temples steadily and looked at the dolls, in a row on Ralph's desk and wired up like a terrorist's bomb. Look for a signal tomorrow. What? Monster's voice was almost lost in the rising surf of the worsening connection. Goodbye, Butch. You're a hell of a sport. Listen for it. You'll hear it all the way up in Derry, I think. 3 on the nose. Ruth, I'm losing you. Call back. Soon. She hung up the useless telephone, looked at her dolls, listened to the rising voices, and waited for it to be time. 15. That Sunday was a picture-book summer day in Maine. Clear, bright, warm. At 1:45, Ruth McCausland, dressed in a pretty blue summer frock, left her house for the last time. She locked the front door and stood on tiptoe to hang the key on the little hook there. Ralph had argued that any burglar worth his salt would look over the door for a key first thing of all, but Ruth had gone on doing it, and the house had never been burgled. She supposed at bottom it came down to trust, and Haven had never let her down. She had put the dolls in Ralph's old canvas duffel. She dragged it down the porch steps. Bobby Tremaine was walking by, whistling. "Help you with that, Mrs. McCausland?" "No, thank you, Bobby." "All right." He smiled at her. A few teeth were left at his smile. Not many, but a few, like the last remaining pickets in a fence surrounding a haunted house. "We all love you." "Yes," she said, hoisting the duffel into the passenger seat. A bolt of pain ripped through her head. "Oh, how well I know it." "What are you thinking, Ruth? Where are you going?" "She sells seashells. She sells seashells." "Tell us, Ruth. Tell us. What the dolls told you to do. Betty Bitter bought some butter." "Give, Ruth. Tell. Is it what we want, or are you holding out?" "Wouldn't you like to know, Peter Piper, Peter Piper?" "It's what we want, isn't it? There are no changes, are there?" She looked at Bobby for a moment and then smiled. Bobby Tremaine's own smile faltered a little. "Love me? Yes, but you are still afraid of me, and are right to be." "Go on, Bobby," she said softly, and Bobby went. He looked back over his shoulder once, his young face troubled, mistrusting. Ruth drove to the town hall. It was Sunday silent, a dusty church of administration. Her footfalls clicked and echoed. The duffel was too heavy to carry, so she dragged it along the waxed hall floor. It made a dry, snake-like hiss. She hauled it up 3 flights of stairs, one riser at a time, her hands fisted around the cord that shut the duffel's mouth. Her head pumped and ached. She bit her lip, and 2 teeth healed over sideways with soft rottenness, and she spat them out. Her breath was harsh straw in her throat. Dusty sunlight fell through the high third-floor windows. She dragged the bag down the short, explosively hot corridor. There were only 2 rooms up here, one on each side. All the town's records were stored in them. If the town hall was Haven's brain, then here, in this still attic heat, was its paper memory, stretching back through the times the town had been Ilium, Montgomery, Cootersville, Montville Plantation. The voices whispered and rustled around her. For a moment she stood looking out of the last window, looking down on the short length of Main Street. There were maybe 15 cars parked in front of Cooter's Market, which was open from noon until 6 on Sundays. It was doing a brisk business. People sauntering into the Haven lunch for coffee, a few cars passing back and forth. It looks so normal. It all looks so damn normal. She felt a giddy moment of doubt. And then Moose Richardson looked up and waved, as if he could see her, looking out of this dirty third-floor window. And Moose wasn't the only one. Lots of them were looking at her. She ducked back, turned, and got the window pole which stood in the far corner where the hallway dead-ended. She used the pole to hook a ring in the middle of the ceiling and pull down the folding stairs. That done, she set the pole aside and bent back, looking up into the tower. She could hear the mechanical rattle and whir of clockwork, and below that the dim rustle of sleeping bats. There were a lot of them up there. The town should have cleaned them out years ago, but the fumigation was apt to be nasty and expensive. When the clock machinery broke down again, the bats would have to be cleared out before it could be fixed. That would surely be soon enough. As far as the selectmen were concerned, as long as someone else was in office when the clock rang 12 noon some night at 3 in the morning and then just stopped, all would be well. Ruth wound the duffel's cotton cord around her arm 3 times and began to climb slowly up the ladder, dragging the bag between her legs. It bumped and rose in jerks, like a body in a canvas sack. The cord bit into her arm ever more deeply, and soon her hand had gone purple and numb. She breathed in long, tearing gasps that hurt something deep inside her chest. At last, shadows enveloped her. She stepped off the ladder and into the town hall's real attic, and pulled the duffel bag up, hand over hand. Ruth was dimly aware that her gums and ears had started to bleed, and her mouth was full of the sour, coppery taste of blood. All around her she could smell the crypt stink of old brick, fuming in dry, dark, pent-up summer heat. To her left was a vast, dim circle, the back side of the clock face, which overlooked Main Street. In a more prosperous town, no doubt, all four sides would have had a face. Haven's town hall tower only had the one. It was 12 feet in diameter. Behind it, dimmer yet, she could see wheels and cogs slowly turning. She could see where the hammer would come down and strike the bell. The dent there was deep and ancient. The clock's works were very loud. Working swiftly, jerkily, she was like a clock herself now, a clock that was running down, and her belfry was certainly full of bats, wasn't it? Ruth unwound the cotton cord from her arm, actually peeling it out of a deep, spiraling groove in her flesh, and opened the mouth of the duffel. She began taking the dolls out one by one, moving as fast as she could. She laid them in a circle, legs out, so that the feet maintained contact all around the circle, hands the same way. In the darkness they looked like dolls conducting a séance. She attached the M16 to the center of the dented place in the great bell. When the hour struck and the hammer fell, boom. So I will just sit here, she thought. Sit here and wait for the hammer to fall. Droning weariness suddenly washed over her. Ruth drifted away. 16. She came back slowly. At first, she thought she must be in her bed at home with her face pressed into the pillow. She was in bed, and all this had just been a terrible nightmare. Except her pillow was not this bristly, this hot. Her blankets did not pulse and breathe. She brought her hands up and touched a hot, leathery body, bones covered with scant flesh. The bat had roosted just above her right breast, in the hollow of her shoulder. She realized suddenly that she had called it, that somehow she had called all of them. She could hear its rodentine, scabrous mind, its thoughts dark and instinctual and insane. It thought only of blood and bugs and cruising in blind darkness. "Oh, God, no!" she screamed. The rugose, alien crawl of its thoughts was maddening. Not to be borne. Oh, no! Oh, please, God, no! She tightened her hands, not meaning to, and the papery bones of its wings snapped under her fingers. It squealed. She felt sharp, needling pain in her cheek as it bit her. Now they were all squealing, all, and she realized that there were dozens of them on her, maybe hundreds, on her other shoulder, on her shoes, in her hair. As she looked, the lap of her dress began to squirm and twist. "Oh, no!" she shrieked again into the dusty dimness of the clock tower. Bats flew all around her. They squeaked. The whisper of their wings was a soft rising thunder, like the rising whisper of Haven's voices. "Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no!" A bat fluttered in her hair, caught, squealing. Another flew into her face, and its breath was the stink of a dead henhouse. The world spun and swung. Somehow she blundered to her feet. She beat her hands about her head, and bats were everywhere, all around her in a black cloud, and now there was no difference between the soft, fluttery explosion of their wings and the voices. "We all love you, Ruth." The voices. "We hate you, Ruth. Don't you meddle. Don't you dare meddle." The voices of Haven. She had forgotten where she was. She had forgotten the trap door which yawned almost at her feet, and as she stumbled toward it she heard the clock strike. But the sound was muffled, not true, because the hammer had struck her detonator, and nothing was happening. She turned, bats flying all about her, and now her incredulous eyes were also bleeding. But through a reddish haze she saw the hammer fall again, and then yet a third time, and still the world remained. A dud, Ruth McCausland thought. It was a dud. And fell through the trap door. The bats flew up from her body. Her dress flew up from her body. One loafer flew up from her foot. She struck the ladder, half-turned, and landed on her left side with a crunch that broke all her ribs. She struggled to turn over and somehow managed to do it. Most of the bats had found their way back through the trap-door into the welcoming darkness of the clock tower. But half a dozen or so were still circling, confused, below the roof of the third-floor corridor. The sound of their voices so alien and insectile, so hive-like and warm with insanity. These were the voices she had been hearing in her head ever since July 4th or so. The town was not just going mad. That would have been bad, but this was worse. Oh, God! It was much, much worse. It had all been for nothing. Hump Jernigan's M16 had been nothing but a dud after all. She grayed out and came back some 4 minutes later, with a bat roosting on the bridge of her nose, lapping bloody tears from her cheek. "No, you dirty fuck!" she screamed and tore it in two, her revulsion and agony. It made a sound like thick, tearing paper. Its alien guts dribbled onto her upturned, cobweb-smeared face. She could not open her mouth to scream, "Let me die, God! Please don't let me be like them! Don't let me become!" Because it would dribble its dying self into her, and then Hump's M16 exploded under the striker with an undramatic, wet bang. Green light lit the first square of the trapdoor, and then the whole world. For one moment, Ruth could see the bones of the bats standing out clearly, as if in an X-ray picture. Then all the green turned black. It was 3:05 p.m. This audiobook is continued on Disc 11. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 11. 17. All over Haven, people were lying down. Some had gone to their cellars with a vague notion that now would be a good time to get preserves. Some with just an idea that it would be cooler there. Beach Jernigan lay behind the counter of the Haven lunch with his hands laced behind his neck. He was thinking of the thing in the back of his truck, the thing under the tarp. At 3:05, the base of the clock tower burst open, spraying powdered brick everywhere. A huge, explosive bellow chased off across the fields. It broke almost every window in Haven, and a good many in Troy and Albion as well. Green fire spilled out through the jagged rent in the bricks, and the town hall tower began to rise, a surreal brick missile, a Magritte rocket with a clock in its side. It rose on a pillar of cold green fire. Surely cold, else the dolls would have been consumed, and Ruth McCausland's arm as well. The entire village, for that matter. The clock tower rose on its green torch, its sides now beginning to bulge outward. Yet for an instant the illusion held. A brick rocket rising into the afternoon sky, and through the roar of the explosion the clock could be heard, belling out hour after hour. On the 12th stroke, noon, midnight, it exploded like the ill-fated Challenger. Bricks flew everywhere. Benton Rhodes would later see some of the damage, but the worst of it was quickly covered up. Flying bricks punched through the sides of houses, cellar windows, board fences. Bricks fell from the sky like bombs. The clock's long hand, lacy wrought iron, quickered through the air like a deadly boomerang and buried itself in one of the ancient oaks which stood outside the Haven Library. Masonry and splintered boards rumbled back to earth. Then, silence. After a while, people all over Haven began to get cautiously to their feet, to look around, to begin sweeping up glass or examining damage. Destruction had swept the town, but no one had been hurt. And in the entire town only one person had actually seen that brick rocket rising into the air like a madman's grandiose dream. That one person was Jim Gardner. Bobby was taking a little nap. Gardner had coaxed her into it. Neither of them had any business working in the heat of the afternoon, especially not Bobby. She had come back a little from the terrible state in which Gardner had found her, but she was still pushing herself much too hard, and she had abruptly begun to menstruate heavily again. "I wonder," he thought morbidly, "when she's going to need a blood transfusion instead of just a couple of extra iron pills a day." But that was unlikely, he knew. His ex-wife had suffered horrible menstrual problems, possibly because her mother had been given the drug known as DES. So Gardner had gotten a crash course in a body function his own body would never perform, and he knew the layman's idea of menstruation, a monthly flow of blood from the vagina, simply wasn't true. Most of the material which made up the menses wasn't blood at all, but useless tissue. Menstruation was an efficient waste removal process on behalf of a woman capable of bearing children, but not currently doing so. No, he doubted if Bobby would bleed to death, barring a uterine rupture, which was highly unlikely. Bullshit. You don't know what's likely in this situation and what isn't. Okay, fair enough. And he knew that women weren't meant to menstruate day after day and week after week, no matter what. At bottom, blood and tissue were both the same thing, the stuff of which Bobby Anderson was made. It was like cannibalism, but no, it wasn't. It was as if someone had turned her thermostat all the way to the end of the dial and she was burning herself up. She had nearly keeled over a couple of times during the hot spell of the week before, and Gardner knew that, although it sounded grotesque, the hunt for the little brown boy had actually been a kind of rest for Bobby. Gardner hadn't really believed he would get her to take a nap. Then, at around 2:45, Bobby had said that she was sort of tired, and that maybe she could use a nap. She asked Gardner if he wasn't going to catch an hour of rack time as well. "Yes," he said. "I'll sit out on the porch and read a few minutes first, and finish this little drinky-poo while I'm at it." "Well, don't hang out too long," Bobby said. "A siesta wouldn't hurt you either." But he had hung out long enough, stretching the drink, to still be there when the roar crossed the fields and hills between here and the village, roughly 5 miles. What the fuck? The roar grew louder, and suddenly he saw it. Something out of a nightmare. It was DT's setting in. Had to be. Fucking had to be. This was no telepathic typewriter or water heater from space. This was a motherfucking brick rocket taking off from Haven Village. And that was it. "Everybody out of the pool, friends and neighbors, I have definitely blown my wheels." Just before it exploded, splashing the sky with green fire, he recognized it, and knew it was no hallucination. There was Bobby Anderson's power. There was what they were going to use to stop the nukes, the arms race, the bloody tide of worldwide madness. There it was, rising into the sky on a pillar of flame. One of the crazies in town had somehow laid a fuse under the town hall and struck a match to it, and had just sent the Haven clock tower into the sky like a fucking Roman candle. "Holy shit," Gardner whispered in a tiny, horrified voice. "There it is, Guard. Behold the future. Is it what you want? Because that woman in there is going bughouse, and you know it. The signs are just all too clear. Do you want to put that kind of power in her hands? Do you?" "She's not crazy," Gardner responded, scared. "Not crazy at all. And do you think what you just saw changes the equation? It doesn't. It only underlines it. If not me and Bobby, who? The Dallas police, that's who. It's going to be all right. I'll keep an eye on her, keep a check rein on her." "Oh, you're doing great at that, you fucking lush. Just great." The incredible thing in the sky exploded, splashing green fire everywhere. Gardner shielded his eyes. He had gotten to his feet. Anderson came out on the run. "What in hell was that?" she asked. But she knew. She knew. And Gardner, with cold, sudden certainty, knew that she knew. Gardner threw a barrier across his mind. In the last 2 weeks he had learned how to do that with complete success. The barrier consisted of nothing more than a random recitation of old addresses, bits of poems, snatches of songs. But it worked. It was not at all difficult to run such jamming interference, he had discovered. It wasn't much different from the random run of thoughts that went through almost everyone's head most of the time. He might have changed his mind if he had been aware of Ruth McCausland's tortured efforts to hide her thoughts. Gardner had no idea of how much trouble the plate in his head was saving him. He had seen Bobby looking at him in a queer, puzzled way a couple of times, and although she looked away whenever she saw Gardner observing her, he knew that she was trying to read his thoughts, trying hard, and still failing. He used the barrier to cover his first lie to Bobby since he had thrown in with her on July 5th, almost 3 weeks ago. "I don't know exactly," he said. "I dozed off in the chair. I heard an explosion and saw a big flash of light. Looked green. That's all." Bobby's eyes searched his face, and then she nodded. "Well, I guess we'd better go into the village and see." Gardner relaxed slightly. He wasn't sure why he had lied, only that it seemed safer to do so, and she had believed him. Nor did he want to endanger that belief. "Would you mind going alone? I mean, if you want company—" "No, that's fine," she said almost eagerly, and went. Walking back to the porch after seeing the truck down the road, he kicked over his glass. The drinking was getting out of hand, and it was time to stop. Because something really weird was happening here. It would bear watching, and when you got drunk, you went blind. It was a pledge he had made before. Sometimes it even took for a while. This time it didn't. Gardner was sitting drunk and asleep on the porch that night when Bobby returned. Ruth's signal had been received, nevertheless. The receiver was troubled in mind, still committed to Bobby's project, yet uneasy enough about it to be boozing more and more. But it had been received, and at least partially understood. Gardner's lie was an indication of that, if nothing else. But Ruth would perhaps have been happier with her other accomplishment. Voices or no voices, the lady died sane. Chapter 7. Beach Jernigan and Dick Allison. 1. No one in Haven was more delighted about the becoming than Beach Jernigan. If guards Tommyknockers had appeared to Beach in person, carrying nuclear weapons and proposing that he plant one in each of the world's 7 largest cities, Beach would have immediately started phoning for plane tickets. Even in Haven, where quiet zealotry was becoming a way of life, Beach's partisanship was extreme. If he had had any idea at all about Gardner's growing doubts, he would have removed him, permanently, and at once, if not sooner. There was a good reason for Beach's feelings. In May, not long after Hilly Brown's birthday, in fact, Beach developed a hacking cough that wouldn't go away. It was worrisome, because he didn't have a fever or the sniffles to go with it. It became more worrisome when he began to cough up a little blood. When you run a restaurant, you don't want to be coughing at all. The customers don't like it. It makes them nervous. Sooner or later, someone tells the Board of Health, and maybe they shut you up for a week or so, while they wait to see how your Tyne test comes out. The Haven lunch was a marginally profitable business at best. Beach put in 12 hours a day short ordering so he could clear $65 a week. If the place hadn't been his free and clear, he would have starved. And Beach couldn't afford to be shut up for a week in the summer. Summer wasn't here yet, but it was coming on apace. So he went to see old Doc Warwick, and Doc Warwick sent him up to Derry Home for a chest X-ray, and when the X-ray came back, Doc Warwick studied it for all of 20 seconds, and then called Beach. And when Beach got there, Doc Warwick said, "I've got hard news for you, Beach. Sit down." Beach sat down. He felt that if there hadn't been a chair, he would have fallen on the floor. All the strength had run out of his legs. There was no telepathy going on in Haven back in May, no more than the ordinary kind that people use all the time, anyway. But that ordinary kind was all Beach needed. He knew what Doc Warwick was going to say before he said it. Not TB. Big C. Lung cancer. But that was in May. Now, in July, Beach was fit as a fiddle. Doc Warwick had told him he could expect to be in the hospital by July 15th. But here he was, eating like a horse, ranting as a bear most of the time, and feeling like he could outrun Bobby Tremaine in a foot race. He hadn't been back to the hospital for another chest x-ray. He didn't need one to know the large dark stain in his left lung had disappeared. Far as that went, if he wanted an x-ray, he would have taken the afternoon off and built an x-ray machine himself. He knew just how it could be done. But now, in the wake of the explosion, there were other things to be built, other things to do, and quickly. They had a meeting, everyone in town. Not that they gathered, as at a town meeting, that was quite unnecessary. Beach went on frying hamburgers in the Haven lunch. Nancy Voss went on sorting stamps at the post office. Now that Joe was dead, it was at least a place to come to, Sunday or not. Bobby Tremaine stayed under his Challenger, putting on a backflow rebreather that would allow him to get roughly 70 miles to the gallon. Not Anderson's gasoline pill, not quite, but close. Newt Barringer, who knew goddamn well there was no time to waste, was driving out to the Applegate place as fast as he dared. But no matter what they were doing, or where they were together, a network of silent voices, the voices that had frightened Ruth so badly. Less than 45 minutes after the explosion, some 70 people had gathered at Henry Applegate's. Henry had the largest, best-equipped workshop in town now that the Shell station had mostly gone out of the engine repair and tune-up business. Christina Lindley, who was only 17, but had still taken second prize in the 14th annual State of Maine photography competition the year before, arrived back almost 2 hours later, scared, out of breath, and feeling rather sexy if the truth was to be told, from riding in from town with Bobby Tremaine at speeds which sometimes topped 110. When Bobby made the Dodge walk and talk, it was nothing but a yellow streak. She had been dispatched to take 2 photographs of the clock tower. This was delicate work, because with the tower now reduced to scattered chunks of brick, masonry, and clockwork, it meant taking a photograph of a photograph. Working fast, Christina had thumbed through a scrapbook of town photographs. Newt had told her mentally where to find this, in Ruth McCausland's own office. She rejected 2 shots because, although both were quite good, both were also in black and white. The intention was to build an illusion, a clock tower that people could look at, but one you could fly a plane through, if it came to that. In other words, they intended to project a gigantic magic lantern slide in the sky. A good trick. Once upon a time, Hilly Brown would have envied it. Just as Christina was beginning to lose hope, she found it. A gorgeous photo of the Haven Village Town Hall with the tower prominently displayed, and from an angle that clearly showed 2 sides. Great. That would give them the depth of field they would need. Ruth's careful notation beneath the photograph said it came from Yankee Magazine, 587. "We gotta go, Chris," Bobby had said, speaking to her without bothering to use his mouth. He was shifting impatiently from foot to foot like a small boy in need of the bathroom. "Yes, all right, this will—" She broke off. "Oh," she said. "Oh, dear." Bobby Tremaine came forward quickly. "What the hell's wrong?" She pointed at the photograph. "Oh, shit!" Bobby Tremaine yelled out loud, and Christina nodded. 2. By 7 that evening, working fast and silently, except for the occasional ill-tempered snarl of someone who felt someone else was not working fast enough, they had constructed a device that looked like a huge slide projector on top of an industrial vacuum cleaner. They tested it, and a woman's face, huge and stony, appeared in Henry's field. The people who had gathered stared at this stereopticon of Henry Applegate's grandmother silently, but approvingly. The machine worked. Now, as soon as the girl brought the photographs, actually, because a stereopticon image was, of course, exactly what they had to create, of the town hall, they could— Then her voice, faint but boosted by Bobby Tremaine's mind, came to them. It was bad news. "What was it?" Carl Archambault asked Newt. "I didn't catch all of it." "Are you fucking deaf?" Andy Barker snarled. Jesus Christ, people in 3 counties heard the bang when that bitch blew the roof off. For 2 cents, he balled his fists. Quit it, both of you, Hazel McCready said. She turned to Kyle. That girl has done a hell of a job. She was deliberately projecting as hard as she could, hoping to reach Christina Lindley, as well as explain the situation to Kyle Archenburg, to buck her up. The girl had, sounded distraught, nearly hysterical, and she wouldn't do them any good that way. In such a state she would fuck up for sure, and they just didn't have the time for fuck-ups. It's not her fault you can read the clock in the photo. What do you mean? Kyle asked. She found a color photo with an angle that couldn't be more perfect, Hazel said. It'll look exactly right from the church and the cemetery, and only a little distorted from the road. We'll have to keep outsiders from going around to the back for a couple of days until Chris finds a rough matching angle, but since they're going to be interested in the furnace and in Ruth, I think we can get away with that. Close some roads? She looked at Newt. Sewer work, he said promptly. Easy as pie. I still don't understand the nature of the problem, Kyle said. Might be you fucking idiot, Andy Baker said. Kyle swung truculently toward the mechanic, and Newt said, Stop it, both of you. And to Kyle, the problem is that Ruth blew the tower off the town hall at 3:05 this afternoon. And the only good picture Christina could find, you can read the clock face. It says 9:45. Oh, Kyle said. Sweat suddenly turned his face oily. He took out his handkerchief and mopped it. Oh, shit. What do we do now? Ad lib, Hazel said calmly. Bitch, Andy cried. I'd kill her if she wasn't already dead. Everyone in town loved her, and you know it, Andy, Hazel said. Yeah, and I hope the devil's toasting her with a long fork down in hell. Andy switched the gadget off. Henry's grandmother disappeared. Hazel was relieved. There was something a little ghastly about seeing that hatchet-faced woman floating in perfect 3D above Henry's field, with the cows, which should have been stabled long ago, sometimes wandering through her as they grazed, or disappearing casually through the large, old-fashioned brooch the woman wore at her high-necked collar. It's going to be fine, Bobby Anderson said suddenly in the quiet, and everyone, including Christina Lindley back in town, heard and was relieved. 3. Take me to my house, she said to Bobby Tremaine. Quick, I know what to do. You're there. He took her arm and began pulling her toward the door. Hold it, she said. Huh? Don't you think I better? Bring the photograph, she finished. Oh, shit, Bobby said, and slapped his forehead. 4. Dick Allison, meanwhile, who was chief of Haven's volunteer fire department, was sitting in his office sweating bullets, in spite of the air conditioning, fielding telephone calls. The first was from the Troy constable, the second from the Unity chief of police, the third from the state police, the fourth from AP. He probably would have been sweating anyway, but one of the reasons the air conditioning wasn't doing him any good was his door had been blown off its hinges by the force of the blast. Most of the plaster had fallen off the walls, revealing lathing like decayed ribs. He sat in the middle of the wreckage and told his callers that it sure had been a hell of a bang, and it looked as if they probably had had one fatality, but it was nowhere near as bad as it had probably sounded. While he was rolling out this bullshit for the guy from the Bangor Daily News named John Leandro, a cork ceiling panel fell on his head. Dick slashed it aside with a wolfish snarl, listened, laughed, and said it was just the bulletin board. Goddamn thing had fallen over again. It just had those sucker things on the back, you know. Well, if you bought cheap, you got cheap, his mother had always told him, and it took another 5 minutes, but he finally bored Leandro off the phone. As he put his own telephone back in the cradle, most of the hallway ceiling outside his door fell with a powdery crump. "Motherfucking cock-sucking son of a fucking bitch!" Dick Allison screamed, and brought his left fist down on his desk as hard as he could. Although he broke all 4 fingers, he didn't even notice in his raving fury. If, at that moment, anyone had come into his office Allison would have ripped that person's throat open, filled his mouth with hot blood, and then sprayed it back into the dying person's face. He screamed and swore and even drummed his feet up and down on the floor like a child doing a tantrum because he has been denied an outing. He looked childish. He also looked extremely dangerous. Tommyknockers, Tommyknockers, knocking at the door. 5. In between phone calls, Dick went into Hazel's office, found the Midol in her drawer, and took 6. Then he wrapped his throbbing, swelling hand tightly and forgot it. If he had still been human, this would have been impossible. One does not simply forget 4 broken fingers. But since then he had become. One of the things that included was becoming able to exercise conscious will over pain. It came in handy. In between his conversations with the outside, and sometimes during them, Dick spoke to the men and women working furiously at Henry Applegate's. He told them he expected a couple of state cops by 4:30, 5 o'clock at the latest. Could they have the slide projector ready by then? When Hazel explained the problem, Dick began to rave again, this time with fear as well as anger. When Hazel explained what Christina Lindley was up to, he calmed a little. She had a home darkroom. There she would carefully make a negative of the Yankee picture and enlarge it slightly, not because it needed to be bigger for the slide projector device to work, and too much enlarging would give their clock tower illusion an odd, grainy look, but because she needed a slightly bigger image to work with. She's going to turn a negative, Hazel said in his mind, then airbrush out the hands on the clock face. Bobby Tremaine is going to put them back in with an X-Acto knife, so they say 3:05. He's got a steady hand and a little talent. Right now, a steady hand seems more important. I thought if you made a negative from a positive, it came out blurry, Dick Allison said, especially if the positive's color. She's improved her developing equipment, Hazel said. She didn't need to add that 17-year-old Christina Lindley now had what was probably the most advanced darkroom on Earth. So how long? Midnight, she thinks, Hazel said. Christ on a pony, Dick shouted loud enough to make the people in Henry's field wince. We'll need about 30 D-cells, Bobby Anderson's voice cut in calmly. Be a love and see to that, Dick. And we understand about the police. Play hee-haw for them, you understand? He paused. Yes, he said, Buck and Roy, Jr., samples. Exactly. And hold them. It's their radio I'm really worried about, not them. They'll only send 1 unit, 2 at most to start with, but if they radio it in. There was a murmur of assent, like the sound of the ocean in a conch shell. Is there a way you can damp out their transmissions from town? Bobby asked. Andy Baker suddenly cut in, gleeful. I got a better idea. Get Buck Peters to shuck his fat ass over to the gas station right now. Yes, Bobby overrode him, her thoughts shrill with excitement. Good, great. And when they leave town, someone, Beach, I think. Beach was honored to be chosen. 6. Bent Rhodes and Jingles Gabbins of the Maine State Police arrived in Haven at 5:15. They came expecting to find the smoky, uninteresting aftermath of a furnace explosion. 1 old pumper truck idling at the curb, 20 or 30 onlookers idling on the sidewalk. Instead, they found the entire Haven Town Hall clock tower blown off like a Roman candle. Bricks littered the street, windows were blown out, there were dismembered dolls everywhere, and too damned many people going about their business. Dick Allison greeted them with weird cordiality, as if this was a Republican bean supper instead of what now looked like a disaster of real magnitude. Christ almighty, man, what happened here? Bent asked him. Well, I guess maybe it was a little worse than I made out over the phone, Dick said, surveying the brick-littered street and then giving the 2 troopers an incongruous, ain't I a bad boy smile. Guess I didn't think anyone would believe it unless they saw it. Jingles muttered, I'm seeing it and I don't believe it. They had both dismissed Dick Allison as a small-town bumbler, probably crazy in the bargain. That was all right. He stood behind them, watching them stare at the wreckage, The smile faded gradually from his face, and his expression became cold. Rhodes spotted the human arm amid all the tiny make-believe limbs. When he turned back to Dick, his face was whiter than it had been, and he looked considerably younger. "Where's Mrs. McCausland?" he asked. His voice rose uncontrollably and broke on the last syllable. "Well, I think that might be part of our problem," Dick began. "You see—" 7. Dick did hold them in town as long as he could without being conspicuous about it. It was 7:45 before they left, and by then twilight was drawing down. Also, Dick knew if they didn't leave soon, they would start wondering how come none of the backup units they had requested were arriving. They had both talked on their cruiser's radio to Derry Base, and both hung the mic up again looking puzzled and distracted. The responses they were getting from the other end were right. It was the voice that seemed a little off. But neither of them could be bothered with such a minor matter, at least not for the time being. There were too many other things to cope with. The magnitude of the accident, for one thing. The fact that they had known the victim, for another. Trying to lay the groundwork of a potentially big case without committing any of the procedural fuck-ups that would muddy the waters later on, for a third. Also, they were beginning to feel the effects of being in Haven. They were like men applying vinyl seal to a big wooden floor in a room with no ventilation, getting stoned without even knowing it. They weren't hearing thoughts. It was too early for that, and they would be gone before it could happen. But they were feeling very strange. It was slowing them down, making ordinary routine something they had to fight their way through. Dick Allison got all this from their minds as he sat across the street drinking a cup of coffee in the Haven lunch. Yeah, they were too busy and too screwed up to think about the fact that Tug Ellender, their dispatcher, didn't exactly sound like himself tonight. The reason why was very simple. They weren't talking to Tug Ellender. They were talking to Buck Peters. Their radio transmissions were not going to and coming from Derry, but to and from the garage of Elt Barker's Shell, where Buck Peters was hunched, sweating, over a microphone, and Andy Baker beside him. Buck sent out fresh instructions and information on Andy's radio. A little something he had scrambled together in his spare time, a little something that could have contacted life on Uranus, had there been any good buddies up there to send back a big 10-4. Several townspeople were concentrating hard on the minds of Bent Rhodes and Jingles Gabbins. They relayed to Buck everything they were able to pick up about Ellender, from whom the cops just naturally expected to hear. Buck Peters had some natural mimicry. He was a great hit doing whoever happened to be president that year, plus such favorites as Jimmy Cagney and John Wayne at each year's Grange Stage Spectacular. He was not Rich Little, never would be, but when he did somebody, you knew who it was. Usually. More important, the listeners were able to relay to Buck how he should respond to each transmission, since almost every speaker knows in his own mind what response he expects to get from his questions or statements. If Bent and Jingles bought the impersonation, and to a large extent they really did, it wasn't so much due to Buck's talents as to their own fulfilled expectations in Tug's replies. Andy had further been able to blur Buck's voice by overlaying some static, not as much as they would hear on their way back to Derry, but enough so that Tug's voice grew a little blurred whenever that oddness, "Jesus, that doesn't sound like Tug much at all. I wonder, does he have a cold?" surfaced in one of their minds. At 7:15, when Beach brought him a fresh cup of coffee, Dick asked, "You all set?" "Sure am." "And you're sure that gadget will work?" "It works fine. Want to see it?" Beach was almost fawning. "No, there isn't time. What about the deer? You got that?" "Yeah. Bill Elderly killed it, and Dave Rutledge dressed it out." "That's good. Get going." "Okay, Dick." Beach took off his apron and hung it on a nail behind the counter. He turned over the sign which hung above the door from open to closed. Ordinarily, it would just have hung there, but tonight, because the glass was broken, it stirred and twisted in the mild breeze. Beach paused and looked back at Dick with narrow, sunken anger. "She wasn't supposed to do nothing like that," he said. Dick shrugged. It didn't matter. It was done. She's gone. That's the important thing. The kids are doing fine with that picture. As for Ruth, there's no one else like her in town. There's that fella out at the old Garrick place. He's drunk all the time, and he wants to dig it up. Go on, Beach. They'll be leaving soon, and we want it to happen as far out of the village as you can make it happen. Okay, Dick. Be careful. Dick smiled. We all gotta be careful now. This is touchy. He watched Beach get into his truck and back out of the space in front of the Haven lunch that had been that old Chevy's home for the last 12 years. As the truck started up the street, Beach driving slowly and weaving to avoid the litters of broken glass, Dick could see the shape under the tarp in the truck's bed, and near the back something else wrapped in a sheet of heavy plastic. The biggest deer Bill Elderly had been able to find on such short notice. Deer hunting was most definitely against the law during July in the state of Maine. When Beach's pickup was out of sight, "Make love, not war, be ready for both, NRA," the bumper sticker on the tailgate read, Dick turned back to the counter and picked up his coffee cup. As always, Beach's coffee was strong and good. He needed that. Dick was more than tired. He was worn out. Although there was still good light left in the sky, and although he had always been the sort of person who found it impossible to go to sleep until the national anthem had played on the last available TV channel, all he wanted now was his own bed. This had been a tense, frightening day, and it wouldn't be over until Beach reported in. Nor would the mess Ruth McCausland had succeeded in making be cleaned up when the two cops were erased. They could hide a lot of things, but not the simple fact that those cops had been on their way back from Haven, where another cop, just a town constable, true, but a cop was a cop, and this one had once been married to a state bear, just to add to the fun, had been erased from the equation. All of which meant that the fun was just beginning. If you call it fun, Dick said sourly to no one in particular. Be dog-fucked if I do. The coffee began to burn, with acid indigestion in Dick's stomach. He went on drinking it anyway. Outside, a powerful motor roared. Dick swiveled around on his stool and watched the cops drive out of town, the flashers on top of their cruiser swinging blue light and black shadow on the wreckage. 8. Christina Lindley and Bobby Tremaine stood side by side, watching the blank sheet in the developing bath, neither of them breathing as they waited for the image to come or not come. Little by little, it did. There was the Haven Town Hall clock tower, in living, true color, and the hands of the clock stood at 3:05. Bobby let out his breath in a low, slow exhalation. Perfect, he said. Not quite, Christina said. There's one more thing. He turned to her, apprehensive. What? What's wrong? Nothing. Everything's right. It's just that there's one more thing we have to do. She was not ugly, but because she wore glasses and her hair was mouse brown, she had always considered herself ugly. She was 17 and had never been on a date. Now none of that seemed to matter. She unzipped her skirt and pushed it, her rayon half-slip, and her cotton panties, both bought at the discount store in Derry, down. She stepped out of them and carefully took the wet photograph from the developing bath. She stood on tiptoe to hang it up, smooth buttocks flexing. Then she turned to him, legs spread. I need doing. He took her standing up, against the wall. When her hymen burst, she bit his shoulder hard enough to bring blood from him as well. And when they came together, they did it snarling and clawing, and it was very, very good. Just like old times, Bobby thought as he drove them out to the Applegate place, and wondered exactly what he meant by that. Then he decided it really didn't matter anyway. 9. Beach got his Chevy pickup to a creaky 65, as fast as it would go. One of the few things he hadn't gotten around to overhauling with his fantastic new knowledge was the old bomber. But he hoped it would get him as far as he needed to go tonight, and old Betsy came through for him again. When he had gotten over the Troy town line without hearing them or seeing any sign of their flashers behind him, he eased the truck back to 55 with some relief. It had been on the edge of overheating, and when he got into Newport, he dropped back to 45. Dark was coming on hard by then. He was over the Derry town line and just starting to worry that the frigging cops had gone back some other way. It seemed unlikely, since this was the quickest way, but Jesus, where were they? When he heard the low mutter of their thoughts. He pulled over and sat quietly for a moment, head cocked, eyes half closed, listening, making sure. His mouth, oddly infirm and puckered with most of the teeth gone, was the mouth of a much older man. It was something about Freckles, Ruth. It was them, all right. The thought came clearer. You could see the freckles right through the blood. And Beach nodded. It was them, all right. They were coming along fast. He'd have time, but only if he hustled. Beach drove another quarter of a mile up the road, rounded a curve, and saw the last long stretch of Route 3 between here and Derry. He turned his pickup sideways, blocking the road. Then he removed the tarp from the rifle thing in back, fingers plucking nervously at hay rope knots as their voices grew stronger, stronger, stronger in his head. When their lights splashed the trees on this side of the curve, Beach got his head down. He reached for the train transformers, 6 of them, that had been nailed to a board, and the board had been bolted to the truck bed so it wouldn't slide around, and turned them on, one after another. He heard the hum as they powered up. Then that sound, every sound, was lost in the shriek of brakes and tires. Now light that was flashbulb white and shot through with strobing blue flashes filled the bed of the pickup truck, and Beach pressed himself against the bottom, hands laced over his head, thinking he had blown it, parked too close to a blind turn, and they were going to crash into his truck. And they might only be injured, but he would be killed, and they would find the ruins of his rifle and say, "Well, now, what's this?" And, "You fucked up, Beach. They saved your life, and you fucked up. Oh, damn you, damn you, damn you." Then the shrieking tires stopped. The smell of cooked rubber was strong and sickening, but the crash for which he had been braced hadn't come. Blue lights strobed. A microphone crackled static. Dimly he heard the hoarse-voiced cop say, "What's this shit?" Shakily, Beach did a girly push-up and peered over the edge of the truck bed with just his eyes. He saw their cruiser halted at the end of a long pair of black skid marks. Even by starlight, those marks were clearly visible. The cruiser was sitting at a cockeyed angle, not 9 feet away. If they had just been going 5 miles an hour faster. Yeah, but they weren't. Sounds. The double clunk of their doors closing as they got out of their car. The faint, dull hum of the transformers which powered his gadget, a gadget that was not all that different from the ones Ruth had planted in the bellies of her dolls. And a low, buzzing sound. Flies. They smelled the blood under the plastic sheet, but couldn't get at the deer's carcass. You'll get your chance soon enough, Beach thought, and grinned. Too bad you won't get a taste of those old boys out there. "I saw that truck back in Haven, Bent," the hoarse-voiced one said. "Parked in front of the restaurant." Beach swiveled the culvert pipe slightly in its cradle. Looking through it, he could see them both. And if one of them moved out of the actual power axis of the gadget, that was okay. There was a slight flare effect. Get away from the car, boys, Beach thought, picking up the doorbell from Western Auto and settling a thumb on it. His grin showed pink gums. "Don't want to get none of the car. Move away, all right?" "Who's there?" the other cop shouted. "Tommyknockers here, knocking at your door, you meddling shithead," he thought, and began to giggle. He couldn't help it. He tried to stifle it as best he could. "If someone's in that truck, you better speak up." He began to giggle louder, just couldn't help it. And maybe that was just as well, because they took a look at each other and then began to move toward the truck, unholstering their guns. Toward the truck and away from their cruiser. Beach waited until he was sure the cruiser wouldn't be touched by the flare. They had told him not to harm the police car, and he intended not to take so much as a layer of chrome off the bumper. When the cops were clear, Beach pushed the doorbell. Avon calling, shitheads, he thought. And this time he didn't just giggle, he whooped. A thick branch of green fire shot out in the dark, catching both policemen and enveloping them. Beach saw several bright yellow sparks inside that green glare, and understood that one of the cops was triggering his pistol off again and again. Beach could smell the thick aroma of cooking train transformers. There was a sudden pop, and a twisting skyrocket of sparks from one of them. Some of the sparks landed on his arm, stinging, and he brushed them off. The green fire coming from the end of the culvert winked out. The policemen were gone. Well, almost gone. Beach jumped over the tailgate of the truck, moving just as fast as he could. This wasn't the turnpike, God knew, and no one from the country headed into Derry to go shopping this late. But someone would be along sooner or later. He should... Sitting on the pavement was a single, smoking shoe. He picked it up, almost dropped it. He hadn't expected it to be so heavy. Looking inside, he saw why. A sock-encased foot was still inside it. Beach carried it back to his truck and tossed it into the cab. When he got back to town, he would get rid of it. No need to bury it. There were more efficient ways of getting rid of things in Haven. If the Mafia knew what us Yankee Hicks got up here, I guess they'd want to buy them the franchise, Beach thought, and tittered again. He pulled the pins on the tailgate. It fell flat open with a rusty crash. He grabbed the plastic-wrapped carcass of the deer. Whose idea had this been, he wondered. Old Dave's? Didn't really matter. In Haven, all ideas were now becoming one. The plastic-wrapped bundle was heavy and awkward. Beach got his arms around the buck's rear legs and pulled. It came out of the truck, its head thudding onto the tarvy. Beach looked around again for brightening headlights on either horizon, saw none, and dragged the deer across the road as fast as he could. He put it down with a grunt and flipped the carcass over so he could free the plastic. Now he got the deer, which had been neatly gutted and cleaned, in both arms and picked it up. Cords stood out on his neck like cables. His skinned-back lips would have shown his teeth had any been left in his gums. The deer's head, with its half-grown antlers, hung down below his right forearm. Its dusty eyes stared off into the night. Beach staggered 3 steps down the sloping, soft shoulder and threw the deer's body into the ditch, where it landed with a thud. He stepped away and picked up the plastic. He carried it back to the truck and bundled it into the passenger side of the cab. He would have liked it better in back. It stank, but there was always a chance it would blow out and be found. He hurried around to the driver's side of the truck, plucking his blood-dampened shirt away from his chest with a little grimace as he did. He'd change as soon as he got home. He got in and started Betsy's motor. He backed and filled until he was pointed back toward Haven, and then paused for just a moment, surveying the scene, trying to see if the story it told was the one it was supposed to tell. He thought it did. Here was a bear-mobile sitting dead empty in the middle of the road at the end of a long skid. Engine off, flashers going. There was the gutted carcass of a good-sized buck in the ditch. That wouldn't go unnoticed long, not in July. Was there anything in this story that whispered Haven? Beach didn't think so. This story was about 2 cops returning to barracks after investigating a single fatality accident. They just happened to run on a gang of men jacklighting deer. What happened to the cops? Ah, that was the question, wasn't it? And the possible answers would look more and more ominous as the days passed. There were jacklighters in the story, jacklighters who'd perhaps panicked, shot a couple of cops, and then buried them in the woods. But Haven? Beach really believed they would think that was a completely different story, one nowhere near as interesting. Now, in his rearview mirror, he could see approaching headlights. He put his truck in low and skirted the police cruiser. Its flashers bathed him in a half a dozen blue pulse beats, and then it was behind him. Beach glanced to his right, saw the regulation-issue black shoe with its runner of regulation blue sock poking out like the tail of a kite, and cackled. "Bet when you put that shoe on this morning, Mr. Smart-ass State Bear, you didn't have no idea where it would finish up tonight." Beach Jernigan cackled again, and fetched second gear with a ram and a jerk. He was headed home, and he had never felt doodly damn better in his whole life. Chapter 8. Ev Hillman. 1. Lead story, Bangor Daily News, July 25, 1988. 2 state police disappear in Derry. Area-wide manhunt begins, by David Bright. The discovery of an abandoned state police cruiser in Derry last night, shortly after 9:30, has touched off the second major search of the summer in eastern and central Maine. The first was for 4-year-old David Brown of Haven, who is still missing. Ironically, the officers, Benton Rhodes and Peter Gabbins, were returning from that same town at the time of their disappearance, having just completed their preliminary investigation of a furnace fire which took 1 life. See related story this page. In a late development which one police insider described as the worst possible news we could have at this time, the body of a deer which had been shot, gutted, and cleaned was found near the cruiser, leading to speculations that... 2. "There, look at that," Beach said to Dick Allison and Newt Barringer over coffee the next morning. They were in the Haven lunch, looking at the paper, which had just come in. "We all thought nobody would make a connection. Damn!" "Relax," Newt said, and Dick nodded. "No one is going to connect the disappearance of a 4-year-old boy who probably just wandered off into the woods or got picked up and driven away by a sex pervert with the disappearance of 2 big, strong state bears. Right, Dick?" As rain. 3. Wrong. 4. Page 1. Bangor Daily News, below the fold. Haven constable killed in freak accident was community leader, by John Leandro. Ruth McCausland, one of only 3 women constables in Maine, died yesterday in her hometown of Haven. She was 50. Richard Allison, head of Haven's volunteer fire department, says that Mrs. McCausland appears to have been killed when oil fumes, which had collected in the town hall basement as the result of a faulty valve, ignited. Allison said that the lighting in the basement, where a lot of town records are stored, is not very good. She may have struck a match, Allison said. At least, that is the theory we are going on now. Asked if any evidence of arson had been found, Allison said there had not, but admitted that the disappearance of the 2 state troopers sent to investigate the mishap, see story above, made that more difficult to determine. Since neither of the investigating officers has been able to file a report, I imagine we'll have the state fire inspectors up here. Right now, I'm more concerned that the investigating officers turn up safe and sound. Newton Barringer, Haven's head selectman, said that the entire town was in deep mourning for Mrs. McCausland. She was a great woman, Barringer said, and we all loved her. Other Haven townspeople echoed the sentiment, not a few of them in tears as they spoke of Mrs. McCausland. Her public service in the small town of Haven began in 5. It was, of course, Hilly's grandfather, Ev, who made the connection. Ev Hillman, who could have rightly been called the town in exile. Ev Hillman, who had come back from Big Two with 2 small steel plates in his head as a result of a German potato masher which had exploded near him during the Battle of the Bulge. He spent the Monday morning after Haven's explosive Sunday, where he had been spending all of his mornings, in room 371 of the Derry Home Hospital, watching over Hilly. He had taken a furnished room down on Lower Main Street and spent his nights, his largely sleepless nights, there after the nurses finally turned him out. Sometimes he would lie in the dark and think he heard chuckling noises coming from the drains, and he would think, "You're going nuts, old-timer." Except he wasn't. Sometimes he wished he were. He had tried to talk to some of the nurses about what he believed had happened to David, what he knew had happened to David. They pitied him. He did not see their pity at first. His eyes were only opened after he had made the mistake of talking to the reporter. That had opened his eyes. He thought the nurses admired him for his loyalty to Hilly, and felt sorry for him because Hilly seemed to be slipping away. But they also thought him mad. Little boys did not disappear during tricks performed in backyard magic shows. You didn't even have to go to nursing school to know that. After a while, in Derry, alone, half out of his mind with worry for Hilly and David, and contempt for what he now saw as cowardice on his part and fear for Ruth McCausland and the others in Haven, Ev had done some drinking at the little bar halfway down Lower Main. In the course of a conversation with the bartender, he heard the story of a fellow named John Smith, who had taught in the nearby town of Cleves Mills for a while. Smith had been in a coma for years, had awakened with some sort of psychic gift. He went nuts a few years ago, had tried to assassinate a fellow named Stilson, who was a U.S. representative from New Hampshire. "Don't know if there was ever any truth to the psychic part of it or not," the bartender said, drawing Ev a fresh beer. "Believe most of that stuff is just eyewash myself. But if you've got some wild-ass tale to tell—" Ev had hinted he had a story to tell that would make the Amityville Horror look tame. "Then Bright at the Bangor Daily News is the guy you ought to tell it to. He wrote up the Smith guy for the paper. He drops in here for a beer every once in a while. And I'll tell you, mister, he believed Smith had the sight." Ev had had 3 beers rapidly, one after another, just enough, in other words, to believe that simple solutions might be possible. He went to the payphone, laid out his change on the shelf, and called the Bangor Daily News. David Bright was in, and Ev spoke to him. He didn't tell him the story, not over the phone, but said that he had a tale to tell, and he didn't understand what it all meant, but he thought people ought to know about it. Fast. Bright sounded interested. More, he sounded sympathetic. He asked Ev when he could come up to Bangor. That Bright did not speak of coming to Derry to interview the old man should have tipped Ev to the idea that he might have overestimated both Bright's belief and his sympathy, and Ev had asked if that very night would be okay. "Well, I'll be here another 2 hours," Bright said. "Can you be here before midnight, Mr. Hillman?" "Bet your buns," the old man snapped, and hung up. When he walked out of Wally's spa on Lower Main, there was fire in his eye and a spring in his step. He looked 20 years younger than the man who had shuffled in. But it was 25 miles up to Bangor, and the 3 beers wore off. By the time Ev got to the news building, he was sober again. Worse, his head was fuzzy and confused. He was aware of telling the story badly, of circling around again and again to the magic show, to the way Hilly had looked, to his certainty that David Brown had really disappeared. At last he stopped, only it was not so much a stopping as a drying up of an increasingly sluggish flow. Bright was tapping a pencil against the side of his desk, not looking at Ev. "You never actually looked under the platform at the time, Mr. Hillman?" No, but—" Now Bright did look at him, and he had a kind face, but in it Ev saw the expression which had opened his eyes. The man thought he was just as mad as a March hare. "Mr. Hillman, all of this is very interesting." "Never mind," Ev said, getting up. The chair he had been sitting in bumped back so rapidly it almost fell over. He was dimly aware of word processor terminals tapping, phones ringing, people walking back and forth in the city room with papers in their hands. Mostly he was aware that it was midnight. He was tired and sick with fear, and this fellow thought he was crazy. "Never mind. It's late. You'll be wanting to get home to your family, I guess." "Mr. Hillman, if you just see it from my perspective, you'll understand that I do see it from your side," Ev said. "For the first time, I guess." "I have to go, too, Mr. Bright. I got a long drive ahead of me, and visiting hours start at 9. Sorry to have wasted your time." He got out of there fast, furiously reminding himself what he should have remembered in the first place, that there is no fool like an old fool, and he guessed tonight's work showed him off as just about the biggest old fool of all. Well, so much for trying to tell people what was happening in Haven. He was old, but he was damned if he'd ever put up with another look like that. Ever. In his life. 6. That resolution lasted exactly 56 hours, until he got a look at the headlines on Monday's papers. Looking at them, he found himself wanting to go and see the man in charge of investigating the disappearance of the 2 state cops. The news said that his name was Dugan, and mentioned that he had also known Ruth McCausland well, would, in fact, take time off from an extremely hot case to speak briefly at the lady's funeral. Must have known her pretty damned well, it seemed to Ev. But when he searched for any of the previous night's fire and excitement, he found only sour dread and hopelessness. The 2 stories on the front page had taken most of the guts he had left. Haven's turning into a nest of snakes, and now they are starting to bite. I have to convince someone of that, and how am I going to do it? How am I going to convince anyone that there's telepathy going on in that town, and Christ knows what else? How, when I can barely remember how I knew things were going on? How, when I never really saw nothing myself? How? Most of all, how am I supposed to do it when the whole goddamn thing is staring them in the face and they don't even see it? There's a whole town going loony just down the road, and no one has got the slightest idea it's happening. He turned to the obituary page again. Ruth's clear eyes looked up at him from one of those strange newsprint pictures that are nothing but densely packed dots. Her eyes, so clear and straightforward and beautiful, looked calmly back at him. Ev guessed that there had been at least 5 and maybe as many as a dozen men in Haven who had been in love with her, and she had never even known it. Her eyes seemed to deny the very idea of death, to declare it ridiculous. But dead she was. He remembered taking Hilly out while the search party gathered. "You could come with us, Ruthie." "Ev, I can't." "Get in touch with me." He had tried just once, thinking that if Ruth joined him in Derry, she would be out of danger, and she could backstop his story. In his state of confusion and misery and, yes, even homesickness, Ev wasn't even sure which was more important to him. In the end, it didn't matter. He had tried 3 times to dial Haven direct, the last one after speaking to Bright, and none of the calls took. He tried once with operator assistance, and she told him there must be lines down. Would he try later? Ev said he would, but hadn't. He had lain down in the dark instead, and listened to the drains truckle. Now, less than 3 days later, Ruth had gotten in touch with him, via the obituary page. He looked up at Hilly. Hilly was sleeping. The doctors refused to call it a coma. His brain patterns were not the brain patterns of a comatose patient, they said. They were the brain patterns of a person in deep sleep. Ev didn't care what they called it. He knew Hilly was slipping away, and whether it was into a state called autism. Ev didn't know what the word meant, but he had heard one of the doctors mutter it to another in a low voice he hadn't been meant to overhear. Or one called coma didn't make any difference at all. They were just words. Slipping away was what it came down to, and that was quite terrible enough. On the ride to Derry, the boy had acted like a person in deep shock. Ev had had a vague idea that getting him out of Haven would improve matters, and in their frantic concern over David, neither Bryant nor Marie seemed to notice how odd their older boy seemed. Getting out of Derry hadn't helped. Hilly's awareness and coherence had continued to decline. The first day in the hospital he had slept 11 hours out of 24. He could answer simple questions, but more complicated ones confused him. He complained of a headache. He didn't remember the magic show at all, and seemed to think his birthday had been only the week before. That night, sleeping deeply, he had spoken one phrase quite clearly. "All the G.I. Joes." Ev's back had crawled. It was what he had been screaming over and over when they had all rushed out of the house to find David gone and Hilly in hysterics. The following day, Hilly had slept for 14 hours, and seemed even more confused in his mind during the time he spent in a soupy, waking state. When the child psychologist detailed to his case asked him his middle name, he responded, "Jonathan." It was David's middle name. Now he was sleeping, for all practical purposes, around the clock. Sometimes he opened his eyes, seemed even to be looking at Ev or one of the nurses, But when they spoke, he would only smile his sweet Hilly Brown smile and drift off again. Slipping away. He lay like an enchanted boy in a fairy-tale castle, only the IV bottle over his head and the occasional PA announcements from the hospital corridor spoiling the illusion. There had been a great deal of excitement on the neurological front at first. A dark, nonspecific shadow in the area of Hilly's cerebral cortex had suggested that the boy's strange dopiness might have been caused by a brain tumor. But when they got Hilly down to X-ray again 2 days later, his plates had been slow-tracked, the X-ray technician explained to Ev, because no one expects to find a brain tumor in the head of a 10-year-old, and there had been no previous symptoms to suggest one. The shadow had been gone. The neurologist had conferred with the X-ray technician, and Ev guessed from the technician's defensiveness that feathers must have flown. The neurologist told him that one more set of plates would be taken, but he believed they would show negative. The first set, he said, must have been defective. "I suspected something must have been wacky," he told Ev. "Why was that?" The neurologist, a big man with a fierce red beard, smiled. "Because that shadow was huge. To be perfectly blunt, a kid with a brain tumor that big would have been an extremely sick child for an extremely long time, if he was still alive at all." "I see. And you still don't know what's wrong with Hilly?" "We're working on 2 or 3 lines of inquiry," the neurologist said, but his smile grew vague, his eyes shifted away from Ev's, and the next day the child psychologist showed up again. The child psychologist was a very fat woman with very dark black hair. She wanted to know where Hilly's parents were. "Trying to find their other son." Ev expected that would squash her. It didn't. "Call them up and tell them I'd like some help finding this one." They came, but were no help. They had changed. They were strange. The child psychologist felt it too, and after her initial run of questions, she started to pull away from them. Ev could actually feel her doing it. Ev himself had to work hard to keep from getting up and leaving the room. He didn't want to feel their strange eyes resting on him. Their gaze made him feel as if he had been marked for something. The woman in the plaid blouse and the faded jeans had been his daughter, and she still looked like his daughter. But she wasn't. Not anymore. Most of Marie was dead, and what was left was dying rapidly. The child psychologist hadn't asked for them again. She had been in to examine Hilly twice since then. The second occasion had been Saturday afternoon, the day before the Haven Town Hall blew up. "What were they feeding him?" she asked abruptly. Ev had been sitting by the window, the hot sun falling on him, almost dozing. The fat woman's question startled him awake. "What? What were they feeding him?" "Why, just regular food," he said. "I doubt that." "You needn't," he said. "I took enough meals with him to know. Why do you ask?" "Because 10 of his teeth are gone," she said curtly. 7. Ev clenched a fist tightly in spite of the dull throb of arthritis and brought it down on one leg, hard. "What are you going to do, old man? David's gone, and it would be easier if you could convince yourself he was really dead, wouldn't it?" Yes, that would make things simpler. Sadder, but simpler. But he couldn't believe that. Part of him was still convinced that David was alive. Perhaps it was only wishful thinking, but somehow Ev didn't think so. He had done plenty of that in his time, and this didn't feel like it. This was a strong, pulsing intuition in his mind. David is alive. He is lost, and he is in danger of dying, oh, most certainly. But he can still be saved, if you can make up your mind to do something. And if what you make your mind up to do is the right thing. Long odds for an old fart like you, who pisses a dark spot on his pants every once in a while these days when he can't get to the John in time. Long, long odds. Late Monday evening, he had awakened from a dozing sleep, trembling in Hilly's hospital room. The nurses often turned a leniently blind eye to him, and allowed him to stay far past regular visiting hours. He'd had a dreadful nightmare. He had dreamed he was in some dark and stony place, needle-tipped mountains sawed at a black sky strewn with cold stars, and a wind as sharp as an ice-pick whined in narrow, rocky defiles. Below him, by starlight, he could see a huge, flat plain. It looked dry and cold and lifeless. Great cracks zigzagged across it, giving it the look of crazy paving. And from somewhere he could hear David's thin voice. "Help me, Grandpa. It hurts to breathe. Help me. I'm scared. I didn't want to do the trick, but Hilly made me, and now I can't find my way home." He sat looking at Hilly, his body bathed in sweat. It ran down his face like tears. He got up, went over to Hilly, and bent close to him. "Hilly," he said, not for the first time, "where's your brother? Where is David?" Only this time Hilly's eyes opened. His watery, unseeing stare chilled Everett. It was the stare of a blind sibyl. "Altair 4," Hilly said calmly and with perfect clarity. "David is on Altair 4, and there's Tommyknockers, knocking at the door." His eyes slipped shut, and he slept deeply again. Ev stood over him, perfectly motionless, his skin the color of putty. After a while, he began to shudder. 8. He was the town in exile. If Ruth McCausland had been Haven's heart and conscience, then Ev Hillman, at 73, and not nearly so senile as he had lately come to fear, was its memory. He had seen much of the town in his long life there, and heard more. He had always been a good listener. Leaving the hospital that Monday evening, he detoured by the dairy Mr. Paperback, where he invested $9 in a Maine atlas, a compendium of large maps which showed the state in neat pieces, 600 square miles in each piece. Turning to map 23, he found the town of Haven. He had also bought a compass at the book and magazine shop, and now, without wondering why he was doing it, he drew a circle around the town. He did not plant the compass's anchor in Haven Village to do this, of course, because the village was actually on the edge of the township. "David is on Altair 4. David is on Altair 4, and there's Tommyknockers, knocking at the door." Ev sat frowning over the map and the circle he had drawn, wondering if what Hilly had said had any significance. "Should have gotten a red pencil, old man. Haven ought to be circled in red now. On this map. On every map." He bent closer. His far vision was still so perfect that he could have told a bean from a kernel of corn if you set both on a fence post 40 yards away. But his near vision was going to hell fast now, and he had left his reading glasses back at Marie and Bryant's. And he had an idea that if he went back to get them, he might find he had more to worry about than reading small print. For the time being, it was better, safer, to just get along without them. With his nose almost on the page, he examined the place where the compass point had gone in. It was spang on the Dairy Road, just a bit north of Preston Stream, and a bit east of what he and his friends had called Big Injun Woods when they were kids. This map identified them as Burning Woods, and Ev had heard that name once or twice, too. He closed the compass to a quarter of the radius he had needed to put a circle around all of Haven, and drew a second circle. He saw that Bryant and Marie's house lay just inside that circle. To the west was the short length of Nister Road, which ran from Route 9, Dairy Road, to a gravel pit dead end on the edge of those same woods. Call them Big Injun Woods or Burning Woods. It was the same thing, the same woods. Nister Road. Something about Nister Road. But what? Something that had happened before he himself was born, but something that had still been worth talking of for years and years. Ev closed his eyes and looked as if he was asleep sitting up, a skinny old man, mostly bald, in a neat khaki shirt and neat khaki pants with creases up the legs. In a moment it came, and when it did he wondered how it could have taken him so long to get it. The Clarendons, of course. They had lived at the junction of Nister Road and the Old Dairy Road. Paul and Faith Clarendon. Faith, who had been taken so with that sweetie sugar preacher, and who had birthed a child with black hair and sweetie sugar blue eyes about 9 months after the preacher blew town. Paul Clarendon, who had studied the baby as it lay in its crib, and who had then gotten his straight-razor. Some people had shaken their heads and blamed the preacher. Colson, his name was. He said it was, anyway. Some people shook their heads and blamed Paul Clarendon. They said he'd always been crazy and Faith should never have married him. Some people had, of course, blamed Faith. Ev remembered some old man in the barber shop. This was years after, but towns like Haven have long memories, calling her nothing but a titty-bump whore, born to make trouble. And some people had, in low voices to be sure, blamed the woods. Ev's eyes flashed open. Yes, they had. His mother called such people ignorant and superstitious, but his father only shook his head slowly and puffed his pipe and said that sometimes old stories had a grain or two of truth in them, and it was best not to take chances. It was why, he said, he crossed himself whenever a black cat crossed his path. Humph! Ev's mother had sniffed. Ev himself had then been 9 or so, he recollected now. And I guess it's why your ma there tosses some salt over her shoulder when she spills the cellar, Ev's dad said, mildly, to Ev. Humph, she said again, and went inside to leave her husband smoking on the porch and her son sitting beside him, listening intently as his father yarned. Ev had always been a good listener, except for that one crucial moment when someone had so badly needed him to listen, that one unregainable moment when he had allowed Hilly's tears to drive him away in confusion. Ev listened now. He listened to his memory, the town's memory. This audiobook is continued on Disc 12. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 12. 9. They had been called Big Injun Woods because it was there that Chief Atlantic had died. It was the whites who called him Chief Atlantic. His proper Micmac name had been Wawevoka, which means by tall waters. Chief Atlantic was a contemptuous translation of this. The tribe had originally covered much of what was now Penobscot County, with large groups centered in Old Town, Skowhegan, and the Great Woods, which began in Ludlow. It was in Ludlow that they buried their dead when they were decimated by influenza in the 1880s and drifted south with Wawevoka, who had presided over their further decline. Wawevoka died in 1885, and on his deathbed he declared that the woods to which he had brought his dying people were cursed. That was known and reported by the two white men who had been present when he died, one an anthropologist from Boston College, the other from the Smithsonian Institution, who had come to the area in search of Indian artifacts from the tribes of the Northeast, which were degenerating rapidly and would soon be gone. What was less sure was whether Chief Atlantic was laying the curse himself or only making note of an existing condition. Either way, his only monument was the name Big Injun Woods. Even the site of his grave was no longer known. The name for that large piece of forest was, so far as Ev knew, still the one most commonly used in Haven and the other towns which were a part of it, but he could understand how the cartographers responsible for the main atlas might not have wanted to put a word like Injun in their book of maps. People had gotten touchy about such casual slurs. Old tales sometimes have a grain of truth, his dad had said. Ev, who also crossed himself when black cats crossed his path, and, truth to tell, when one looked likely to, just to be safe, thought that his dad was right, and that grain was usually there. And cursed or not, Big Injun Woods had never been very lucky. Not lucky for Wawevoka, not lucky for the Clarendons. It had never been very lucky for the hunters who tried their hand in there either, he recalled. Over the years, there had been three. Wait a minute. Ev's eyes widened, and he made a silent whistle as he thumbed through a mental card file labeled Hunting Accidents, Haven. He could just offhand think of 12 accidents, most of them shootings, which had taken place in Big Injun Woods. 12 hunters who had been lugged out bleeding and cursing, bleeding and unconscious, or just plain dead. Some had shot themselves, using loaded guns for crutches to help them climb over fallen trees, or dropping them, or some damn thing. One was a reputed suicide. But Ev now remembered that on 2 occasions murder had been done during November in Big Injun Woods. It had been done in hot blood both times, once in an argument over a card game at someone's camp, once because of a squabble between 2 friends over whose bullet had taken down a buck of record-breaking size. And hunters got lost there. Christ, did they ever! Every year, it seemed, there was at least one search party went out to find some poor scared slob from Massachusetts or New Jersey or New York, and some years there were 2 or 3. Not all of them were found. Most were city people who had no business in the woods to start with, but that wasn't always the case. Veteran hunters said compasses worked poorly or not at all in Big Injun Woods. Ev's dad said he guessed there must be a hell of a chunk of magnetic rock buried somewhere out there, and it foozled a compass needle to hell and gone. The difference between city folks and those who were veterans of the woods was that the city folks learned how to read a compass and then put all their trust in it. So when it packed up and said east was north and west was east, or just spun around and around like a milk bottle in a kissing game, they were like men stuck in the shithouse with diarrhea and no corncobs. Wiser men just cursed their compasses, put them away, and tried another of the 6 ways there were of finding a direction. Lacking all else, you looked for a stream to lead you out. Sooner or later, if you held a straight course, you'd either hit a road or a set of CMP power pylons. But Ev had known a few fellows who had lived and hunted all their lives in Maine, and who still had to be pulled by a search party, or who finally made it out on their own only by dumb luck. Delbert McCready, whom Ev had known since childhood, had been one of these. Dale had gone into Big Injun Woods with his 12-gauge on Tuesday, November 10th, 1947. When 48 hours had passed and he still hadn't shown up, Mrs. McCready called Alf Tremaine, who in those days had been the constable. A search party of 20 went into the woods, where the Nister Road petered out at the Diamond Gravel Pit, and by the end of the week it had swelled to 200. They were just about to give Dell, whose daughter was, of course, Hazel McCready, up for lost, when he stumbled out of the woods along the course of Preston Stream, pale and dazed and 20 pounds lighter than he had been when he went in. Ev visited him in the hospital. "How'd it happen, Dell? Night was clear. Stars were out. You can read the stars, can't you?" "Yeah." Dell looked deeply ashamed. "Always could, anyway. And the moss. 'Twas you who told me about how to read north by the moss on the trees when we was kids." "Yeah," Dell repeated. Just that. Ev gave him time, then pressed. "Well, what happened?" For a long time, Dell still said nothing. Then, in a voice which was almost inaudible, he said, "I got turned around." Ev let the silence spin out, as difficult as that was. "Everything was all right for a while," Dell resumed at last. "I hunted most of the morning, but didn't see no fresh sign. I sat down and ate my dinner, and had a bottle of my ma's beer. Made me sleepy, and I napped. I had some funny dreams. Can't remember 'em, but I know they was funny. And look, this happened while I was sleeping." Del McCready raised his upper lip and showed Ev a hole there. "Lost a tooth?" "Yeah. It was layin' in the crotch of my pants when I woke up. Fell out when I was sleeping, I guess. But I ain't hardly ever had any trouble with my teeth, at least not since that one wisdom tooth got impacted and damn near killed me. By then, it comin' on dark." "Dark?" "I know how it sounds, don't you worry," Del said crossly. But it was the crossness of someone who is deeply ashamed. "I just slept all the afternoon away, and when I got up, Ev—" His eyes rolled up to meet Ev's for one miserable second and then shifted away, as if he could not bear to look his old friend in the eye for longer than that 1 second. "It was like something stole my brains." "The tooth fairy, mayhap." Del laughed, but there hadn't been much humor in the sound. "I wandered around for a while, thinking I was following the pole star, and when I still hadn't come out on the Hammer-Cut Road by 9 o'clock or so, I kind of rubbed my eyes and saw it wasn't Polaris at all, but one of the planets, Mars or Saturn, I guess. I laid down to sleep, and until I came out along Preston Stream a week later, I don't remember nothing but little bits and pieces." "Well," Ev halted. It sounded entirely unlike Dell, whose head was as level as a carpenter's plane. "Well, was you panicked, Dell?" Dell's eyes rolled up to meet Ev's, and they were still ashamed, but there was also a leaven of real humor in them now. "A man can't stay in a panic for a whole week, I don't believe," he said dryly. "It's awful tiring." "So you just—" "I just," Dell agreed. "But just what? I don't know. I know that when I woke up from that nap, my feet and my ass was both asleep and all numb, and I know that in one of those dreams it seemed like I heard something humming, the way you can hear power lines hum on a still day, you know, and that's all. I forgot all my woodcraft and wandered around the woods like somebody who'd never even seen the woods before. When I hit Preston Stream, I knew enough to follow it out, and I woke up in here. And I guess I'm a laughingstock in town, but I'm grateful to be alive. It's God's mercy that I am." "You ain't a laughingstock, Dell," Ev said, and of course that was a lie, because that was exactly what Dell was. He worked at overcoming it for nearly 5 years, and when he saw for sure that the barber-shop wits were never going to let him live it down, he moved up to East Eddington and opened a combination garage and small engine repair shop. Ev still got up to see him once in a while, but Dell didn't come down to Haven much anymore. Ev guessed he knew why. 10. Sitting in his rented room, Ev closed the compass up as tight as it would go and drew the tiniest circle yet, the smallest the compass would make. There was only one house inside this marble-sized circle, and he thought, that house is the closest one there is to the center of Haven. Funny I never thought about it before. It was the old Garrick place, sitting there on Derry Road with Big Injun Woods widening out behind it. Should have drawn this last circle in red, if no other. Frank's niece, Bobby Anderson, lived on the Garrick place now. Not that she farmed, of course. She wrote books. Ev hadn't passed many words with Bobby, but she had a good reputation in town. She paid her bills on time, folks said, and didn't gossip. Also, she wrote good old Western stories that you could really sink your teeth into, not all full of make-believe monsters and a bunch of dirty words, like the ones that fella who lived up in Bangor wrote. Goddamn good Westerns, people said. Especially for a girl. People in Haven felt good about Bobby Anderson. But, of course, she'd just been in town for 13 years, and people would have to wait and see. Garrick, most agreed, had been as crazy as a shithouse rat. He always brought in a good garden, but that didn't change his mental state. He was always trying to tell someone about his dreams. They were usually about the second coming. After a while it got so that even Arlene Cullum, who sold Amway with the zeal of a Christian martyr, would make herself scarce when she saw Frank Garrick's truck, plastered with bumper stickers which said things like, "If the rapture's today, somebody grab my steering wheel," driving down the village's main street. In the late 60s, the old man had gotten a bee in his bonnet about flying saucers. Something about Elijah seeing a wheel within a wheel and being taken up to heaven by angels driving chariots of fire powered by electromagnetism. He had been crazy, and he had died of a heart attack in 1975. But before he died, Ev thought with rising coldness, he lost all his teeth. I noticed it, and I remember Justin Hurd just down the road commenting on it, and now Justin's the closest, except for Bobby herself, that is. And Justin also wasn't what you'd call a model of sanity and reason. Few times I saw him before I left, he even reminded me of old Frank. It was odd, he thought at first, that he had never put together the run of peculiar things that had happened within those two inner circles before, that no one had. Further reflection made him decide it really wasn't so strange after all. A life, particularly a long one, was composed of millions of events. They made a crowded tapestry with many patterns woven into it. Such a pattern as this, the deaths, the murders, the lost hunters, crazy Frank Garrick, maybe even that queer fire at the Polsons, only showed up if you were looking for it. Once seen, you wondered how you could have missed it. But if you weren't. And now a new thought dawned. Bobby Anderson was perhaps not all right. He remembered that since the beginning of July, perhaps even before, there had been sounds of heavy machinery coming from Big Injun Woods. Ev had heard the sounds and dismissed them. Maine was heavily forested, and the sounds were all too familiar. New England paper doing a spot of logging on its land, most likely. Except, now that he thought about it, now that he had seen the pattern, Ev realized that the sounds weren't deep enough in the woods to be on NEP's land. Those sounds were coming from the Garrick place. And he also realized that the earlier sounds, the cycling, waspy whine of a chainsaw, the crackle crunch of falling trees, the coughing roar of a gas-powered chipper, had given way to sounds he didn't associate with woods work at all. The later sounds had been, what? Earth-moving machinery, perhaps. Once you saw the pattern, things fell into place like the last dozen pieces going effortlessly into a big jigsaw puzzle. Ev sat looking down at the map and the circles. A numbing horror seemed to be filling his veins, freezing him from the inside out. Once you saw the pattern, you couldn't help seeing it. Ev slammed the atlas shut and went to bed. 11. Where he was unable to sleep. What are they doing down there tonight? Building things? Making people disappear? What? Every time he drifted near sleep, an image came. Everyone in Haven Village standing in Main Street with drugged, dreamy expressions on their faces, all of them looking southwest, toward those sounds, like Muslims facing Mecca to pray. Heavy machinery, earth-moving machinery. As the pieces went into the puzzle, you began to see what it was, even if there was no picture on the box to help you. Lying in his narrow bed not far from where Hilly lay in his coma, Ev Hillman thought he saw the picture pretty well. Not all of it, mind you, but a lot. He saw it and knew perfectly well no one would believe him. Not without proof. And he dared not go back, dared not put himself in their reach. They would not let him go a second time. Something out in Big Injun Woods. Something in the ground. Something on the land Frank Garrick had willed to his niece, who wrote those Western books. Something that knocked compasses and human minds galley-west if you got too close. For all Ev knew, there might be such strange deposits all over the earth. If it did nothing else, it might explain why people in some places seemed so goddamn pissed off all the time. Something bad. Haunted. Maybe even accursed. Ev stirred restlessly, rolled over, looked at the ceiling. Something had been in the earth. Bobby Anderson had found it, and she was digging it up, her and that fella who was staying out at the farm with her. That fella's name was... Ev groped, but couldn't come up with it. He remembered the way Beach Jernigan's mouth had thinned when the subject of Bobby's friend came up one day in the Haven lunch. The regulars on coffee break had just observed the man coming out of the market with a bag of groceries. He had a place over in Troy, Beach said. A shacky little place with a wood stove and plastic over the windows. Someone said he'd heard the fellow was educated. Beach said an education never kept anyone from being no account. No one in the lunch had argued the point, Ev remembered. Nancy Voss had been equally disapproving. She said Bobby's friend had shot his wife, but had been let off because he was a college professor. If you got a sheepskin written in Latin words in this country, you can get away with anything, she had said. They had watched the fellow get into Bobby's truck and drive back toward the old Garrick place. I heard he done majored in drinkin', old Dave Rutledge said from the end stool that was his special place. Everyone goes out there says he's most all as drunk as a coon on stump liquor. There had been a burst of mean, gossipy country laughter at that. They hadn't liked Bobby's friend. None had. Why? Because he had shot his wife? Because he drank? Because he was living with a woman he wasn't married to? Ev knew better. There had been men in the lunch that day who had not just beaten their wives, but beaten them into entirely new shapes. Out here it was part of the code. You were obligated to put one upside the old woman's head if she got smat. Out here were men who lived on beer from 11 in the morning until 6 at night, and cheap green front whiskey from 6 to midnight, and would drink old woodsman's fly dope strained through a snot rag if they couldn't afford whiskey. Men who had the sex lives of rabbits jumping from hole to hole. And what had his name been? Ev drifted toward sleep. Saw them standing on the sidewalks, on the lawn of the public library, over by the little park, staring dreamily toward those sounds. Snapped awake again. What did you find out, Ruth? Why did they murder you? He tossed onto his left side. David's alive. But to bring him back, I have to start in Haven. He tossed onto his right side. They'll kill me if I go back. There was once a time when I was almost as well liked there as Ruth herself. At least I always liked to think so. Now they hate me. I saw it in their eyes the night they started looking for David. I took Hilly out because he was sick and needed the doctor, yes, but it was damn good to have a reason to go. Maybe they only let me go because David distracted them. Maybe they just wanted to be rid of me. Either way, I was lucky to get out. I'd never get out again. So how can I go back? I can't. Ev tossed and turned, caught on the horns of two imperatives. He would have to go back to Haven if he wanted to rescue David before David died, but if he went back to Haven he would be killed and buried quickly in someone's back field. Sometime shortly before midnight he fell into a troubled doze, which quickly deepened into the dreamless sleep of utter exhaustion. 12. He slept later than he had in years, awakening on Tuesday at 10:15. He felt refreshed and whole for the first time in a long while. The sleep had done him a power of good, too. During it, he had thought of how he could maybe get back into Haven and out again. Maybe. For David's sake, and Hilly's. That was the risk he would take. He thought he could get in and out of Haven on the day of Ruth McCausland's funeral. 13. Butch Monster Dugan was the biggest man Ev had ever seen. Ev believed that Justin Hurd's father Henry might have been within a shout. Henry had stood 6'6", weighed 380 pounds, and had shoulders so broad he had to go through most doors sideways. But Ev thought this fellow was a tad bigger. 20 or 30 pounds lighter, maybe, but that was all. When Ev shook his hand, he saw that word on him had been getting around. It was in Dugan's face. "Sit down, Mr. Hillman," Dugan said, and seated himself in a swivel chair that looked as if it might have been rammed out of a huge oak. "What can I do for you?" "He expects me to start raving," Ev thought calmly, just the way we always expected Frank Garrick to start when he caught up to one of us on the street. "And I guess I ain't going to disappoint him. But if you step careful, Ev, you may still get your way. You know now where you want to go, anyway." "Well, maybe you could do something at that," Ev said. At least he hadn't been drinking. Trying to talk to that reporter after those beers had been a bad mistake. "Paper says you'll be going to Ruth McCausland's funeral tomorrow." Dugan nodded. "I'm going." Ruth was a personal friend. "And there are others from Derry Barracks that'll be going. Paper said her husband was a trooper, and she was in the line of police work herself. Oh, being a town constable's no great shakes, I know, but you get what I mean. There will be others, won't there?" Dugan was frowning now, and he had a lot of face to frown with. "Mr. Hillman, if you have a point to make, I'm not getting it. And I'm a busy man this morning, in case you didn't know it," his face added. "I've got 2 cops missing. It's starting to look more and more like they ran into some guys jacking deer, and the jackers panicked and shot them. I'm on the hot seat on that one, and on top of it all, my old friend Ruth McCausland has died, and I don't have either the time or the patience for bullshit." "I know you're not, but you will. Did she have other friends who will be going?" "Yes, 6 or more. I'm going by myself, starting a little early so I can talk to some people about a related case." Ev nodded. "I know about the related case," he said, "and I guess you know about me. Or think you do." "Mr. Hillman, I have talked foolishly and to the wrong people and at the wrong times," Ev said in that same calm voice. "Under other circumstances I would have known better, but I've been upset. One of my grandsons is missing. The other is in a sort of coma." "Yes, I know." "I've been so confused I haven't really known if I was coming or going. So I blabbed to some of the nurses, and then I went up to Bangor and talked to a reporter. Bright. I kind of got the idea you'd heard most of the things I had to say to him." "I understand you believe there was some sort of conspiracy in the matter of David Brown's disappearance." Ev had to struggle to keep from laughing. The word was both bizarre and apt. He never would have thought of it himself. Oh, there was a conspiracy going on, all right. One hell of a conspiracy. "Yes, sir. I believe there was a conspiracy, and I think you've got 3 cases that are a lot more related than you understand. The disappearance of my grandson, the disappearance of those 2 troopers, and the death of Ruth McCausland, my friend as well as yours." Dugan looked a bit startled, and for the first time that dismissive look went out of his eyes. For the first time Ev felt that Dugan was really seeing him, Everett Hillman, instead of just some crazy old rip who had blown in to fart away part of his morning. "Perhaps you'd better give me the gist of what you believe," Dugan said, and took out a pad of paper. "No, you can just put that pad away." Dugan looked at him silently for a moment. He didn't put the pad away, but he put down the pencil. "Bright thought I was crazy, and I didn't tell him half of what I thought," Ev said, "so I ain't going to tell you any. But here's the thing. I think David's still alive. I don't think he's in Haven anymore, but I think if I went back there I might be able to get an idea on where he is. Now, I have reasons, pretty good ones, I think, to believe that I'm not wanted in Haven. I have reasons to think that if I went back there under most circumstances, I'd most likely disappear like David Brown, or have an accident like Ruth." Butch Dugan's face changed. "I think," he said, "I got to ask you to explain that, Mr. Hillman." "I ain't going to. I can't. I know what I know, and believe what I believe, but I ain't got a speck of proof. I know how crazy I must sound, but if you look into my face you'll know one thing at least. I believe what I'm saying." Dugan sighed. "Mr. Hillman, if you were in this business, you'd know how sincere most liars look." Ev started to say something, and Dugan shook his head. "Forget that, cheap shot. I've only had about 6 hours sleep since Sunday night. I'm getting too old for these marathons. Fact is, I do believe you're sincere. But you're only making ominous sounds, talking around the edges of things. Sometimes people do that when they're scared, but mostly they do it when edges are all they have. Either way, I haven't got time to woo you. I answered your questions. Maybe you'd better state your business." "Glad to. I came here for 2 reasons, Trooper Dugan. First one was to make sure there was going to be a lot of cops in Haven tomorrow. Things are less likely to happen when there are a lot of cops around, don't you agree?" Dugan said nothing, only looked at Ev expressionlessly. "Second was to tell you I'll be in Haven tomorrow, too. I won't be at Ruth's funeral, though. I'm going to have a Very pistol with me, and if, during that funeral, you or any of your men should see a big old star shell go off in the sky, you'll know I have run afoul of some of that craziness no one will believe. Do you follow me?" "You said going back to Haven might be, unhealthy for you." Dugan's face was still blank, but that didn't matter. Ev knew he had gone back to his original idea. Ev was crazy, after all. "Under most circumstances," I said. "Under these circumstances, I think I can get away with it. Ruth was loved in Haven, which is a fact I don't think I have to tell you. Most of the town will turn out to see her into the ground. I don't know if they still loved her when she died, but that don't matter. They'll turn out anyway." "How do you figure that?" Dugan asked. "Or is that another one of those things you don't want to talk about?" "No, I don't mind. It would look wrong if they didn't turn out." "To who?" "To you. To the other policemen who were friends to her and her husband. To the Pauls from the Penobscot County Democratic Committee. Why, 'twouldn't surprise me if Congressman Brennan sent someone up from Augusta. She worked awful hard for him when he run for office in Washington. She wasn't just local, you see. That's part of what they got to deal with. They're like people who don't want to throw a party, but who are stuck doing it just the same. I'm hoping they'll be so busy making things look right, with putting on a good show, that they'll not even know I've been in Haven until I'm gone." Butch Dugan crossed his arms over his chest. Ev had been close to the truth. At first, Dugan had indulged himself in the fancy that David Bright, who was usually an accurate interpreter of human behavior, had been wrong this time. Hillman was as sane as he was. Now he was mildly disturbed, not because Hillman had turned out to be crazy after all, but because he had turned out to be really crazy. And yet there was something oddly persuasive in the old man's calm, reasonable voice and his steady gaze. "You speak as if everyone in Haven was in on something," Dugan said, "and I think that's impossible." I want you to know that. Yes, any normal person would say that. That's how they've been able to get away with it this long. 50 years ago, people felt like the atomic bomb was impossible, and they would have laughed at the idea of TV, let alone a video recorder. Not much changes, Trooper Dugan. Most people see as far as the horizon, and that's all. If someone says there's something over it, people don't listen. Ev stood up and extended his hand over Dugan's desk, as if he had every right in the world to expect Dugan to shake it, which surprised Butch into doing just that. "Well, I knew when I looked at you that you thought I was nuts," Ev said with a rueful little smile, "and I guess I've said enough to double that idea. But I've found out what I needed to know and said what I needed to say. I'll do an old man a favor and peek at the sky once in a while. If you see a purple star shell—" "The woods are dry this summer," Dugan said, and even as the words came out of his mouth they seemed helpless and oddly unimportant, almost frivolous. He realized he was being drawn helplessly toward belief again. Dugan cleared his throat and pushed on. "If you've really got a flare gun, using it could start a hell of a forest fire. If you don't have a permit to use such a thing, and I know goddamn well you don't, it could get you thrown into jail." Ev's grin widened a little, but there was still no humor in it. "If you see the star shell," he said, "I got a feeling that being thrown into the pokey up to Bangor is going to be the least of my worries. Good day to you, Trooper Dugan." Ev stepped out and closed the door neatly behind him. Dugan stood for a moment, as perplexed and uneasy as he had ever been in his life. Let him go, he thought, and then got moving. Something had been troubling Butch Dugan. The disappearance of the two troopers, both of whom he had known and liked, had temporarily driven it out of his mind. Hillman's visit had brought it back, and that was what sent him after the old man. It was the memory of his last conversation with Ruth. He had been worried about her even before then. Her handling of the David Brown search hadn't been like the Ruth McCausland he knew at all. For the only time he could remember, she had been unprofessional. Then, the night before she died, he had called her about the investigation, to get information and to give it. To kibitz, in short. He knew neither of them had anything, but sometimes you could spin something out of plain speculation, like straw into gold. In the course of that conversation, the subject of the boy's grandfather had come up. By then, Butch had spoken to David Bright of the News, had had a beer with him, in fact, and passed on to Ruth Ev's idea that the whole town had gone crazy in some strange way. Ruth hadn't laughed at the story, or clucked over the failure of Ev Hillman's mind, as he had expected she would do. He wasn't sure just what she had said, because just about then the connection had begun to get bad. Not that there was anything very unusual in that. Most of the lines going into small towns like Haven were still on poles and the connections regularly went to hell. All it took was a high wind to make you feel like you and the other person were holding tomato soup cans connected by a length of waxed string. "Better tell him to stay away," Ruth had said. He was sure of that much. And then, just before he lost her altogether, it seemed to him that she had sent something about, of all things, nylon stockings. He must have heard her wrong, but there was no mistaking the tone. Sadness and great weariness, as if her failure to find David Brown had taken all the heart out of her. A moment later the connection had broken down completely. He hadn't bothered to call her back because he had given her all the information he had. Precious little, really. The next day she was dead. Better tell him to stay away. That much he was sure of. Now I have reasons to believe that I'm not wanted in Haven. Tell him to stay away. I might disappear like David Brown. Stay away. Or have an accident like Ruth McCausland. Away. He caught up to the old man in the parking lot. 14. Hillman had an old purple Valiant with badly rusted rocker panels. He looked up, driver's side door open, as Dugan loomed over him. "I'm coming with you tomorrow." Ev's eyes widened. "You don't even know where I'm going." "No, but if I'm with you, I won't have to worry that you're going to set half the woods in eastern Maine on fire trying to send me a message like 007. Ev looked at him consideringly, and then shook his head. I'd feel better having someone with me, he said, especially a guy as big as Gorilla Monsoon who packs a gun. But they ain't stupid in Haven, Officer Dugan. They never were, and I got a feeling that they're a lot less stupid just lately. They expect to see you at her funeral. If they don't, they're going to be suspicious. Christ, I'd like to know how the hell you can stand there babbling all that crazy shit and sound so fucking sane. Maybe because you know, too, Ev said. How funny it is. How funny all these things started in Haven. Then, with a prescience that was startling, he added, Or maybe you knew Ruth well enough yourself to sense she'd gotten off kilter. The two men stood looking at each other in the gravelled parking lot of the dairy barracks, the sun beating down on them, their shadows, clear and black, slanting out neatly at 2 o'clock. I'll let on tonight that I'm sick, Dugan said, that I've got stomach flu. It's been going around the barracks. What do you think? Ev nodded with sudden relief. That relief was so great it was startling. The idea of sneaking back into Haven had frightened him more than he had been willing to let on, especially to himself. He had half convinced this big cop that something might be going on there. He could see it in his face. Half convinced wasn't much, maybe, but it was still a giant step forward from where he had been. And, of course, he hadn't done it alone. Ruth McCausland had helped. All right, he said. But listen to me, Trooper Dugan, and listen good, because our lives could depend on it tomorrow. Don't you call up any of the men who'll be going to the funeral tomorrow and tell them the reason you're not going to be there is just a gag you're running. Call up a few people tonight and tell them you really are just as sick as a dog, that you hope you're going to be able to make it, but you doubt it. Dugan frowned. Well, why would you want me to say? But suddenly he knew, and his mouth dropped open. The old man stared back at him calmly enough. Christ Jesus, are you telling me that you think the people in Haven are mind readers? That if my men knew I really wasn't sick, the people in town could pick the news right out of their heads? I ain't telling you a thing, Trooper Dugan, Ev said. You are telling me. Mr. Hillman, I really think you must be imagining. I never expected you'd want to come with me when I came to see you. I wasn't angling for it, either. The most I hoped for was that you'd keep an eye out and see my flare if I got in trouble, and that would at least keep the heat on that nest of snakes down there a while longer. But if you offer a man more, he wants more. Trust me a little further, please, for Ruth's sake. If that's what it takes to convince you to come with me, I'm willing to use it. Something else. No matter what, you're going to feel some peculiar things tomorrow. I've felt some pretty peculiar ones today, Dugan said. I am, Ev said, and waited for Dugan to decide. Do you have some actual place to go in mind? Dugan asked after a moment. Or are you just going to ramble around the town until you get tired of it? I've got a place in mind, Ev said quietly. He thought, oh, yes, yes-sirree, Bob, up behind the old Garrick place on the outskirts of Big Injun Woods, where compasses have never worked worth a tin shit in a gold mine. And I believe we'll strike on a pretty good path through the woods to it, whatever it is, because equipment like the stuff Bobby Anderson and a friend have been using leaves a back trail as wide as a freeway. No, I don't believe there will be any trouble finding it at all. Okay. Give me the address of the place you're staying in, Derry, and I'll pick you up at 9 in my personal car. We'll get to Haven just about the time the service starts. The car's my treat, Ev said quietly. Not this one. It's known in Haven. I'll have a rental. And you'll want to show up at 8, because we'll be doing a bit of backroading. I can get us into Haven and still keep clear of the village, Dugan said. You don't have to worry about that. I ain't. But I want us to skirt the whole town and come in from the Albion side, and I think I know just the way to do it. Why the hell does it have to be that end of town? because it's the furthest from where they'll be, and that's where I want to come back into Haven, as far from 'em as I can get." "You're really scared, aren't you?" Ev nodded. "Why a rental car?" "Criminy, don't you ask a lot of questions." And Ev rolled his eyes in such a comical way that Butch Dugan grinned. "It's my job," he said. "Why do you want to go in a rental?" "No one in Haven is going to know my personal car." He paused, thinking. "At least, not now that Ruth's dead." "Because it's my obsession," Ev Hillman said. His face suddenly cracked into a smile of startling sweetness. "And a person ought to pay the freight on his own obsession." "All right," Butch said. "I give up. 8 o'clock, your route, your car, your obsession. I must be crazy. I really must be." "By tomorrow at this time, I think you're going to have a much better idea of what crazy is," Ev said, and climbed into his old purple Valiant before Dugan could ask him any more questions. Butch, in fact, had no more questions to ask. He felt glum, as if he had bought the Brooklyn Bridge his first day in New York City, shelling out even though he knew a thing that big probably couldn't be for sale. No one gets taken who doesn't want to be taken, he thought. He had worked fraud and bunco out of Augusta for 3 years, and that was the first thing they taught you. The old man had been queerly persuasive. But Butch Dugan knew that he had not been persuaded into this. He had jumped. Because he had loved Ruth McCausland, and in another year or so he probably would have plucked up sufficient nerve to propose to her. Because when someone you love dies, it leaves a black hole in the middle of your heart, and one way to plug such a hole is to refuse to admit that he or she was taken away by a stupid mischance. Better if you can believe, even for a little while, that someone or something you can get hold of was responsible. It makes the hole a little smaller. Even a rube knows that much. Sighing, suddenly feeling much older than his age, Dugan trudged back to the barracks. Ev went to the hospital and sat for most of that day's remainder with Hilly. Around 3 o'clock he wrote 2 notes. One he put on Hilly's night table, anchored against the breeze that pawed with occasional playfulness through the open window with a little pot of flowers. The other note was longer, and when he had done with it, he folded it and put it in his pocket. Then he left the hospital. He drove to a small building in the Dairy Industrial Park. Maine Med Supplies, the sign over the door read, and below that, specializing in respiration supplies and respiration therapy since 1946. He told the man inside what he wanted. The man told him it sounded as if he really ought to take a ride up to Bangor and talk to the folks at Down East Scuba Dive. Ev explained that a scuba tank was the last thing he wanted. He was interested in as much dry land portability as he could get. He and the fellow talked a while longer, and Ev left after signing a 36-hour rental agreement with a rather specialized piece of equipment. The fellow at Maine Med Supplies stood at the door watching him go, scratching his head. 15. The nurse read the note by Hilly's bed. Hilly, I may not see you for a while now, but I just wanted to tell you I think you'll get over this bad patch, and if I can help you do it, I guess I will be just about the happiest grandpa in the world. I believe David is still alive, and I don't think it's your fault that he got lost in the first place. I love you, Hilly, and I hope to see you soon. Gramp. But he never saw Hilly Brown again. Chapter 9. The Funeral. 1. From 9 o'clock on, out-of-towners who had known or worked with Ruth McCausland began to come into Haven Village. Soon almost every parking space along Main Street was taken. The Haven Lunch did a brisk business. Beach kept busy, short-ordering eggs, bacon, sausages, and home fries. He brewed pot after pot of coffee. Representative Brennan hadn't come, but he had sent a close aide. "Should have come yourself, Joe," Beach thought, with a little sunken smile. "Might have got a whole slew of new ideas about how to run the government." The day dawned brisk and clear, more like late September than late July. The sky was bright blue, the temperature a moderate 68 degrees, the wind out of the west at about 20 miles an hour. Once more there were outsiders in Haven, and once more Haven had gotten lucky weather for them. And soon it wouldn't matter whether they were lucky or not, the townsfolk told each other without speaking. Soon they would be in charge of their own luck. A good day, you would have said. The best kind of New England summer's day, the sort the tourists come for. A day to prick the appetite fully alive. Those who came to Haven from out of town ordered hearty breakfasts, as people with lively appetites are apt to do, but Beach noted that most of those breakfasts came back only half-eaten. The newcomers lost their appetites quickly. The light went out of their eyes, and they began to look, for the most part, shallow and a little sick. The lunch was crowded, but conversation lagged. "Must be the air here in our little town don't quite agree with you folks," Beach thought. He imagined going into the storeroom, where the device he had used to get rid of the two nosy cops was hidden under a pile of tablecloths. He imagined bringing it out here, a great big deadly bazooka, and just washing his lunchroom clean of all these outsiders with a purifying blast of green fire. No, not now. Not yet. Soon it wouldn't matter. Next month. But for now... He looked down at the plate he was scraping and saw a tooth in someone's scrambled eggs. "Tommyknockers coming, my friends," Beach thought. "Only when they finally get here, I don't think they'll even bother knocking. I think they'll just blow the fucking door right down." Beach's grin widened. He scraped the tooth off the plate with the rest of the garbage. 2. Dugan could be silent when he wanted, and this morning that was what he wanted. Apparently, it was what the old man wanted, too. Dugan had gotten to Ev Hillman's apartment building on Lower Main promptly at 8, and had found a Jeep Cherokee standing at the curb behind the old party's Valiant. There was a big gunny sack in the back, its top tied with hay rope. "Did you rent this in Bangor?" "Leased it at Derry, AMC, Ev said. "Must have been expensive." "'Twasn't too dear." That ended the conversation. They arrived somewhere near the Albion-Haven town line an hour and 40 minutes later. "We'll be doing a bit of back roading," the old man had said, and if that wasn't a classic understatement, Butch didn't know what was. He had been driving in this part of Maine for almost 20 years, and before today had thought he knew it like the back of his hand. Now he knew better. Hillman knew it like the back of his hand. By comparison, Butch Dugan had a general working knowledge of the area, no more. They went from the turnpike to Route 69, from 69 to two-lane blacktop, then to gravel in western Troy, then to hardpan, then to rutted dirt with grass growing up the middle, finally to an overgrown logging track that looked as if it might have last been seriously used around 1950. "Do you know where the fuck you're going?" Butch shouted as the Cherokee crashed through rotted corduroy, then hauled itself out, engine howling, all four wheels spinning up mud and chewed splinters. Ev only nodded. He clung to the Cherokee's big wheel like an old balding monkey. One woods road led into another, and finally they crashed out of a scree of foliage and onto a dirt road Butch recognized as Albion Town Road No. 5. Butch had thought it impossible, but the old man had done exactly what he promised, brought them all the way around Haven without ever once going in. Now Ev brought the Cherokee to a stop just 100 feet short of the marker announcing the Haven town line. He turned off the engine and unrolled his window. There was no sound but the tick of the engine. There was no bird song, and Butch thought this odd. "What's in that gunny sack back there?" Butch asked. "All kinds of things. No need to worry about it now." "What are you waiting for?" "Church bells," Ev said. 3. It was not the Methodist church bells that Ev had grown up with and expected which rang out at 9:45, calling Ruth's mourners, both the real ones and those prepared to shed copious floods of crocodile tears, to the Methodist church, where the first act of the three-act festivities was to be played out. Act 2, graveside ceremonies. Act 3, refreshments in the town library. Reverend Gooringer, a shy man who usually had not the fortitude to say boo to a goose, had gone around town a few weeks ago telling people he was getting damn tired of all that gonging. "Then why don't you do something about it, Gooey?" Pamela Sargent asked him. Reverend Lester Gooringer had never been called Gooey in his entire life, but in his current state of rancor he barely noticed it. "Maybe I will," he said, looking at her through his thick glasses grimly. "Just maybe I will." "Got any ideas?" "I might," he said slyly. "Time'll tell, won't it?" "It always does, Gooey," she said. "Always does." The Reverend Gooringer, in fact, had a fine idea about those bells. He could hardly believe it had never occurred to him before. It was so simple and beautiful. And the best thing about it was that he wouldn't have to take it up with the deacons, or with the Ladies' Aid, an organization which apparently attracted only two types of women: fat slobs with boobs the size of barrels, and skinny-assed, flat-chested sluts like Pamela Sargent with her fake ivory cigarette holder and her raspy smoker's cough, or with the few well-to-do members of his congregation. Going to them always gave him a week's worth of acid indigestion. He did not like to beg. No, this was something the Reverend Lester Gooringer could do all by himself, and so he did it. Fuck 'em if they couldn't take a joke. "And if you ever call me Gooey again, Pam," he had whispered as he rewired the fuse box in the church basement so it could handle the heavy voltage his idea would require, "I'll jam the plumber's friend in the parsonage pissoir up your twat and plunge out your brains if you haven't pissed 'em all away." He cackled and went on rewiring. Reverend Lester Gooringer had never had such blunt thoughts or said such blunt things in his life, and he found the experience liberating and exhilarating. He was, in fact, prepared to tell anyone in Haven who didn't like his new carillon that they could take a flying fuck at a rolling donut. But everyone in town had thought the change nothing short of magnificent. It was, too. And today the Reverend Gooringer felt a real heart swell of pride as he flicked the new switch in the vestry and the sound of the bells floated out over Haven, playing a medley of hymns. The carillon was programmable, and today Lester Gooringer plugged in the hymns which had been particular favorites of Ruth's. They included such old Methodist and Baptist standbys as "What a Friend We Have in Jesus" and "This Is My Father's World." The Reverend Gooringer stood back, rubbing his hands together, and watched as people began to move toward the church in groups and twos and threes, drawn by the bells, the calling of the bells. "Hot damn!" the Reverend Gooringer exclaimed. He had never felt better in his life, and he meant to send Ruth McCausland off in style. He intended to preach one pie-cutter of a eulogy. After all, they had all loved her. 4. The Bells. Dave Rutledge, Haven's oldest citizen, tipped an ear toward them and smiled toothlessly. Even if the bells had jangled discordantly, he would have smiled because he could hear them. Until early July, Dave had been almost completely deaf, and his lower limbs were always cold as his circulation steadily failed. He was, after all, 90, and that made him an old dog. But this month, his hearing and circulation had magically improved. People told him he looked 10 years younger, and by Christ he felt 20 years younger. And my, wasn't the sound of those bells playing just the sweetest thing. Dave got up and started toward the church. 5. The Calling of the Bells. In January, the aide U.S. Representative Brennan had sent to Haven had been in D.C., and there he had met a beautiful young woman named Annabelle. This summer she had come to Maine to be with him, and had come to Haven with him this morning to keep him company. He had promised her they would overnight in Bar Harbor before going back to Augusta. At first she thought it had been a bad idea, because she began to feel a little nauseated in the restaurant, and hadn't been able to finish her breakfast. For one thing, the short-order cook looked like an older, fatter version of Charles Manson. He kept smiling the strangest little smile when he thought no one was looking. It was enough to make you wonder if he had powdered the scrambled eggs with arsenic. But the sound of the bells chiming hymns she hadn't heard since her Nebraska childhood charmed her with wonder. My God, Marty, how can a little wide-place-in-the-road town like this afford a gorgeous carillon like that? Maybe some rich summer tourist died and left it to them, Marty said vaguely. He had no interest in the carillon. He'd had a headache ever since they got here, and was getting worse. Also, one of his gums was bleeding. Pyorrhea ran in his family. He hoped to God it wasn't that. Come on, let's go over to the church, so we can get it done and go up to Bar Harbor and screw our brains out, he thought. This is one creepy little town. They started across the street together, she in a black suit, but she told him archly on their way up her underwear was all white silk. What little of it there was. He in a governmental charcoal gray. The people of Haven, dressed in their soberest finery, walked with them. Marty saw a surprising number of powder-blue state police uniforms. Look, Marty, the clock. She was pointing at the tower of the town hall. It was good, solid red brick, but for a moment it seemed to swim and waver before Marty's eyes. His headache was instantly worse. Maybe it was eye strain. He'd had a checkup 3 months ago, and the guy had said his vision was good enough to fly a jet, but maybe he'd been wrong. Half the professional people in America were on coke these days. He had read all about it in Time. And why was his mind wandering like this anyway? It was the bells. They seemed to be echoing and multiplying in his head. 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, all playing, "When we meet at Jesus' feet." "What about the clock?" he asked irritably. "The hands are funny," she said. "They look almost drawn on." 6. The Calling of the Bells. Eddie Stampnell of the Dairy Barracks crossed the street with Andy Rideout from Orono. Both of them had known Ruth, liked her. "Pretty, ain't it?" Eddie asked dubiously. "Mebbe," Andy said. "I just keep thinking of Bent and Jingles getting blown away by a couple of numbnut rubes out here. Probably buried in some farmer's potato field, and it just sounds like a bone phone to me. Seems like Haven's bad luck now. I know that's stupid, but that's how I feel." "It's bad luck for my head," Eddie replied. "It aches like a bastard." "Well, let's get it over and get out," Andy said. "She was a good woman, but she's gone. Between you and me, I don't care if I never spend another 15 minutes in Haven now that she is." They stepped into the Methodist church together, neither of them looking at Reverend Lester Gouringer, who stood beside the switch which controlled his lovely carillon, smiling and rubbing his dry hands together and accepting the compliments of all and sundry. 7. The Crying of the Bells. Bobby Anderson got out of her blue Chevrolet truck, slamming the door, smoothing her dark blue dress over her hips, and checking her makeup in the truck's outside mirror, before walking slowly down the sidewalk to the church. She walked with her head down and her shoulders slumped. She was trying hard to get the rest she needed to go on, and Guard had helped to put a brake on her obsession. And that's what it is, an obsession. No use kidding yourself. But Guard was a brake that was slowly wearing out. He wasn't at the funeral because he was sleeping off a monumental drunk, his grizzled, worn face pillowed on one arm, his breath a sour cloud around him. Anderson was tired all right, but it was more than just that. A great, unfocused grief seemed to fill her this morning. It was partly for Ruth, partly for David Brown, partly for the whole town. Yet mostly, she suspected, it was for herself. The becoming continued, for everyone in Haven except Guard, that was. And it was good. But she mourned her own unique identity, which was now fading like a morning mist. She knew now that The Buffalo Soldiers was her last book, and the irony was that she now suspected the Tommyknockers had written most of that as well. 8. The bells, bells, bells. Haven answered them. It was Act One of a charade titled The Burial of Ruth McCausland, or How We Loved That Woman. Nancy Voss had closed the post office to come. The government would not have approved, but what the government didn't know wouldn't hurt them. They would know plenty soon enough, she thought. They would get a big old express mail delivery from Haven very soon. Them and every other government on this flying mudball. Frank Spruce, Haven's biggest dairy farmer, answered the bells. John Mumphrey, whose father had run against Ruth for the position of town constable, answered them. Ashley Ruval, who had passed her out by the town line 2 days before her death, answered them with his parents. Ashley was crying. Doc Warwick was there, and Judd Tarkington. Adley McKean came with Hazel McCready on his arm. Newt Barringer and Dick Allison answered them, walking slowly and supporting Ruth's predecessor, John Harley, between them. John was feeble and nearly transparent. Maggie, his wife, was not well enough to attend. They came, answering the summons of the bells. Tremaines and Thurlows, Applegates and Goldmans, Duplessis and Archenbourgs. Good Maine people, you would have said, drawn from a healthy stockpot that was mostly French, Irish, Scots, and Canadian. But they were different now. As they drew together at the church, so did their minds draw together and become one mind, watching the outsiders, listening for the slightest wrong note in their thoughts. They came together, they listened, and the bells rang in their strange blood. 9. Ev Hillman sat up behind the wheel of the Cherokee, eyes opening wide at the dim sound of the carillon. "What in the hell?" "Church bells, what else?" Butch Dugan said. "Sounds very pretty. They're getting ready to start the funeral, I suppose." "They're burying Ruth over in the village. What in God's name am I doing out here by the town line with this crazy old man?" He wasn't sure, but it was too late to change his course now. "The bells of the Methodist Church never made a sound like that before in my time," Ev said. "Someone's changed them over." "So what?" "So nothing. So everything. I don't know. Come on, Trooper Dugan." He turned the key and the Cherokee's engine roared. "I'll ask you again," Dugan said with what he thought was extraordinary patience. "What are we looking for?" "I don't rightly know." The Cherokee passed the town line marker. They had left Albion now and entered Haven. Ev had a sudden sickening premonition that in spite of all his precautions and care, he was never going to leave it again. "We'll know it when we see it." Dugan didn't reply, only held on for dear life and wondered again how he had gotten into this. He had to be as crazy as the old fart he was riding with, and then some. He raised one hand to his forehead and began rubbing, just above the eyebrows. A headache was forming there. 10. There were sniffles, red eyes, and some sobbing as Reverend Gooringer, his bald head gleaming mellowly and in a soft variety of colors courtesy of the summer sunshine, falling through the stained-glass windows, launched into his funeral eulogy following a hymn, a prayer, another hymn, a reading of Ruth's favorite scripture, the Beatitudes, and yet another hymn. Below him, foaming around the lectern in a semicircle, were great bunches of summer flowers. Even with the upper windows of the church thrown open and a good breeze blowing through, their smell was suffocatingly sweet. "We have come here to praise Ruth McCausland and to celebrate her passing," Gooringer began. The townsfolk sat with hands either folded or gripping handkerchiefs. Their eyes, most wet, regarded Gooringer with sober, studious attention. They looked healthy, these folk. Their color was good, their skin for the most part unblemished, and even someone who had never been in Haven before could have seen that the congregation here fell naturally into two groups. The outsiders didn't look healthy. They were pale, their eyes were dazed. Twice during the eulogy people left hurriedly, dashed around the corner of the church, and were quietly sick. For others, the nausea was a lower complaint, an uneasy rolling in the bowels. Not quite serious enough to cause an exit, but simply going on and on. Several outsiders would lose teeth before that day was over. Several developed headaches which would dissolve almost as soon as they left town, the aspirin finally working, they would surmise. And more than a few of them had the most amazing ideas as they sat on the hard pews and listened to Gouringer preach Ruth McCausland's eulogy. In some cases these ideas came so suddenly and seemed so huge, so fundamental, that the persons to whom they occurred would feel as if they had been shot in the head. Such persons had to fight down an urge to bolt out of their pews and run into the streets screaming "Eureka!" at full volume. The people of Haven saw this happening and were amused. All of a sudden the apathetic, pudding-like expression on someone's face would be shocked away. The eyes would widen, the mouth flop open, and the Havenites would recognize the expression of a person in the throes of a grand idea. Eddie Stempnell, of the Dairy Barracks, for instance, conceived of a nationwide police band on which every cop in the land could communicate, and he saw how a cloak could easily be thrown over such a band. All those nosy civilians with their police band radios would be shit out of luck. Ramifications and modifications poured into his mind faster than he could deal with them. If ideas had been water, he would have drowned. "I'm going to be famous for this," he thought feverishly. Reverend Gouringer was forgotten. Andy Rideout, his partner, was forgotten. His dislike of this goofy little town was forgotten. Ruth was forgotten. The idea had swallowed his mind. "I'm going to be famous, and I'm going to revolutionize police work in America, maybe in the whole world. Holy shit! Holy shit!" The Havenites, who knew Eddie's great idea would be foggy by noon and gone by 3, smiled and listened and waited. Waited for it to be over, so they could get back to their real business. So they could get back to becoming. 11. They rolled down a dirt track, Town Road No. 5 in Albion, which became Fire Road No. 16 here in Haven. Twice logging roads branched off into the woods, and each time one of these came up, Dugan braced himself for an even more bone-wrenching ride. But Hillman didn't take either. He reached Route 9 and swung right. He cranked the Cherokee up to 50 and headed deeper into Haven. Dugan was skittery. He didn't know exactly why. The old man was crazy, of course. The idea that Haven had turned into a nest of snakes was pure paranoia. All the same, Monster felt a steady, pulsing nervousness growing inside him. It was vague, a low grass fire in his nerves. "You keep rubbing your forehead," Hillman said. "I've got a headache. It'd ache a lot worse if the wind wasn't blowing, I guess." Another lapse into utter nonsense. What in God's name was he doing here, and why did he feel so goddamn jumpy? "I feel like somebody slipped me a couple of sleeping pills." "Ah, yeah?" Dugan looked at him. "But you don't feel that way, do you? You're as cool as a goddamn cucumber." "I'm scared, but I don't have the jitters, and I don't have a headache, neither." "Why would you have a headache?" Dugan asked crossly. The conversation had gotten decidedly Alice in Wonderland-ish. "Headaches aren't catching. If you and 6 other guys are painting a closed room, you are all apt to end up with headaches. Ain't that a true fact?" "Yeah, I guess so, but this isn't—" "No, it ain't. And we got lucky with the weather. Just the same, I guess that thing is putting out a powerful stink, because you feel it. I can see you do." Hillman paused and then said another Alice in Wonderland thing. "Had any good ideas yet, Trooper?" "What do you mean?" Hillman nodded, satisfied. "Good. If you do, tell me. I got something in that sack for you." "This is crazy," Dugan said. His voice wasn't quite steady. "I mean, utterly nuts. Turn this thing around, Hillman. I want to go back." Ev suddenly focused a single phrase in his mind, as sharply and as clearly as he could. He knew from his last 3 days in Haven that Bryant, Marie, Hilly, and David were routinely reading each other's minds. He could sense it even though he couldn't pick it up. By the same token, he had come to realize they couldn't get into his head unless he let them. He had begun to wonder if it had something to do with the steel in his skull, a souvenir of that German grenade. He had seen the potato masher with dreadful, ineluctable clarity, a gray-black thing spinning in the snow. He'd thought, well, I'm dead. That's it for me. After, he remembered nothing until he'd awakened in a French hospital. He remembered how his head had hurt. He remembered the nurse who had kissed him, and how her breath had smelt like anise, and how she kept saying, shaping her words as if speaking to a very small child, Je t'aime, mon amour. La guerre est finie. Je t'aime. Je t'aime, les États-Unis. La guerre est finie, he thought now. La guerre est finie. What is it? He asked Dugan sharply. What do you mean? Ev swerved the Cherokee over the side of the road, kicking up a spume of dust. They were 1.5 miles over the town line now. It was another 3 or 4 miles to the old Garrick farm. Don't think, don't talk, just tell me what I was thinking. Tout fini. You're thinking, la guerre est finie. But you're crazy. People can't read minds. They can't. Dugan stopped. He turned his head slowly and stared at Ev. Ev could hear the tendons in the man's neck creak. His eyes were huge. La guerre est finie, he whispered. That's what you were thinking. And that she smelled like licorice. Anise, Ev said and smiled. Her thighs had been white, her cunt so tight. And I saw a grenade in the snow. Oh, Jesus, what's going on? Ev pictured a red, old-fashioned tractor in his mind. What now? Tractor, Dugan husked. Farm-all. But you got the wrong tires on it. My dad had a farm-all. Those are Dixie Field Boss tires. They wouldn't fit a Dugan suddenly turned around, grappled for the Cherokee's door handle, leaned out, and threw up. 12. Ruth once asked me if I would read the Beatitudes at her funeral, if it should fall to me to preside over it. The Reverend Gooringer was saying in a mellow Methodist voice the Reverend Donald Hartley would have completely approved of. And I have honored her wishes. Yet, la guerre. You were thinking, la guerre est. Gooringer paused, a little expression of surprise and concern touching his face. A close observer might have thought a little gas had bubbled up, and he had paused to stifle an unseemly burp. I think there is another set of verses she merits. They— Tractor, farm-all tractor. There was another small hitch in Gooringer's delivery, and that frown touched his face again. Not the sort of verses, I suppose, that any Christian woman would dare ask for, knowing that a Christian woman must earn them. Listen as I read from the book of Proverbs, and see if you, who knew her, do not agree that this is the case with Ruth McCausland. Those are Dixie Field Boss tires. Dick Allison glanced to his left and caught Newt's eye across the aisle. Newt looked dismayed. John Harley's mouth had dropped open. His faded blue eyes shifted back and forth in bewilderment. Gooringer found his place, lost it, almost dropped his Bible. Suddenly he was flustered, no longer the master of ceremonies, but a divinity student with stage fright. As it happened, no one noticed. The outsiders were occupied either with physical distress or with mind-boggling ideas. The people of Haven drew together as an alarm went off, jumping from one mind to the next until their heads rang with it. This was a new carillon, one that jangled with discord. Someone's looking where they have no business. Bobby Tremaine took Stephanie Colson's hand and squeezed it. She squeezed back, looking at him with wide brown eyes, the alarmed eyes of a doe who hears the slide and click of the bolt in a hunter's gun. Out on Route 9, too close to the ship. One's a cop. Cop, yes, but a special cop. Ruth's cop, he loved. Ruth would have known these rising voices. And now, even some of the outsiders began to feel them, although they were relatively new to Haven's infection. A few of them looked around like people coming out of thin dozes. One of these was the lady friend of Representative Brennan's aide. She had been miles from here, it seemed. She was a minor bureaucrat in Washington, but she had just conceived of a filing system that might well get her a fat promotion. Then, a random thought, a thought she would have sworn was not her own. Somebody's got to stop them, quick, slashed across her mind, and she looked around to see if someone had actually called out aloud in the church. But it was quiet, except for the preacher, who had found his place again. She looked at Marty, but Marty was sitting in a glassy daze, looking at one of the stained-glass windows with the fixed gaze of one deeply hypnotized. She supposed this to be boredom, and went back to her own thoughts. "Who can find a virtuous woman?" Gooringer read, his voice a trifle uneven. He hesitated in the wrong places and stumbled a few times. "For her price is far above rubies. The heart of a husband doth safely trust in her, and he shall have no lack of gain. She doeth him good, and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool." Now another burst of those alien thoughts came to the single sensitized ear in the church. "Sorry about that, I just couldn't—" "What?" "Holy Christ, that's Wheeling! How—" "There are two voices speaking, but we are only hearing one," the mind-net thought, and eyes began to focus on Bobby. There was only one person in Haven who could make his mind opaque to them, and that person wasn't here now. Two voices. Is the one we don't hear the voice of your drunken friend? Bobby got up suddenly and worked her way along the pew, horribly aware that people were looking at her. Gooringer, the ass, had paused again. "Excuse me," Bobby muttered. "Excuse me, excuse me." At last she escaped into the vestibule and the street. Others, Bobby Tremaine, Newt, Dick, and Bryant Brown among them, began to follow. None of the outsiders noticed. They had lapsed back into their strange dreams. This audiobook is continued on Disc 13. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 13. 13. "Sorry about that," Butch Dugan said. He pulled the door closed, got a handkerchief out of his back pocket, and began to rub his mouth. "I couldn't seem to help it. I feel better now." Ev nodded. "I ain't going to explain. There isn't time. But I want you to listen to something." "What?" Ev snapped on the Cherokee's radio and dialed across the band. Dugan started. He had never heard so many stations, not even at night when they jumped all over each other, wavering in and out in a sea of voices. Nothing wavering about these. Most were bell clear. Ev stopped at a C&W station. A song by the Judds was just ending. When it did, there was a station ID. Butch Dugan could hardly believe what he was hearing. "WWVA," a perky girl group sang to an accompaniment of fiddles and banjos. "Holy Christ, that's Wheeling!" Dugan cried. "How—" Ev snapped off the radio. "Now I want you to listen to my head." Dugan stared at him for a moment, utterly flummoxed. Not even Alice in Wonderland had been this mad. "What in the name of God are you talking about?" "Don't argue with me. Just do it." Ev turned his face away from Dugan, presenting him with the back of his head. "I got 2 pieces of steel plate in my head. War souvenir. Bigger one's back there. See the place where the hair don't grow?" "Yes, but time is short. Put your ear up close to that scar and listen." He did, and felt unreality wash over him. The back of the old man's head was playing music. It was tinny and distant, but perfectly identifiable. It was Frank Sinatra, singing "New York, New York." Butch Dugan began to giggle. Soon he was laughing. Then he was roaring, arms wrapped around his stomach. He was out here in the back of the beyond with an old man whose head had just turned into a music box. By God, this was better than Ripley's Believe It or Not. Butch laughed and gasped and wept and roared, and the old man's calloused palm slammed across his face. The shock of being slapped like a small child surprised Butch out of his hysteria as much as the pain had done. He blinked at Ev, one hand going to his cheek. "It started a week and a half before I left town," Ev said grimly. "Blasts of music in my head. They were stronger when I got out this way, and I should have thought about that before now, but I didn't. They're stronger now. Everything is. So I got no time for you to get the scream in your horse. Are you going to be all right?" The flush spreading over Dugan's face mostly hid the red mark Ev's hand had made. The screaming yaw-haws. That pretty well described it. First he had puked, and then he had had a fit of hysterics like a teenage girl. This old man wasn't just showing him up, he was pulling past him in second gear. "I'll be fine," he said. "You believe now there's something going on here? That something in Haven has changed?" "Yes, He swallowed. "Yes," he repeated. "Good." Ev stepped on the gas and roared back onto the road. "This thing, it's changing everyone in town, Trooper Dugan. Everyone but me. I get music in my head, but that's all. I don't read minds, and I don't get ideas." "What do you mean, ideas? What kind of ideas?" "All kinds." The Cherokee speedometer touched 60, then began to edge past it. "Thing is, I have no proof of what's going on, none at all. You thought I was right off in my head, didn't you?" Dugan nodded. He was holding on tight to the dashboard in front of him. He felt sick to his stomach again. The sun was too bright, dazzling on the windshield and the chrome. "The reporter and the nurses did, too. But there's something in the woods, and I'm going to find it, and I'm going to take some pictures of it, and I'm going to take you out, and we're going to do some loud talking, and maybe we'll find a way to get my grandson David back, and maybe we won't. But either way, we ought to be able to shut down whatever's going on here before it's too late. Ought to. We got to." Now the speedometer needle hung just below 70. "How far?" Dugan managed through closed teeth. He was going to puke again, and soon. He just hoped he could hold on until they got to wherever they were going. "The old Garrick farm," Ev said. "Less than a mile." Thank God, Dugan thought. 14. "It's not Guard," Bobby said. "Guard's passed out on the porch of the house." "How do you know?" Adley McKean asked. "You can't read him." "I can, though," Bobby said. "A little more every day. He's still on the porch, I tell you. He's dreaming about skiing." They looked at Bobby silently for a moment. About a dozen men standing across the street from the Methodist church in front of the Haven lunch. "Who is it, then?" Joe Summerfield asked at last. "I don't know," Bobby said. "Only that it's not Guard." Bobby was swaying mildly on her feet. Her face was that of a woman who was 50, not 37. There were brown circles of exhaustion under her eyes. The men seemed not to notice. From the church, voices were raised in "Holy, holy, we adore thee." "I know who it is," Dick Allison said suddenly. His eyes had gone strange and dull with hate. "Only one other person it could be. Only one other person I know of in town with metal in his head." "Ev Hillman," Newt cried. "Christ!" "We've got to get moving," Judd Tarkington said. "The bastards are getting close. Adley, get some guns from the hardware store." "Okay." "Get 'em, but don't use 'em," Bobby said. Her eyes swept the men. "Not on Hillman, if it's him, and not on the cop, particularly not on the cop. We can't afford another mess in Haven. Not before the becoming. It's all finished." "I'll get my tube," Beach said. His face was vacant with eagerness. Bobby grabbed his shoulder. "No, you won't," she said. "No more messes includes no more cops disappearing." She looked at them all again, then at Dick Allison, who nodded. "Hillman's got to disappear," he said. No way around it. But that's maybe all right. Ev's crazy. Crazy old man might decide to do just about anything. A crazy old man might just decide to haul stakes and drive off to Zion, Utah, or Grand Forks, Idaho, to wait for the end of the world. The cop's going to make a mess, but he's going to make it in Derry, and it's going to be a mess everyone understands. No one else is going to shit in our nest. Go on, Judd, get the guns. Bobby, you pull in back of the lunch with your pickup truck. Newt, Adley, Joe, you ride with me. You go with Bobby, Judd. Rest of you, go in Kyle's caddy. Come on, hoss your freight. They got moving. 15. Shh. Same old dream. A few new wrinkles. Damn strange ones. The snow had gone pink. It was soaked with blood. Was it coming from him? Holy hell. Who'd have believed how much blood the old tosspot had in him? They are skiing the intermediate slope. He knows that he should have stayed on the beginner's slopes for at least one more session. This is too fast for him, and furthermore, all this bloody snow is very distracting, particularly when it's all your blood. Now he looks up, sending a rip of pain through his head, and his eyes widen. There's a jeep on the goddamn slope. Anne-Marie screams, "Stem, Bobby! Guard! Stem, Bobby!" But he doesn't need to stem Bobby, because this is just a dream. It's become an old friend in the last few weeks, like the erratic bursts of music in his head. This is a dream, and that isn't a jeep, and this isn't the straight arrow slope. It's turning into Bobby's driveway. Is this a dream? Or is it real? No, he realized, that was the wrong question. A better question would have been, how much of this is real? The chrome winked blinding arrows of light into Gardner's eyes. He winced and groped for ski poles? No, not a dream. It's summer. You're in Haven. The porch railing. He could remember almost everything. It was hazy, but he could remember. No blackouts since he had come back to Bobby's. Music in his head, but no blackouts. Bobby had gone to a funeral. Later on, she'd come back and they would start digging again. He remembered it all, just as he remembered the town hall clock tower lifting off into the afternoon sky like a big-ass bird. All present and accounted for, sir. Except this. He stood with his hands on the railing, bleary, bloodshot eyes watching the jeep in spite of the glare. He was aware that he must look like a refugee from the Bowery. Thank God there's still some truth in advertising. That's what I feel like. Then the man in the passenger seat turned his head and saw a guard. The man was so huge that he looked like a creature from a fairy tale. He was wearing sunglasses, so Gardner couldn't tell for sure if their eyes actually met or not. He thought they did. It felt that way. Either way, it didn't matter. He knew the look. As a veteran of 100 picket lines, he knew it well. He also knew it as a drunk who had awakened in the tank on more than one occasion. The Dallas police have arrived at last, he thought. The thought carried feelings of anger and regret, but what he felt mostly was relief. At least, for the moment. He's a cop. What was he doing in a jeep? God, the size of his face. He's as big as a fucking house. Must be a dream. Must be. The jeep didn't stop. It rolled up the driveway and out of sight. Now Gardner could hear only its roaring motor. Headed out back, going up there in the woods. They knew all right. Oh, Christ, if the government gets it. All of his earlier dismay rose in him like bile. His dazed relief blew away like smoke. He saw Ted the power man throwing his jacket over the littered remains of the levitation machine and saying, "What gadget?" Dismay was replaced by the old sick fury. "Hey, Bobby, get your ass out here," he shrieked in his mind as loudly and clearly as he could. Fresh blood burst from his nose, and he staggered weakly back, grimacing in disgust and groping for his handkerchief. What does it matter, anyway? Let them have it. It's the devil on either hand, and you know it. So what if the Dallas police get it? It's turning Bobby and everyone in town into the Dallas police, particularly her company. The ones she brings out late at night when she thinks I'm asleep, the ones she takes into the shed. This had happened twice, both times around 3 in the morning. Bobby thought Gardner was sleeping heavily, a combination of hard work, too much booze, and Valium. The level of pills in the Valium bottle was going steadily down, that was true, but not because Gardner was swallowing them. Each night's pill was actually going down the toilet. Why this stealth? He didn't know, any more than he knew why he had lied to Bobby about what he had seen on Sunday afternoon. Flushing a Valium tablet every night wasn't really lying, because Bobby hadn't asked him outright if he was taking them. She had simply looked at the decreasing level of the tablets and drawn an erroneous conclusion Gardner hadn't bothered to correct. Just as he had not bothered to correct her idea that he was sleeping heavily. In fact, he had been plagued by insomnia. No amount of drink seemed to put him under for long. The result was a kind of constant muddled consciousness, across which thin gray veils of sleep were sometimes drawn, like unwashed stockings. The first time he had seen light splash across the wall of the guest room in the early hours of the morning, he had looked out to see a large Cadillac pulling into the driveway. He had looked at his watch and thought, "Must be the Mafia. Who else would show up at a farm way out in the woods in a caddy at 3 in the morning?" But when the porch light went on, he had seen the vanity plate, Kyle 1, and doubted if even the Mafia went for vanity plates. Bobby had joined the 4 men and 1 woman who had gotten out. Bobby was dressed but barefoot. Gardner knew 2 of the men, Dick Allison, head of the local volunteer fire department, and Kyle Archenborg, a local realtor who drove a fat-ass Cadillac. The 2 others were vaguely familiar. The woman was Hazel McCready. After a few moments, Bobby had led them to her back shed, the one with the big Krieg lock on the door. Gardner thought, maybe I ought to go out there, see what's going on. Instead, he'd lain down again. He didn't want to go near the shed. He was afraid of it, of what might be in there. He had dozed off again. The next morning there had been no caddy, no sign of Bobby's company. Bobby had, in fact, seemed more cheerful, more her old self on that morning than at any time since Gardner had returned. He had convinced himself it was a dream, or perhaps something, not the DTs exactly, but close, that had crawled out of a bottle. Then, not 4 nights ago, Kyle 1 had arrived again. Those same people had gotten out, met with Bobby, and gone around to the shed. Guard collapsed into Bobby's rocking chair and felt for the bottle of scotch he had brought out here this morning. The bottle was there. Gardner raised it slowly, drank, and felt liquid fire hit his belly and spread. The sound of the Jeep was fading now, like something in a dream. Perhaps that was all it had been. Everything seemed that way now. What was that line in the Paul Simon song? Yes, sir. Michigan. Weird ships buried in the ground, Jeep Cherokees and Cadillacs in the middle of the night. Drink enough, and it all faded into a dream. Except it's no dream. They're the take-charge people, those people who come in the Cadillac with the Kyle 1 plates, just like the Dallas police, just like good old Ted with his reactors. What kind of shot are you giving them, Bobby? How are you souping them up even more than the rest of the resident geniuses? The old Bobby wouldn't have pulled that kind of shit, but the new, improved Bobby does. And what's the answer to all of this? Is there one? "Devils on every side," Gardner cried out grandly. He slugged back the last of the scotch and threw the bottle over the porch railing and into the bushes. "Devils on every side," he repeated, and passed out. 16. "That guy saw us," Butch said as the Jeep bulled across Anderson's garden in a diagonal, knocking over huge cornstalks and sunflowers that towered high over the Cherokee's roof. "I don't care," Ev said, wrestling the wheel. They emerged from the garden on the far side. The Cherokee's wheels rolled over a number of pumpkins that were coming to full growth amazingly early. Their hides were strangely pale, and when they burst they disclosed unpleasant, fleshy pink interiors. If they don't know we're in town by now, then I'm wrong about everything. Look, didn't I tell you? A wide, rutted track wound into the woods. Ev bounced onto it. There was blood on his face, Dugan swallowed. It was hard. His head ached very badly now, and all the fillings in his teeth seemed to be vibrating very fast. His guts were churning again. And his shirt looked like somebody popped him one in the neck. Pull over. I'm going to be sick again. Ev jammed on the brakes. Dugan opened the door and leaned out, vomited a thin yellow stream into the dirt, and then closed his eyes for a moment. The world was swooping and turning. Voices rustled in his head, a great many voices. Guards saw them. He's yelling for help. How many? Two in a Cherokee. They were headed— Look, Butch heard himself say, as if from a great distance. I don't want to spoil the party, but I'm sick. Seriously sick. Thought you might be, Hillman's voice came down a long, echoing hall. Somehow Butch managed to haul himself up again in the passenger seat, but he didn't even have strength enough to pull the door closed. He felt as weak as a new kitten. You ain't had time to build up any resistance, and we're right where it's strongest. Hold on. I got something that'll fix you up. At least I think I do. Ev pushed the switch that lowered the Cherokee's electric rear window, got out, lowered the tailgate, and pulled out the gunny sack. He dragged it back to the Jeep, and then hoisted it onto the seat. He glanced at Dugan and didn't like what he saw. The trooper's face was the color of candle wax. His eyes were shut, the lids purplish. His mouth was half open, and he was breathing in quick, shallow gasps. Ev found a moment to wonder how whatever it was could be doing that to Dugan when he himself felt nothing, absolutely nothing. "Hang on, friend," he said, and used his pocket-knife to cut the rope holding the neck of the bag. "Sick," Dugan wheezed, and retched brownish fluid. Ev saw that there were 3 teeth in the mess. He got out a light plastic oxygen supply tank, what the clerk at Maine Med Supplies had called a flat pack. He stripped the gold foil circle from the end of the hose, leading out of the flat pack, revealing a stainless steel female connector. Now he brought out a gold-colored plastic cup, the sort jet airliners come equipped with. A segmented white plastic tube was attached to this, and at the end there was a white plastic male connector, a valve. If this don't work the way the guy said it would, I do believe this big fella's going to die on me. He slammed the male connector of the mask into the female connector on the oxygen supply, violent intercourse which he hoped would result in keeping Dugan going. He heard oxygen sighing gently inside the gold cup. All right, so far so good. He leaned over and put the cup over Dugan's mouth and nose, using the elastic straps. Then he waited anxiously to see what would happen. If Dugan didn't come out of his tailspin in 30 or 40 seconds, he would haul ass. David was missing and Hilly was sick, but neither thing gave him the right to murder Dugan, who hadn't known what sort of mess he was getting into. 20 seconds passed. Then 30. Ev dropped the Cherokee into reverse, meaning to turn around on the edge of Anderson's garden, when Dugan gasped, jerked, and opened his eyes. They looked very wide and blue and bewildered above the rim of the gold cup. Some color had come back into his cheeks. "What the hell?" His hands groped for the cup. "Leave it on," Ev said, putting one of his big arthritis-warped old hands over one of Butch's. "It was the outside air poisoning you. You in a hurry for another dose?" Butch stopped reaching for the cup. It bobbed on his face as he said, "How long will this stuff last?" 25 minutes or so, the guy said. "It's a demand valve, though. Every now and then you can pull it down. When you start feeling woozy again, put it back on. I want to go on in, if you think you can. It can't be far, and I feel like I got to know." Butch Dugan nodded. The Cherokee lurched forward again. Dugan stared out at the woods around them. Silent. No birds, no animals. No nothing. This was very wrong. Very bad, and very damned wrong. Faintly, far back in his mind, he could hear thoughts like a whisper of shortwave transmissions. He looked at Ev. What the blue fuck is going on here, anyway? That's to find out. Without taking his eyes off the rough track, Ev rummaged in the sack. Dugan winced as the Cherokee's undercarriage screamed over a stump sawed off a little higher than the others. Ev brought out a big .45. It looked old enough for its original owner to have carried it in World War I. "Yours?" Dugan asked. It was amazing how fast the oxygen was bringing him around. "Yeah? They teach you to use these things, don't they?" "Yes, although the one Hillman had looked like an antique." "You might have to use it today," Ev said, and handed it over. "What? Have a care. It's loaded." Up ahead, the land suddenly sloped downward. Through the trees came a giant reflection, sunshine bouncing off a huge metal object. Ev stamped the brake, suddenly terrified to the depths of his heart. "What the hell?" he heard Dugan mutter beside him. Ev opened the door and got out. As his feet touched the ground, he became aware that the earth was crisscrossed with small, dusty cracks, and that it was vibrating very rapidly. At the next moment, music so loud it was deafening blew through his head at gale force. It went on for perhaps 30 seconds, but the pain was excruciating, and it seemed forever. At last, it simply winked out. He saw Dugan standing in front of the Cherokee, the cup now hooked under his chin. He held the flat pack by the strap in one hand, the .45 in the other. He was looking at Ev apprehensively. "I'm all right," Ev said. "Yeah? Your nose is bleeding. Just like that guy back at the farm we passed." Ev wiped his nose with his finger and looked at the smear of blood. He wiped his finger on his pants and nodded toward Dugan. "Remember to put the mask back on when you start feeling woozy. Oh, don't worry." Ev leaned back into the Cherokee and rummaged in his bag of tricks again. He brought out a Kodak disc camera and something that looked like a cross between a pistol and a blow-dryer. "Your flare gun?" Dugan asked, smiling a little. "Ah, yeah? Get on the gas again, trooper. You're losing your color." Dugan pulled it up, and the two men started toward that glittering thing in the woods. 50 feet from the Cherokee, Ev stopped. It was more than huge. It was titanic. A thing that would perhaps be large enough to dwarf an ocean liner when completely uncovered. "Give me a hand," he said roughly to Dugan. Dugan did as he asked, but wanted to know why. "Because I'm scared shitless," Ev said. Dugan squeezed his hand. Ev's arthritis flared, but he squeezed back anyway. After a moment, the two men started forward again. 17. Bobby and Judd got the guns from the hardware store and put them in the back of the pickup. The side trip hadn't taken long, but Dick and the others had gotten a good start, and Bobby pushed the pickup as fast as she dared to catch up. The truck's shadow, shortening as the day approached noon, ran beside them. Bobby suddenly stiffened a little behind the wheel. "Did you hear it?" "Heard something," Judd said. "It was your friend, wasn't it?" Bobby nodded. "Guard saw them. He's yelling for help." "How many?" "2. In a jeep. They were headed out to where the ship is." Judd brought a fist down on one leg. "The fuckers! The dirty, snooping fuckers!" "We'll catch them," Bobby said. "Don't worry." They were at the farm 15 minutes later. Bobby pulled her truck in behind Allison's Nova and Archenburg's Cadillac. She looked at the group of men and thought how much like the nights they had met out here this was. The ones who were to be made, to become, first, especially strong. But Hazel wasn't here, and Beach was. Joe Summerfield and Adley McKean had never been inside the shed either. "Get the guns," she told Judd. "Joe, you help. Remember, no shooting unless you have to, and don't shoot the cop, no matter what." She looked toward the porch and saw Guard lying there on his back. Guard's mouth was open and he was breathing in slow, rusty snores. Bobby's eyes softened. There were plenty of people in Haven, Dick Allison and Newt Barringer probably chief among them, who thought she should long since have gotten rid of Guard. Nothing had been said out loud, but in Haven you no longer had to say things out loud. Bobby knew if she put a bullet through Guard's head, there would be a whole platoon of willing workers out here an hour later to help bury him. They didn't like Guard, because the plate in his head made him immune to the becoming, and it made him hard to read. But he was her break. And even that was crap. The truth was simpler yet. She still loved him. She was still human enough for that. And they would all have to admit that, drunk or not, when they had needed a warning, Guard had given it. Judd and Joe Summerfield came back with the rifles. There were 6 of them, varied calibers. Bobby saw that 5 went to people she could trust completely. She gave the 6th, a .22, to Beach, who would complain if he didn't get a shooting iron. Occupied with the ritual of guns, none of them saw that Gardner had half opened his bloodshot eyes and was looking at them. No one heard his thoughts. He had learned how to seal them off. "Let's go," Bobby said. "And remember, I want that cop." They moved out in a group. 18. Ev and Butch stood well back from the edge of what was now a ragged slash, running better than 300 yards from right to left, and yawning 60 feet across at its widest point. Anderson's old mongrel of a truck stood off to one side, looking tired and used. Next to it was the souped-up payloader with its giant screwdriver snout. There were other tools in the lean-to of peeled logs. Ev saw a chain fall on one side, a chipper on the other. There was a big pile of sodden sawdust below the mouth of the chipper's exhaust vent. There were cans of gasoline in the lean-to, and a black drum labeled diesel. When Ev had first heard those noises in the woods, he had thought New England paper must be doing some logging, but this was no logging operation. This was an excavation. That dish, that monstrous dish, glittering in the sun. The eye could not stay away. It was drawn back again and again. Gardner and Bobby had removed a lot more hillside. 90 feet of polished silver-gray metal now jutted out of the earth and into the green-gold sunlight. If they had looked into the slash, they would have seen another 40 feet or better. Neither of them went close enough to look. "Holy Jesus," Dugan said. The gold cup bobbed on his face, and above its rim his blue eyes bulged. "Holy Jesus, it's a spaceship. Is it ours, or is it Russian, do you think? Holy Jesus Christ, it's as big as the Queen Mary. That ain't Russian. That ain't... He fell silent again. In spite of the oxygen, his headache was coming back. Ev raised the disc camera and clicked off 7 shots as fast as his finger could push the camera's button. Then he moved 20 feet to the left and took another 5, standing by the chipper. "Move to the right," he said to Dugan. "Huh? You're right. I want you in these last 3, for perspective." "Forget it, Pop." Even muffled by the cup, there was a shrill note in Dugan's voice. "You don't have to. 4 steps will do it." Dugan moved 4 very small steps to the right. Ev raised the disc camera again, a Father's Day present from Bryant and Marie, and clicked off the final 3 shots. Dugan was a very big man, but the ship in the earth reduced him to the size of a pygmy. "Okay," Ev said. Dugan stepped quickly back to where he had been. He walked with mincing, tentative steps, looking at the great, round object as he went. Ev wondered if the pictures would turn out. His hands had been shaking, and the ship, for it certainly was some sort of spaceship, might be putting out radiation that would fog the film. Even if it does come out, who's going to believe it? Who, in a world where kids go off to the movies every damn Saturday and see things like Star Wars? "I want to get out of here," Dugan said. Ev looked at the ship a moment longer, wondering if David was in there, imprisoned, wandering through unknowable corridors, or passing through doorways cut for no human shape, starving in the darkness. No, If he was in there, he would have starved a long time ago, starved or died of thirst. Then he slipped the small camera in his pants pocket, walked back to Dugan, and picked up the flare gun. Yeah, I guess. He broke off, looking in the direction of the Cherokee. There was a line of men and one woman standing in the trees, some armed. Ev recognized all of them. 19. Bobby started down the slope toward the two men. The others followed. "Hello, Ev," Bobby said, pleasantly enough. Dugan raised the .45, wishing bitterly for the familiar feel of his service .357. "Stop," he said. He didn't like the way the gold cup muffled the word, robbed it of authority. He pulled the air mask down. "All of you! Those of you with rifles, put them down. You're all under arrest." "You're outgunned, Butch," Newt Barringer said, pleasantly. "Damn tooting," Beach growled. Dick Allison frowned at him. "You better put your mask on again, Butch," Adley McKean said, with a lazy, mocking smile. "I think you're losing it." Butch had begun to feel woozy as soon as he pulled the mask off. Hearing the steady whisper of their thoughts made it worse. He pulled it up, wondering how much air could be left in the flat pack. "Put it down," Bobby said. "And you put down the flare gun, Ev. No one wants to hurt you two." "Where's David?" Ev asked, roughly. "I want him, you bitch." "He's on Altair 4, with Robbie the Robot and Dr. Mobius," Kyle Archenburg said with a titter. "He's picnicking amid the Krell memory banks." "Shut up," Bobby said. She suddenly felt confused, ashamed of herself, unsure. Bitch? Was that what the old man had called her? A bitch? She found herself wanting to tell him that he was confused. She wasn't a bitch. That was her sister Anne. A sudden, confused image came to her. The old man's distress, Guard's distress, even her own, all mingled. She was distracted. While she was, Ev Hillman raised the flare pistol and fired. If Dugan had done it, they would have read his intention before he could have acted, but the old man was different. There was a hollow thud and a whoosh. Beach Jernigan exploded into white flame and staggered backward, the .22 flying out of his hands. His eyes filmed, simmered, then burst as they filled with burning phosphorus. His cheeks began to run. He opened his mouth and began to claw at his chest as the superheated air he drew in expanded and ruptured his lungs. This all happened in a space of seconds. The line of men wavered and lost coherency as they stumbled backward, their faces blank with terror. They were hearing Beach Jernigan die inside their heads. "Come on!" Ev shrieked at Dugan and ran for the Cherokee. Judd Tarkington moved sluggishly to stop him. Ev swept the hot barrel of the flare gun across his face, branding his cheek and breaking his nose. Judd went flailing backward, stumbling over his own feet, went sprawling. Beach was burning on the muddy, churned ground. He clawed weakly at his throat, with one twisted, tallowy hand, shuddered, and then stilled. Dugan got moving, running after the old man, who was clawing at the driver's side door of the Cherokee. Bobby heard Beach's thoughts fade away, wink out, and turned to see that the old man and the cop were on the verge of getting away. "Jesus Christ, you guys, stop them!" That broke their paralysis, but Bobby moved first. She got to Ev and slammed the butt of the shotgun she was carrying into the nape of the old man's neck. Ev's face whacked the top of the Jeep's door. Blood sprayed from his nose and he dropped to his knees, dazed. Bobby raised the shotgun butt to hit him again when Dugan, standing on the other side of the Cherokee, fired the old man's .45 through the passenger window. Bobby felt a large, hot hammer suddenly slam her lower right shoulder. Her right arm was driven powerfully upward, and she lost her grip on the shotgun. The hammer numbed her flesh for a moment, and then the heat was back, an expanding furnace glow that was baking her from the inside out. She was thrown backward, her left hand going for the place the hammer had hit her, expecting to find blood, finding none, at least not yet, only a hole in her shirt and in the flesh beneath. The hole had hard edges that felt hot and throbby. Blood was running down her back, a lot of it, but shock had numbed her and she felt little pain yet. Her left hand had found the small entrance wound. The exit wound was as big as a kid's fist. She saw Dick Allison, his face white and slack with panic. This isn't going right. Christ, not right at all. Get him before he gets us. Oh, you fucking snoop, fucking snoop, fucking snoop! Don't shoot him! Bobby screamed. Pain exploded through her. Blood flew from her mouth in a scrawny spray. The bullet had torn her right lung open. Allison hesitated. Before Dugan could raise the gun again, Newt and Joe Summerfield had stepped in. Dugan turned toward them, and Newt clubbed the barrel of his rifle down on the hand holding the .45 as he did. Dugan's second shot went into the dirt. "Hold it, trooper! Hold it or you're dead!" John Enders, the grammar school principal, screamed. "4 guns on you right now!" Dugan looked around. He saw 4 men with rifles. And Allison, still wall-eyed and only one small step from unglued, looked ready to shoot the moment a squirrel farted. "They'll kill you anyway. Might as well go out like John Wayne. Shit, they're all crazy." "No!" Bobby said. She was leaning against the Jeep's hood now. Blood trickled steadily from her mouth. The back of her shirt was soaking. "We're not crazy. We're not going to kill you. Check me." Dugan probed clumsily toward Bobby Anderson's mind and saw that she meant it. But there was a catch somewhere, something he might have caught on to if he hadn't been so new at this eerie mind-reading trick. It was like the fine print in some slick car salesman's contract. He would think about it later. These guys were amateurs, and there might still be a chance to get away clean, if... Suddenly, Adley McKean ripped the gold mask off his face. Butch felt a wave of dizziness almost at once. "I like you better this way," Adley said. "You won't think so much about escaping with your goddamn canned air turned off." Butch fought the dizziness and looked back at Bobby Anderson. "I think she's going to die." "Think what you want." He straightened and took a step backward as that unexpected thought filled his head. He looked at her more closely. "What about the old man?" he asked flatly. "Not—" Bobby coughed, spraying more blood. Bubbles formed on her nostrils. Kyle and Newt started toward her. Bobby waved them back. "Not your business. You and me are going to get in the front of the Jeep. You drive. There'll be 3 men with guns in the back, if you think of trying anything funny." "I want to know what's going to happen to the old man," Butch repeated. Bobby raised her gun with great effort. She brushed her sweaty hair away from her eyes with her left hand. Her right dangled uselessly by her side. It was as if she wanted Dugan to see her very clearly, to measure her. Butch did. The coldness he saw in her eyes was real. "I don't want to kill you," she said softly. "You know that. But if you say one more word, I'll have these men execute you right here. We'll bury you next to Beach and take our chances." Ev Hillman was struggling to his feet. He looked dazed, not sure where he was. He armed blood off his forehead like sweat. Another wave of dizziness washed through Butch, and a thought of infinite comfort came to him. This is a dream. All just a dream. Bobby smiled without humor. "Think that if you want," she said. "Just get in the Jeep." Butch got in and slid across behind the wheel. Bobby started around to the passenger side. She began coughing again, spraying blood, and her knees buckled. 2 of the others had to help her. "Never mind the think. I know she's going to die." Bobby turned her head and looked at him. That clear, mental voice, "Think what you want," filled his head again. Archenbourg, Summerfield, and McKean crammed into the back seat of the Cherokee. "Drive," Bobby whispered. "Slow." Butch began to back up. He would see Everett Hillman once more, but would not remember. Later, most of Butch's mind would have been rubbed away like chalk from a blackboard. The old man stood there in the sunlight, that stupendous saucer shape behind him. He was surrounded by big men, and 5 feet to his left there was something on the ground that looked like a charred log. "You didn't do too bad, old man. In your day you must have been quite a high rider. And you sure as hell weren't crazy." Hillman looked up and shrugged, as if to say, "Well, we tried." More dizziness. Butch's sight wavered. "I'm not sure I can drive," he said, his voice seeming to boom into his ears from a great distance. "That thing, it makes me sick." "Is there any air left in his little kit, Adley?" Bobby whispered. Her face was ashy pale. The blood on her lips seemed very red by comparison. "Face mask's hissing a little." "Put it on him." A moment after it was jammed firmly over Butch's mouth and nose again, he began to improve. "Enjoy it while you can," Bobby whispered, and then passed out. 20. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, thus we commit the body of our friend Ruth McCausland to the ground, and her soul to a loving God. The mourners had moved on to the pretty little graveyard on the hill west of the village. They stood loosely gathered around an open grave. Ruth's casket was suspended over it on runners. There were far fewer mourners here than there had been in the church. Many of the out-of-towners, either headachy and nauseated or glowing feverishly with strange new ideas, had taken the chance afforded by the intermission between acts to slip away. The flowers at the head of the grave ruffled gently in a fresh summer breeze. As the Reverend Gooringer raised his head, he saw a bright yellow rose go twirling down the grassy hill. Beyond and below Homeland's weather-beaten white fence, he could see the town hall clock tower. It wavered slightly in the bright air, like something seen through a heat haze. Still, Gooringer thought it was a damned good illusion. These strangers in town had seen the best magic lantern slide in history, and didn't even know it. His eyes met Frank Spruce's for just an instant. He read relief clearly in Frank's eyes, and he supposed Frank could see it just as clearly in his own. Many of the outsiders would go back to wherever they came from and tell their friends that Ruth's death had rocked the little community to its foundations. They had hardly seemed to be there at all. What none of them knew, Gooringer reflected, was that they had been following the events near the ship with most of their attention. For a while, things out there had gone very badly. Now they were under control again. But Bobby Anderson might die if they couldn't get her back to the shed in time, and that was bad. Still, things were under control. The becoming would continue. That was the only important consideration. Gooringer held his Bible open in one hand. Its pages fluttered a little in the wind. Now he raised the other hand in the air. The mourners standing around Ruth's grave lowered their heads. "May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord lift up his face and make it shine upon you, and give you peace. Amen." The mourners raised their heads. Gooringer smiled. "There'll be refreshments in the library for those of you who'd care to stop by for a while and remember Ruth," he said. Act 2 was over. 21. Kyle reached gently into Bobby's pants pocket and probed until he found her key ring. He worked it out, picked through the keys, and found the one that opened the padlock on the shed door. He inserted the key in the lock, but didn't turn it. Adley and Joe Summerfield were covering Dugan, who was still behind the wheel of the Jeep. Butch was finding it harder and harder to pull air from the mask. The needle on the supply dial had been in the red for 5 minutes now. Kyle rejoined them. "Go check the drunk," Kyle said to Joe Summerfield. "Looks like he's still passed out, but I don't trust the fucker." Joe crossed the side yard, climbed the porch, and examined Gardner carefully, wincing at his sour breath. This time there really was no sham. Gardner had gotten a fresh bottle of scotch and had drunk himself into oblivion. As the 2 other men stood waiting for Joe to come back, Kyle said, Bobby's most likely going to die. If she does, I'm going to get rid of that lush first thing." Joe came back. "He's out." Kyle nodded and turned the key in the shed's padlock as Joe joined Adley in keeping the cop covered. Kyle pulled the lock free and opened the door part way. Brilliant green light poured out. It was so bright it seemed to dim the sunlight. There was an odd liquid churning sound. It was almost, but not quite, the sound of machinery. Kyle took an involuntary step backward, his face tightening momentarily into an expression of fright, revulsion, and awe. The smell alone, thick and fetid and organic, was damn near enough to knock a man over. Kyle understood, they all did, that the two-hearted nature of the Tommyknockers was now growing together. The dance of deception was nearly done. Liquid churning sounds, that smell, and then another sound, something like the feeble, bubbly yap of a drowning dog. Kyle had been in the shed twice before, but remembered little about it. He knew, of course, that it was an important place, a fine place, and that it had speeded his own becoming. But the human part of him was still almost superstitiously afraid of it. He came back to Adley and Joe. "We can't wait for the others. We've got to get Bobby in there right now, if there's going to be any chance of saving her at all." The cop, he saw, had taken off the mask. It lay, used up, on the seat beside him. That was good. As Adley said out in the woods, he would think less about escaping without his canned air. "Keep your gun on the cop," Kyle said. "Joe, help me with Bobby." "Help you take her into the shed?" "No, help me take her to the Rumford Zoo so she can see the fucking lion," Kyle shouted. "Of course, the shed." I don't think I want to go in there. Not just now." Joe looked from that green light back to Kyle, a shamed, slightly sickened smile on his lips. "I'll help you," Adley said softly. "Bobby's a good old sport. Be a shame if she croaked before we got to the end of it." "All right," Kyle said. "Cover the cop," he said to Joe. "And if you screw up, I swear to God, I'll kill you." "I won't, Kyle," Joe said. That shamed grin still hung on his mouth, but there was no mistaking the relief in his eyes. "I sure won't. I'll watch him good." "See that you do," Bobby said feebly. It startled them all. Kyle looked at her, then back at Joe. Joe flinched away from the naked contempt in Kyle's eyes. But he didn't look toward the shed, toward that light, those churning, squelching sounds. "Come on, Adley," Kyle said at last. "Let's get Bobby in there. Soonest started, soonest done." Adley McKean, 50-ish, balding and stocky, flagged for only a moment. "Is it—" he licked his lips. "Kyle, is it bad? In there?" "I don't really remember," Kyle said. "All I know is I felt wonderful when I came out. Like I knew more, could do more." "Oh," Adley said in an almost non-existent voice. "You'll be one of us, Adley," Bobby said in that same feeble voice. Adley's face, although still frightened, firmed up again. "All right," he said. "Let's try not to hurt her," Kyle said. They got Bobby into the shed. Joe Summerfield turned his attention briefly away from Dugan to watch them disappear into that glow, and it seemed to him that they really did disappear rather than just step inside. It was like watching objects disappear into a dazzling corona. His lapse was brief, but it was all the old Butch Dugan would have needed. Even now he saw the opportunity, but he was simply unable to use it. No strength in his legs, churning nausea in his stomach, his head thudded and pounded. "I don't want to go in there." Nothing he could do about it if they decided to drag him in, though. He was as weak as a kitten. He drifted. After a while he heard voices and raised his head. It took an effort, because it seemed as if someone had poured cement into one of his ears until his head was full of it. The rest of the posse was pushing out of the tangle that was Bobby Anderson's garden. They were shoving the old man roughly along. Hillman's feet tangled and he fell down. One of them, Tarkington, kicked him to his feet, and Butch got the run of Tarkington's thoughts clearly. He was outraged at what he thought of as the murder of Beach Jernigan. Hillman stumbled on toward the Cherokee. The shed door opened then. Kyle Archenborg and Adley McKean came out. McKean no longer looked frightened. His eyes were glowing, and a big, toothless grin stretched his lips. But that wasn't all. Something else. Then Butch realized. In the few minutes the two men had been inside there, a large portion of Adley McKean's hair appeared to have disappeared. "I'll go in any time, Kyle," he was saying. "No problem." There was more, but now everything wanted to drift away again. Butch let it. The world dimmed out until there was nothing left but those churning sounds and the after-image of green light on his eyelids. 22. Act 3. They sat in the town library. The name would be changed to the Ruth McCausland Memorial Library, all agreed. They drank coffee, iced tea, Coca-Cola, ginger ale. They drank nothing that was alcoholic, not at Ruth's wake. They ate tiny triangular tuna fish sandwiches. They ate similar ones containing a paste of cream cheese and olives. They ate sandwiches containing a paste of cream cheese and pimento. They ate cold cuts and a Jell-O salad with shreds of carrot suspended in it like fossils in amber. They talked a great deal, but the room was mostly silent. If it had been bugged, the listeners would have been disappointed. The tension that had drawn many faces tight in the church as the situation in the woods teetered on the dangerous verge of careening out of control had now smoothed out. Bobby was in the shed. That nosy Parker of an old man had also been taken in. Last of all, the nosy Parker policeman had been taken into the shed. The group mind lost track of these people as they went into the thick, corroded brass glow of that green light. They ate and drank and listened and talked, and no one said a word, and that was all right. The last of the outsiders had left town following Gooringer's graveside benediction, and they had haven to themselves again. "Will it be all right now?" "Yes, they'll understand about Dugan. Are you sure?" "Yes, they will understand. They will think they understand." The tick of the Seth Thomas on the mantelpiece, donated by the grammar school after last year's spring bottle and can drive, was the loudest sound in the room. Occasionally there was the decorous clink of a china cup. Faintly beyond the open-screened windows the sound of a faraway airplane. No birdsong. It was not missed. They ate and drank, and when Dugan was escorted from Bobby's shed around 1:30 that afternoon, they knew. People rose, and now talk, real talk, began all at once. Tupperware bowls were capped, uneaten sandwiches were popped into baggies. Claudette Ruval, Ashley's mother, put a piece of aluminum foil over the remains of the casserole she had brought. They all went outside and headed toward their homes, smiling and chatting. Act 3 was over. 23. Gardner came to around sundown with a hangover headache and a feeling that things had happened which he could not quite remember. "Finally made it, Guard," he thought. "Finally had yourself another blackout. Satisfied?" He managed to get off the porch and to walk shakily around the corner of the house, out of view of the road, before throwing up. He saw blood in the vomit and wasn't surprised. This wasn't the first time, although there was more blood this time than ever before. Dreams. Christ, he'd had some weird nightmares, blackout or no. People out here, coming and going. So many people that all they needed was a brass band and the Dallas police. The Dallas police were out here this morning, and you got drunk so you wouldn't see them, you fucking coward. Cowgirls. Nightmares, that was all. He turned away from the puddle of puke between his feet. The world was wavering in and out of focus with every beat of his heart, and Gardner suddenly knew that he had edged very close to death. He was committing suicide after all, just doing it slowly. He put his arm against the side of the house and his forehead on his arm. "Mr. Gardner, are you all right?" "Huh?" he cried, jerking upright. His heart slammed 2 violent beats, stopped for what seemed forever, and then began to beat so rapidly he could barely distinguish the individual pulses. His headache suddenly cranked up to overload. He whirled. Bobby Tremaine stood there, looking surprised, even a little amused, but not really sorry for the scare he had given Gardner. "Gee, I didn't mean to creep up on you, Mr. Gardner." "You fucking well did, and I fucking well know it." The Tremaine kid blinked rapidly several times. He had caught some of that, Gardner saw. He found he didn't give a shit. "Where's Bobby?" he asked. I know who you are. I know where you are. Right in front of me. Where's Bobby?" "Well, I'll tell you," Bobby Tremaine said. His face became very open, very wide-eyed, very honest, and Gardner was suddenly forcibly reminded of his teaching days. This was how students who had spent a long winter weekend skiing, screwing, and drinking looked when they started to explain that they couldn't turn in their research papers today because their mothers had died on Saturday. "Sure. Tell me." Gardner leaned against the clapboard side of the house, looking at the teenager in the reddish glow of sunset. Over his shoulder he could see the shed, padlocked, its windows boarded up. The shed had been in the dream, he remembered. Dream? Or whatever it is you don't want to admit was real. For a moment the kid looked genuinely disconcerted by Gardner's cynical expression. "Miss Anderson had sunstroke. Some of the men found her near the ship and took her to Derry Home Hospital. You were passed out." Gardner straightened up quickly. "Is she all right?" "I don't know. They're still with her. No one has called here. Not since 3 o'clock or so, anyway. That's when I got out here." Gardner pushed away from the building and started around the house, head down, working against the hangover. He had believed the kid was going to lie, and perhaps he had lied about the nature of what had happened to Bobby, but Gardner sensed a core of truth in what the kid said. Bobby was sick, hurt, something. It explained those dreamlike comings and goings he remembered. He supposed Bobby had called them with her mind. Sure. Called them with her mind. Neatest trick of the week. Only in Haven, ladies and germs. "Where are you going?" Tremaine asked, his voice suddenly very sharp. "Derry." Gardner had reached the head of the driveway. Bobby's pickup was parked there. The Tremaine kid's big yellow Dodge Challenger was pulled in next to it. Gardner turned back toward the kid. The sunset had painted harsh red highlights and black shadows on the boy's face, making him look like an Indian. Gardner took a closer look and realized he wasn't going anywhere. This kid with the fast car and the football hero shoulders hadn't been put out here just to give Guard the bad news as soon as Guard managed to throw off enough of the booze to rejoin the living. Am I supposed to believe Bobby was out there in the woods, excavating away like a madwoman, and she keeled over with a sunstroke while her sometime partner was lying back on the porch drunk as a coot? That it? Well, that's a good trick, because she was supposed to be at the McCausland woman's funeral. She went into the village, and I was out here alone, and I started thinking about what I saw Sunday. I started thinking, and then I started drinking, which is mostly the way it works with me. Of course, Bobby could have gone to the funeral, come back here, changed, gone out in the woods to work, and then had a sunstroke. Except that isn't what happened. The kid's lying. It's written all over his face. And all of a sudden, I'm very fucking glad he can't read my thoughts. I think Miss Anderson would rather have you stay here and keep on with the work, Bobby Tremaine said evenly. You think? That is, we all think. The kid looked momentarily more disconcerted than ever. Wary. A bit rocky on his feet. Didn't expect Bobby's pet drunk to have any teeth or claws left, I guess. That kicked off another, much queerer thought, and he looked at the kid more closely in the light, which was now fading into orange and ashy pink. Football hero's shoulders, a handsome, cleft-chinned face that might have been drawn by Alex Gordon or Bernie Wrightson, deep chest, narrow waist. Bobby Tremaine, All-American. No wonder the Colson girl was nuts over him. But that sunken, infirm-looking mouth went oddly with the rest, Gardner thought. They were the ones who kept losing teeth, not Gardner. Okay, what's he here for? To guard me, to make sure I stay put, no matter what. Well, all right, he said to Tremaine in a softer, more conciliatory voice, if that's what you all think. Tremaine relaxed a little. It really is. Well, let's go in and put on the coffee. I could use some. My head aches. And we'll have to get going early in the morning. He stopped and looked at Tremaine. You are going to help out, aren't you? That's part of it, isn't it? Yes, sir. Gardner nodded. He looked at the shed for a moment, and in the fading light he could see brilliant green tattooed in the small spaces between the boards. For a moment his dream shimmered almost within his grasp, deadly shoemakers hammering away at unknown devices in that green glare. He had never seen the glow as bright as this before, and he noticed that when Tremaine glanced in that direction, his eyes skittered away uneasily. The lyric of an old song floated, not quite randomly, into Gardner's mind and then out again. Don't know what they're doing, but they laugh a lot behind the green door. Green door, what's that secret you're keepin'? And there was a sound, faint, rhythmic, not at all identifiable, but somehow unpleasant. The two of them had faltered. Now Gardner moved on toward the house. Tremaine followed him gratefully. Good, Gardner said, as if the conversation had never lagged. I can use some help. Bobby figured we'd get down to some sort of hatchway in about 2 weeks, that we'd be able to get inside. Yes, I know, Tremaine said without hesitation. But that was with 2 of us working. Oh, there'll always be someone else with you, Tremaine said, and smiled openly. A chill rippled up Gardner's back. Oh? Yes, you bet. Until Bobby comes back. Until then, Tremaine agreed. Except he doesn't think Bobby's going to be back. Ever. Come on, he said. Coffee, then maybe some chow. Sounds good to me. They went inside, leaving the shed to churn and mutter to itself in the growing dark. As the sun disappeared, the stitching of green at the cracks grew brighter and brighter and brighter. A cricket hopped into the luminous pencil mark one of these cracks printed onto the ground, and fell dead. Chapter 10. A Book of Days. The Town Concluded. 1. Thursday, July 28th. Butch Dugan woke up in his own bed in Derry at exactly 3:05 a.m. He pushed back the covers and swung his feet out onto the floor. His eyes were wide and dazed, his face puffy with sleep. The clothes he had worn on his trip to Haven with the old man the day before were on the chair by his small desk. There was a pen in the breast pocket of the shirt. He wanted that pen. This seemed to be the only thought his mind would clearly admit. He got up, went to the chair, took the pen, tossed the shirt on the floor, sat down, and then just sat for several moments, looking out into the darkness, waiting for the next thought. Butch had gone into Anderson's shed, but very little of him had come out. He seemed shrunken, lessened. He had no clear memories of anything. He could not have told a questioner his own middle name, and he did not at all remember being driven to the Haven-Troy town line in the Cherokee Hillman had rented, or sliding behind the wheel after Adley McKean got out and walked back to Kyle Archenborg's Cadillac. He likewise did not remember driving back to Derry. Yet all these things had happened. He had parked the Cherokee in front of the old man's apartment building, locked it, then got into his own car. 2 blocks away, he had stopped long enough to drop the Jeep keys into a sewer. He went directly to bed, and had slept until the alarm clock planted in his mind woke him up. Now some new switch clicked over. Butch blinked once or twice, opened a drawer, and drew out a pad of paper. He wrote, "I told people Tuesday night I couldn't go to her funeral because I was sick. That was true. But it was not my stomach. I was going to ask her to marry me, but kept putting it off, afraid she'd say no. If I hadn't been scared, she might be alive now. With her dead, there doesn't seem to be anything to look forward to. I am sorry about this mess." He looked the note over for a moment and then signed his name at the bottom, Anthony F. Dugan. He laid the pen and note aside and went back to sitting bolt upright and looking out the window. At last another relay kicked over. The last relay. He got up and went to the closet. He ran the combination of the wall safe at the back and removed his .357 mag. He put the belt over his shoulder, went back to the desk and sat down. He thought for a moment, frowning, then got up, turned off the light in the closet, shut the closet door, went back to the desk, sat down again, took the .357 from its holster, put the muzzle of the gun firmly against his left eyelid, and pulled the trigger. The chair toppled and hit the floor with a flat, undramatic wooden clap. The sound of a gallows trap door springing open. 2. Front page Bangor Daily News, Friday, July 29th. Derry State Policeman apparent suicide. Was in charge of trooper disappearance investigation. By John Leandro. Captain Anthony Butch Dugan of the Derry State Police Barracks apparently shot himself with his service revolver early Thursday morning. His death hit the Derry Barracks, which was rocked last week by the disappearance of 2 troopers, hard indeed. 3. Saturday, July 30th. Gardner sat on a stump in the woods, his shirt off, eating a tuna and egg sandwich and drinking iced coffee laced with brandy. Across from him, sitting on another stump, was John Enders, the school principal. Enders was not built for hard work, and although it was only noon, he looked hot and tired and almost fagged out. Gardner nodded toward him. "Not bad," he said. "Better than Tremaine, anyway. Tremaine had burned water trying to boil it." Enders smiled wanly. "Thank you." Gardner looked beyond him to the great circular shape jutting from the ground. The ditch kept widening, and they had to keep using more and more of that silvery netting which somehow kept it from caving in. He had no idea how they made it, only knew that the large supply in the cellar had been almost depleted, and then, yesterday, a couple of women from town had come out in a van with a fresh supply, neatly folded like freshly ironed curtains. They needed more because they kept taking away more and more of the hillside. And still the thing continued down. Bobby's whole house could now have fit into its shadow. He looked at Enders again. Enders was looking at it with an expression of adoring, religious awe, as if he were a rube druid, and this was his first trip from the boonies to see Stonehenge. Gardner got up, staggering slightly. "Come on," he said. "Let's do a little blasting." He and Bobby had reached a point weeks earlier where the ship was as tightly embedded in dour bedrock as a piece of steel and concrete. The bedrock hadn't hurt the ship, hadn't put so much as a scratch on its pearl-gray hull, let alone dented or crushed it. but it was tightly plugged. The plug had to be blasted away. It would have been a job for a construction crew who understood how to use dynamite, a lot of dynamite, under other circumstances. But there was explosive available in Haven these days that made dynamite obsolete. Gardner still wasn't clear on what the explosion in Haven Village had been, and wasn't sure he ever wanted to be clear on it. It was a moot point anyway, because no one was talking. Whatever it had been, he was sure that some huge piece of brickwork had taken off like a rocket, and some of those new and improved explosives had been involved. There had been a time, he remembered, when he had actually wasted time speculating on whether or not the super brain food Bobby's artifact was putting into the air could produce weapons. That time now seemed incredibly distant. That Jim Gardner, incredibly naive. "Can you make it, Johnny?" he asked the school principal. Enders got up, wincing, putting his hands in the small of his back. He looked desperately tired, but he managed a small smile just the same. Looking at the ship seemed to refresh him. Blood was trickling from the corner of one eye, however, a single red tear. Something in there had ruptured. It's being this close to the ship, Guard thought. On the first of the 2 days Bobby Tremaine had spent helping him, he had spit out his last few teeth like machine-gun bullets almost as soon as they got here. He thought of telling Enders that something behind his right eye was leaking, then decided to let him discover it on his own. The guy would be all right. Probably. Even if he wasn't, Gardner wasn't sure he cared. This, more than anything else, shocked him. Why should it? Are you kidding yourself that these cats are human anymore? If you are, you better wise up, Guard, old Guard. He headed down the slope, stopping at the last stump before rocky soil gave way to chipped and runneled bedrock. He picked up a cheap transistor radio made of yellow, high-impact plastic. It looked like Snoopy. Attached to it was the board from a sharp calculator, and, of course, batteries. Humming, Gardner made his way down to the edge of the trench. There the music dried up and he was quiet, only staring at the titanic gray flank of the ship. The view did not refresh him, but it did inspire a deep awe, which had overtones of steadily darkening fear. But you still hope, too. You'd be a liar if you said you didn't. The key could still be here, somewhere. As the fear darkened, however, the hope did too. Soon, he thought it would be gone. The hillside excavation now made the ship's flank too far away to touch. Not that he wanted to. He didn't enjoy the sensation of having his head turning into a very large speaker. It hurt. He rarely bled now when he did touch it, and touching it was sometimes inevitable. But the blast of radio always came, and on occasion his nose or ears could still spray a hell of a lot more blood than he cared to look at. Gardner wondered briefly just how much borrowed time he was now living on. But that question was also moot. From the morning he had awakened on that New Hampshire breakwater, it had all been borrowed time. He was a sick man, and he knew it, but not too sick to appreciate the irony of the situation in which he found himself. After busting his hump to dig this fucker up with a variety of tools which looked as if they might have come out of the Hugo Gernsback Whole Universe catalog, after doing what the rest of them probably couldn't have done without working themselves to death in a kind of hypnotic trance, he might not be able to go inside when and if they came to the hatch Bobby believed was there. But he meant to try. You could bet your watch and chain on that. This audiobook is continued on Disc 14. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 14. Now he set his boot into a rope stirrup, slid the knot tight, and put the Snoopy radio in his shirt. "Let me down easy, Johnny." Enders began to turn a windlass, and Gardner began to slide downward. Beside him the smooth gray hull slid up and up and up. If they wanted to get rid of him, the This would be as easy a way as any, he supposed. Just send a telepathic order to Enders. Let go of the wheel, John. We're through with him. And down he would plunge 40 feet to the solid bedrock at the bottom, slack rope trailing up behind him. Crunch. But, of course, he was at their mercy anyhow, and he supposed they recognized his usefulness, however reluctantly. The Tremaine kid was young, strong as a bull, but he had fagged out in 2 days. Enders was going to last out today, maybe, but Gardner would have bet his watch and chain. What watch and chain? Ha! That there would be somebody else out here tomorrow to keep tabs on him. Bobby was okay. Bullshit, she was. If you hadn't come back, she would have killed herself. But she hung in there better than Enders or the Tremaine kid. His mind returned inexorably. Bobby went into the shed with the others. Tremaine and Enders never did. At least, not that you ever saw. Maybe that's the difference. So what's in there? 10,000 angels dancing on the head of a pin? The ghost of James Dean? The shroud of Turin? What? He didn't know. His foot touched down at the bottom. "I'm down," he yelled. Enders' face, looking very small, appeared at the edge of the cut. Beyond, Gardner could see a tiny wedge of blue sky. Too tiny. Claustrophobia whispered in his ear, a voice as rough as sandpaper. The space between the side of the ship and the wall covered with that silvery netting was very narrow down here. Gardner had to move with great care to avoid touching the ship's side and setting off one of those brain bursts. The bedrock was very dark. He squatted and ran his fingers over it. They came away wet. They had come away a little wetter each day for the last week. That morning he had cut a small square 4 inches on a side and a foot into the floor of the bedrock using a gadget that had once been a blow-dryer. Now he opened his toolkit, removed a flashlight, and shone the light into it. Water down there. He got to his feet and screamed, "Send down the hose!" "What?" drifted down. Enders sounded apologetic. Gardner sighed, wondering just how much longer he himself could hold out against the steady drag of exhaustion. All this Hugo Gernsback whole universe equipment, and no one thought to rig an intercom between up there and down here. Instead, they were screaming their throats out. Oh, but none of their bright ideas run in that direction, and you know it. Why would they think about intercoms when they can read thoughts? You're the horse and buggy human here, not them. "The hose!" he shrieked. "Send down the motherfucking hose, tripehead!" "Okay." Gardner stood waiting for the hose to come down, wishing miserably that he was anywhere else in the world than here, wishing he could convince himself all of it was only a nightmare. It was no good. The ship was madly exotic, but this reality was also too prosy to be a dream. The acrid smell of John Enders' sweat, the slightly boozy smell of his own, the dig of the rope loop into his instep as he went down into the cut, the feel of rough, moist bedrock under his fingers. Where's Bobby, Guard? Is she dead? No, he didn't think she was dead, but he had become convinced that she was desperately ill. Something had happened to her on Wednesday. Something had happened to all of them on Wednesday. Gardner could not quite bring his memories into focus, but he knew there had been no real blackout or DT nightmare. It would have been better for him if there had been. There had been some sort of cover-up last Wednesday, a frantic cut and paste, and in the course of it he believed that Bobby had been hurt, taken ill, something. But they're not talking about it. Bobby Tremaine. "Bobby? Heck, Mr. Gardner. Nothing wrong with Bobby, just a little old heat stroke. She'll be back in no time. She can use the rest. You know that better than anyone, I guess." It sounded great. So great you'd almost think the Tremaine kid believed it himself until you looked closely at his odd eyes. He could see himself going to those he was coming to think of as the shed people, demanding to know what had happened to her. Newt Barringer. Next thing you know, he'll be trying to tell us that we're the Dallas police. And boy, they'd sure all start to laugh then, wouldn't they? Them, the Dallas police? That was pretty funny. That was a scream. Maybe, Guard thought, that's why I feel so much like doing it. Screaming, I mean. Now he stood deep in this man-made crack in the earth, a crack that contained a titanic, alien, flying ship, waiting for the hose to come down. And suddenly the final horrible passage of George Orwell's Animal Farm clanged in his head like a death cry. It was strange, the things you discovered you'd gotten by heart. Clover's old eyes flitted from one face to another, and as the animals outside looked from pig to man, and man to pig, and pig to man again, it seemed that some strange thing was happening. It was impossible to say which was which. Jesus, Guard, cut it out. Here came the hose at last, a 70-footer from the volunteer fire department. It was, of course, meant to spray water, not suck it up, but a vacuum pump had neatly reversed its function. Enders paid it out jerkily. The end swung back and forth, sometimes striking the hull of the ship. Each time this happened there was a cludding sound that was dull yet curiously penetrating. Gardner didn't like it, and quickly came to anticipate each clud. Christ, I wish he hadn't got that thing swinging. Clud, clud, clud. Why can't it just clink? Why does it have to keep making that other sound, like dirt being shoveled on top of a coffin? Clud, clud, clud. Christ, I should have jumped when I had the chance. Just stepped off that fucking breakwater at Arcadia Beach. July 4th, wasn't it? Shit, I could have been a Yankee Doodle deader. Well, go on then. When you go back to the house tonight, gobble all the Valium in the medicine cabinet. Kill yourself if you haven't got the guts to either see this thing through or put a stop to it. The good people of Haven will probably throw a party over your body. You think they want you here? If there wasn't some of the old, unimproved Bobby still around, I think you'd be gone already. If she wasn't standing between you and them, clud, clud, clud. Was Bobby still standing between him and the rest of Haven? Yeah. But if she died, how long would it be before he himself was scrubbed from the equation? Not long, buddy. Not long at all. Like maybe 15 minutes? Clud, clud, clud. Wincing, teeth set against the dull, dead sound, Guard leapt up and caught the brass nozzle of the hose before it could rap against the side of the ship again. He pulled it down, knelt over the hole, and craned his head up at Ender's small face. "Start the pump!" he yelled. "What?" Jesus wept, Gardner thought. "Start the motherfucking pump!" he shrieked. And this time he actually felt his head fall apart. He closed his eyes. Okay. When he looked up, Enders was gone. Gardner plunged the end of the hose into the glory hole he had cut out from rock that morning. The water began to bubble slowly, almost contemplatively. It was frigid at first, but his hands quickly became numb. Although the trench he was in was only 40 feet deep, they had removed a whole hillside in the process of cutting a base level, so that the place where Gardner now crouched had probably been, until late June, 90 feet under the earth. Measuring the freeboard surface of the ship would have given an exact figure, but Gardner didn't give a shit. The simple fact was that they seemed to have nearly reached the aquifer, spongy rock filled with water. Apparently the bottom half or 2/3 of the ship was floating in a large underground lake. His hands were now so numb they had forgotten what they were. "Come on, asshole," he muttered. As if in answer, the hose began to vibrate and wriggle. He couldn't hear the pump's motor from here, but he didn't have to. As the water level in the glory hole dropped, Gardner was able to see his reddened, dripping hands again. He watched as the water level continued to drop. If we hit the aquifer, it's going to slow us down. Yeah, we might lose a whole day while they figure out some sort of super pump. There might be a delay, but nothing's going to stop them, guard. Don't you know that? The hose began to emit the sound of a giant soda straw in a giant Coke glass. The glory hole was empty. "Turn it off!" he shouted. Enders just went on looking down at him. Gardner sighed and yanked hard on the hose. Enders looked startled, then made a thumb and forefinger circle at Gardner. He disappeared. A few seconds later, the hose stopped vibrating. Then it began to rise as Enders wound it up. Gardner made sure that the end of it was perfectly still and wouldn't pendulum before he let it go. He now took the radio out of his shirt and turned it on. There was a built-in 10-minute delay. He put the radio on the bottom of the glory hole, then covered it with loose chunks of rock. A lot of the explosion's force would be channeled upward anyway, but this was powerful stuff, whatever it was. Enough would be left to tear perhaps 3 vertical feet of bedrock into chunks, which they could quickly load into a sling and power winch up. And the ship would not be hurt. Apparently, nothing could do that. Gardner slid his foot into the sling and shouted, "Pull me up!" Nothing happened. "Pull me up, Johnny!" he screamed. Once again there was that feeling that his head was splitting along some rotted mid-seam. Still nothing. His wrist-deep plunge into the icy water had dropped Gardner's body temperature perhaps 2 whole degrees. Nonetheless, a damp and slickly unpleasant sweat suddenly sprang out on his forehead. He looked at his wristwatch. 2 minutes had passed since he had turned on the Snoopy radio. From his watch, his eyes moved to the loose pile of chunked granite in the glory hole. Plenty of time to yank the rocks out and turn off the radio. Except turning off the radio wouldn't stop whatever was going on inside the radio. He knew that somehow. He looked up for Enders, and Enders wasn't there. This is how they're getting rid of you, guard. A drop of sweat ran into his eyes. He brushed it away with the back of his hand. "Enders! Hey! Johnny!" "Shinny up the rope, guard." 40 feet? Dream on. Maybe in college. Maybe not even then. He looked at his watch. 3 minutes. Yeah, this is how. Poof, all gone. A sacrifice to the great ship. A little something to propitiate the Tommyknockers. "Started going yet?" He looked up so quickly his neck popped, his growing fear turning immediately to rage. "I started it almost 5 minutes ago, you fucking shit for brains! Get me out of here before it goes off and blows me sky high!" Ender's mouth dropped into an O that was almost comical. He disappeared again, and Gardner was left looking at his watch through what was becoming a blur of sweat. Then the loop around his foot jerked, and a moment later he began to rise. Gardner closed his eyes and clung to the rope. Apparently he wasn't quite as ready to sniff the pipe as he thought he was. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing to know, either. He reached the top of the cut, stepped out, loosened the loop around his foot, and walked over to where Enders stood. "Sorry," Enders said, smiling fussily. "I thought we'd agreed that you'd give me a shout before—" Gardner hit him. The thing was done, and Enders was on the ground, his glasses hanging from one ear and his mouth bloody, before Gardner was even wholly aware of what he meant to do. And although he was not telepathic, he thought he could feel every head in Haven suddenly turn toward this place, alert and listening. "You left me down there with that thing going, asshole," he said. "If you or anyone else in this town ever does it again, you better just leave me down there. Do you hear me?" Rage dawned in Ender's eyes. He fixed his glasses back in place as well as he could and got to his feet. There was dirt on his bald head. "I don't think you know who you're talking to." "I know more than you think," Gardner said. "Listen, Johnny, and the rest of you, if you're hearing this, and I think you are, you listen too. I want an intercom down there. I want some ordinary fucking consideration. I've played square with you. I'm the only one in this town that didn't have to have his brain scrambled to do it, either. I want some fucking consideration. Do you hear me?" Enders looked at him, but Gardner thought he was listening, too. Listening to other voices. Gardner waited for their decision. He was too angry to really care much. "All right," Enders said softly, pressing the back of his hand against his bloody mouth. "You may have a point. We'll put in an intercom, and we'll see that you have a bit more— what did you call it?" A contemptuous flick of smile touched his lips. It was a smile with which Gardner was extremely familiar. It was the way the Arbergs and McCardles of the world smiled. It was the way the guys who ran the nukes smiled when they talked about atomic power facilities. The word was consideration. You want to remember it. But smart guys can learn. Yeah, Johnny? There's a dictionary back at the house. You need it, asshole? He took a step toward Enders and had the distinct satisfaction of seeing the man fall back 2 steps, the contemptuous little smile disappearing. It was replaced with a look of nervy apprehension. Consideration, Johnny. You remember. All of you remember. If not for me, then for Bobby. They were standing by the equipment lean-to now, Ender's eyes small and nervous, Gardner's large and bloodshot and still angry. "And if Bobby dies, your idea of consideration may extend all the way to a quick and painless death. That's about the size of it, am I right? Would you say that just about describes the topography of this situation, you bald-headed little fuck?" We appreciate your plain speaking," Enders said. His lips, with no teeth to back them up, pooched in and out nervously. "I bet you do. Perhaps a little plain speaking of our own is in order." He took off his glasses, began to wipe them on the sweaty front of his shirt, an action which Gardner thought would only leave them more smeared than before, and Gardner saw a dirty, furious gleam in his eyes. "You don't want to strike out like that, Jim. I advise you, we all advise you, never to do it again. There are, changes. Yes, changes going on in Haven. No shit. And some of these changes have made people, short-tempered. So striking out like that could be, well, a bad mistake." "Do sudden noises bother you?" Gardner inquired. Enders looked wary. "I don't understand your because if the timer in that radio is Jake, you're about to hear one." He stepped behind the lean-to, not quite running, but by no means lingering. Enders threw a startled glance toward the ship and then ran after him. He tripped over a shovel and went sprawling in the dirt, grabbing at his shin and grimacing. A moment later, a loud, crumping roar shook the earth. There was a series of those dull yet penetrating cludding sounds as chunks of rock flew against the ship's hull. Others sprayed into the air, then fell onto the edge of the cut or rattled back into it. Gardner saw one rebound from the ship's hull and bounce an amazing distance. "You small-minded, practical, joking son of a bitch!" Enders shouted. He was still lying on the ground, still clutching his shin. "Small-minded? Hell," Gardner said. "You left me down there." Enders glared at him. Gardner stood where he was for a moment, then walked over to him and held out his hand. "Come on, Johnny. Time to let bygones be bygones. If Stalin and Roosevelt could cooperate long enough to fight Hitler, I guess we ought to be able to cooperate long enough to unglue this sucker from the ground. What do you say?" Enders would say nothing. But after a moment he took Gardner's hand and got up. He brushed sullenly at his clothes, occasionally favoring Gardner with an almost cat-like expression of dislike. "Want to go see if we brought in our well yet?" Gardner asked. He felt better than he had in days. Months, actually. Maybe even years. Blowing up at Enders had done him a world of good. What do you mean? Never mind, Gardner said, and went over to the cut alone. He peered down, looking for water, listening for gurgles and splashes. He saw nothing, heard nothing. It seemed they had lucked out again. It suddenly occurred to him that he was standing here with his hands planted on his upper thighs, bent over a 40-foot drop with a man somewhere behind him to whom he had just administered a punch in the mouth. If Enders wanted, he could run up behind me and tumble me into this hole with one hard push, he thought, and heard Enders saying, "Striking out like that could be a very bad mistake." But he didn't look round, and that sense of well-being, absurdly out of place or not, held. He was in a fix, and strapping a rear-view mirror onto his head so he could see who was coming up behind him wasn't going to get him out of it. When he turned around at last, Enders was still by the lean-to, looking at him with that sulky, kicked-cat expression. Gardner suspected he had been on the party line again with his fellow mutations. "What do you say?" Gardner called over to him. There was an edged pleasantness in his voice. "There's a lot of broken rock down there. Do we go back to work, or do we air a few more grievances?" Enders went into the shed, grabbed the levitation pack they used to move the bigger rocks, and started toward Gardner with it. He held it out. Gardner shouldered the pack. He started back toward the sling, then looked back at Enders. "Don't forget to hoist me up when I yell." "I won't." Enders' eyes, or perhaps it was only the lenses of his spectacles, were murky. Gardner discovered he didn't really care which. He put his foot into the rope sling and tightened it as Enders went back to the winch. "Remember, Johnny, consideration. That's the word for today." John Enders lowered him without saying anything. 4. Sunday, July 31st. Henry Buck, known to his friends as Hank, committed the last act of outright irrational craziness to take place in Haven at 11:15 on that Sunday morning. "People in Haven are short-tempered," Enders had told Guard. Ruth McCausland had seen evidences of this short temper during the search for David Brown. Hot words, scuffles, a thrown punch or two. Ironically, it had always been Ruth herself. Ruth and the clear moral imperative she had always represented in these people's lives, who had prevented the search from turning into a free-for-all. Short-tempered? Crazy was probably a better word. In the shock of the becoming, the town had been like a gas-filled room, waiting only for someone to light a match. Or to do something even more accidental, but just as deadly, as an explosion in a gas-filled room may be set off by an innocent delivery boy pushing a doorbell and creating a spark. That spark never came. Part of it was Ruth's doing. Part of it was Bobby's doing. Then, after the visits to the shed, a group of half a dozen men and one woman began to work like the hippie LSD trip guides of the 60s, helping Haven through to the end of the first difficult stage of becoming. It was well for the people of Haven that the Big Bang never did come. Well for the people of Maine, New England, perhaps for the whole continent or the whole planet. I would not be the one to tell you there are no planets anywhere in the universe that are not large, dead cinders floating in space, because a war over who was or was not hogging too many dryers in the local laundromat escalated into Doomsville. No one ever really knows where things will end, or if they will. And there had been a time in late June when the entire world might well have awakened to discover a terrible, world-dripping conflict was going on in an obscure Maine town. An exchange which had begun over something as deeply important as whose turn it had been to pick up the coffee break check at the Haven lunch. Of course, we may blow up our world some day with no outside help at all, for reasons which look every bit as trivial from a standpoint of light years. From where we rotate far out on one spoke of the Milky Way in the Lesser Magellanic Cloud, whether or not the Russians invade the Iranian oil fields or whether NATO decides to install American-made cruise missiles in West Germany, may seem every bit as important as whose turn it is to pick up the tab for 5 coffees and a like number of Danish. Maybe it all comes down to the same thing when viewed from a galactic perspective. However that may be, the tense period in Haven really ended with the month of July. By this time, almost everyone in town had lost his teeth, and a number of other stranger mutations had begun. Those 7 people who had visited Bobby's shed, communing with what waited in the green glow, had begun to experience these mutations some 10 days earlier, but had kept them secret. Considering the nature of the changes, that was probably wise. Because Hank Buck's revenge on Albert Pitts Barfield was really the last act of outrageous craziness in Haven, and in that light it probably deserves a brief mention. Hank and Pitts Barfield were part of the Thursday night poker circle to which Joe Paulson had also belonged. By July 31st, the poker games had ended, and not because that bitch Becca Paulson had gone crazy and roasted her husband. They had stopped because you can't bluff at poker when all the players are telepaths. Still, Hank held a grudge against Pitts Barfield, and the more he thought about it, the more it grew in his mind. All these years, Pitts had been bottom-dealing. Several of them suspected it. Hank could remember a night in the back room of Kyle Archenborg's place 7 years ago, it must have been, playing pool with Moss Harlingan, and Moss had said, "He's bottom-dealing, just as sure as you're born, Hank. 6-ball in the side." Whack! The 6-ball shot into the side pocket as if on a string. "Thing is, bastard's good at it. If he was just a little slower, I could catch him at it." "If that's what you think, you ought to get out in the game." "Shit. Everyone else in that game is as honest as the day is long. And the truth is, I can outplay most of 'em. 9-ball, corner. Whap! Suckerly little prick is fast, and he never overuses it. Just does a little if he really starts to go in the hole. You notice how he comes out every Thursday night? 'Bout even." Hank had. All the same, he had thought the whole thing was just a little buggy-boo in Moss's head. Moss was a good poker player, and he resented anyone whose money he couldn't take. But others had voiced a similar suspicion over the intervening years, and more than a few of them, some of them damn nice fellas, too, fellas Hank really enjoyed pulling a few beers and dealing a few hands with, had dropped out of the game. They did this quietly, with no fuss or bother, and the possibility that Pitts Barfield might be responsible was never hinted at. It was that they had finally gotten into the Monday night bowling league up to Bangor, and their wives didn't want them out late 2 nights a week. It was that their work schedules had changed, and they couldn't take that late night any more. It was that winter was coming, even if it was only May, and they had to do a little work on their snowmobiles. So they dropped out, leaving the little core of 3 or 4 that had been there all along, and somehow that made it worse, knowing that outsiders had either picked it up or smelled it as clearly as you could smell the jungle juice aroma which arose from Barfield's unwashed body most of the time. They got it. Him and Kyle and Joe had been snookered. All these years, they had been snookered. After the becoming got rolling really well, Hank discovered the truth once and for all. Not only had Pitts been doing a little basement dealing, he had also, from time to time, indulged in a little discreet card-marking. He had picked these skills up in the long, monotonous hours of duty at a Berlin Reppeldepel in the months after the end of World War II. Some of those hot, muggy July nights, Hank would lie awake in bed, head aching, and imagine Pitts sitting in a nice, warm farmhouse, shirt and shoes off, stinking to high heaven and grinning a great big, shit-eating grin as he practiced cheating and dreamed of the suckers he would fleece when he got back home. Hank endured these dreams and headaches for 2 weeks, and then, one night, the answer came. He would just send old Pitts back to the Repple-Depple, that's what he would do. Some Repple-Depple, anyway. A Repple-Depple maybe 50 light-years away, or maybe 500 or 5,000,000. A Repple-Depple in the phantom zone. And Hank knew just how to do it. He sat bolt upright in bed, grinning a huge grin. His headache was gone at last. "Just what the hell is a Repple-Depple, anyway?" he muttered, and then decided that it was the least of his problems. He got out of bed and set to work right then at 3 in the morning. He caught up to Pitts a week after the idea had struck him. Pitts was sitting in front of Cooter's Market, tipped back in a chair and looking at the pictures in a gallery magazine. Looking at pictures of naked women, bottom-dealing, and stinking-up Repple-Depples. These were the specialities of Pitts Barfield, Hank decided. It was Sunday, overcast and hot. People saw Hank walking toward where Albert Pitts Barfield sat tipped back in his chair, work boots curled around the front rungs, checking out all those girls next door. They felt, heard, the one thought beating steadily. Repple-Depple, 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 Repple-Depple. In Hank's mind. They saw the great big ghetto blaster radio he was carrying by the handle, saw the pistol jammed into the front of his pants, and they stepped away quickly. Pitts was deeply absorbed in the gallery gatefold. It showed a great deal of a girl named Candy, whose hobbies the magazine said included sailing and men with hands, both strong and gentle. And he looked up far too late to do anything constructive on his own behalf. Considering the size of the pistol Hank was carrying, people opined, usually without even opening their mouths, except to shovel in more food, over supper that night, it had probably been too late for poor old Pitts when he got up that Sunday morning. Pitt's chair came down with a bang. "Hey, Hank, what—" Hank pulled the gun. It was a souvenir of his own army service. He had done his time in Korea, and not in any Repple-Depple either. "You just want to sit right there," Hank said, "or they're going to be washing your guts off that store window, you cheating son of a bitch." "Hank! Hank! What—" Hank reached inside his shirt and brought out a small pair of Borg earphones. He jacked them into the big radio, turned it on, and tossed the phones toward Pitts. "Put 'em on, Pitts. Let's see you deal your way out of this one." "Hank, please." "I ain't going to treat with you on this, Pitts," Hank said with great sincerity. "I'll give you a 5 count to put on those earphones, and then I'm going to give you a sinus operation." "Christ, Hank! It was a fucking quarter-limit poker game!" Pitts screamed. Sweat poured down his face, stained his khaki shirt. The smell of him was large, vinegary, and amazingly repugnant. 1, 2. Pitts looked around wildly. There was no one there. The street had cleared magically. There wasn't so much as a car to be seen moving on Main Street, although there were plenty slant-parked in front of the market. Complete silence had fallen. In it, both he and Hank could hear the music coming from the earphones. Los Lobos, wondering if the wolf would survive. "It was a lousy 3-race quarter-limit poker game, and I hardly ever did it anyway," Pitts shrieked. "Somebody, for Christ's sake, put a halter over this guy." 3. And with a final ludicrous defiance, Pitts screamed, "And he's a sore fucking loser." 4, Hank said, and raised his service pistol. Pitts, his entire shirt now stained nearly black with sweat, his eyes rolling, smelling like a manure pile which had just been napalmed, gave in. Okay, he screamed, and picked up the earphones. "I'm doing it, see? I'm doing it." He put the phones on. Still holding the pistol on him, Hank bent over the ghetto blaster, which could play cassette tapes as well as receive AM and FM stations. The play button below the cassette holder had been taped over. Written on the tape was this one rather ominous word. Send. Hank pushed it. Pitts started to scream. Then the screams began to fade, as if someone inside were turning down his volume. At the same time, someone seemed to be turning down his vividness, his physical coherence, his there-ness. Pitts Barfield faded like a photograph. Now his mouth was moving soundlessly, his skin was milk. A little piece of reality, a piece of reality roughly the size of a Dutch door's lower half, seemed to open behind him. There was a feeling that reality, Haven reality, had rotated on some unknowable axis, like a trick bookcase in a haunted house spoof. Behind Pitts now was an eerie purple-black landscape. Hank's hair began to flutter about his ears. His collar stuttered with a sound like a silenced automatic weapon. The litter on the asphalt, candy wrappers, flattened cigarette packages, a couple of Humpty Dumpty potato chip bags, zoomed across the pavement and into that hole. They were drawn on the river of air which flowed into that nearly airless other place. Some of that litter went between Pitt's legs, and some, Hank thought, seemed to pass right through him. Then, suddenly, as if he himself had become as light as the litter which had been on the market's paved apron, Pitts was vacuumed into that hole. His gallery magazine went after him, pages flapping like bat wings. "Good for you, you fuckface," Hank thought. "Now you got something to read in the repple-depple." Pitt's chair toppled over, scraped across the asphalt, and lodged half in, half out of that opening. A wind tunnel of air was now rushing around Hank. He bent over his radio, finger coming to rest on the stop button. Just before he pushed it, he heard a high, thin cry coming from that other place. He looked up, thinking, "That ain't Pitts." It came again. "Hilly?" Hank frowned. It was a kid's voice. A kid's voice. And there was something familiar about it, something. "Over yet? I want to come home." There was a bright, toneless jingle as the window in Cooter's Market, which had blown inward in the town hall explosion the previous Sunday, was now sucked outward. A glass storm flew all around Hank, leaving him miraculously untouched. "Please, it's hard to breathe." Now the B&M beans on special, which had been pyramided in the market's front window, began to fly around Hank as they were sucked through the doorway in reality he had somehow opened. 5-pound bags of lawn food and 10-pound bags of charcoal slithered across the pavement with dry, papery sounds. "Gotta shut the sucker up," Hank thought. And as if to confirm this judgment, a can of beans slammed into the back of his head, bounced high in the air, then zoomed into that purple-black bruise. "Hilly?" Hank hit the stop button. The doorway disappeared at once. There was a woody crunch as the chair lodged in the opening was cut in two, on an almost perfect diagonal. Half of the chair lay on the asphalt. The other half was nowhere to be seen. Randy Kroger, the German who had owned Cooter's since the late 50s, grabbed Hank and turned him around. "You're paying for that display window, Buck," he said. "Sure, Randy, whatever you say," Hank agreed, dazedly rubbing the lump that was rising on the back of his head. Kroger pointed at the strange slanting half-chair lying on the asphalt. "You're paying for the chair, too," he announced, and strode back inside. That was how July ended. 5. Monday, August 1st. John Leandro finished talking, knocked back the rest of his beer, and asked David Bright, "So? What do you think he'll say?" Bright thought for a moment. He and Leandro were in the Bounty Tavern, a wildly over-decorated Bangor pub with only 2 real marks in its favor. It was almost directly across the street from the editorial offices of the Bangor Daily News, and on Mondays you could get Heineken for $1 a bottle. "I think he'll start by telling you to hurry over to Derry and finish getting the rest of the community calendar," Bright said. "Then I think he might ask you if you've thought about psychiatric help." Leandro looked absurdly crushed. He was only 24, and the last two stories he had covered, the disappearance, read presumed murder, of the two state troopers, and the suicide of a third, had whetted his appetite for the high-voltage stuff. When stacked up against being on a grim midnight hunt for the bodies of two state troopers, reporting on the Dairy Amvet's covered dish supper wasn't much. He didn't want the heavy stuff to end. Bright felt almost sorry for the little twerp. Trouble was, that was what Leandro was. Being a twerp at 24 was acceptable. He was pretty sure, however, that Johnny Leandro was still going to be a twerp at 44, 64, at 84, if he lived that long. A twerp of 84 was a slightly awesome and wholly frightening idea. Bright decided to order another beer after all. "I was just joking," Bright said. "Then you think he will let me follow it up?" "No." "But you just said—" "I was joking about the psychiatric help part," Bright said patiently. "That's what I was joking about." He was Peter Renault, the city editor. Bright had learned a good many years ago that city editors had one thing in common with God himself, and he suspected that Johnny Leandro was about to learn it himself very soon now. Reporters might propose, but it was city editors like Peter Renault who eventually disposed. "But you have nothing to follow up," Bright said. If Haven's inner circle, those who had made the trip into Bobby Anderson's shed, could have heard what Leandro said next, his life expectancy might well have sunk to days, maybe mere hours. "I've got Haven to follow up," was what he said, and quaffed the rest of his Heineken Dark in 3 long swallows. "Everything starts there. The kid disappears in Haven, the woman dies in Haven, Rhodes and Gabbins are coming back from Haven, Dugan commits suicide. Why? Because he loved the McCausland woman, he says. The McCausland woman from Haven." "Don't forget lovable old Gramps," Bright said. "He's running around saying his grandson's disappearance was a conspiracy. I kept expecting him to start whispering about Fu Manchu and white slavery." "So what is it?" Leandro asked dramatically. "What's going on in Haven?" "It is the insidious doctor," Bright said. His beer arrived. He no longer wanted it. He only wanted to get out of here. Bringing up lovable old Gramps had been a mistake. Thinking about lovable old Gramps made him feel a trifle uneasy. Gramps was obviously off his rocker, but there had been something about his eyes. "What?" "Dr. Fu Manchu. If you see Nayland Smith hanging around, I think you've got the story of the century." Bright leaned forward and whispered hoarsely, "White slavery. Remember who you heard it from when you get the call from the New York Times." "I don't think that's very funny, David." An 84-year-old twerp, Bright thought again. Imagine it. "Or here's one," Bright said. "Little green men. The invasion of Earth is already underway, see? Only no one knows it. And ta-da! No one will believe this heroic young news hawk. Robert Redford stars as John Leandro in this nail-biting saga of—" The bartender wandered down and said, "You want to turn it down?" Leandro got up, his face stiff. He dropped $3 bills on the bar. "Your sense of humor is adolescent, David." "Or try this," Bright said dreamily. "It's both Fu Manchu and green men from space. An alliance formed in hell, and no one knows but you, Johnny. Klaatu barada niktu." "Well, I don't care if Renault lets me follow it up or not," Leandro said, and Bright saw that he might have twanged Johnny's strings just a little too hard. The twerp was furious. "My vacation starts next Friday. I may just go down to Haven, follow it up on my own time." "Sure," Bright said, excited. He knew he should let up. Pretty soon Leandro was probably going to try to punch him in the mouth, but the guy just kept giving him openings. Sure, that's got to be part of it. Redford wouldn't take the part unless he could go it alone. The lone wolf. Klaatu Barada Niktu. Wow! Just remember to wear your special watch when you go down there." "What watch?" Leandro asked, his face still angry. Oh, he was pissed, all right, but he kept leading with his chin just the same. "You know, the one that sends out an ultrasonic signal that only Superman can hear when you pull out the stem," Bright said, demonstrating with his own watch and spilling a fair amount of beer into his crotch. "It goes zzzz." "I don't care what Peter Renault thinks, and I don't care how many stupid jokes you make," Leandro said. "You both just might get a big surprise." He started out, then turned back. "And for the record, I think you're a cynical shithead with no imagination." Having delivered this valedictory, Johnny Leandro turned on his heel and stalked grandly out. Bright lifted his glass and tipped it toward the bartender. "Let's drink to the cynical shitheads of the world," he said. "We have no imagination, but we're remarkably resistant to twerpism." "Whatever you say," the bartender said. He believed he had seen it all before, but then he had never tended bar in Haven. 6. Tuesday, August 2nd. There were 6 of them who met late that afternoon in Newt Barringer's office. It was going on 5 p.m., but the clock in the tower, a tower that looked real but which a bird could easily have flown through, if there had been any birds left in Haven Village, still read 3:05. All 6 had spent some time in Bobby's shed. Adley McKean was the most recent addition to their number. The others included Newt, Dick Allison, Kyle, Hazel, and Frank Spruce. They discussed the few things they had to discuss without talking aloud. Frank Spruce asked how Bobby was. "Still alive," Newt responded. "No one knew any more. She might come out of the shed again. More likely she would not. Either way, they would know when it happened." Discussion turned briefly to what Hank Buck had done the day before, and what Hank said he'd heard coming from that other world. None of them were much concerned with the late and not-so-great Pitts Barfield. Perhaps the punishment had suited the crime. Perhaps it had been a little too extreme. It didn't matter. It was over. Nothing had happened to Hank as a result of what he had done. He had given Randy Kroger a personal check for the broken display window and the goods that had been sucked through the hole Hank had spiked into reality. Kroger called Northern National in Bangor to verify the check. He found it was good, and that was all he cared about. There was little they could have done about Hank, even if they'd had a mind to. The town's one jail cell was in the town hall's basement, a converted storeroom where Ruth had jugged a few weekend drunks, and it might hold Hank Buck for all of 10 minutes. A strong 14-year-old could have broken out of it. And they couldn't very well send Hank up to county jail. The charge would have looked pretty odd. The alternatives available to them were simple. Let him alone, or pack him off to Altair 4. Luckily, they were able to look closely into Hank's mind and motivations. They saw that his anger and confusion were subsiding, as they were all over town. He was not apt to do anything radical again, so they took away his converted radio, asked him not to make another, and moved on to what concerned them a bit more, the voice he claimed to have heard. It was David Brown, all right, Frank Spruce said now. Anybody doubt it? No one did. David Brown was on Altair 4. No one knew exactly where Altair 4 was, or what it was, and they didn't much care. The words themselves came from some old movie and meant no more than the name Tommyknockers, which came from some old rhyme. What mattered, and even this didn't much, was that Altair 4 was a kind of cosmic warehouse, a place where all sorts of things were stored. Hank had sent Pitts there. But first he had put the smelly old son of a bitch through some half-assed sort of disintegration process. This had apparently not been the case with David Brown. Long, thoughtful silence. Yes, probably, yes. This last was not ascribable to any one person. It was groupthink, hive-like, and complete in itself. But why? Why bother? They looked at each other with no emotion. They could feel emotion, but not over such a minor matter as this. "Bring him back," Hazel said indifferently. "It'll please Bryant and Marie. And Ruth. She would have wanted it. And we all did love her, you know." Her thought had the tone of a woman suggesting that a friend buy her son a soft drink as a treat for being good. "No," Adley said, and they all looked toward him. It was the first time he had entered their conversation. He looked embarrassed, but pushed on anyway. Every paper and TV station in the state'd be down here to get a story on the miracle return. They think he must be dead, only 4, and gone over 2 weeks now. If he shows up, it'll make too much whoop-de-doo." They were nodding now. "And what would he say?" Newt put in. "When they asked him where he'd been, what would he say?" "We could blank his memories," Hazel said. "That would be no problem at all, and the press people would accept amnesia as perfectly natural, under the circumstances." "Yes, but that's not the problem." It was the many voices again, as one voice. They came together in a strange combination of words and images. The problem was that things had now gone too far to allow anyone in town except for the most transient through travelers. And even most of them could be discouraged with fake road construction and detour signs. The last people they wanted in Haven were a bunch of reporters and TV camera crews. And the clock tower wouldn't show up on film. It was a mind slide, really no more than a hallucination. No, David Brown was best left alone, all things considered. He would be all right for yet a while. They knew little about Altair 4, but they did know that time ran at a different speed there. On Altair 4, less than a year had passed since Earth had been flung out of the sun. So David Brown had in fact just gotten there. Of course he still might die. Strange microbes might invade his system, some strange Altair 4 warehouse rat might gobble him up, or he might die of simple shock. But he probably wouldn't, and if he did, it really wasn't very important. "I've a feeling the boy might come in handy," Kyle said. "How?" "As a diversion." "What do you mean?" Kyle didn't know exactly what he meant. It was only a feeling that if a spotlight were to be trained on Haven again, the way Ruth had tried to train one on the town with her damned exploding dolls, which had worked ever so much better than they were supposed to work, perhaps they could bring David Brown back and set him down somewhere else. If that was done in the right way, they might gain a little more time here. Time was always a problem. Time to become. Kyle expressed these ideas in no coherent way, but the others nodded at the drift of his thoughts. It would be well to keep David Brown waiting in the wings, so to speak, a while longer. "Don't let Marie know. She hasn't gone far enough in the becoming. You must hide this from Marie yet a while." All 6 looked around, eyes widening. That voice, weak but clear, belonged to none of them. It had come from Bobby Anderson. "Bobby!" Hazel cried, half rising from her seat. "Bobby, are you all right? How you doing?" No answer. Bobby was gone. There was not even a feel of her left in the air. They looked at each other cautiously, testing each other's impressions of that thought, confirming that it had been Bobby. Each knew that if he or she had been alone, with no confirmation available, he or she would have dismissed it as an incredibly powerful hallucination. "How are we going to keep it from Marie?" Dick Allison asked, almost angrily. "We can't hide nothing from anybody else." "Yes," Newt returned. "We can. Not good enough yet, maybe, but we can dim out our thoughts a little, make them hard to see, because we've been out there, been in the shed, Bobby's shed. We wore the headphones in Bobby's shed, and ate to become. Take ye, eat, do this in remembrance of me." A sigh ran gently through them. "We'll have to go back," Adley McKean said. "Won't we?" "Yes," Kyle said, "we will." It was the only time anyone spoke aloud during the entire meeting, and it marked its end. 7. Wednesday, August 3rd. Andy Bozeman, who had been Haven's only realtor up until 3 weeks ago, when he simply closed his office, had discovered that mind-reading was something a fellow got used to very quickly. He didn't realize how quickly, or how much he had come to depend on it, until it was his turn to go on out to Bobby's place to help, and to keep an eye on the drunk. Part of his problem, he knew it was going to be a problem after talking to Enders and the Tremaine lad, was being this close to the ship. It was like standing next to the biggest power generator in the world. Constant eddies and flows of its weird force ran over his skin like skirling sand devils in the desert. Sometimes large ideas would float dreamily into his mind, making it impossible to concentrate on what he was doing. Sometimes the exact opposite would occur. Thought would break up completely, like a microwave transmission interrupted by a burst of ultraviolet rays. But most of it was just the physical fact of the ship, looming there like something out of a dream. It was exhilarating, awe-inspiring, frightening, wonderful. Bozeman thought he now understood how the Israelites must have felt carrying the Ark of the Covenant through the desert. In one of his sermons, the Reverend Gooringer said that some fellow had ventured to stick his head in there just to see what all the shouting was about, and he had dropped dead on the spot. Because it had been God in there. There might be a kind of God in that ship, too, Andy thought. And even if that God had fled, it had left some residue, some of itself, and thinking about it made it hard to keep your mind on the business at hand. Then there was Gardner's unsettling blankness. You kept running into it like a closed door that should have been open. You'd yell at him to hand you something, and he would go right on with what he was doing. Just no response. Or you'd go to tune in on him, just sort of fall into the run of his thoughts, like picking up a telephone on a party line to see who was talking. And there would be no one there. No one at all. Nothing but a dead line. There was a buzz from the intercom nailed to the inside wall of the lean-to. Its wire ran across the muddy, churned ground and into the trench from which the ship jutted. Bozeman flipped the toggle over to talk. "I'm here." "The charge is set," Gardner said. "Haul me up." He sounded very, very tired. He had thrown himself a pretty fair country drunk last night, Bozeman thought, judging by the sound of the puking he had heard from the back porch around midnight. And when he glanced into Gardner's room this morning, he had seen blood on his pillow. "Right away." The episode with Enders had taught them all that when Gardner asked to be brought up, you didn't waste time. He went to the windlass and began to crank. It was a pain in the ass having to do this by hand, but there was a temporary shortage of batteries again. Give them another week, and everything out here would be running like clockwork. Except Bozeman doubted if he would be here to see it. Being near the ship was exhausting. Being near Gardner was exhausting in a different way. It was like being near a loaded gun that had a hair trigger. The way he had sucker-punched poor John Enders now. The only reason John hadn't known it was coming was because Gardner was such an infuriating blank. Every now and then a bubble of thought, partial or complete, would rise to the surface of his mind, as readable as a newspaper headline, but that was all. Maybe Enders had it coming. Bozeman knew that he wouldn't be too nuts about being stuck at the bottom of a trench with one of those explosive radios, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Johnny hadn't been able to see it coming. Gardner could do anything at any time, and no one could stop him, because no one could see it coming. Andy Bozeman almost wished Bobby would die so that they could get rid of him. It would be tougher with just Havenites working on the project, true, it would slow them down, but it would almost be worth it. The way he could come out of left field at you was so fucking unsettling. This morning, for instance. Coffee break. Bozeman, sitting on a stump eating some of those little peanut butter and cracker sandwiches and drinking iced coffee from his thermos. He had always preferred hot coffee to cold, even in warm weather, but since he'd lost his teeth, really hot drinks seemed to bother him. Gardner had been sitting cross-legged like one of those yoga masters on a dirty swatch of tarpaulin, eating an apple and drinking a beer. Bozeman didn't see how anyone could eat an apple and drink a beer at the same time, especially in the morning. But Gardner was doing it. From here, Bozeman could see the scar an inch or so above Gardner's left eyebrow. The steel plate would be under that scar. Gardner had turned his head and caught Bozeman looking at him. Bozeman flushed, wondering if Gardner was going to start to yell and rant. If maybe he was going to come over here and try to sucker punch him the way he had Johnny Enders. If he tries that, Bozeman thought, curling his hands into fists, he's going to find that I'm no sucker. Instead, Gard had begun to speak in a clear, carrying voice. There was a small, cynical smile on his mouth as he did it. After a moment, Bozeman realized he wasn't just speaking, he was reciting. The man was sitting out here in the woods, cross-legged, on a dirty tarp hung over out of his mind, the glittering body of the ship in the earth casting moving ripples of reflection on his cheek, and reciting like a schoolboy. The man was unfucking stable, Bozeman would tell the world. He sincerely wanted Gardner dead. Tom gave up the brush with reluctance in his face, but alacrity in his heart. Gardner said, his eyes half closed, face turned up toward the warm morning sun. That little smile never left his lips. And while the late steamer Big Missouri worked and sweated in the sun, the retired artist sat on a barrel in the shade close by, dangled his legs, munched his apple, and planned the slaughter of more innocents. "What?" Andy began, but Gardner, his smile now spreading into a genuine, if none the less cynical grin, overrode him. "There was no lack of material. Boys happened along every little while. They came to jeer, but they remained to whitewash. By the time Ben was fagged out, Tom had traded the next chance to Billy Fisher for a kite in good repair, and when he played out, Johnny Miller bought in for a dead rat and a string to swing it with." Gardner drank the rest of his beer, belched, and stretched. "You never brought me a dead rat and a string to swing it with, but I got an intercom, Bozy, and I guess that's a start, huh?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Bozeman said slowly. He had only gotten 2 years of college, business admin, before having to drop out and go to work. His father had a heart condition and chronic high blood pressure. High-flown fellows like this made him nervous and angry, lording it over ordinary folks, as if being able to quote from something written by someone who had died a long time ago made their shit smell sweeter than other people's. Gardner said, "That's okay. It's from Chapter 2 of Tom Sawyer. When Bobby was a kid back in Utica, 7th grade, they had this thing called Junior Exhibition. It was a recitation competition. She didn't want to be in it, but her sister Ann decided she ought to be, that it would be good for her or something. And when Sister Ann decided something, brother, it was decided. Ann was a real tartar then, Bozy, and she's a real tartar now. At least I guess she is. I haven't seen her in a long time, and that's the way, oh-ho, I like it. But I think it's fair to say she's still the same. People like her very rarely change." "Don't call me Bozy," Andy said, hoping he sounded more dangerous than he felt. "I don't like it." When I had Bobby in freshman comp, she wrote once about how she froze trying to recite Tom Sawyer. I just about cracked up. Gardner got to his feet and started walking toward Andy, a development the ex-realtor viewed with active alarm. "I saw her after class the next day and asked her if she still remembered how whitewashing the fence went. She did. I wasn't surprised. There are some things you never forget. Like when your sister or your mother bulldozed you into some horror show like Junior X. You may forget the piece when you're standing up there in front of all those people. Otherwise, you could recite it on your deathbed. "Look," Andy said, "we ought to get back to work." I let her get about 4 sentences in, then I joined her. Her jaw dropped almost down to her knees. Then she started grinning, and we went through it together, word for word. It wasn't so strange. We were both shy kids, Bobby and I. Her sister was the dragon in front of her cave. My mother was the dragon in front of mine. People like that often get this very weird idea that the way to cure a shy kid is to put them into the sort of situation he dreads the most. Something like Junior X. Wasn't even much of a coincidence that we'd both gotten that whitewashing thing by heart. The only one more popular for recitation is the Telltale Heart. Gardner drew in breath and screamed, "Stop, fiends, dissemble no more. Tear up the floorboards. Hear, hear, 'tis the beating of his hideous heart." Andy had uttered a small shriek. He dropped his thermos, and half a cup of cold coffee stained the crotch of his pants. "Uh-oh, Bosey," Gardner said conversationally. "Never get that out of those polyester slacks." "Only difference between the two of us is that I didn't freeze," Gardner said. "In fact, I won a second-prize ribbon. But it didn't cure my fear of talking in front of crowds, only made it worse. Whenever I stand up in front of a group to read poetry, I look at all those hungry eyes. I think of whitewashing the fence. Also, I think about Bobby. Sometimes that's enough to get me through. Anyway, it made us friends." "I don't see what any of that has to do with getting this work done," Andy cried in a hectoring voice utterly unlike him. But his heart had been beating too fast. For a moment there, when Gardner had shrieked, he really had believed the man had gone insane. "You don't see what this has to do with whitewashing the fence?" Gardner asked and laughed. "Then you must be blind, Bosey." He pointed to the ship leaning skyward at its perfect 45-degree angle, rising out of the wide trench. "We're digging it up instead of whitewashing it. But that doesn't change the principle a bit. I have fagged out Bobby Tremaine and John Enders, and if you're back tomorrow, I'll eat your hush-puppies. Thing is, I never seem to get any prizes for it. You tell whoever comes out tomorrow I want a dead rat and a string to swing it by, Bosey. Or a bully taw, at the very least." Gardner had stopped halfway to the trench. He looked around at Andy. Andy's failure to read this big man with the sloping shoulders and the indistinct, oddly broken face had never made Bozeman more uncomfortable than it did then. "Better still, Bosey," Gardner had said in a voice so soft Andy could hardly hear it. "Get Bobby out here tomorrow. I'd like to find out if the new improved Bobby still remembers how to recite Whitewashing the Fence from Tom Sawyer." Then, without another word, he had gone to the sling and waited for Andy to lower him down. If that whole thing hadn't been left field, Andy didn't know what was. And, he added to himself as he turned the winch, that had only been Gardner's first beer of the day. He'll put away another 5 or 6 at lunch, and really get wild and crazy. Gardner now came swaying to the top of the trench, and Andy had an urge to let go of the windlass crank. Solve the problem. Except he couldn't. Gardner belonged to Bobby Anderson, and until Bobby either died or came out of the shed, things had to go on pretty much as they were. "Come on, Bosey. Some of those rocks fly a long way." He started toward the lean-to. Andy fell in beside him, hurrying to keep up. "I told you I don't like you calling me Bosey," he said. Gardner spared him a curiously flat glance. "I know," he said. They went around the lean-to. About 3 minutes later, another of those loud, crumping roars shuddered out of the trench. A spray of rocks rose into the sky and came down, rattling off the hull of the ship with dull clangs and clongs. "Well, let's," Bozeman began. Gardner grabbed his arm. His head was tilted, his face alert, his eyes dark and lively. "Shh!" Andy wrenched his arm away. "What in the hell's wrong with you?" "Don't you hear it?" "I don't hear—" Then he did. A hissing sound, like a giant tea kettle, was coming from the trench. It was growing. A mad excitement suddenly seized Andy. There was more than a little terror in it. "It's them," he whispered, and turned toward Guard. His eyes were the size of doorknobs. His lips, shiny with loose spittle, were trembling. "They weren't dead. We woke them up. They're coming out." "Jesus is coming, and is he pissed," Gardner remarked, unimpressed. The hissing grew louder. Now there was another crunching thud. This wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of something heavy collapsing. A moment later, something else collapsed. Andy. The strength ran out of his legs, and he fell to his knees. "It's them! It's them! It's them!" he slobbered. Gardner hooked a hand into the man's armpit, wincing a little at the hot, jungly dampness there, and pulled him to his feet. "That's not the Tommyknockers," he said. "It's water." "Huh?" Bozeman looked at him with dazed incomprehension. "Water!" Gardner cried, giving Bozeman a brisk little shake. "We just brought in our swimming pool, Bozy." "What?" The hiss suddenly exploded into a soft, steady roar. Water jetted out of the trench and into the sky in a widening sheet. This was no column of water. It was as if a giant child had just pressed his finger over a giant faucet to watch the water spray everywhere. At the bottom of the trench, water was driving up through a number of fissures in just that way. "Water?" Andy asked weakly. He couldn't get it right in his mind. Gardner didn't reply. Rainbows danced in the water. It ran down the sleek hull of the ship in rivulets, leaving beads behind. And as he watched, he saw those drops begin to skitter, the way water flicked into hot fat on a griddle will skitter and hop. Only this was not random. The drops were lining up in obedience to lines of force, which ran down the hull of the ship like lines of longitude on a globe. "I can see it," Gardner thought. "I can see the force radiating from the ship's skin in those drops. My God!" There was another crunch. Gardner seemed to feel the earth actually drop a bit under his feet. At the bottom of the trench, water pressure was finishing the work the blasting had begun, widening fissures and holes, pulling the friable rock apart. More water began to escape, and more easily. The sheets of spray fell back. A last diffuse rainbow wavered in the air and disappeared. Gardner saw the ship shift as the rock weld which had prisoned it so long let go. It moved so slightly it might have been imagination, but it wasn't. In that brief movement he could see how it would look coming out of the ground. He could see its shadow rippling slowly over the ground as it came up and out, could hear the unearthly wailing of its hull scraping over the bones of bedrock, could sense everyone in Haven looking this way as it rose into the sky, hot and glittering, a monstrous silver coin, slowly heeling over to the horizontal for the first time in millennia, floating soundlessly in the sky, floating free. He wanted that. God! Right or wrong, he wanted that so bad. Gardner gave his head a brisk shake as if to clear it. "Come on," he said. "Let's take a look." Without waiting, Gardner walked across to the trench and looked in. He could hear rushing water, but it was hard to see. He attached one of the big cleats they used for night work to the stirrup of the sling and lowered it about 10 feet. That was plenty. If he had lowered it another 10, it would have been under water. It had been a lake they had broken into, all right, no joke. The trench was filling rapidly. After a moment, Andy joined him. His face was wretched. "All that work!" he cried. "Did you bring your diving board, Bozy?" Are we going to have free swim on Thursdays or fresh— Shut up! Andy Bozeman screamed at him. Shut up! I hate you! Wild hysteria washed over Gardner. He staggered away to a stump and sat down, wondering if the goddamn thing had stayed watertight all these years, wondering what the fair market price was for a flying saucer with water damage. He began to laugh. Even when Andy Bozeman came over and hit him upside the face and knocked him onto the ground, Jim Gardner couldn't stop laughing. This audiobook is continued on Disc 15. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 15. 8. Thursday, August 4th. When it got to be 8:45 and still no one had shown up, Gardner began to wonder if maybe they were quitting. He toyed with the idea as he sat in Bobby's rocker on the porch, fingering the big, puffy bruise on the side of his face where Bozeman had clouted him. A bunch of them had been out in Archambault's Cadillac again after midnight. Mostly the same bunch. Another midnight shed party. Gardner had hiked himself up on one elbow and watched them through the guest-room window, wondering who brought the chips and dip to these soirees. They were just shadows grouped around the long front end of the Coupe de Ville. They stood there for a moment, then went to the shed. When they opened the door, that viciously brilliant light poured out in a flood that lit the entire yard and the guest-room itself with a sick radium-dial glow. They went inside. The glow faded down to a thick vertical bar, but didn't go out entirely. They had left the door ajar. The folks in this little jerkwater Maine town were now the brightest people on earth, but apparently not even they had been able to figure out how to padlock a door from the outside, and they hadn't thought to put one on the inside. Now, sitting on the porch and looking toward the village, Gardner thought, maybe when they get inside there, they get too exalted to think of mundane things like padlocks. He shaded his eyes with one hand. A truck was coming. A big old pulp truck that was vaguely familiar. There was a tarpaulin over something in the back. It flapped casually in the wind. Gardner knew it was going to turn in. Of course they hadn't given up. Woke up last night in the guest-room bed, saw the folks going into the Tommyknockers' shed. Could have looked in, but I didn't quite dare. Don't want to know what goes on in there. He didn't think somehow that the judges of the Yale Younger Poets competition would think much of it. But, Gardner thought, this is where Jim Gardner is now, as they say. Maybe later on they'll call it my Tommyknocker phase, or my shed period, or— The truck changed to a lower gear and came groaning into Bobby's dooryard. The engine died with a wheeze. The man in the strap-style T-shirt who got out was the man who had given Gard his ride to the Haven Town line on July 4th. He recognized the man at once. Coffee, he thought. You gave me coffee with a lot of sugar in it. Tasted good. He looked like an extra from the James Dickey novel about those city boys and their weekend canoe trip down the Cohulawasi. Gardner didn't think the man was from Haven, though. Hadn't he said Albion? Stuff's spreading, he thought. Well, why not? It's fallout, isn't it? And Albion's downwind. Hello there, the truck driver said. Guess you don't 'member me. His tone added, Don't fuck with me, Fred. Guess I do, Gard said, and the name rose magically in his mind, even after all this, a single month that seemed more like 10 years with all these strange events. Freeman Moss. Gave me a ride. I was coming to check on Bobby. But I guess you know that. Yeah? Moss went to the back of the truck and began pulling slip knots and yanking rope. Want to give me help with this? Gardner started down the steps, then stopped, smiling a little. First Tremaine, then Enders, then Bozeman, with his somehow pitiful pale yellow polyester pants. Sure, he said. Just tell me one thing. Yeah? Moss left off pulling the ropes. He flipped back the tarpaulin, and Gardner saw about what he had expected, a weird conglomeration of equipment, tanks, hoses, 3 car batteries nailed to a board, a new and improved pump. "Will, if I can." Gardner grinned without much humor. "Did you bring me a dead rat and a string to swing it with?" 9. Friday, August 5th. No air traffic had overflown Haven on a regular basis since the late 1960s, when Dow Air Force Base in Bangor had closed down. If someone had uncovered the ship in the earth back in those days, there might have been trouble. There had been Air Force fighter planes zooming overhead 4 and 5 times a day, rattling windows and sometimes breaking them with sonic booms. The pilots weren't supposed to boom over the continental United States, unless absolutely necessary, but the hot shots who flew the F-4s, most of them with adolescent acne still fading from their cheeks and foreheads, sometimes got a little exuberant. The jets made the Mustangs and Chargers these overgrown boys had been driving only a year before look mighty tame. When Dow closed, there were still a few Air National Guard flights, but the patterns were shifted north toward Loring in Limestone. After some dithering, the base was turned into a commercial airfield named Bangor International Airport. Some thought the name rather grand for an airport that serviced a few wheezy Northeast Airlines flights to Boston each day, and a handful of puddle-jumper Pipers bound for Augusta and Portland. But the air traffic eventually grew, and by 1983, BIA had become a thriving air terminal. Besides serving 2 commercial airlines, it was also a refueling point for many international carriers, and so it finally earned its grand name. For a while, some commercial airliners did overfly Haven. This was in the early 70s. But pilots and navigators regularly reported radar problems in the area coded Quadrant G3, a square which took in most of Haven, all of Albion, and the China Lakes region. This cloudy interference known as popcorn or echo haze, or even more colorfully as ghost turds, is also reported regularly over the Bermuda Triangle. Compasses went wacky. Sometimes there were funny, cuckoo electrical glitches in the equipment. In 1973, a Delta jet southbound from BIA to Boston nearly collided with a TWA jet bound from London to Chicago. Drinks on both planes were spilled. The TWA stewardess was scalded by hot coffee. No one but the flight crews knew how close it had been. The co-pilot on the Delta plane ran a hot special delivery into his pants, laughed hysterically all the way to Boston, and quit flying forever 2 days later. In 1974, a Big Sky charter jet, loaded with happy gamblers bound for Las Vegas from Bangor and the Canadian Maritimes, lost power in one engine over Haven and had to return to Bangor. When the engine was restarted on the ground, it ran fine. There was another near miss in 1975. By 1979, all commercial air traffic had been routed out of the area. If you had asked an FAA controller about it, he would only have shrugged and called it a dragon. It was a word they used. There were such places here and there. No one knew why. It was easier to route planes away and forget it. By 1982, private air traffic was also being routinely vectored away from G3 by controllers in Augusta, Waterville, and Bangor. So no pilot had seen the great shiny object winking up from the exact center of Map Square G3 on FAA map ECUS-2. Not until Peter Bailey saw it on the afternoon of August 5th. Bailey was a private pilot with 200 hours on his own in the air. He flew a Cessna Hawk XP, and he would have been the first to tell you that it had cost him a few banana skins. This was Peter Bailey's phrase for money. He found it hilarious. The Hawk cruised at 150 miles an hour and had good sky capability, 17,000 feet without breathing hard. The Cessna nav pack made it hard to get lost. The optional nav antenna had also cost a few banana skins. In other words, it was a good plane, one that could damn near fly itself, only it didn't have to with a good pilot like him driving. If Peter Bailey had a bitch, it was the goddamn insurance. It was highway robbery, and he had bored his golfing partners to tears with the outrage the insurance companies had foisted on him. He had friends who flew, he assured them grimly, plenty of them. A lot with less hours on their licenses than he had were forking over fewer banana skins to the insurance heathens than he was. Some were guys he wouldn't have flown with, he said, if they owned the last plane on Earth, and his wife was in Denver, dying of a brain hemorrhage. And the amount wasn't the greatest humiliation of all. The greatest humiliation of all was that he, Peter Bailey, a respected neurosurgeon who made well over 300,000 banana skins a year, had to accept pool coverage if he wanted to fly. Well, he told his captive audiences, who often wished fervently that they had only played the front nine, or, better, had stayed in the bar and soaked up a few Bloody Marys. Pool coverage was assigned risk coverage, the sort teenagers and convicted drunks had to carry on their cars. Shit! If that wasn't goddamn discrimination, he didn't know what was. If he wasn't such a busy man, he'd slap the bastards with a class-action suit, and he'd win, too. Many of Bailey's golf companions were lawyers, and most knew it wouldn't wash. Risk coverage was made on the basis of actuarial tables, and the fact was Peter Bailey wasn't just a neurosurgeon, he was a doctor, and doctors have the worst record as private pilots of any professional group in the world. After escaping one of these foursomes, one of the players remarked as Bailey headed toward the clubhouse, still fuming, "I wouldn't even drive to Denver with the long-winded son of a bitch if my wife was dying of a brain hemorrhage." Peter Bailey was exactly the sort of flyer for whom the tables had been invented. There were undoubtedly doctors all over America who were exemplary pilots. Bailey wasn't one of them. Quick and decisive in the operating theater when a patient lay before him with a window of skull cut away to reveal the pinkish-gray brain tissue, as delicate as a dancer with scalpel and laser knife, he was a ham-fisted pilot who constantly violated assigned altitudes, FAA safety rules, and his own flight patterns. He was a bold pilot, but with only 200 hours on his license, he could by no stretch of the imagination be called an old pilot. His status as an assigned risk only confirmed the old saw. A pilot may be one or the other, but no pilot is both. He was flying alone that day from Teterboro, outside New York, to Bangor. At Bangor he would rent a car and drive to Derry Home Hospital. He had been asked to consult in the case of young Hillman Brown. Because the case was interesting and the price right, and because he had heard good things about the golf course in Orono, he had agreed. The weather had been clear the whole way, the air smooth. Bailey had enjoyed the trip tremendously. As usual, his logbook was botched. He had missed one VOR beacon entirely and had decided another must be on the blink. He had hit the frequency dial with his elbow. He had wandered from his assigned altitude of 11,000 feet as high as 15,000 and as low as 6,000, and had once again avoided killing anyone, a blessing he was unfortunately too stupid to count. He also wandered well off his flight path, and so happened to overfly Haven, where a great blink of light suddenly flicked into his eye. It was as if someone had just flashed the lid of the world's biggest Crisco can up at him. What in the Sam Hill? He looked down and saw a tantalizing glimmer of that brightness. He might have dismissed it, might have gone on and survived to fight yet another day, or perhaps to collide with a fully loaded airliner, but he was early and intrigued. He banked the Hawk and went back. Now where? It flashed again, bright enough to dazzle a blue crescent of afterimage onto his eyes. Ripples of light ran across the top of the pilot's cabin. Jesus! There below him, in a clearing, in the gray-green woods, was a huge silver object. He could tell little about it before it was gone again under the port wing. At 6,000 feet for the second time that day, Bailey banked back again. His head had begun to ache. He noticed this and dismissed it as excitement. His first thought had been that it was a water tower, but no one would locate a water tower that big in the woods. He overflew the object again, this time at 4,000. He had the Hawk throttled back as far as he dared, which was a good deal further than a more experienced pilot would have dared do, but the Hawk was a good plane, and it forgave him. Artifact, he thought this time, almost sick with excitement. A great dish-shaped artifact in the earth, or some government thing. But if it was government, how come it wasn't covered with a camouflage net? And the ground around it had been excavated. From up here, the trench cut into the earth was perfectly clear. Bailey determined to overfly it again. Hell, he'd buzz it. And then his eye fell on his gauges, and his heart took an unsteady leap. His compass was winding itself around in big, stupid circles. The tank indicators were flashing red. The altimeter suddenly ran up to 22,000 feet, stopped briefly, and then dropped back to dead zero. The Hawk's husky 195-horsepower motor gave a terrifying hitch. The nose dipped. Bailey's heart did the same. His head throbbed. In front of his bulging eyes, needles were whirling. Lights flashed from green to red like pygmy traffic signals, and the altitude warning beeper, which was supposed to tell a bemused pilot, "Wake up, dummy, you are about to run into a large, immovable object called Mother Earth," began to sound, even though it wasn't supposed to go off until the plane passed through 500, and Bailey's own eyes told him the Hawk was still at 4,000 feet, perhaps a bit more. He looked at the digital thermometer, which recorded the outside air temperature. It blinked from 47 to 58, then to 5. It paused there for a moment, then showed 999. The red numerals held there, pulsing distractedly, and then the thermometer shorted out. "What in Christ's name is going on here?" Bailey screamed, and was stupidly amazed to see one of his front teeth fly out of his mouth, bounce off his airspeed indicator, and fall on the floor. The engine hitched again. "Fuck," he whispered. He was now sick with fright. Blood from the socket where his tooth had been trickled down his chin. A drop splashed on his Lacoste shirt. The gleaming thing in the earth passed under his wings again. The Hawk's engine ran choppily and stalled. It began to lose altitude. Forgetting all his training, Bailey hauled up on the wheel as hard as he could, but the silent plane couldn't answer. Bailey's head pounded and thudded. The Cessna dropped to 4,000 feet, 3,500, 3,000. Bailey groped out with one hand like a blind man and thumbed the button marked Emergency Restart. High-test avgas boomed hollowly in the Hawk's carbs. The propeller jerked, then stopped again. Now the Cessna had slid down to 2,500 feet. It passed over the old Dairy Road, close enough for Bailey to be able to see the service board in front of the Methodist church. "Motherfuck," he whispered. "I'm gonna die." He pulled the choke all the way out and hit the restart button again. The engine coughed, ran for a while, then began to stutter. "No!" Bailey screamed. One eye ruptured and filled up with blood. The blood sheeted thinly down his left cheek. In his panicky, terrorized state, he didn't even notice. He slammed the choke in again. "No, don't you stall, you rat-shit plane!" The engine roared. The propeller blurred into invisibility with a wedge of reflected sunshine in it. Bailey hauled up on the wheel. The overburdened Hawk began to lug again. "Ratchet plane, ratchet plane, ratchet plane," he screamed. His left eye was now full of blood, and he was on some level aware that the world seemed to have taken on a strange pinkish aspect. But if he'd had the time or inclination to think about this at all, he would have thought it no more than rage at this idiotic situation. He let off on the wheel. The Hawk, allowed to climb at an angle which was almost sane, began to buckle down to its job again. Haven Village passed beneath it, and Bailey was aware of people looking up at him. He was low enough so someone could take his number if they thought of it. "Go ahead," he thought grimly. "Go ahead. Take it. Because when I finish with Cessna Corporation, every goddamn stockholder they have is going to be standing in his underwear. I'm going to sue those negligent sons of bitches for every banana skin they've got." The Hawk was rising smoothly now, its engine smooth and sweet. Bailey's head was trying to tear itself right off his shoulders, but an idea suddenly came to him. An idea of such stupefying simplicity and staggering ramifications that everything else was driven from his mind. He understood nothing less than the physiological basis of bicamerality in the human brain. This led to an instant understanding of race memory, not as a hazy Jungian concept, but as a function of recombinant DNA and biological imprinting. And with this came an understanding of what the increased millierg generating capacity of the corpus callosum during periods of increased ductless gland activity, which had puzzled students of the human brain for 30 years, actually meant. Peter Bailey suddenly understood that time travel, actual time travel, was in his grasp. At the same instant, a large portion of his own brain exploded. White light flashed in his head, white light exactly like the reflection that had winked at him from that object in the woods. If he had collapsed forward, pushing the wheel in, the people of Haven would have had another mess on their hands. But instead he fell backward, head lolling on his neck, blood running from his ears. He stared up at the ceiling of the pilot's compartment with an expression of stupendous, terminal surprise printed on his face. If the Cessna's autopilot had been engaged, it would almost certainly have flown serenely on until it ran out of fuel. Weather conditions were optimum, and such things have happened before. As it was, it flew along almost dead level at 5,500 feet for 5 minutes anyway. The radio squawked at the dead neurosurgeon, telling him to get his ass up to his assigned altitude right now. Over Derry, a wind current threw the plane into a gentle bank. It flew in a long, looping arc toward Newport. The bank grew steeper, turned into a spiral. The spiral became a spin. A kid fishing off a bridge on Route 7 looked up and saw a plane falling out of the sky and whirling like a screw auger as it did. He stared open-mouthed as it crashed in Ezra Dockery's north field and exploded in a pillar of flame. "Holy Jeezum!" the kid yelled. He dropped his fishing pole and ran for the Newport Mobile up the road to call the fire department. Shortly after he left, a bass snatched his worm and pulled his pole into the water. The kid never found the pole, but in the excitement of fighting the grass fire in Dockery's field and pulling the crispy pilot out of the remains of the Cessna, he barely noticed. 10. Saturday, August 6th. Newt and Dick were sitting in the Haven lunch. The newspaper was between them. The lead story was another outbreak of hostilities in the Mideast. The story that concerned them that morning was below the fold. "Neurosurgeon killed in light plane crash," the headline read. There was a photo of the plane. Nothing recognizable remained of the once beautiful Cessna Hawk, except its tail. Their breakfasts were pushed to one side, mostly untouched. Molly Fenderson, Beach's niece, was cooking now that Beach was dead. Molly was a hell of a nice girl, but her fried eggs looked like broiled assholes. Dick thought they tasted that way, too, although he'd never actually eaten an asshole, broiled or any other way. "Might have," Newt said. Dick looked at him, eyebrows raised. "They put damn near anything in hot dogs. At least that's what I read once." Dick's gut rolled over. He told Newt to shut his fucking gob. Newt paused, then said, "Must have been 20-30 people seen that idiot come low across the village." "All from town?" Dick asked. "Yes." "Then we have no problem, do we?" "No, I don't think so," Newt replied, sipping coffee. "At least, not unless it happens again." Dick shook his head. "Shouldn't do. Paper says he was off course." "Yeah." "So it said." "You ready?" "Sure." They left without paying. Money had ceased to hold much interest to the residents of Haven. There were several large cardboard cartons of cash in Dick Allison's basement, carelessly tucked into the old coal hold, 20s, 10s, and 1s mostly. Haven was a small town. When people needed cash for something, they came and got some. The house was unlocked. Besides telepathic typewriters and water heaters that ran on the power of collapsing molecules, Haven had discovered a nearly perfect form of collectivism. On the sidewalk in front of the lunch, They stared toward the town hall. The brick clock tower was flickering uneasily. One moment it was there, as solid as the Taj Mahal, if not so beautiful. The next, there was only blue sky above the jagged ruin of the tower's base. Then it would come back. Its long morning shadow fluttered like the shadow of a window shade blown by an intermittent wind. Newt found the fact that sometimes the shadow of the clock tower was there when the tower itself was not particularly disturbing. "Christ, if I looked at that sucker too long, I'd go batshit," Dick said. Newt asked if someone was taking care of the deterioration. "Tommy Jacklin and Hester Brookline have had to go up to Derry," Dick said. "They're supposed to go to about 5 different service stations, plus both auto parts stores. I sent damn near $700 with them. Told them to come back with as many as 20 car batteries if they could. But they're supposed to spread the buy around. There's people in some of the towns around here that think folks have gone battery crazy in Haven." "Tommy Jacklin and Hester Brookline?" Newt asked dubiously. "Christ, they're just kids. Has Tommy got a driver's license, Dick?" "No," Dick said reluctantly. "But he's 15 and he's got a permit and he drives real safe. Besides, he's big. Looks older than he really is. They'll be okay." "Christ, it's so fucking risky." "It is, but—" They communed in thoughts that were more images than words. This was happening more and more in Haven, as the people in town learned this strange new thought language. For all of his misgivings, Newt understood the basic problem that had caused Dick to send a couple of underage kids to Derry in the Fannons' pickup truck. They needed batteries. Needed them. But it was getting harder and harder for the people who lived in Haven to leave Haven. If a codger like Dave Rutledge or an old coot like John Harley tried it, he would be dead, and probably rotting before he got to the Derry city line. It would take younger men like Newt and Dick a slightly longer time, but they would also go, and probably in agony, because of the physical changes that had begun in Bobby's shed. It didn't surprise either man that Hilly Brown was in a coma, and he had left when things were just starting to really roll. Tommy Jacklin was 15, Hester Brookline a well-developed 13. They at least had youth on their side, and could hope to leave and come back alive without the equivalent of NASA spacesuits to protect them from what was now an alien and inimical atmosphere. Such equipment would have been out of the question, even if they'd had it. They probably could have cobbled something together, but if a couple of folks showed up at the Napa Auto Parts store in Derry wearing moon suits, there might be a few questions, or more than a few. "I don't like it," Newt said at last. "Hell, I don't either," Dick replied. "I'm not going to have a minute's peace until they get back, and I've got old Doc Warwick parked out by the Haven-Troy line to take care of 'em just as soon as they do. If they do." "Ah, yeah? If. I think they will, but they'll be hurting." "What kind of problems do you expect?" Dick shook his head. He didn't know, and Doc Warwick refused to even guess, except to ask Dick in a cross mental voice what he, Dick, thought would happen to a salmon if it decided to ride a bike upstream to the spawning grounds instead of swimming. "Well," Newt said, doubtfully. "Well, nothing," Dick returned. "We can't leave that thing," he nodded toward the oscillating clock tower, "the way it is." Newt returned. "We're almost down to the hatchway now. I think we could leave it." "Maybe, maybe not. But we need batteries for other things, and you know it. And we need to keep being careful. You know that, too." "Don't teach your Grammy to suck eggs, Dick." "Phew. Fuck that asshole," was what Newt had been about to say, but he squashed it, although he found more to dislike about Dick Allison with every passing day. The truth was, Haven ran on batteries now, just like a kid's toy car from F.A.O. Schwartz, and they kept needing more and bigger ones, and mail order was not only too slow, it was the sort of thing that might send up a warning flag to someone somewhere. You could never tell. All in all, Newt Beringer was a troubled man. They had survived the plane crash. If something happened to Tommy and Hester, could they survive that? He didn't know. He only knew he wouldn't have much peace until the kids were back in Haven, where they belonged. 11. Sunday, August 7th. Gardner was at the ship, looking at it, trying to decide, again, if any good could come of this mess, and if not, if there was any way out. He had heard the light plane 2 days before, although he had been in the house and had come out a moment too late to see it on its third pass. 3 passes was just about 2 too many. He had been pretty sure the pilot had spotted the ship and the excavation. The thought had afforded Gardner a strange, bitter relief. Then, yesterday, he had seen the story in the paper. He didn't have to be a college graduate to see the connection. Poor old Dr. Bailey had wandered off course, and that leftover from the space armada of Ming the Merciless had stripped his gears. Did that make him, Jim Gardner, an accessory to murder? It might. And wife-shooter or not, Gard didn't care for the thought. Freeman Moss, the dour woodsman from Albion, hadn't shown up this morning. Gard supposed the ship had blown his fuses as it had those of the others before him. Gard was alone for the first time since Bobby had disappeared. On the surface, that seemed to open things up. But when you looked deeper, the same old conundrums remained. The story of the dead neurosurgeon and the crashed plane had been bad, but to Gard's mind the story above the fold, the one Newt and Dick had ignored, was worse. The Mid-East was getting ready to explode again, and if there was shooting this time, some of it might be nuclear. The Union of Concerned Scientists, those happy folks who kept the black clock, had advanced the hands to 2 minutes to nuclear midnight yesterday, the paper reported. Happy days were here again, all right. The ship could maybe pull the pin on all that. But was that what Freeman Moss, Kyle Archenburg, Bosey, and all the rest of them wanted? Sometimes Gard felt a sickening surety that cooling out the powder keg the planet was sitting on was the last thing the new and improved Haven was concerned with. And so? He didn't know. Sometimes being a telepathic zero was a pain in the ass. His eye moved to the pumping machinery squashed into the mud at the edge of the trench. Working at the ship had previously been a matter of dust and dirt and rocks and stumps that wouldn't come up until you were just about half crazy with frustration. Now it was wet work, very wet work indeed. The last couple of nights he had gone home with wet clay in his hair, between his toes and in the crack of his ass. Mud was bad, but clay was worse. Clay stuck. The pumping equipment was the strangest, ugliest conglomeration yet. But it worked. It also weighed tons. But the mostly silent Freeman Moss had transported it from Bobby's dooryard all by himself. It had taken him most of Thursday and about 500 batteries to do it, but he had done it. Something which would have taken an ordinary construction crew a week or more to accomplish. Moss had used a gadget like a metal detector to guide each component to its final resting place. First off the truck, then through the garden, then out along the well-worn path to the dig. The components floated serenely through the warm summer air, their shadows pooled beneath them. Moss carried the thing which had once been a metal detector in one hand, and something which looked like a walkie-talkie handset in the other. When he raised the curved stainless steel antenna on the end of the walkie-talkie gadget and moved the dish at the end of the detector, the motor or pump would rise. When he moved them to the left, the piece of equipment went left. Gard, watching this with the bemusement of a veteran drunk, and surely no one sees as many strange things as one of those, thought that Moss looked like a scrofulous animal trainer leading mechanical elephants through the woods to the site of some unimaginable circus. Gardner had seen the laborious moving of enough heavy equipment to know that this device could revolutionize construction techniques. Such things were outside his practical knowledge, but he guessed that a single gadget, such as the one Moss had used on Thursday, with such absent ease, could cut the cost of a project the size of the Aswan Dam by 25% or more. In at least one respect, however, It was like the illusion being maintained at the town hall. It required a lot of juice. "Here," Moss said, handing Guard a heavy pack-sack. "Put this on." Guard winced, shouldering the straps. Moss saw it and smiled a little. "It'll get lighter as the day goes along. Don't you worry about that." He plugged the jack of a transistor earphone into the side of the radio controller and pushed the phone into his ear. "What's in the pack?" Gardner asked. "Batteries." "Let's go." Moss had switched the gadget on, seemed to listen, nodded, then pointed the curved antenna at the first motor. It rose in the air and hung there. Holding the controller in one hand and the customized metal detector in the other, Moss walked toward the motor. For every step he took, the motor retreated a similar distance. Guard brought up the rear. Moss walked the motor between the house and the shed, urging it around the tomcat, and then ahead of him through Bobby's garden. A wide path had been worn through this, but on both sides of it the plants continued to grow in rampant splendor. Some of the sunflowers were now 12 feet high. They reminded Gardner of the day of the Triffids. One night, about a week ago, he had awakened from a terrible nightmare. In it, the sunflowers in the garden had uprooted themselves and begun to walk, eldritch light shining from their centers and onto the ground like the beams of flashlights with green lenses. There were summer squashes in the garden as big as U-boat torpedoes, tomatoes the size of basketballs. Some of the corn was nearly as high as the sunflowers. Curious, Gardner had picked one of the ears. It was easily 2 feet long. A single ear, had it been good, would have fed 2 hungry men. But Guard had spat out the single mouthful of butter and sugar kernels he had bitten off, grimacing and wiping his mouth. The taste had been meaty and hideous. Bobby was growing a garden full of huge plants, but the vegetables were inedible, perhaps even poisonous. The motor had cruised serenely ahead of them along the path, cornstalks rustling and bending on either side as it pushed its way through. Gardner saw smears and swatches of grease and engine oil on some of the militantly green sword-like leaves. On the far side of the garden, the motor began to sag. Moss had lowered the antenna, and the motor settled to the earth with a gentle thump. "What's up?" Gardner had asked. Moss only grunted and produced a dime. He stuck it in the base of his controller, twisted it, and pulled 6 AA Duracells out of the battery compartment. He tossed them indifferently on the ground. "Give me some more," he said. Gardner unshouldered the knapsack, undid the straps, opened the flap, and saw what looked at first glance like 1 billion AAs. It was as if someone had hit the grand jackpot at Atlantic City and the machine had paid off in batteries instead of bucks. Jesus. "I ain't him," Moss said. "Give me 6 of those suckers." For once, Gardner didn't seem to have a wisecrack left in him. He handed 6 batteries over and watched Moss fit them into the compartment. Then Moss replaced the battery hatch, turned it on, refitted the earplug in his ear, and said, "Let's go." 40 yards into the woods, there was another battery change. 60 yards later, another. Floating the motor sucked less juice when it was going downhill, but by the time Moss had finally settled the big motor block on the edge of the trench, they had gone through 42 batteries. Back and forth, one by one they brought the pieces of pumping machinery from Freeman Moss's truck to the edge of the trench. The knapsack on Gardner's back grew steadily lighter. On the 4th trip, Guard had asked Moss if he could try. A large industrial pump, whose raison d'etre before this odd little side trip had probably been pumping sewage from clogged septic tanks, was sitting on a tilted angle about 100 yards from the trench. Moss was once more changing batteries. Dead AAs lay all along the path now, reminding Guard with odd poignance of the kid at Arcadia Beach, the kid with the firecrackers, the kid whose mother had given up drinking, and everything else. The kid who had known about the Tommyknockers. "Well, you can give her a try." Moss handed over the gadget. "I could use a smidge of help, and I don't mind saying so. Where's a man out lifting all that? He saw Gardner's look and said, Oh, I'm doing part of it myself. That's what the plug's for. You can try it, but I don't think you'll have much luck. You ain't like us. I noticed. I'm the one that isn't going to have to buy a set of teeth from Sears and Roebuck when all this is over. Moss looked at him sourly and said nothing. Guard used his handkerchief to wipe off the brown coating of wax Moss had left on the earplug, then stuck it in his ear. He heard a distant sound like the one you heard when you held a conch shell to your ear. He pointed the antenna at the pump as he had seen Moss do, then cautiously flickered the antenna upward. The quality of the dim seashore rumble in his ear changed. The pump moved the tiniest bit. He was sure it wasn't just his imagination. But an instant later, two other things happened. He felt warm blood coursing down his face from his nose, and his head was filled with a blaring voice. "Carpet your den, or your whole home for less," screamed some radio announcer, who was suddenly sitting right in the middle of Gardner's head and apparently yelling into an electric bullhorn. "And yes, we do have a new shipment of throw rugs. The last one sold out fast, so be sure—" "Ow, Jesus, shut up!" Gardner had cried. He dropped the handset and reached for his head. The earphone was dragged out of his ear, and the blaring announcer cut out. He had been left with a nosebleed and a head that was ringing like a bell. Freeman Moss, startled out of his taciturnity, stared at Gardner with wide eyes. "What in Christ's name was that?" he asked. "That," Gardner said weakly, "was WZON, where it's only rock and roll because that's the way you like it. You mind if I sit down for a minute, Moss? Think I just pissed myself." "Your nose is bleeding, too." "No shit, Sherlock," Gardner said. "Think maybe you better let me use the lifter after this." Guard had been more than happy to abide by that. It took them the rest of the day to get all the equipment out to the trench, and Moss was so tired when the last piece arrived that Gardner had to practically carry the man back to his truck. "Feel like I just chopped 2 cord of wood and shit my brains out while I was doing it," the older man gasped. After that, Guard hadn't really expected the man to come back. But Moss had shown up promptly at 7 the next day. He had been driving a beat-up split-grill Pontiac instead of his truck. He got out of the Pontiac, banging a dinner bucket against his leg. "Come on, let's get to it." Gardner respected Moss more than the other 3 helpers put together. In fact, he liked him. Moss glanced at him as they walked out to the ship with the morning dew of that Friday morning wetting down the cuffs of their pants. "Caught that one," he grunted. "You're okay, too, I guess." That was about all Mr. Freeman Moss had to say to him that day. They sank a nest of hoses into the trench and rigged more hoses, outflow hoses this time, to direct the water they pumped out downhill on a slope that ran a bit southeast of Bobby's place. These dumper hoses, as Moss called them, were big wide-bore rolls of canvas that Guard supposed had been scavenged from the VFD. "Ah, yeah, got a few there, got a few other places," Moss said, and would offer no more on that subject. Before starting the pumps, he had Gardner pound a number of U-shaped clamps over the dumper hoses. "Else they'll go whipping around spraying water everywhere. If you've ever seen a fireman's hose out of control, you know someone can get hurt. And we ain't got enough men to stand around holding a bunch of piston hoses all day. Not that there'd be any volunteers standing in line, right?" Freeman Moss had looked at him silently, saying nothing for a moment. Then he grunted. "Pound those clamps in good. We'll still have to stop pretty often to pound 'em back in. They'll loosen up." "Can't you control the outflow so you don't have to bother with all this clamping shit?" Gardner asked. Moss rolled his eyes impatiently at his ignorance. "Sure," he said, "but there's one fuck of a lot of water down in that hole, and I'd like to get it out before doomsday, if it's all the same to you." Gardner held out his hands, half laughing. "Hey, "I was just asking," he said. "Peace." The man had only grunted in his inimitable Freeman Moss style. By 9:30, water was pouring downhill and away from the ship at a great rate. It was cold and clear and as sweet as water can be, which is sweet indeed, as anyone with a good well could attest. By noon they had created a brand-new stream. It was 6 feet wide, shallow but brawling right along, carrying pine needles, loamy black topsoil, and small shrubs away. There was not much for the men to do but to sit around and make sure none of the plump, straining dumper hoses came free and started to fly around spraying water like bombed-out fire hydrants. Moss shut the pumps down regularly in sequence, so that they could pound in loose clamps or switch them to a new place if the ground was getting loose where they had been. By 3 o'clock the stream was rolling larger bushes downstream, and just before 5 o'clock Gardner heard the rending rumble of a biggish tree going over. He got up and craned his neck, but it had happened too far down the new stream's course to see. "Sounded like a pine," Moss said. It was Gardner's turn to look at Moss and say nothing. "Might have been a spruce," Moss said, and although the man's face remained perfectly straight, Gardner believed Moss might just have made a joke. A very small one, but a joke just the same. "Is this water reaching the road, do you think?" "Oh, I should suspect." "It'll wash it out, won't it?" "Nope. Town crew's already putting in a new culvert. Large bore. Suppose they'll have to detour traffic a couple of days while they tear up the Tarvey. But they ain't so much traffic out here as they used to be, anyway." "I noticed," Gardner said. "Damn good thing, if you ask me. Summer people are always a pain in the ass." "Look here, Gardner. I'm going to cut the outflow on these pumps way down, but they'll still pump 15, maybe 17 gallons a minute overnight. With 4 pumps working, that's 3,800 gallons an hour all night long. Not bad for running on automatic. Come on, let's go. Yon ship's lovely, but it makes my blood pressure jumpy. I'll drink one of your beers before I head home to the missus, if you'll let it be so." Moss had shown up again yesterday, Saturday, in his old Pontiac, and had promptly run the pumps up to capacity, 35 gallons per minute each, 8,400 gallons an hour. This morning, no Freeman Moss. He had finally played out like the others, leaving Gardner to consider the same old options. First option, business as usual. Second option, run like hell. He had already come to the conclusion that if Bobby died, he would suffer a fatal accident soon afterward. It might take as long as half an hour for him to have it. If he decided to run, would they know in advance? Gardner didn't think so. He and the rest of Haven still played poker the old-fashioned way, with all the cards dealt face down. Oh, and by the way, gang, how far would he have to run to get out of the reach of them and their Buck Rogers gadgetry? Actually, Gard didn't think it would be that far. Derry, Bangor, even Augusta, all those might be too close. Portland? Maybe. Probably. Because of what he thought of as the cigarette analogy. When a kid started to smoke, he was lucky if he could get through half a butt without puking his guts out or almost fainting. After 6 months' experience, he might be able to get through 5 or 10 butts a day. Give a kid 3 years, and you had yourself a 2.5-pack-a-day candidate for lung cancer. Then turn it over. Tell a kid who has just finished his first butt and who is wandering around green-faced and gagging that he has to quit smoking, and he'll probably fall down and kiss your ass. Catch him when he's doing 5 or 10 smokes a day, and you've got a kid who probably doesn't care much one way or another, although a kid habituated even at that level may find himself eating too many sweets and wishing for a smoke when he's bored or nervous. Ah, Gardner thought, but take your smoking vet. Tell him he's got to quit the coffin nails, and he clutches his chest like a man who's having a heart attack, only he's just protecting the smokes in the breast pocket of his shirt. Smoking, Gardner knew from his own mostly successful efforts to either quit the habit or at least damp it down to a less lethal vice, is a physical addiction. In the first week off cigarettes, smokers suffer from jitters, headaches, muscle spasms. Doctors may prescribe B12 to quiet the worst of these symptoms. They know, however, that there are no pills to combat the ex-smoker's feelings of loss and depression during the 6 months which begin the instant the smoker crushes out his last butt and starts his or her lonely voyage out of addiction. And Haven, Gardner thought now, running the pumps up to full power, is like a smoke-filled room. They were sick here at first. They were like a bunch of kids learning to smoke corn shucks out behind the barn. But now they like the air in the room. And why not? They're the ultimate chain smokers. It's in the air they breathe, and God knows what kinds of physiological changes are going on in their brains and bodies. Lung sections show formation of oat cells in the lung tissue of people who have been smoking for only 18 months. There's a high incidence of brain tumors in towns where there are high-pollution milling operations or, God save us, nuclear reactors. So what is this doing to them? He didn't know. He had seen no surface observable changes except for the loss of teeth and the increased shortness of temper. But he didn't think they'd chase him very far if he split. They might begin by lighting out after him with the fervor of a posse in a Republic Western, but he somehow thought they would lose interest very quickly, as soon as the withdrawal symptoms set in. He got all 4 pumps running at top speed, swelling the creek into a wide stream almost at once. Then he began the day's work of checking the U-clamps which held the hoses still. If he got away, his choices were 2: keep his mouth shut or blow the whistle. He knew that for a variety of reasons he would probably keep quiet, which meant simply dealing himself out, writing off the last month of back-breaking labor, writing off any chance to change the suicidal course of world politics at a stroke. Most of all, writing off his good friend and erstwhile lover, Bobby Anderson, who had been in absentia for the best part of 2 weeks now. Third option: get rid of it. Blow it up, destroy it. Make it no more than another vague rumor, like the supposed aliens in Hangar 18. In spite of his dull fury at the insanity of nuclear power and the energy-swilling technocratic pigs who had created it and underwritten it and refused to see its dangers even in the wake of Chernobyl, in spite of his depression at the AP wire photo of the scientists advancing the black clock to 2 minutes before midnight, he fully recognized the possibility that destroying the ship might be the best thing he could possibly do. The oxidation of whatever had been impregnated in the surface of its hull, deliberately, he had no doubt, had created a cornucopia of mind-blowing gadgets out here. God alone knew what wonderful things might be waiting inside. But there was the other stuff, wasn't there? The neurosurgeon in the crashed plane, that old man and the big state cop, maybe the lady constable, Mrs. McCausland, maybe the 2 other state cops who had disappeared, maybe even the Brown kid. How much of this could be laid at the door of this thing he was staring at, which was jutting out of the ground like the breaching snout of the greatest white whale ever dreamed of? Some? All? None of the above? Gardner was sure of one thing. It wasn't the last. That the ship in the earth was a font of creation was undeniable, but it was also the wrecked craft of an unknowable species from somewhere far out in the blackness, creatures whose minds might be as different from those of human beings as human minds were from the minds of spiders. It was a marvelous, improbable artifact, shining in the hazy sunlight of this Sunday morning. But it was also a haunted house, where demons might still walk between the walls and in the hollow places. There were times when he would look at it and feel his throat fill up with strangeness, as at the sight of flat eyes staring up at him from the earth. But get rid of it. How? Blow it up. How? Even supposing he wanted to, how would he do it? The packet charges they had used to chop up the bedrock holding the ship fast were more powerful than dynamite, but they didn't even scratch the hull of the thing. Was he supposed to trot off to Limestone Air Force Base, steal an A-bomb, moving with the silky, unbelievable smoothness of Dirk Pitt in a Clive Cussler novel? And wouldn't it be funny, wouldn't it really be the last laugh, if he actually did manage to get a nuke and set it off, only to discover that all he'd really managed to do was to set the ship, still uncannily unharmed and unscratched, free at a stroke? Those were his options, the third of which was not an option at all. And apparently his hands had known more than his brain. For while he went on turning them over in his mind for the umpteenth time, he had gone calmly about the morning's work, driving the pumps up to full blast and making sure that the dumper hoses were solidly planted. Now he was back at the trench, checking the sucker hoses and the level of the water. He was happy to find he needed a powerful flashlight to see the water. It was falling rapidly. He guessed that blasting and excavation could begin again by Wednesday, Thursday at the latest, and once they got going again, the work would go fast. The rock of an aquifer was spongy and large-pored. They wouldn't need to waste time digging glory holes for explosives, because there would be enough natural spots for not just exploding radios, but satchel charges. The next phase would be like moving from a dense, gluey batter to a freshly risen dough. Guard stood bent over the cut in the earth for some time, shining the big light into the black depths. Then he clicked it off, meaning to inspect the clamps again. Here it was, only 8:30 in the morning, and already he wanted a drink. He turned around. Bobby was standing there. Gardner's mouth dropped open. He closed it with a snap after a moment and started toward her, fully expecting this hallucination to grow transparent, then be gone. But Bobby stayed solid, and Guard saw that she had lost a great deal of hair. Her brow, a pale and shining white, extended back nearly to the middle of her skull, leaving the world's biggest widow's peak in the center. Nor were these newly exposed sections of skull the only pale things about her. She looked like someone who had been through a terrible, debilitating illness. Her right arm was in a sling, and she's wearing makeup. Pancake makeup. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. She's laid it on heavy, the way a lady does when she wants to cover up a bruise. But it's her, Bobby, no dream. His eyes suddenly filled with tears. Bobby doubled, then trebled. It wasn't until then, that moment, that he realized just how scared he had been, and how lonely. "Bobby?" he asked hoarsely. "Is it really you?" Bobby smiled, that old sweet smile he loved so well, the one that had saved him from his own idiot self so often. It was Bobby. It was Bobby, and he loved her. He went to her, put his arms around her, laid his tired face against her neck. He had done this before, too. "Hello, Guard," she said, and began to cry. He was crying, too. He kissed her, kissed her, kissed her. His hands were suddenly all over her. Her free one was on him. "No," he said, still kissing her. "No, you can't." "Shh, I have to. It's my last chance, Guard. Our last chance." Kissed. They kissed. Oh, they kissed, and now her shirt was unbuttoned, and this was not the body of a sex goddess. It was white and sickish, the muscles flabby, the breasts saggy, but he loved it, and he kissed her, and their tears were all over each other's faces. "Guard, my dear, always my— Shh, oh, please, I love you, Bobby, I love, kiss me, kiss, yes." Pine needles under them, sweetness, her tears, his tears. They kissed, kissed, kissed. And as he entered her, Guard realized two things at once: how much he had missed her, and that not a single bird was singing. The woods were dead. Kissed. 12. Guard used his shirt, not very clean anyway, to wipe swatches of brown makeup from his naked body. It hadn't just been on her face. Had she come out here expecting to make love to him? Something it might be just as well not to think about. Now, anyway. Although they both should have been Thanksgiving dinner for the no-see-ums and moose-flies, spouting sweat as they had been doing, he hadn't a single bite. He didn't think Bobby had either. It's not only an IQ booster, he thought, looking at the ship. It's got every insect repellent on the market beat hollow. He tossed his shirt aside and touched Bobby's face, running a finger down her cheek, picking up a little more of the makeup. Most of it, however, had either been sweated off or washed away by her tears. "I hurt you," he said. "You loved me," she answered. "What?" "You hear me, guard. I know you do." "Are you angry?" he asked, aware that the barriers were going up again, aware that he was acting again, aware that it was over. All the things they'd had were finally over. These were sorry things to be aware of. "Is that why you won't talk to me?" He paused. "I wouldn't blame you. You put up with a lot of shit from me over the years, woman." "I was talking to you," she said. And sorry as he was to be lying to her after loving her, he was glad to sense her doubt. "With my mind." "I didn't hear." "You did before. You heard, and you answered. We talked, guard." "We were closer to that." He flagged an arm at the ship. She smiled wanly up at him and put her cheek against his shoulder. With most of the makeup scrubbed away, her flesh had an unsettling translucence. "Did I hurt you?" "No." "Yes, a little," she smiled. It was that old Bobby Anderson go-to-hell grin, but a final tear ran slowly down her cheek nonetheless. "It was worth it. We saved the best for last, guard." He kissed her gently, but now her lips were different, the lips of the new and improved Roberta Anderson. "First, last, or in the middle, I didn't have any business making love to you, and you didn't have any business out here." "I look tired, I know," Bobby said, "and I'm wearing a lot of goop, as you already found out." "You were right. I let myself get overtired, and I had something like a complete physical breakdown." Bullshit, Gardner thought, but he covered his thought with white noise so Bobby couldn't read it. And he did this with barely a conscious thought. Such hiding was becoming second nature to him now. "The treatment was radical. It's resulted in some superficial skin problems and some hair loss, but it'll all grow back." "Oh," Gardner said, thinking, "You still can't lie for shit, Bobby." "Well, I'm glad you're all right. But you maybe ought to take a couple of days off, put your feet up." "No," Bobby said quietly. "This is the time for the final push, guard. We're almost there. We started this, you and me." "No," Gardner said. "You started it, Bobby. You literally stumbled over it, back when Peter was alive, remember?" Guard saw pain in Bobby's eyes at the mention of Peter. Then it was gone. She shrugged Guard's qualification off. "You were here soon enough. You saved my life. I wouldn't be here without you. So let's do it together, Guard. I bet it's no more than another 25 feet down to that hatchway." Gardner had a strong hunch she was right, but he suddenly didn't feel like admitting it. There was a spike turning and turning in his heart, and the pain was worse than any hangover headache he'd ever had. "If you think so, I'll take your word for it." "What do you say, guard? One more mile, you and me." He sat thoughtfully looking at Bobby, noticing again how still, how almost malignant the woods seemed with no bird-song in them. This is how it would be. This is how it will be, if one of their asshole power plants ever does melt down. The people will have smarts enough to get out, if they're warned in time, that is, and if the power plant in question and the NRC have balls enough to tell them. But you can't tell an owl or woodpecker to clear the area. You can't tell a scarlet tanager not to look at the fireball. So their eyes will melt, and they'll just go flapping around, blind as bats, running into trees and the sides of buildings until they starve to death or break their necks. Is this a spaceship, Bobby? Or is it a great big containment housing that's already leaking? It has, hasn't it? That's why these woods are so quiet, and that's why the polyester-clad neurologist bird fell out of the sky on Friday, isn't it? What do you say, guard? 1 more mile? So where's the good solution? Where's peace with honor? Do you run? Do you turn it over to the American Dallas police so they can use it on the Soviet Dallas police? What? What? Any new ideas, guard? And suddenly he did have an idea, or the glimmer of one. But a glimmer was better than nothing. He hugged Bobby with a lying arm. Okay, 1 more mile. Bobby's grin started to widen, and then it became a look of curious surprise. How much did he leave you, guard? How much did who leave me? The tooth fairy, Bobby said. You finally lost one, right there in the front. Startled and a little afraid, Guard raised his hand to his mouth. Sure enough, there was a gap where one of his incisors had been yesterday. It had started then. After a month working in the shadow of this thing, he had foolishly assumed immunity. But it wasn't so. It had started. He was on his way to becoming new and improved. On his way to becoming. He forced an answering smile. I hadn't noticed, he said. Do you feel any different? No, Guard said truthfully. Not yet, anyway. What do you say? You want to do some work? I'll do what I can, Bobby said, with this arm. You can check the hoses and tell me if any of them are starting to come loose. And talk to me. He looked at Bobby with an awkward smile. None of those other guys knew how to talk, man. I mean, they were sincere, but... He shrugged. You know? Bobby smiled back, and Gardner saw another brilliant, unalloyed flash of the old Bobby, the woman he had loved. He remembered the safe, dark harbor of her neck, and that screw in his heart turned again. I think I do, she said, and I'll talk your ear off, if that's what you want. I've been lonely, too. They stood together, smiling at each other, and it was almost the same. But the woods were silent, with no bird song to fill them up. The love's over, he thought. Now it's the same old poker game, except the tooth fairy came last night, and I guess the bastard will be back tonight. Probably along with his cousin and his brother-in-law. And when they start seeing my cards, maybe exposing that glimmer of an idea like an ace in the hole, it'll be all over. In a way, it's funny. We always assumed the aliens would have to at least be alive to invade. Not even H.G. Wells expected an invasion of ghosts. I want to have a look into the trench, Bobby said. Okay. You'll like the way it's draining, I think. Together they walked into the shadow cast by the ship. 13. Monday, August 8th. The heat was back. The temperature outside Newt Barringer's kitchen window was 79 at 7:15 that Monday morning, but Newt wasn't in the kitchen to read it. He was standing in the bathroom in his pajama bottoms, inexpertly applying his late wife's makeup to his face and cursing the way the sweat made the pancake clump up. He had always thought makeup a lot of harmless ladies' foofraw, but now, trying to use it according to its original purpose, not to accent the good but to conceal the bad, or at least the startling, he was discovering that putting on makeup was like giving someone a haircut. It was a fuck of a lot harder than it looked. He was trying to cover up the fact that over the last week or so the skin of his cheeks and forehead had begun to fade. He knew, of course, that it had something to do with the trips he and the others had made into Bobby's shed, trips he could not remember afterward, only that they had been frightening, but even more exhilarating, and that he had come out all 3 times feeling 10 feet tall and ready to have sex in the mud with a platoon of lady wrestlers. He knew enough to associate what was happening with the shed, but at first he had thought it was simply a matter of losing his usual summer tan. In the years before an icy winter afternoon and a skidding bread truck had taken her, His wife Eleanor liked to joke that all you needed to do was to put Newt under one ray of sun after the 1st of May and he turned as brown as an Indian. But last Friday afternoon, however, he was no longer able to fool himself about what was going on. He could see the veins, arteries, and capillaries in his cheeks, exactly as you could see them in that model he'd gotten his nephew Michael 2 Christmases ago. The Amazing Visible Man, it was called. It was damned unsettling. It wasn't just being able to see into himself, either. When he pressed his fingers against his cheeks, the cheekbones felt definitely squashy. It was as if they were, well, dissolving. I can't go out like this, he thought. Jesus, no. But on Saturday, when he had looked in the mirror and realized after some thought and a lot of squinting that the gray shadow he was seeing through the side of his face was his own tongue, he had almost flown over to Dick Allison's. Dick answered the door looking so normal that for a few terrible moments Newt believed this was happening to him and him alone. Then Dick's firm, clear thought filled his head, making him weep with relief. "Christ, you can't go around looking like that, Newt. You'll scare people. Come in here. I'm going to call Hazel." The phone, of course, was really not necessary, but old habits died hard. In Dick's kitchen, under the fluorescent ring in the ceiling, Newt had seen clearly enough that Dick was wearing makeup. Hazel, Dick said, had showed him how to put it on. Yes, it happened to all the others except Adley, who had gone into the shed for the first time only 2 weeks ago. "Where does it all end, Dick?" Newt had asked uneasily. The mirror in Dick's hallway drew him like a magnet, and he stared at himself, seeing his tongue behind and through his pallid lips, seeing a tangled undergrowth of small, pulsing capillaries in his forehead. He pressed the tips of his fingers against the shelf of bone over his eyebrows and saw faint finger indentations when he took them away. They were like finger marks in hard wax, right down to the discernible loops and swirls of his fingertips, sunk into the livid skin. Looking at that had made him feel sick. "I don't know," Dick had answered. He was talking on the phone with Hazel at the same time. "But it doesn't really matter. It's going to happen to everyone eventually, like everything else. You know what I mean." He knew, all right. The first changes, Newt thought, looking into the mirror on this hot Monday morning, had in many ways been even worse, more shocking, because they had been so, well, intimate. But he had gone a ways toward getting used to it, which only went to show, he supposed, that a person could get used to anything, given world enough and time. Now he stood by the mirror, dimly hearing the DJ on the radio informing his listening audience that an influx of hot southern air coming into the area meant they could look forward to at least 3 days and maybe a week of muggy weather and temps in the upper 80s and low 90s. Newt cursed the coming humid weather. It would make his hemorrhoids itch and burn, it always did, and went on trying to cover his increasingly transparent cheeks, forehead, nose, and neck with Eleanor's Max Factor pancake. He finished cursing the weather and went fluidly on to the makeup with never a break in his monologue, having no idea that makeup grew old and cakey after a long period of time, and this particular lot had been in the back of a bathroom drawer since long before Eleanor's death in February 1984. But he supposed he would get used to putting the crap on, until such time as it was no longer necessary, anyhow. A person could get used to damn near anything. A tentacle, white at its tip, then shading to rose and finally to a dark blood red as it thickened toward its unseen base, fell through the fly of his pajama bottoms. Almost as if to prove his thesis, Newt Barringer only tucked it absently back in and went on trying to get his dead wife's makeup to spread evenly on his disappearing face. 14. Tuesday, August 9th. Old Doc Warwick slowly pulled the sheet up over Tommy Jacklin and let it drop. It billowed slightly, then settled. The shape of Tommy's nose was clearly defined. He'd been a handsome kid, but he'd had a big nose, just like his dad. His dad, Bobby Anderson thought sickly. Someone's going to have to tell his dad, and guess who's going to be elected. Such things shouldn't bother her anymore, she knew, things like the Jacqueline boy's death, things like knowing she would have to get rid of guard when they reached the ship's hatchway. But they sometimes still did. She supposed that would burn away in time. A few more trips to the shed, that was all it would take. She brushed aimlessly at her shirt and sneezed. Except for the sound of the sneeze and the stertorous breathing of Hester Brookline in the other bed of the makeshift little clinic the doc had set up in his sitting-cum-examination room, there was only shocked silence for a moment. Kyle. He's really dead? No, I just like to cover him up that way sometimes for a joke, Warwick said crossly. Shit, man. I knew he was going at 4 o'clock. That's why I called you all here. After all, you're the town fathers now, ain't you? His eyes fixed for a moment on Hazel and Bobby. Excuse me, and 2 town mothers. Bobby smiled with no humor. Soon there was going to be only one sex in Haven. No mothers, no fathers. Just another Burma shave sign, you might say, on the great road of becoming. She looked from Kyle to Dick, to Newt, to Hazel, and saw that the others looked as shocked as she felt. Thank God she was not alone then. Tommy and Hester had gotten back all right, ahead of schedule actually, because when Tommy started to feel really ill, only 3 hours after they had driven out of the Haven-Troy area, he had begun to push it, moving as fast as he could. The damn kid was really a hero, Bobby thought. I guess the best we can do for him is a plot in Homeland. But he was still a hero. She looked toward where Hester lay, pallid as a wax cameo, breathing dryly, eyes closed. They could have, maybe should have, come back when they felt the headaches coming on, when their gums began to bleed, but they hadn't even discussed it. And it wasn't only their gums. Hester, who had been menstruating lightly all during the becoming, unlike older women, teenage girls didn't ever seem to stop, or hadn't yet, anyway, made Tommy stop at the Troy General Store so she could buy heavier sanitary napkins. She had begun to flow copiously. By the time they had bought 3 car batteries and a good used truck battery in the Newport Dairy Town Line Auto Supply on Route 7, she had soaked 4 stay-free maxi pads. Their heads began to ache, Tommy's worse than Hester's. By the time they had gotten half a dozen Allstate batteries at the Sears store and well over 100 C, D, and double and triple A cells at the Dairy True Value Hardware, which had just gotten a new shipment in, they both knew they had to get back, quick. Tommy had begun to hallucinate. As he drove up Wentworth Street, he thought he saw a clown grinning up at him from an open sewer manhole, a clown with shiny silver dollars for eyes and a clenched white glove filled with balloons. 8 miles or so out of Derry, headed back toward Haven on Route 9, Tommy's rectum began to bleed. He pulled over and, face flaming with embarrassment, asked Hester if he could have some of her pads. He was able to explain why when she asked, but not to look at her while he did so. She gave him a handful, and he went into the bushes for a minute. He came back to the car weaving like a drunk, one hand outstretched. "You gotta drive, Hester," he said. "I'm not seeing so hot." This audiobook is continued on Disc 16. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued. Disc 16. By the time they got back to the town line, the front seat of the car was splashed with gore, and Tommy was unconscious. By then, Hester herself was able to see only through a dark curtain. She knew it was 4 of a bright summer's afternoon, but Doc Warwick seemed to come to her out of a thundery purple twilight. She knew he was opening the door, touching her hands, saying, "It's all right, my darling, you are back. You can let go of the wheel now. You are back in Haven." She was able to give a more or less coherent account of their afternoon as she lay in the protective circle of Hazel McCready's arms, but she had joined Tommy in unconsciousness long before they got to the docks, even though Doc was doing an unheard-of 65, his white hair flying in the wind. Adley McKean whispered, "What about the girl?" "Well, her blood pressure's dropping," Warwick said. "The bleeding's stopped. She is young and tough, good country stock. I knew her parents and her grandparents. She'll pull through." He He looked around at them grimly, his watery old blue eyes not deceived by their makeup, which in this light made them look like half a dozen ghastly sun-tanned clowns. "But I don't think she'll ever regain her sight." There was a numb silence. Bobby broke it. "That's not so." Doc Warwick turned to look at her. "She'll see again," Bobby said. "When the becoming is finished, she'll see. We'll all see with one eye then." Warwick met her gaze for a moment, and then his own eyes dropped. "Yes," he said, "I guess. But it's a damn shame, anyway." Bobby agreed without heat. "Bad for her, worse for Tommy. No bed of roses for their folks. I have to go see them. I could use company." She looked at them, but their eyes dropped away from hers, a pair at a time, and their thoughts dulled into a smooth hum. "All right," Bobby said. "I'll manage, I guess." Adler McKean spoke up humbly. "I guess I'll come with you if you want, Bobby. Keep you company." Bobby gave him a tired yet somehow brilliant smile and squeezed his shoulder. "Thank you, Ad. For the second time, thank you." The two of them went out. The others watched them, and when they heard Bobby's truck start, they turned toward where Hester Brookline lay unconscious, hooked up to a sophisticated life support machine whose component parts had come from 2 radios, a turntable record changer, the auto-tuning device from Doc's new Sony TV, and, of course, lots of batteries. 15. Wednesday, August 10th. In spite of his tiredness, his confusion, his inability to stop playing Hamlet, and, worst of all, the persistent feeling that things in Haven were going wronger all the time, Jim Gardner had managed the booze pretty well since the day Bobby had come back and they had lain together on the fragrant pine needles. Part of the reason was pure self-interest. Too many bloody noses, too many headaches. Some of this was undoubtedly the influence of the ship, he thought. He hadn't forgotten he'd had one after Bobby had repeatedly urged him to touch her find, and he had seized the leading edge of the ship and felt that rapid, numbing vibration. But he was wise enough to know that his steady drinking was doing its part as well. There had been no blackouts per se, but there had been days when his nose had bled 3 and 4 times. He had always tended toward hypertension, and he had been told more than once that steady drinking could worsen what was a borderline condition. So he was doing fairly well, until he heard Bobby sneezing. That sound, so terribly familiar, called up a set of memories, and a sudden terrible idea exploded in his mind like a bomb. He went into the kitchen, opened the hamper, and looked at a dress, the one she'd been wearing yesterday evening. Bobby did not see this inspection. She was asleep. She had sneezed in her sleep. Bobby had gone out the previous evening with no explanation. She had seemed nervous and upset to Gardner, and although both of them had worked hard all day, Bobby had eaten almost no supper. Then, near sundown, she had bathed, changed into the dress, and driven off into the hot, still, muggy evening. Gardner had heard her come back around midnight, had seen the brilliant flare of light as Bobby went into the shed. He thought she came back in around first light, but wasn't sure. All day today she had been morose, speaking only when spoken to, and only then in monosyllables. Gardner's clumsy efforts to cheer her up met with no success. Bobby skipped supper again tonight, and just shook her head when Gardner suggested a few cribbage hands on the porch, just like in the old days. Bobby's eyes, looking out of that weird coating of flesh-colored makeup, had looked somber and wet. Even as Gardner noticed this, Bobby yanked a handful of Kleenex from the table behind her and sneezed into them 2 or 3 times, rapidly. "Some are cold, I guess. I'm going to hit the rack, Guard. I'm sorry to be such a party pooper, but I'm whipped." "Okay," Guard said. Some remembered familiarity had been gnawing at him, and now he stood here with her dress in his hands, a light, sleeveless summer cotton. In the old days it would have been washed this morning, hung on the line out back to dry, ironed after supper, and back in the closet again long before bed. But these weren't the old days. These were the new and improved days, and they washed clothes only when they absolutely had to. After all, there were more important things to do, weren't there? As if to confirm this idea, Bobby sneezed twice in her sleep. "No," Guard whispered. "Please." He dropped the dress back into the hamper, no longer wanting to touch it. He slammed the lid and then stood stiffly, waiting to see if the sound would wake Bobby. She took the truck, went to do something she didn't want to do, something that upset her, something formal enough to need a dress. She came back late and went into the shed, didn't come into the house to change. Went in like she needed to go in, right away. Why? But the answer, coupled with the sneezes and what he had found on her dress, seemed inevitable. Comfort. And when Bobby, who lived alone, needed comfort, who had always been there to give it? Guard? Don't make me laugh, folks. Guard only showed up to take comfort, not give it. He wanted to be drunk. He wanted that more than at any time since this crazy business had begun. Forget it. As he turned to leave the kitchen, where Bobby kept the alcoholic staples as well as the clothes hamper, something clitter-clicked to the boards. He bent over, picked it up, examined it, bounced it thoughtfully on his hand. It was a tooth, of course. Big number 2. He put a finger into his mouth, felt the new socket, looked at the smear of blood on his finger pad. He went to the kitchen doorway and listened. Bobby was snoring gustily in her bedroom. Sounded as if her sinuses were closed up as tight as time locks. "A summer cold," she said. "Maybe so. Maybe that's what it is." But he remembered the way Peter would sometimes leap up into her lap when Bobby sat in her old rocker by the windows to read, or when she sat out on the porch. Bobby said Peter was most apt to take one of his boob-destroying leaps when the weather was unsettled, just as he was more apt to bring on one of her allergy attacks when the weather was hot and unsettled. "It's like he knows," she'd said once, and ruffled the beagle's ears. "Do you, Pete? Do you know? Do you like to make me sneeze? Misery loves company, is that it?" And Pete had seemed to laugh up at her in that way of his. Gardner remembered when Bobby's return had briefly wakened him last night. Bobby's return and that flare of green light. Hearing distant and meaningless heat-wave thunder. Now he remembered that sometimes Pete needed a little comfort too, especially when it thundered. Pete was deathly afraid of that sound, the sound of thunder. Dear Christ, has she got Peter out in that shed? And if she does, in God's name, why? There had been smears of some funny green goo on Bobby's dress, and hairs. Very familiar short brown and white hairs. Peter was in the shed, and had been all this time. Bobby had lied about Peter being dead. God alone knew how many other things she had lied about. But why this? Why? Gardner didn't know. He changed direction, went to the cupboard to the right and beneath the sink, bent, pulled out a fresh bottle of scotch, and broke the seal. He held the bottle up and said, "To man's best friend." He drank from the neck, gargled viciously and swallowed. First swallow. "Peter. What the fuck did you do to Peter, Bobby?" He meant to get drunk. Very drunk. Fast. Book 3. The Tommyknockers. I slept, and I dreamed the dream. This time there was no disguise anywhere. I was the malicious male-female dwarf figure, the principle of joy and destruction. And Saul was my counterpart, male-female, my brother and my sister, and we were dancing in some open place under enormous white buildings, which were filled with hideous, menacing black machinery which held destruction. But in the dream, he and I, or she and I, were friendly. We were not hostile. We were together in spiteful malice. There was a terrible yearning nostalgia in the dream, the longing for death. We came together and kissed, in love. It was terrible. And even in the dream I knew it, because I recognized in the dream those other dreams we all have, when the essence of love, of tenderness, is concentrated into a kiss or a caress. But now it was the caress of two half-human creatures, celebrating destruction. Doris Lessing, The Golden Notebook. Chapter 1. Sissy. 1. "I hope you enjoyed the flight," the stewardess by the hatch told the 40-ish woman who left Delta's flight 2:30 with a trickle of other passengers, who had stuck it out all the way to Bangor, 2:30's terminating point. Bobby Anderson's sister Anne, who was 40, but who thought 50 as well as looking it. Bobby would say, during those infrequent times she was in her cups, that Sister Anne had thought like a woman of 50 since she was 13 or so, halted, and fixed the stew with a gaze that might have stopped a clock. "Well, I'll tell you, babe," she said. "I'm hot. My pits stink because the plane was late leaving La Garbage and even later leaving Logan. The air was bumpy, and I hate to fly. The trainee they sent back to livestock class spilled someone's screwdriver all over me, and I've got orange juice drying to a fine cracked glaze all over my arm. My panties are sticking in the crack of my ass, and this little town looks like a pimple on the cock of New England. Other questions?" "No," the stew managed. Her eyes had gone glassy, and she felt as if she had suddenly gone about 3 quick rounds with Boom Boom Mancini on a day when Mancini was pissed at the world. This was an effect Anne Anderson often had on people. "Good for you, dear." Anne marched past the attendant and up the jetway, swinging a large, screamingly purple tote bag in one hand. The attendant never even had time to wish her a pleasant stay in the Bangor area. She decided it would have been a wasted effort anyway. The lady looked as if she had never had a pleasant stay anywhere. She walked straight, but she looked like a woman who did it in spite of pain somewhere, like the little mermaid who went on walking even though every step was like knives in her feet. Only, the flight attendant thought, if that babe has got a true love stashed anywhere, I hope to God he knows about the mating habits of the trapdoor spider. 2. The Avis clerk told Anne she had no cars to rent, that if Anne hadn't made a reservation in advance, she was out of luck, so sorry. It was summer in Maine, and rental cars were at a premium. This was a mistake on the part of the clerk. A bad one. Anne smiled grimly, mentally spat on her hands, and went to work. Situations like this were meat and drink to Sister Anne, who had nursed her father until he had died a miserable death on the 1st of August 8 days ago. She had refused to have him removed to an IC facility, preferring instead to wash him, medicate his bed sores, change his incontinence pants, and give him his pills in the middle of the night by herself. Of course, she had driven him to the final stroke, worrying him constantly about selling the house on Layton Street. He didn't want to. She was determined that he would. The final monster stroke, which occurred after 3 smaller ones at 2-year intervals, came 3 days after the house was put up for sale. But she would no more admit that she knew this than she would admit the fact that although she had attended St. Bart's in Utica ever since earliest childhood, and was one of the leading lay women in that fine church, she believed the concept of God was a crock of shit. By the time Anne was 18, she had bent her mother to her will, and now she had destroyed her father, and watched dirt shoveled over his coffin. No slip of an Avis clerk could stand against Sissy. It took her about 10 minutes to break the clerk down, but she brushed aside the offer of the compact car which Avis held in reserve for the occasional, very occasional, celebrity passing through Bangor, and pressed on, scenting the young clerk's increasing fear of her as clearly as a hungry carnivore scents blood. 20 minutes after the offer of the compact, Anne drove serenely away from Bangor International behind the wheel of a Cutlass Supreme, reserved for a businessman scheduled to deplane at 6:15 p.m. By that time the clerk would be off duty, and besides, she had been so unnerved by Anne's steady flailing that she wouldn't have cared if the cutlass had been earmarked for the President of the United States. She went tremblingly into the inner office, shut the door, locked it, put a chair under the knob, and smoked a joint one of the mechanics had laid on her. Then she burst into tears. Anne Anderson had a similar effect on many people. 3. By the time the clerk had been eaten, it was going on 3 o'clock. Anne could have driven straight to Haven. The map she'd picked up at the Avis counter put the mileage at less than 50, but she wanted to be absolutely fresh for her confrontation with Roberta. There was a cop at the X-shaped intersection of Hammond and Union Streets. A streetlight was out, which she thought typical of this little running sore of a town, and she stopped halfway across to ask him for directions to the best hotel or motel in town. The cop intended to remonstrate with her for holding up traffic in order to ask for directions, and then, at the look in her eyes, the warm look of a fire in the brain which has been well banked and might flare at any time, decided it might be less trouble to give her the directions and get rid of her. This lady looked like a dog the cop had known when he was a kid, a dog who thought it fine fun to tear the seats from the pants of kids passing on the way to school. That kind of hassle on a day when both the temperature and his ulcer were too hot he didn't need. He directed her to Cityscape Hotel out on Route 7 and was glad to see the ass end of her going away. 4. Cityscape Hotel was full. That was no trouble for Sister Anne. She got herself a double, then bullied the harried manager into giving her another because the air conditioner in the first rattled, and because the color on the TV was so bad she said that all the actors looked like they had just eaten shit and would soon die. She unpacked, masturbated to a grim and cheerless climax with a vibrator nearly the size of one of the mutant carrots in Bobby's garden. The only climaxes she had were of the grim and cheerless type. She'd never been with a man in bed and never intended to. Showered, napped, then went to dinner. She scanned the menu with a darkening frown, then bared her teeth in a spitless grin at the waiter who came to take her order. "Bring me a bunch of vegetables. Raw, leafy vegetables. Madame wants a bunch of raw, leafy vegetables. I don't give a shit what you call them. Just wash them first to get the bug piss off. And bring me a sombrero right now." "Yes, madame," the waiter said, licking his lips. People were looking at them. A few smiled, but those who got a look at Anne Anderson's eyes soon stopped. The waiter started away, and she called him back, her voice loud and even and undeniable. "A sombrero," she said, "has Kahlua and cream in it. Cream. If you bring me a sombrero with milk in it, chum, you're going to be shampooing with the motherfucker." The waiter's Adam's apple went up and down like a monkey on a stick. He tried to summon the sort of aristocratic, pitying smile which is a good waiter's chief weapon against vulgar customers. To do him full credit, he got a pretty good start on that smile. Then Anne's lips curved up in a grin that froze it dead. There was no good nature in that grin. There was something like murder in it. "I mean it, chum," Sister Anne said softly. The waiter believed her. 5. She was back in her room at 7:30. She undressed, put on a robe, and sat looking out the 4-story window. In spite of its name, Cityscape Hotel was actually far out on Bangor's outskirts. The view Anne looked out on was, except for the lights and the small parking lot, one of almost unalloyed darkness. That was exactly the sort of view she liked. There were amphetamine capsules in her purse. Anne took one of them out, opened it, poured the white powder onto the mirror of her compact, made a line with one sensibly short nail, and snorted half of it. Her heart immediately began to jackrabbit in her narrow chest. A flush of color bloomed in her pallid face. She left the rest for the morning. She had begun to use yellow jackets this way shortly after her father's first stroke. Now she found she could not sleep without a snort of this stuff, which was the diametric opposite of a sedative. When she had been a little girl, a very little girl, her mother had once cried at Anne in utter exasperation, "You're so contrary, cheese it physic ya!" Anne supposed it had been true then, and that it was true now, Not that her mother would ever dare say it now, of course. Anne glanced at the phone and then away. Just looking at it made her think of Bobby, of the way she had refused to come to Father's funeral. Not in words, but in a cowardly way that was typical of her, by simply refusing to respond to Anne's increasingly urgent efforts to communicate with her. She had called twice during the 24 hours following the old bastard's stroke, when it became obvious he was going to snuff it. The phone had not been answered either time. She called again after her father died, this time at 1:04 on the morning of August 2nd. Some drunk had answered the telephone. "I'd like Roberta Anderson, please," Anne said. She stood stiffly at the pay-phone in the lobby of Utica Soldiers' Hospital. Her mother sat in a nearby plastic chair, surrounded by endless brothers and endless sisters, and their endless Irish potato faces, weeping and weeping and weeping. "Right now." "Bobby," the drunk voice at the other end said, "you want the old boss or the new and improved boss?" "Spare me the bullshit, Gardner. Her father can't talk to Bobby now." The drunk, it was Gardner, all right, she recognized the voice now, broke in. Anne closed her eyes. There was only one piece of phone-related bad manners she hated worse than being broken in upon. "She's out in the shed with the Dallas police. They're all getting even newer and more improved." "You tell her sister Anne, click." Dry rage turned the sides of her throat to heated flannel. She held the telephone handset away from her and looked at it the way a woman might look at a snake that has bitten her. Her fingernails were white going on purple. The piece of phone manner she hated most was being hung up on. 6. She had dialed back at once, but this time, after a long pause, the telephone began to make a weird sirening noise in her ear. She hung up and went over to her weeping mother and her harp relatives. "Did you get her, Sissy?" her mother asked Anne. "Yes." "What did she say?" Her eyes begged Anne for good news. "Did she say she'd come home for his funeral?" "I couldn't get a commitment one way or another," Anne said. And suddenly all of her fury at Roberta, who had had the temerity to try to escape, suddenly burst out of her heart, but not in shrillness. Anne would never be still, or shrill. That shark-like grin surfaced on her face. The murmuring relatives grew silent and looked at Anne uneasily. The two old ladies gripped their rosaries. She did say that she was glad the old bastard was dead. Then she laughed. Then she hung up. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Paula Anderson clapped her hands to her ears and began to shriek. 7. Anne had had no doubt, at least at first, that Bobby would be at the funeral. Anne meant for her to be there, and so she would be. Anne always got what she wanted. That made the world nice for her, and that was the way things should be. When Roberta did come, she would be confronted with the lie Anne had told, probably not by their mother, who would be too pathetically glad to see her to mention it, or probably even to remember it, but surely by one of the Harp uncles. Bobby would deny it, so the Harp uncle would probably let it go, unless the Harp uncle happened to be very drunk, which was always a good possibility with Mama's brothers. But they would all remember Anne's statement, not Bobby's denial. That was good. Fine, in fact. But not enough. It was time, over time, that Roberta came home. Not just for the funeral, for good. She would see to it. Leave it to Sissy. 8. Sleep did not come easily to Anne that night in the cityscape. Part of it was being in a strange bed. Part of it was the dim gabble of TVs from other rooms and the sense of being surrounded by other people, just another bee trying to sleep in just another chamber of this hive, where the chambers were square instead of hexagonal. Part of it was knowing that tomorrow would be an extremely busy day. Most of it, however, was her continuing dull fury at being balked. It was the thing which she hated above all others. It reduced such annoyances to minor piffles. Bobby had balked her. So far she had balked her utterly and completely, necessitating the stupid trip, during what the weather forecasters were calling the worst heat wave to hit New England since 1974. An hour after her lie about Bobby to her mother and the Harp aunts and uncles, she had tried to phone again, this time from the undertakers. Her mother had long since tottered home, where Anne supposed she would be sitting up with her cunt of a sister Betty, the two of them drinking that shitty claret they liked, wailing over the dead man while they got slopped. She got nothing but that sirening sound again. She called the operator and reported trouble on the line. "I want you to check it, locate the trouble, and see that it's corrected," Anne said. "There's been a death in the family, and I need to reach my sister as soon as possible." "Yes, ma'am. If you'll give me the number you're calling from—" "I'm calling from the undertakers," Anne said. "I'm going to pick out a coffin for my father and then go to bed. I'll call in the morning. Just make sure my call goes through then, honey." She hung up and turned to the undertaker. "Pine box," she said. "Cheapest one you've got." "But, Miss Anderson, I'm sure you'll want to think about—" "I don't want to think about anything," Anne barked. She could feel the warning pulses which signaled the onset of one of her frequent migraine headaches. "Just sell me the cheapest pine box you've got so I can get the fuck out of here. It smells dead." "But—" the undertaker was flabbergasted. "But won't you want to see—" "I'll see it when he's wearing it," Anne said, drawing her checkbook out of her purse. "How much?" 9. The next morning Bobby's telephone was working, but there was no answer. There continued to be no answer all day. Anne grew steadily more angry. Around 4 p.m., with the wake in the next room going full blast, she had called main directory assistance and told the operator she wanted the number of the Haven Police Department. "Well, there's no police department exactly, but I have a listing for the Haven constable with that—" "Yeah, give it to me." The directory assistance operator did. Anne called. The phone rang, rang, rang. The tone of the ring was exactly the same as the tone she got when she dialed the house where her spineless sister had been hiding out for the last 13 years or so. A person could almost believe they were ringing into the same receiver. She actually toyed with the idea for a moment before brushing it aside. But giving such a paranoid thought even a moment's house-room was unlike her, and it made her angrier. The rings sounded alike because the same little dipshit backwoods phone company sold and serviced all the phone equipment in town, that was all. "Did you get her?" Paula asked timidly, coming to the door. "No. She doesn't answer. The town constable doesn't answer. I think the whole fucking town went to Bermuda. Jesus!" She blew a lock of hair off her sweaty forehead. "Perhaps if you called one of her friends—" "What friends? The loony she shacked up with?" "Sissy, you don't know—" "I know who answered the phone the one time I did get through," she returned grimly. "After living in this family, it's easier for me to tell when a man's drunk by his voice." Her mother said nothing. She had been reduced to wet-eyed, trembling silence, one hand hovering at the collar of her black dress, and that was just how Anne liked her. "No, he's there. And they both know I'm trying to get through, and why. And they're going to be sorry they fucked with me." "Sissy, I do so wish you wouldn't use that "Shut up!" Anne screamed at her, and of course her mother did. Anne picked up the telephone again. This time when she dialed directory assistance, she asked for the number of the Haven mayor. They didn't have one of those either. There was something called a town manager, whatever the fuck that was. Muffled little clicks, like rat's claws on glass, as the operator looked things up on her computer screen. Her mother had fled. From the other room came the theatrically overblown sobs and wails of Irish grief. Like a V-2 rocket, Anne thought. An Irish wake was powered by liquid fuel, and in both cases the liquid was the same. Anne closed her eyes. Her head thumped. She ground her teeth together. It produced a bitter metallic taste. She closed her eyes and imagined how good, how wonderful it would be to perform a little surgery on Bobby's face with her fingernails. "Are you still there, honey?" she asked without opening her eyes. "Or did you suddenly run off to the WC?" "Yes, I have it. Give it to me." The operator was gone. A robot recited a number in odd, herky-jerky cadences. Anne dialed it. She fully expected no answer, but the phone was picked up promptly. "Selectman's. Newt Barringer here. Well, it's good to know someone's there. My name's Ann Anderson. I'm calling from Utica, New York. I tried to call your constable, but apparently he's gone fishing." Berenger's voice was even. "He's a she, Miss Anderson. She died unexpectedly last month. The office hasn't been filled. Probably won't be until next town meeting." This stopped Anne for only an instant. She focused instead on something which interested her more. "Miss Anderson? How did you know I was a miss, Berenger?" There was no pause. Berenger said, "Ain't you Bobby's sister? If you are, and if you were married, you wouldn't be Anderson, would you?" "You know Bobby, then, do you?" "Everyone in Haven knows Bobby, Miss Anderson. She's our resident celebrity. We're real proud of her." It went through the meat of Anne's brain like a sliver of glass. A resident celebrity. Oh, dear bleeding Christ. "Good job, Sherlock. I've been trying to reach her on whatever passes for phones up there in Moose Paw County to tell her father died yesterday and he's going to be buried tomorrow." She had expected some conventional sentiment from this faceless official. After all, he knew Bobby. But there was none. "Been some trouble with the phones out her way," was all Berenger said. Anne was again put momentarily off pace. Very momentarily. Anne was never put off pace for very long. The conversation was not going as she had expected. The man's responses were a little strange, too reserved even for a Yankee. She tried to picture him and couldn't. There was something very odd in his voice. "Could you have her call me? Her mother is crying her eyes out in the other room. She's near collapse. And if Roberta doesn't get here in time for the funeral, I think she will collapse." "Well, I can't make her call you, Miss Anderson, can I?" Berenger returned with infuriating, drawly slowness. "She's a grown woman. But I'll surely pass the message along." "Maybe I'd better give you the number," Anne said through clenched teeth. "I mean, we're still here at the same old stand, but she calls so seldom these days, she might have forgotten. It's—" "No need," Berenger interrupted. "If she don't remember or have it written down, there's always directory assistance, ain't there? I guess that's how you must have gotten this'n." Anne hated the telephone because it allowed only a fraction of the full, relentless force of her personality to come through. She thought she had never hated it so much as she did at this moment. "Listen," she cried. "I don't think you understand—" "Think I do," Berenger said. This was the second interruption, and the conversation was not 3 minutes old. "I'll go out before I have my dinner and pass it on. Thanks for calling, Miss Anderson." "Listen," before she could finish, he did the thing she hated the most. Anne hung up, thinking she could cheerfully stand by and watch as the jag-off to whom she had just been speaking was eaten alive by wild dogs. She had been grinding her teeth together madly. 10. Bobby didn't return her call that afternoon, nor that early evening, as the V2 of the wake entered the boozosphere, nor that late evening as it went into orbit, nor in the 2 hours past midnight as the last of the wakers stumbled blearily out to their cars, with which they would menace other drivers on their way home. Anne lay sleepless and ramrod straight in her bed most of the night, wired up on speed like a suitcase bomb, alternately grinding her teeth and digging her nails into her palms, planning revenge. "You'll come back, Bobby. Oh, yes, you will. And when you do—" When she still hadn't called the next day, Anne put the funeral off in spite of her mother's weak wailings that it wasn't fitting. Finally, Anne whirled on her and snarled, "I'll say what's fitting and what isn't. What's fitting is that little whore should be here, and she hasn't even bothered to call. Now leave me alone." Her mother slunk away. That night she tried first Bobby's number, then the selectmen's office. At the first number the sirening sound continued. At the second she got a recorded message. She waited patiently until the beep, and then said, "It's Bobby's sis again, Mr. Berenger, cordially hoping that you'll be afflicted with syphilis that won't be diagnosed until your nose falls off and your balls turn black." She called directory assistance back and asked for 3 Haven numbers, the number of Newt Berenger, a Smith, Any Smith, dear. In Haven they're all related. And a Brown. The number she received in response to this last request was, by virtue of alphabetical order, Bryant's. She got the same siren howl at each number. "Shit!" Anne yelled, and threw the phone at the wall. Upstairs in bed, her mother cringed and hoped Bobby would not come home, at least not until Anne was in a better mood. 11. She put the funeral and interment off yet another day. The relatives began to rumble, but Anne was more than equal to them, thank you. The funeral director took one look at her and decided the old Mick could rot in his pine box before he got involved. Anne, who spent the whole day on the phone, would have congratulated him on making a wise decision. Her fury was rapidly passing all previous bounds. Now all the phones into Haven seemed out of service. She could not delay the funeral another day longer, and she knew it. Bobby had won this battle. All right. So be it. But not the war. Oh, no. If she thought that, the bitch had several more things coming, and all of them would be painful. Anne bought her plane tickets angrily but confidently, one from upstate New York to Bangor, and 2 returns. 12. She would have flown to Bangor the following day. That was when the ticket was for. But her idiotic mother fell down the back stairs and broke her hip. Sean O'Casey had once said that when you lived with the Irish, you marched in a fool's parade, and oh, how right he had been. Her mother's screams brought Anne in from the backyard, where she had been lying on a chaise longue, soaking up some sun, and going over her strategy for keeping Bobby in Utica once she had gotten her here. Her mother was sprawled at the bottom of the narrow staircase, bent at a hideous angle, and Anne's first thought was that for a row of pins she would gladly have left the stupid old bitch there until the anesthetic effects of the claret began to wear off. The new widow smelled like a winery. In that angry, dismayed moment, Anne knew that all of her plans would have to be changed, and she thought that their mother might actually have done it on purpose. Gotten drunk to nerve herself up, and then not just fallen, but jumped downstairs. Why? To keep her from Bobby, of course. But you won't, she had thought, going to the phone. You won't. If I want a thing to be, if I mean a thing to be, that thing will be. I am going to Haven, and I am going to cut a wide swath there. I'm going to bring Bobby back, and they're going to remember me for a long time, especially the hayseed dork who hung up on me. She picked up the phone and punched the medic's number. It had been pasted to the phone ever since her father's first stroke, with quick, angry stabs of her forefinger. She was grinding her teeth. 13. Thus it was the 9th of August before she could finally get away. In the caesura there was no call from Bobby, and Anne didn't try to get her again, or the hick town manager, or Bobby's drunk fuck in Troy. He had apparently moved in so he could poke her full-time. Okay, let them both fall into a lull. That would be very fine. Now she was here in Bangor's Cityscape Hotel, sleeping badly, and grinding her teeth. She had always ground her teeth. Sometimes it was so loud it awoke her mother in the night, and on a few occasions even her father, who slept like a brick. Her mother mentioned it to the family doctor when Anne was 3. That fellow, a venerable upstate New York GP, whom Doc Warwick would have felt right at home with, looked surprised. He considered a moment, then said, "I think you must be imagining that, Mrs. Anderson." "If I am, it must be catching," Paula had said. "My husband's heard it too." They looked toward Anne, who was building a shaky tower of blocks, one on top of the other. She worked with grim, unsmiling concentration. As she added a 6th block, the tower fell down, and as she started to rebuild it, they both heard the grim, skeletal sound of Anne grinding her baby teeth together. "She also does that in her sleep?" the doctor asked. Paula Anderson nodded. "Well, it'll probably go away," the doctor said. "It's harmless." But, of course, it didn't go away, and it wasn't harmless. It was bruxism, a malady which, along with heart attacks, strokes, and ulcers, often afflicts driven, self-assertive people. The first of Anne's baby teeth to fall out was noticeably eroded. Her parents commented on it, then forgot it. By then, Anne's personality had begun to assert itself in more gaudy and startling ways. By 6 1/2, she was already ruling the Anderson family in some strange way you could never quite put your finger on. And they had all gotten used to the thin, slightly gruesome whisper of Anne's teeth grinding together in the night. The family dentist had noticed the problem wasn't going away, but getting worse by the time Anne was 9, but it wasn't treated until she was 15, when it began to cause her actual pain. By then she had worn her teeth down to the live nerves. The dentist fitted her with a rubber mouth splint taken from a mold of her teeth, then an acrylic one. She wore these appliances, which are called night guards, to bed every night. At 18 she was fitted with all-metal crowns on most of her top and bottom teeth. The Andersons couldn't afford it, but Anne insisted. They had allowed the problem to slide, and she was not going to allow her skinflint father to turn around when she was 21 and say, "You're a grown-up now, Anne, it's your problem. If you want crowns, you pay the bill." She had wanted gold, but that really was beyond their means. For several years thereafter, Anne's infrequent smiles had a glittery, mechanized look that was extremely startling. People often actually recoiled from that grin. She took a grim enjoyment from these reactions, and when she had seen the villain Jaws in one of the later James Bond movies, she had laughed until she thought her sides would split. This unaccustomed burst of amusement had left her feeling dizzy and ill. But she had understood exactly why, when that huge man first bared his stainless steel teeth in a shark-like grin, people had recoiled from her, and she almost wished she hadn't finally had porcelain fused over the metal. Yet, she thought, it was perhaps better not to show oneself so clearly. It could be as unwise to wear your personality on your sleeve as it was to wear your heart there. Maybe you didn't have to look as though you could chew your way through a door made of oak planks to get what you wanted, as long as you knew you could. Bruxism aside, Anne also had had a lot of cavities, both as a child and as an adult. In spite of Utica's fluoridated water and her own strictly observed regimen of oral hygiene, she often flossed her teeth until her gums bled. This was also due in large part to her personality rather than her physiology. Drive and the urge to dominate afflict both the softest parts of the human body, stomach and vitals, and the hardest, the teeth. Anne had a chronic case of dry mouth. Her tongue was nearly white. Her teeth were dry little islands. Without a steady flow of saliva to wash away crumbs of food, cavities began quickly. By this night, when she lay sleeping uneasily in Bangor, Anne had better than 12 ounces of silver amalgam fillings in her mouth. On infrequent occasions, she had set off airport metal detectors. In the last 2 years, she had begun to lose teeth in spite of her frantic efforts to save them. 2 on the top right, 3 on the bottom left. In both cases, she had opted for the most expensive dental bridge work available. She had to travel to New York City to have the work done. The dental surgeon removed the rotting husks, flayed her gums to the dull white of the jawbone, and implanted tiny titanium screws. The gums were sewn back together and healed nicely. Some people reject metal implants in the bone, but Anne Anderson had no trouble at all accepting them, leaving 2 little titanium posts sticking out of the flesh. The bridge work was placed over the metal anchors after the flesh around them had healed. She didn't have as much metal in her head as Guard did. Guard's plate always set off airport metal detectors, but she had a lot. So she slept without knowing that she was a member of an extremely exclusive club, those people who could enter Haven as it was now, with a bare chance of surviving. 14. She left for Haven in her rental car at 8 the following morning. She made one wrong turn, but still arrived at the Troy-Haven town line by 9:30. She had awakened feeling as nervous and randy-dandy as a thoroughbred dancing her way into the starting gate. But somewhere, in the last 15 or 20 miles before she reached the Haven town line, the land around her nearly empty, dreamingly ripe in the breathless summer heat hush. That fine feeling of anticipation and wire-thin, nervy readiness had bled away. Her head began to ache. At first it was just a minor throb, but it quickly escalated into the familiar pounding of one of her near migraines. She drove past the town line into Haven. By the time she got to Haven Village, she was hanging on to herself by force of will and not much more. The headache came and went in sickish waves. Once she thought she had heard a burst of hideously distorted music coming out of her mouth, but that must have been imagination, something brought on by the headache. She was faintly aware of people on the streets in the little village, but not of the way they all turned to look at her. Her, then each other. She could hear machinery throbbing in the woods somewhere. The sound was distant and dreamlike. The cutlass began to weave back and forth on the deserted road. Images doubled, trebled, came reluctantly back together, then began doubling and trebling again. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, unnoticed. She held hard to one thought. It's on this road, Route 9, and her name will be on the mailbox. It's on this road, Route 9, and her name will be on the mailbox. It's on this road. The road was mercifully deserted. Haven slept in the morning sun. 90% of out-of-town traffic had been rerouted now, and this was a good thing for Anne, whose car pitched and yawed wildly, left-hand wheels now spuming dust from one shoulder, right-hand wheels spuming dust from the other a few moments later. She knocked down a turn sign without being aware of it. Young Ashley Ruval saw her coming and pulled his bike a prudent distance off the road and stood astride it in Justin Hurd's north pasture until she was gone. "A lady, there's a lady, and I can't hear her except her pain." 100 voices answered him, soothing him. "We know, Ashley, it's all right. Shh, shh." Ashley grinned, exposing his pink, baby-smooth gums. 15. Her stomach revolted. Somehow she was able to pull over and shut off the engine before her breakfast bolted up and out a moment after she managed to claw the driver's door open. For a moment she just hung there with her forearms propped on the open window of the half-open door, bent awkwardly outward, consciousness no more than a single spark, which she maintained by her determination that it should not go out. At last she was able to straighten up and pull the door closed. She thought in a dim and confused way that it must have been breakfast. Headaches she was used to, but she almost never threw up. Breakfast in the restaurant of that flea bag that was supposed to be Bangor's best hotel. The bastards had poisoned her. I may be dying. Oh, God, yes, it really feels as if I might be dying. But if I'm not, I'm going to sue them from here to the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court. If I live, I'll make them wish their mothers never met their fathers. Perhaps it was the bracing quality of this thought which made Anne feel strong enough to get the car moving again. She crept along at 35, looking for a mailbox with Anderson written on it. A terrible idea came to her. Suppose Bobby had painted out her name on the mailbox. It wasn't so crazy when you really thought about it. She might well suspect Sissy would turn up, and the spineless little twat had always been afraid of her. She was in no shape to stop at every farm along the way, inquiring after Bobby. Not that she'd get much help from Bobby's hayseed neighbors if the donkey she'd spoken to on the phone was any indication. But there it was. R. Anderson. And behind it, a place she had seen only in photographs. Uncle Frank's place. The old Garrick farm. There was a blue truck parked in the driveway. The place was right, yes, but the light was wrong. She realized this clearly for the first time as she approached the driveway. Instead of feeling the triumph she had expected at this moment, the triumph of a predator that has finally succeeded in running its prey to earth, she felt confusion, uncertainty, and although she did not even really realize it for what it was because it was so unfamiliar, the first faint trickle of fear. The light was wrong. This realization brought others in quick succession. Her stiff neck, the circles of sweat darkening her dress under her arms, and her hand flew to her crotch. There was a faint dampness there, drying now, and she isolated a dim ammoniac smell in the car. It had been there for some time, but her conscious mind had just now tumbled to it. I pissed myself. And I've been in this fucking car almost long enough for it to dry. And the light, Anne. The light was wrong. It was sunset light. Oh, no, it's 9:30 in the... But it was sunset light. There was no denying it. She had felt better after vomiting, yes, and she suddenly understood why. The knowledge had been there all along, really, just waiting to be noticed, like the patches of sweat under the arms of her dress, or that faint smell of drying urine. She had felt better because the period between closing the door and actually starting the car again hadn't been seconds or minutes, but hours. She had spent all that brutally hot summer day in the oven of the car. She had lain in a death-like stupor, and if she had been using the Cutlass's air conditioning with all the windows rolled up when she stopped the car, she would have cooked like a Thanksgiving turkey. But her sinuses were nearly as bad as her teeth, and the canned air manufactured by automobile air conditioners irritated them. This physical problem, she realized suddenly, staring at the old farm with wide, bloodshot eyes, had probably saved her life. She had been running with all 4 windows open. Otherwise, this led to another thought. She had spent the day in a death-like stupor, parked by the side of the road, and no one had stopped to check on her. That no one had come along a main road like Route 9 in all those hours since 9:30 was something she just couldn't accept, not even out in the sticks. And when they did see you in trouble in Sticksville, they didn't just put the pedal to the metal and keep on going like New Yorkers stepping over a wino. What kind of town is this, anyway? That unaccustomed trickle again, like hot acid in her stomach. This time she recognized the feeling as fear, seized it, wrung its neck, and killed it. Its brother might show up later on, and if so, she would kill it too, and all the sibs that might follow. She drove into the yard. 16. Anne had met Jim Gardner only twice before, but she never forgot a face. Even so, she barely recognized the great poet, although she believed she could have smelled him at 40 yards if she had been downwind on even a moderately breezy day. He was sitting on the porch in a strappy T-shirt and a pair of blue jeans, an open bottle of scotch in one hand. He had a 3 or 4 day beard stubble, much of it gray. His eyes were bloodshot. Although Anne didn't know this and wouldn't have cared, Gardner had been in this state more or less for the last 2 days. All his noble resolves had gone by the boards since finding the dog hairs on Bobby's jacket. He watched the car pull into the dooryard, missing the mailbox by bare inches, with a drunk's bleary lack of surprise. He watched the woman get out, stagger, and hold on to the open door for a minute. Oh, wow, Gardner thought. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's super bitch. Faster than a speeding hate letter, able to leap cringing family members at a single bound. Anne shoved the car door closed. She stood there for a moment, throwing a long shadow, and Gardner felt an eerie sense of familiarity. She looked like Ron Cummings when Ron had a skinful and was trying to decide if he could walk across the room. Anne made her way across the dooryard, trailing a steadying hand along the side of Bobby's truck. When she had passed the truck, she reached at once for the porch railing. She looked up, and in the slanting light of 7 o'clock, Gardner thought the woman looked both aged and ageless. She also looked evil, he thought, jaundiced and yellow-black with a heavy freight of evil that was simultaneously wearing her out and eating her up. He raised the scotch, drank, gagged on the rank burn. Then he tipped the neck of it at her. "Hello, sissy. Welcome to Haven. Having said that much, I now urge you to leave as fast as you can. 17. She got up the first 2 steps okay, then stumbled and went to one knee. Gardner held out a hand. She ignored it. "Where's Bobby?" "You don't look so good," Guard said. "Haven has that effect on people these days." "I'm fine," she said, at last gaining the porch. She stood over him, panting. "Where is she?" Gardner inclined his head toward the house. The steady hiss of water came from one of the open windows. "Shower. We've been working in the woods all day, and it was extremely hot. Bobby believes in showering to remove dirt." Gardner raised the bottle again. "I believe in simply disinfecting. Shorter and pleasanter." "You smell like a dead pig," Anne remarked, and started past him toward the house. "While my own nose is undoubtedly not as keen as your own, dear heart, you have a delicate but noticeable odor of your own," Guard said. "What do the French call that particular perfume? Eau de pisse?" She turned on him, startled into a snarl. People in Utica at least, didn't speak to her that way. Never. But of course they knew her. The great poet had undoubtedly judged her on the basis of his jizz receptacle, Haven's resident celebrity. And he was drunk. "Well," Gardner said, amused but also a trifle uneasy under her smoking gaze, "it was you who brought up the subject of aroma." "So I did," she said slowly. "Maybe we ought to start again," he said with drunken courtesy. "Start what again? You're the great poet. You're the drunk who shot his wife. I have nothing to say to you. I came for Bobby." Good shot, the thing about the wife. She saw his face freeze, saw his hand tighten on the neck of the bottle. He stood there, as if he had at least temporarily forgotten where he was. She offered him a sweet smile. That smart-ass crack about eau de pisse had gotten through, but sick or not, she thought she was still ahead on points. Inside, the shower shut off, and, perhaps it was only a hunch, Gardner had a clear sense of Bobby listening. "You always did like to operate without anesthetic. I guess I never got anything but exploratory surgery before this, huh?" "Maybe." "Why now? After all these years? Why did you have to pick now?" "None of your business." "Bobby's my business." They faced each other. She drilled him with her gaze. She waited for his eyes to drop. They didn't. It suddenly occurred to her that if she started into the house without saying more, he might attempt to restrain her. It wouldn't do him any good, but it might be simpler to answer his question. What difference did it make? "I've come to take her home." Silence again. There are no crickets. "Let me give you a piece of advice, Sister Anne. Spare me. No candy from strangers, no advice from drunks. Do exactly what I told you when you got out of the car. Leave. Now. Just go. This is not a good place to be right now." There was something in his eyes, something desperately honest, that brought on a recurrence of her earlier chill and that unaccustomed confusion. She had been left all day in her car at the side of the road as she lay in a swoon. What sort of people did that? Then every bit of her Anne-ness rose up and crushed these little doubts. If she wanted a thing to be, if she meant a thing to be, that thing would be. So it had been, was, and ever would be. Alleluia. Amen. "Okay, Chumley," she said. "You gave me yours, I'll give you mine. I'm going inside that shack, and about 2 minutes later a very large chunk of shit is going to hit the fan. I suggest you go for a walk if you don't want to get splattered. Sit on a rock somewhere and watch the sun go down and jerk off, or think up rhymes, or do whatever it is great poets do when they watch the sunset. But you want to keep out of what goes on in the house. No matter what. It's between Bobby and me. If you get in my way, I'll rip you up." In Haven, You're more likely to be the rippee than the ripper. Well, that's something I'll have to see for myself, even though I am not from Missouri, Anne said, and started for the door. Gardner tried once more. Anne? Sissy? Bobby's not the same. She— Take a walk, little man, Anne said, and went inside. 18. The windows were open, but for some reason the shades were drawn. Every now and then a puff of faint breeze would stir, sucking the shades into the openings a little way. When it happened, they looked like the sails of a becalmed ship doing their best and failing. Anne sniffed and wrinkled her nose. Blech! The place smelled like a monkey house. From the great poet she would have expected it, but her sister had been raised better. This place was a pigsty. "Hello, Sissy." She turned. For a moment, Bobby was just a shadow, and Anne felt her heart go into her throat because there was something odd about that shape, something all wrong. Then she saw the white blur of her sister's robe, heard the patter of water, and understood that Bobby had just come from the shower. She was all but naked. Good. But her pleasure was not as great as it should have been. Her unease remained, her feeling that there was something wrong about the shape in the doorway. This is not a good place to be right now. "Daddy's dead," she said, straining her eyes to see better. For all her straining, Bobby remained only a dim figure in the door which communicated between the living room and, she assumed, bathroom. "I know. Newt Barringer called and told me." Something about her voice, something even more basically different in the vague suggestiveness of her shape. Then it came to her. The realization brought a nasty shock and a stronger fear. She didn't sound afraid. For the first time in her life, Bobby didn't sound afraid of her. "We buried him without you. Your mother died a little when you didn't come home, Bobby." She waited for Bobby to defend herself. There was only silence. "For Christ's sake, come out where I can see you, you little coward." "Anne, Bobby's not the same. She fell downstairs 4 days ago and broke her hip." "Did she?" Bobby asked, indifferently. "You're coming home with me, Bobby." She meant to convey force, and was appalled by the weak shrillness of her voice. "It was your teeth that let you get in," Bobby said. "Of course, I should have thought of that." "Bobby, get out here where I can see you." "Do you want me to?" Her voice had taken on a strange, teasing lilt. "I wonder if you do." "Stop fucking with me, Bobby." Her voice rose unevenly. "Oh, listen," Bobby said. "I never thought I'd hear anything like that from you, Anne. After all the years you've fucked with me, with all of us. But okay, if you insist, that's fine, just fine." She didn't want to see. Suddenly Anne didn't want anything but to run, and keep running until she was far away from this shadowy place and this town where they left you fainting all day at the side of the road. But it was too late. She saw the blurred movement of her younger sister's hand, and the lights went on at the same moment the robe dropped with a soft rustle. The shower had washed off the makeup. Bobby's entire head and neck were transparent and jelly-like. Her breasts had swelled bulbously outward and seemed to be merging into one single nippleless outcropping of flesh. Anne could see dim organs in Bobby's stomach that looked nothing at all like human organs. There was fluid circulating in there, but it looked green. Behind Bobby's forehead she could see the quivering sac of mind. Bobby grinned, toothlessly. "Welcome to Haven, Anne," she said. She felt herself stepping backward in a spongy dream. She was trying to scream, but there was no air. At Bobby's crotch, a grotesque thatch of tentacles like seagrass wavered from her vagina. The place where her vagina had been, anyway. Anne had no idea if it was still there or not, and didn't care. The sunken valley which had replaced her crotch was enough. That, and the way the tentacles seemed to be pointing toward her, reaching for her. Naked, Bobby began walking toward her. Anne tried to back away and stumbled over a footstool. "No," she whispered, trying to crawl away. "No, Bobby, no." "Good to have you here," Bobby said, still smiling. "I hadn't counted on you. Not at all. But I think we can find a job for you. Positions, as they say, are still open." "Bobby!" She managed this one final terrified whisper, and then felt the tentacles moving lightly on her body. She jerked, tried to move away, and they slithered around her wrists. Bobby's hips thrust out in a movement that was like an obscene parody of copulation. Chapter 2. Gardner Takes a Walk. 1. Gardner took Anne's advice and went for a walk. He went, in fact, all the way out to the ship in the woods. This was the first time he had been out here by himself, he realized, and it would soon be full dark. He felt vaguely afraid, as a child might, passing near a haunted house. Are there ghosts in there? The ghosts of Tommyknockers past? Or are the real Tommyknockers themselves still in there, maybe in suspended animation? Beings like freeze-dried coffee, waiting to be thawed out. And just what were they, anyhow? He sat on the ground by the lean-to, looking at the ship. After a while the moon rose and lit its surface an even more ghostly silver. It was strange, and yet very beautiful. What's going on around here? I don't want to know. What it is ain't exactly clear. I don't want to know. Hey, stop! What's that sound? Everybody look. What's going down? He tipped the bottle up and drank deep. He put it aside, rolled over, and rested his throbbing head on his arms. He fell asleep that way, in the woods, near the graceful circular jut of the ship. He slept there all night. In the morning, there were 2 teeth on the ground. That's what I get for sleeping so close to it, he thought dully. But there was at least one compensation. He had no headache at all, although he had put away nearly a fifth of scotch. He had noticed before that, all its other attributes aside, the ship, or the change in the atmosphere the ship had generated, seemed, at very close range, to provide hangover protection. He didn't want to leave his teeth just lying there. Heeding an obscure urge, he kicked dirt over them. As he did it, he thought again. Playing Hamlet is a luxury you can no longer afford, Guard. If you don't commit to one course or the other very soon, in the next day or so, I think, you're not going to be able to do anything but march along with the rest of them. He looked at the ship, thought of the deep ravine which extended down its smooth, unmarked side, and thought again, we'll be down to the hatchway soon, if there is a hatchway. What then? Rather than trying to answer, he struck off for home. 2. The cutlass was gone. Where were you last night? Bobby asked Gardner. I slept in the woods. Did you get really drunk? Bobby asked with surprising gentleness. Her face was dark with makeup again, and Bobby had been wearing shirts which seemed oddly loose and baggy the last few days. This morning he thought he could see why. Her chest was thickening. Her breasts had begun to look like a single unit instead of 2 separate things. It made Gardner think of guys who pumped iron. Not very. 1 or 2 nips and I passed out. No hangover this morning. And no bug bites. He raised his arms, darkly tanned on top, white and strangely vulnerable beneath. Any other summer you'd wake up the next morning so bug-bit you couldn't open your eyes. But now they're gone, along with the birds and the beasts. In fact, Roberta, it seems to repel everything but fools like us. Have you changed your mind, Guard? You keep asking me that. Have you noticed? Bobby didn't reply. Did you hear the news on the radio yesterday? He knew she hadn't. Bobby didn't see, hear, or think about anything now but the ship. Her headshake was no surprise. Troops massing in Libya, more fighting in Lebanon, American troop movements, the Russians getting louder and louder about SDI. We're all still sitting on the powder keg. That hasn't changed a bit since 1945 or so. Then you discover a deus ex machina in your backyard, and now you keep wanting to know if I've changed my mind about using it. Have you? No, Gardner said, not sure if he was lying or not, but he was very glad Bobby couldn't read him. Oh, can't she? I think she can. Not much, but more than she could a month ago. More and more each day. Because you're becoming now, too. Changed your mind? That's a laugh. You can't fucking make up your mind. Bobby dismissed it, or appeared to do so. She turned toward the pile of hand tools stacked on the corner of the porch. She had missed making up a spot just below her right ear, Gardner saw. It was the same spot many men miss when they are shaving. He realized with a sickish lack of surprise that he could see into Bobby. Her skin had changed, had become kind of semi-transparent jelly. Bobby had grown thicker, shorter over the last few days, and the changes were accelerating. God, he thought, horrified and bitterly amused. Is that what happens when you turn into a Tommyknocker? You start looking like someone who got caught in a great big messy atomic meltdown? Bobby, who had been bending over the tools and gathering them up in her arms, turned quickly to look at Gardner, her face wary. What? I said, let's get moving, you lazy juggins, Gardner sent clearly, and that wary, puzzled expression became a reluctant smile. Okay. Help me with these, then. No, of course victims of high gamma radiation didn't turn transparent, like Claude Rains in The Invisible Man. They didn't start to lose inches as their bodies twisted and thickened. But yes, they were apt to lose teeth. Their hair was apt to fall out. In other words, there was a kind of physical becoming in both cases. He thought again. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. Bobby was looking narrowly at him again. I'm running out of maneuvering room, all right, and fast. What did you say, Guard? I said, let's go, boss. After a long moment, Bobby nodded. Yeah, she said. Daylight's wasting. 3. They rode out to the dig on the Tomcat. It did not fly the way the little boy's bike had flown in E.T. Bobby's tractor would never soar cinematically in front of the moon, hundreds of feet above the rooftops. But it did cruise silently and handily 18 inches above the ground, large wheels spinning slowly like dying propellers. It smoothed the ride out a whole hell of a lot. Guard was driving, Bobby standing behind him on the yoke. Your sister left? Guard said. There was no need to yell. The Tomcat's engine was a faint, distant purr. That's right, Bobby said. She left. You still can't lie worth shit, Bobby. And I really do, that I heard her scream just before I hit the patch going into the woods. I think I heard her scream. How much would it take to make a high-stepping, pure D, bald-cutting bitch like Sissy let out a howl? How bad would it have to be? The answer to that one was easy. Very bad. She was never the type to exit gracefully, Bobby said, or to let anyone be graceful if she could help it. She came to bring me home, you know. Watch that stump, Guard. It's a high one. Gardner shoved the gear lever all the way up. The Tomcat rose another 3 inches, skimming over the top of the high stump. Once past, he relaxed his hand and the Tomcat sank back to its previous altitude, 18 inches above the ground. Yes, she just came up here with her bit and her hackamore, Bobby said, sounding faintly amazed. There was a time when she might have taken me, too. As things are now, she never had a chance. Gardner felt cold. There were a lot of ways a person could interpret a remark like that. weren't there? I'm still surprised it took you only one evening to convince her, Gardner said. I thought Patricia McCardle was bad, but your sister made old Patty look like Annette Funicello. I just wiped off some of this makeup. When she saw what was underneath, she screamed, and left so fast you would have thought there were rockets in her heels. It was actually pretty funny. It was plausible. It was so plausible that the temptation to believe it was almost insuperable. Unless you ignored the simple fact that the lady under discussion couldn't have gone anywhere in a hurry without help. The lady could barely walk without help. No, Gardner thought, she never left. The only question is whether you killed her or if she's out in the goddamn shed with Peter. How long do the physical changes go on, Bobby? Gardner asked. Not much longer, Bobby said. And Gardner thought again that Bobby had never been able to lie worth shit. Here we are. Park it over by the lean-to. This audiobook is continued on Disc 17. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 17. 4. The following evening they knocked off early. The heat was still holding, and neither of them felt capable of going on until the last light died. They returned to the house, pushed food around on their plates, even ate some of it. With the dishes washed, Gardner said he thought he would go for a walk. Oh? Bobby was looking at him with that wary expression which had become one of her main stocks in trade. I would have thought you'd gotten enough exercise today for anyone. Sun's down now, Gard said easily. It's cooler. No bugs, and... He looked clear-eyed at Bobby. If I go out on the porch, I'm going to take a bottle. If I take a bottle, I'm going to get drunk. If I go for a long walk and come back tired, maybe I can fall into bed sober for one night. All of this was true enough. But there was another truth nested inside it, like one Chinese box inside another. Gardner looked at Bobby and waited to see if she would go hunting for that inner box. She didn't. All right, she said. But you know I don't care how much you drink, Gard. I'm your friend, not your wife. No, you don't care how much I drink. You've made it very easy for me to drink all I want, because it neutralizes me. He walked along Route 9 past Justin Hurd's place, and when he struck the Nister Road, he turned left and moved along at a good pace, his arms swinging easily. The last month's labor had toughened him more than he would have believed. Not so long ago, even a 2-mile walk such as this would have left him rubber-legged and winded. Still, it was eerie. No whippoorwills greeted the encroaching twilight. No dog barked at him. Most of the houses were dark. No TVs flickered inside the few lighted windows he passed. Who needs Barney Miller reruns when you can become instead, Gardner thought. By the time he reached the sign reading Road Ends 200 yards, it was almost full dark, but the moon was rising, and the night was very bright. At the end of the road he reached a heavy chain strung between two posts. A rusty, bullet-holed, no trespassing sign hung from it. Gard stepped over the chain, kept walking, and was soon standing in an abandoned gravel pit. The moonlight on its weedy sides was white as bone. The silence made Gardner's scalp prickle. What had brought him here? His own becoming, he supposed. Something he had picked out of Bobby's mind, without even knowing he'd done it. It must have been that, because whatever had brought him out here had been a lot stronger than just a hunch. To the left was a thick triangular scar against the whiteness of the undisturbed gravel. This stuff had been moved around. Gardner walked over, shoes crunching. He dug into the fresher gravel, found nothing, moved, dug another hole, found nothing, moved, dug a third, found nothing. Oh, hey, wait a minute. His fingers skimmed across something much too smooth to be a stone. He leaned over, heart thudding, but could see nothing. He wished he had brought a flashlight, but that probably would have made Bobby even more suspicious. He dug wider, letting the dirt run and rattle down the inclined slope. He saw he had uncovered a car headlight. Gardner looked at it, filled with an eerie, skeletal amusement. This is what it's like to find something in the earth, he thought. To find some strange artifact. Only I didn't have to stumble over it, did I? I knew where to look. He dug faster, climbing the slope and throwing dirt back between his legs like a mutt digging for a bone, ignoring his pounding head, ignoring his hands, which first scraped, then chafed, then began to bleed. He was able to clear a level place on the cutlass's hood, just above the right side headlights, where he could stand, and then the work went faster. Bobby and her buddies had done a casual burial job at best. Gardner pulled loose gravel down by the armload, then kicked it off the car. Pebbles shrieked and squealed on the metalwork. His mouth was dry. He was working his way up to the windshield, and he honestly didn't know which would be better, to see something or nothing. His fingers brushed slick smoothness again. Without allowing himself to stop and think, the silent creepiness of the place might have gotten to him then. He might have just turned and run. He dug a clear place on the windshield and peered in, cupping his hands to the glass to cut the glare from the moon. Nothing. Ann Anderson's rented cutlass was empty. They could have put her in the trunk. The fact is, you still don't know anything for sure. He thought he did, however. Logic told him that Ann's body wasn't in the trunk. Why would they bother? Anyone who found a brand-new car buried out here in a deserted gravel pit was going to find it suspicious enough to investigate the trunk, or to call the police, who would do it. No one in Haven would give a rip one way or another. They have concerns more pressing than cars buried in gravel pits right now, and if someone from town did happen to find it, calling the police is the last thing they'd do. That would mean outsiders, and we don't want any outsiders in Haven this summer, do we? Perish the thought. So she wasn't in the trunk. Simple logic, QED. Maybe the people who did this didn't have your sterling powers of logic, Guard. That was a crock of shit, too. If he could see a thing from 3 angles, the Haven quiz kids could see it from 23. They didn't miss a trick. Gardner backed to the edge of the hood on his knees and jumped down. Now he was aware of his scraped, burning hands. He would have to take a couple of aspirin when he got back and try to conceal the damage from Bobby in the morning. Work gloves were going to be the order of the day. All day. Ann wasn't in the car. Where was Ann? In the shed, of course. In the shed. Gardner suddenly understood why he had come out here, not just to confirm a thought he had plucked from Bobby's head. If that was what he had done, his subconscious mind might simply have fixed on this as the handiest place to get rid of a big car quick. But because he had needed to make sure it was the shed. Needed to. Because he had a decision to make. And he knew now that not even seeing Bobby change into something which was not human was enough to force him into that decision. So much of him still wanted to dig the ship out, dig it out and put it to use. So much, so very much. Before he could make the decision, he had to see what was in Bobby's shed. 5. Halfway back, he stopped in the cold, slippery moonlight, struck by a question. Why had they bothered to hide the car? Because the rental people would report it missing and more police would turn up in Haven? No. The Hertz or Avis people might not even know it was missing for days, and it would be longer still before the cops traced Ann's family connection here. At least a week, more like 2. And Gardner thought by then Haven would be done worrying about outside interference one way or another for good. So who had the car been hidden from? From you, Guard. They hid it from you. They still don't want you to know what they're capable of when it comes to protecting themselves. They hid it, and Bobby told you, Anne went away." He went back with this dangerous secret turning in his mind like a jewel. Chapter 3. The Hatch. 1. It happened 2 days later, as Haven lay sprawled and sunstruck under the August heat. Dog days had come, except, of course, there were no dogs left in Haven, unless maybe there was one in Bobby Anderson's shed. Guard and Bobby were at the bottom of a cut which was now 170 feet deep. The hull of the ship formed one side of this excavation, and the other side, behind the silvery mesh crisscrossing it, showed a cutaway view of thin soil, clay, schist, granite, and spongy aquifer. A geologist would have loved it. They were wearing jeans and sweatshirts. It was stiflingly hot on the surface, but down here it was chilly. Gardner felt like a bug crawling on the side of a water cooler. On his head he wore a hard hat with a flashlight attached to it by silver utility tape. Bobby had cautioned him to use the light as sparingly as possible. Batteries were in limited supply. Both of his ears were stuffed with cotton. He was using a pneumatic drill to shag up big chunks of rock. Bobby was at the other end of the cut, doing the same thing. Gardner had asked her that morning why they had to drill. "I like the radio explosives better, Bobby, old kid," he said. "Less pain and strain on the American brain. Know what I mean?" Bobby didn't smile. Bobby seemed to be losing her sense of humor, along with her hair. "We're too close now," Bobby said. "Using an explosive might damage something we don't want to damage." "The hatch?" "The hatch." Gardner's shoulders were aching, and the plate in his head was aching as well. That was probably mental. Steel couldn't ache, but it always seemed to when he was down here, and he hoped Bobby would signal soon that it was time for them to knock off for lunch. He let the drill chatter and bite its way toward the ship again, not bothering too much about grazing that dull silver surface. You had to be careful not to let the tip of the drill walk onto it too hard, he had discovered. It was apt to rebound and tear off your foot if you weren't careful. The ship itself was as invulnerable to the rough kiss of the drill as it had been to the explosives he and his parade of helpers had used. There was at least no danger of damaging the goods. The drill touched the ship's surface, and suddenly its steady machine-gun thunder turned to a high-pitched squeal. He thought he saw smoke squirt from the pulsing blur of the drill's tip. There was a snap. Something flew past his head. All this happened in less than a second. He shut the drill off and saw the drill bit was almost entirely gone. All that remained was a jagged stub. Gardner turned around and saw the part that had gone winging past his face, embedded in the rock of the cut. It had sheared a strand of the meshwork neatly in two. Delayed shock hit, making his knees want to come unlocked and spill him to the ground. "Missed me by a whore's hair. No more, no less. Mother!" He tried to pull it out of the rock, and thought at first it wasn't going to come. Then he began to wiggle it back and forth. Like pulling a tooth out of a gum, he thought, and a hysterical titter escaped him. The chunk of drill bit came free. It was the size of a .45 slug, maybe a little bigger. Suddenly he was on the verge of passing out. He put an arm on the mesh-covered wall of the cut and rested his head on it. He closed his eyes and waited for the world to either go away or come back. He was dimly aware that Bobby's drill had also cut out. The world began to come back, and Bobby was shaking him. "Guard? Guard, what's wrong?" There was real concern in her voice. Hearing it made Gardner feel absurdly like weeping. Of course, he was very tired. "I almost got shot in the head by a .45 caliber drill bit," Gardner said. "On second thought, make that a .357 Magnum." "What are you talking about?" Gardner handed her the fragment he had worked out of the wall. Bobby looked at it and whistled. "Jesus!" I think he and I just missed connections. That's the second time I've almost gotten killed down in this shithole. The first was when your friend Enders almost forgot to send down the sling after I'd set one of those radio explosives. He's no friend of mine, Bobby said absently. I think he's a dork. Guard, what did you hit? What made it happen? What do you mean? A rock? What else is there down here to hit? Were you near the ship? All of a sudden, Bobby looked excited. No, more than that, nearly feverish. Yes, but I've grazed the ship with the drill before. It just bounces, but Bobby wasn't listening anymore. She was at the ship, down on her knees, digging into the rubble with her fingers. It looked like it was steaming, Gardner thought. It's here, Guard. Finally here. He had joined her before he realized that she hadn't spoken the conclusion of her thoughts aloud. Gardner had heard her in his head. 2. Something, all right, Gardner thought. Pulling aside the rock Gardner's drill had chunked up just before it exploded, Bobby had revealed, finally, a line in the ship's surface. One single line in all of that huge, featureless expanse. Looking at it, Gardner understood Bobby's excitement. He stretched out his hand to touch it. Better not, she said sharply. Remember what happened before? Leave me alone, Gardner said. He pushed Bobby's hand aside and touched that groove. There was music in his head, but it was muffled and quickly faded. He thought he could feel his teeth vibrating rapidly in their sockets, and suspected he would lose more of them tonight. Didn't matter. He wanted to touch it. He would touch it. This was the way in. This was the closest they had been to the Tommyknockers and their secrets, their first real sign that this ridiculous thing wasn't just solid through and through. The thought had occurred to him. What a cosmic joke that would have been. Touching it was like touching starlight made solid. It's the hatch, Bobby said. I knew it was here. Gardner grinned at her. We did it, Bobby. Yeah, we did it. Thank God you came back, Guard. Bobby hugged him, and when Gardner felt the jelly-like movement of her breasts and torso, he felt sick revulsion rise in him. Starlight? Maybe the stars were touching him right now. It was a thought he was quick to conceal, and he thought that he did conceal it, that Bobby got none of it. That's one for me, he thought. How big do you think it is? I'm not sure. I think we might be able to clear it today. It's best if we do. Time's gotten short, Guard. How do you mean? The air over Haven has changed. This did it. Bobby rapped her knuckles on the hull of the ship. There was a dim, bell-like note. I know. It makes people sick to come in. You saw the way Anne was. Yes. She was protected to some degree by her dental work. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Still, she left in a hell of a hurry. Oh, did she? If that was all, the air poisoning people who came into town, that would be bad enough. But we can't leave any more, Guard. Can't? No. I think you could. You might feel sickish for a few days, but you could leave. It would kill me, and very quickly. And something else. We've had a long siege of hot, still weather. If the weather changes, if the wind blows hard enough, it's going to blow our biosphere right out over the Atlantic Ocean. We'll be like a bunch of tropical fish just after someone pulled the plug on the tank and killed the rebreather. We'll die. Guard shook his head. The weather changed the day you went to that woman's funeral, Bobby. I remember. It was clear and breezy. That was what was so weird about you catching a sunstroke after all that hot and muggy. Things have changed. The becoming has speeded up. Would they all die? Gardner wondered. All of them? Or just you and your special pals, Bobby? The ones that have to wear makeup now. I hear doubt in your head, Guard, Bobby said. She sounded half exasperated, half amused. What I doubt is that any of this could be happening at all, Gardner said. Fuck it. Come on. Dig, babe. 3. They took turns with a pick. One of them would use it for 15 minutes or so, and then both would clear away the rubble. By 3 that afternoon, Guard saw a circular groove that looked about 6 feet in diameter, like a manhole cover. And here, at last, was a symbol. He looked at it wonderingly, and at last he had to touch it. The blast of music in his head was louder this time, as if in weary protest or in weary warning, a warning to get away from this thing before its protection lapsed entirely. But he needed to touch it, confirm it. Running his fingers over this almost Chinese symbol, he thought, a creature who lived under the glow of a different sun conceived this mark. What does it mean? No trespassing? We came in peace? Or is it maybe a plague symbol, an alien version of abandon hope, all ye who enter in here? It was pressed into the metal of the ship like a bas-relief. Merely touching it brought on a species of superstitious dread he had never felt before. He would have laughed if, 6 weeks ago, someone had told him he might feel this way, like a caveman watching an eclipse of the sun, or a medieval peasant watching the arrival of what would eventually become known as Halley's Comet. A creature who lived under the glow of a different sun conceived this mark. I, James Eric Gardner, born in Portland, Maine, United States of America, Western Hemisphere of the world, am touching a symbol made and struck by God only knows what sort of being across a black distance of light years. My God! My God! I am touching a different mind. He had, of course, been touching different minds for some time now, but this was not the same. Not the same at all. Are we really going in? He was aware that his nose was bleeding again, but not even that could make him take his hand away from that symbol. He trailed the pads of his fingers restlessly back and forth across its smooth, unknowable surface. More accurately, are you going to try to go in there? Are you? Even though you know it may, probably will, kill you. You get a jolt every time you touch the thing. What's going to happen if you're foolish enough to go inside? It will probably set up a harmonic vibration in that damned steel plate of yours that will blow your head apart like a stick of dynamite in a rotten turnip. Awfully concerned about your welfare for a man who was on the verge of suicide not very long ago, aren't you, good buddy? He thought, and had to grin in spite of himself. He drew his fingers away from the shape of the symbol, flicking them absently to get rid of the tingle, like a man trying to shake off a good-sized booger. Go on and go for it. What the fuck, if you're going to step out anyway, having your brains vibrated to death inside of a flying saucer is a more exotic way to go than most. Guard laughed aloud. It was a strange sound at the bottom of that deep slit in the ground. What's funny? Bobby asked quietly. What's funny, Guard? Laughing harder, Gardner said, Everything. This is something else. I guess it's laugh or go crazy. You dig it? Bobby looked at him, obviously not digging it, and Gardner thought, of course she doesn't. Bobby got stuck with the other option. She can't laugh because she went crazy. Gardner roared until tears rolled down his cheeks, and some of these tears were bloody, but he did not notice this. Bobby did, but Bobby didn't bother to tell him. 4. It took them another 2 hours to completely clear the hatchway. When they were done, Bobby stuck out a dirty, makeup-streaked hand in Gardner's direction. What? Gardner asked, shaking it. That's it, Bobby said. We're finished with the dig. We're done, Guard. Yeah? Yeah. Tomorrow we go inside, Guard. Guard looked at her without saying anything. His mouth felt dry. Yes, Bobby said, and nodded, as if Guard had questioned this. Tomorrow we go in. Sometimes it seemed like I started this about 1,000,000 years ago. Sometimes like it was just yesterday. I stumbled over it, and I saw it, and I ran my fingers along it and blew off the dirt. That was the start. One finger dragged through the dirt. This is the end. That was a different Bobby at the beginning, Gardner said. Yes, Bobby said meditatively. She looked up, and there was a sunken gleam of humor in her eyes. A different guard, too. Yeah, I guess, it'll probably kill me to go in there. But I'm going to give it a shot. It won't kill you, Bobby said. No? No. Now let's get out of here. I've got a lot to do. I'll be out in the shed tonight. Gardner looked at Bobby sharply, but Bobby was looking upward as the motorized sling trundled down on its cables. I've been building things out there, Bobby said. Her voice was dreamy. Me and a few others. Getting ready for tomorrow. They'll be joining you tonight, Gardner said. It was not a question. Yes. But first I need to bring them out here to look at the hatch. They've been waiting for this day too, Gard. I'll bet they have, Gardner said. The sling arrived. Bobby turned to look at Gardner narrowly. What's that supposed to mean, Gard? Nothing. Nothing at all. Their eyes met. Gardner could feel her clearly now, working at his mind, trying to dig into it. And he had again that sense of his secret knowledge and secret doubts turning and turning like a dangerous jewel. He thought deliberately, Get out of my head, Bobby. You're not welcome here. Bobby recoiled as if slapped. But there was also faint shame on her face, as if Gard had caught her peeking where she had no business peeking. There was still some humanness left in her then. That was comforting. Bring them out, by all means, Gard said. But when it comes to opening it up, Bobby, it's just you and me. We dug the fucker up, and we go in the fucker first. You agree? Yes, Bobby said. We go in first. The two of us. No brass bands, no parades. And no Dallas police. Bobby smiled faintly. Not them, either. She held out the sling. You want to ride up first? No, you go. It sounds like you got a schedule and a half still ahead of you. I do. Bobby swung astride the sling, pressed a button, and started up. Thanks again, Gard. Welcome, Gardner said, craning his neck to follow Bobby's upward progress. And you'll feel better about all of this when you become, when you finish your own becoming. Bobby rose up and out of sight. Chapter 4. The Shed. 1. It was August 14th. A quick calculation told Gardner that he had been with Bobby for 41 days, almost exactly a biblical period of confusion or unknown time, as in, he wandered in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. It seemed longer. It seemed like his entire life. He and Bobby did no more than pick at the frozen pizza Gardner heated up for their supper. I think I'd like a beer, Bobby said, going to the fridge. How about you? Want one, Gard? I'll pass, thanks. Bobby raised her eyebrows but said nothing. She got the beer, walked out on the porch, and Gardner heard the seat of her old rocker creak comfortably as she sat down. After a while, he drew a cold glass of water from the tap, went out, and sat beside Bobby. They sat there for what seemed a long time, not speaking, just looking out into the hazy stillness of early evening. Been a long time, Bobby. You and me, he said. Yes, a long time. And a strange ending. Is that what it is? Gardner asked, turning in his chair to look at Bobby. The end? Bobby shrugged easily. Her eyes slid away from Gardner's. Well, you know. End of a phase. How's that? Any better? If it's le mot juste, then it's not just better, not even the best. Just the only mot that matters. Isn't that what I taught you? Bobby laughed. Yeah, it was. First damn class. Mad dogs, Englishmen, and English teachers. Yeah. Yeah. Bobby sipped her beer and looked out at the old Derry road again. Impatient for them to arrive, Gardner supposed. If the two of them had really said everything there was left to say after all these years, he almost wished he had never heeded the impulse to come back at all, no matter what the reasons or eventual outcome. Such a weak ending to a relationship which had, in its time, encompassed love, sex, friendship, a period of tense détente, concern, and even fear, seemed to make mock of the whole thing, the pain, the hurt, the effort. I always loved you, Gard, Bobby said softly and thoughtfully, not looking at him. And no matter how this turns out, remember that I still do. Now she did look at Gardner, her face a strange parody of a face under the thick makeup. Surely this was some hopeless eccentric who happened to resemble Bobby a little. And I hope you'll remember that I never asked to stumble over the goddamn thing. Free will was not a factor here, as some wise-ass or other has surely said. But you chose to dig it up, Gardner said. His voice was as soft as Bobby's, but he felt a new terror steal into his heart. Was that crack about free will a roundabout apology for his own impending murder? Stop it, Gard. Stop jumping at shadows. Is the car buried out at the end of Nister Road a shadow? His mind returned at once. Bobby laughed softly. Man, the idea that whether or not to dig something like that up could ever be a function of free will. You might be able to stick that to a kid in a high school debate, but we out on the poach, Gard. You don't really think a person chooses something like that, do you? Do you think people can choose to put away any knowledge once they've seen the edge of it? I've been picketing nuclear power plants on that assumption, yes, Gardner said slowly. Bobby waved it away. Societies may choose not to implement ideas. Actually, I doubt even that, but for the sake of argument, we'll say it's so. But ordinary people? No, Gard, I'm sorry. When ordinary people see something sticking out of the ground, they got to dig on it. They got to dig on it, because it might be treasure. And you didn't have the slightest inkling that there would be... Fallout was the word that came to mind. He didn't think it was a word Bobby would like. Consequences? Bobby smiled openly. Not a hint in the world. But Peter didn't like it. No, Peter didn't like it. But it didn't kill him, Gard. I'm quite sure it didn't. Peter died of natural causes. He was old. That thing in the woods is a ship from another world. Not Pandora's box. Not a divine apple tree. I heard no voice from heaven singing, Of this ship shalt thou not eat, lest ye die. Gard smiled a little. But it is a ship of knowledge, isn't it? Yes, I suppose. Bobby was looking toward the road again, obviously not wanting to pursue the topic further. When do you expect them? Gardner asked. Instead of answering, Bobby nodded at the road. Kyle Archambault's caddy was coming, followed by Adley McKean's old Ford. Guess I'll go inside and catch some winks, Gardner said, getting up. If you want to go out to the ship with us, you're welcome to. With you, maybe. With them? He cocked a thumb toward the approaching cars. They think I'm crazy. Also, they hate my guts because they can't read my mind. If I say you go, you go. Well, I think I'll pass, Gardner said, getting up and stretching. I don't like them either. They make me nervous. I'm sorry. Don't be. Just tomorrow. The two of us, Bobby. Right? Right. Give them my best, and remind them I helped, steel plate in my head or not. I will, of course I will. But Bobby's eyes slid away again, and Gardner didn't like that. He didn't like it at all. 2. He thought they might go in the shed first, but they didn't. They stood around outside for a while talking, Bobby, Frank, Newt, Dick Allison, Hazel, the others, and then moved off toward the woods in a tight group. The light was shading down toward purple now, and most of them were carrying flashlights. Watching, Gard felt that his last real moment with Bobby had come and gone. There was nothing now but to go into the shed and see what was in there. Make up his mind once and for all. Saw an eyeball peeping through a smoky cloud behind the green door. He got up and went through the house to the kitchen in time to see them heading into Bobby's rampant garden. He counted noses quickly, making sure that they were all there, then headed for the cellar. Bobby kept a spare key ring down there. He opened the cellar door and paused one final time. Do you really want to do this? No, he did not. But he meant to do it. And he discovered that, more than fear, he felt a great sense of loneliness. There was literally no one else he could turn to for help. He had been in the desert with Bobby Anderson 40 days and 40 nights, and now he was in the desert on his own. God help him. To hell with it, he thought. Like the old World War I platoon sergeant was supposed to have said, "Come on, you guys, you want to live forever?" Gardner went downstairs to get Bobby's keyring. 3. It was there, hanging on its nail with every key neatly labeled. The only catch was the shed key was gone. It had been here. He was quite sure of that. When had he last seen it here? Gard tried to remember and couldn't. Bobby taking precautions? Maybe. He stood in the new and improved workshop, sweat on his forehead and sweat on his balls. No key. That was great. So what was he supposed to do? Grab Bobby's axe and make like Jack Nicholson in The Shining? He could see it. Smash, crash, bash. Here's Gardner. Except that might be a bit hard to cover up before the pilgrims came back from the viewing of the sacred hatch. He stood in Bobby's workshop, feeling time slip away, feeling old and unimproved. How long would they be out there anyway? No way of telling, was there? No way at all. Okay, where do people put keys? Always assuming she really was just taking precautions and not just hiding it from you. A thought struck him so hard he actually slapped his forehead. Bobby hadn't taken the key, nor had anyone been trying to hide it. The key had disappeared when Bobby had supposedly been in the Dairy Home Hospital recovering from sunstroke. He was almost positive of that, and what memory would not or could not supply, logic did. Bobby hadn't been in Dairy Home, she had been in the shed. Had one of the others taken the spare key to tend her when Bobby needed tending? Did they all have copies? Why bother? No one in Haven was into stealing these days. They were into becoming. The only reason the shed was kept locked was to keep him out. So they could just... Gardner remembered watching them arrive on one of the occasions after the something had happened to Bobby. The something that had been a lot more serious than heat prostration. He closed his eyes and saw the caddy. Kyle won. They get out and Archambault splits off from the rest for a moment or two. You're up on one elbow, looking out the window at them. And if you think of it at all, you think he must have stepped around there to tap a kidney. But he didn't. He went around to get the key. Sure, that's what he did, went around to get the key. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get him moving. He ran back up the cellar stairs, headed for the door, then doubled back. In the bathroom, there was an ancient pair of Foster Grant sunglasses on top of the medicine cabinet. They had come to rest up there with a finality that trivial objects managed to obtain only in a single man or woman's quarters, like the makeup which had belonged to Newt Barringer's wife. Gardner took the sunglasses down, blew a thick coating of dust from the lenses, wiped them carefully, then folded the bows and put them in his breast pocket. He went out to the shed. 4. He stood by the padlocked plank door for a moment, looking out along the path which led to the dig. Dusk had advanced far enough now so that the woods beyond the garden were a massy blue-gray with no detail to them. He saw no bobbing line of returning flashlights. But they could turn up. At any time at all they could turn up and catch you with your arm all the way down in the jam jar. I think they'll spend a pretty good while out there mooning over it. They've got the Klieg lights. But you don't know for sure. No, not for sure. Gardner shifted his gaze back to the plank door. Between the planks he could see that green light, and he could hear a dim, unpleasant noise like an old-fashioned washing machine, with a gutful of clothes and thick suds. No, not just one washing machine, more like a whole line of them, not quite in sync. That light was pulsing in time to the low, slurping sound. I don't want to go in there. There was a smell. Even that, Gardner thought, was slightly sudsy, bland, with a faint hint of rancidity. Old soap, cakey soap. But it's no bunch of washing machines. That sounds alive. It's not telepathic typewriters inside there, not new and improved water heaters. It's something alive. And I don't want to go in there. But he was going to. After all, hadn't he come back from the dead just to look inside Bobby's shed and catch the Tommyknockers at their strange little benches? He supposed he had. Guard went around to the far side of the shed. There, hanging on a rusty nail under the eave, was the key. He reached up with a hand that trembled and took it down. He tried to swallow. At first he couldn't. His throat felt as if it had been coated with dry, heated flannel. A drink, just one drink. I'll go into the house long enough to get just one, a short peg, then I'll be ready. Fine, sounded great. Except he wasn't going to do it, and he knew he wasn't. The drinking part was done. So was the delaying part. Holding the key tightly in his damp hand, Gardner went around to the door. He thought, don't want to go in. Don't even know if I can, because I am so afraid. Stop it. Let that part be over, too. Your Tommyknocker phase. He looked around again, almost hoping to see the line of flashlights coming out of the woods, or to hear their voices. But you wouldn't, because they talk in their heads. No flashlights, no movements, no crickets, no birdsong. The only sound was the sound of washing machines, the sound of amplified, leaky heartbeats. Slish, slish, slish. Gardner looked at the pulsing green light fingering its way through the cracks between the boards. He reached into his pocket, took out the old sunglasses, and put them on. It had been a long time since he had prayed, but he prayed now. It was short, but a prayer for all that. God, please, Jim Gardner said into the dim summer dusk, and slid the key into the padlock. 5. He expected a blast of head radio, but none came. Until it didn't, he hadn't realized that his stomach was tight and sucked in, like a man expecting an electric shock. He licked his lips and turned the key. A small noise, barely audible over the low slooching noises from the shed. Click. The hasp sprang up a little from the body of the lock. He reached for it with an arm that felt like lead. He pulled it free, clicked the hasp down, and put it into his left front pocket with the key still sticking out. He felt like a man in a dream. It was not a good one to be having. The air in there had to be okay. Well, perhaps not okay. Perhaps none of the air in Haven was exactly okay anymore. But it was about the same as the air outside, Guard thought, because the shed was a sieve of cracks. If there was such a thing as a pure Tommyknocker biosphere, this couldn't be it. At least he didn't think so. All the same, he would take as few risks as possible. He took a deep breath, held it, and told himself to count his steps. 3. You go in no more than 3 steps, just in case. One good look around and then out, in one big hurry. You hope? Yes, I hope. He took a final look along the path, saw nothing, turned back to the shed, and opened the door. The green glow, brilliant even through the dark glasses, washed over him like corrupt sunlight. 6. At first, he could see nothing at all. The light was too bright. He knew it had been brighter than this on other occasions, but he had never been so close to it before. Close? God, he was in it. Someone standing just outside the open door looking for him now would hardly be able to see him. He slitted his eyes against that brilliant greenness and shuffled forward a step. Then another step. Then a third. His hands were held out in front of him like those of a groping blind man. Which he was. Shit, he even had the dark glasses to prove it. The noise was louder. Slish, slish, slish. Off to the left. He turned in that direction, but didn't go any further. He was afraid to go any further, afraid of what he might touch. Now his eyes began to adjust. He saw dark shapes in the green. A bench, but no Tommyknockers at it. It had simply been shoved back against the wall, out of the way, and— My God, it is a washing machine. It really is. It was all right, one of the old-fashioned kind with wringer roller at the top, but it wasn't making that weird noise. It had also been pushed back against the wall. It was in the process of being modified somehow. Someone was working on it in the best Tommyknocker tradition, but it wasn't running now. Next to it was an Electrolux vacuum cleaner, one of the old long ones that ran on wheels, low to the ground like a mechanical dachshund. A chainsaw mounted on wheels. Stacks of smoke detectors from Radio Shack, most still in their boxes. A number of kerosene drums, also on wheels, with hoses attached to them, and things like arms. Arms, of course they are. They're robots, fucking robots in the making. And none of them looks exactly like the white dove of peace, does it, guard? And slish, slish, slish. Further left. The source of the glow was here. Guard heard a funny, hurt noise escape him. The breath he had been holding ran weakly out like air from a pricked balloon. The strength ran out of his legs in exactly the same way. He reached out blindly. His hand found the bench, and he did not sit but simply plopped down on it. He was unable to take his eyes from the left rear corner of the shed, where Ev Hillman, Ann Anderson, and Bobby's good old beagle Peter had somehow been hung up on posts in 2 old galvanized steel shower cabinets with their doors removed. They hung there, like slabs of beef on meat hooks. But they were alive. Guard saw, somehow, some way, still alive. A thick black cord, which looked like a high-voltage line or a very big coaxial cable, ran out of the center of Ann Anderson's forehead. A similar cable ran out of the old man's right eye, and the entire top of the dog's skull had been peeled away. Dozens of smaller cords ran out of Peter's exposed and pulsing brain. Peter's eyes, free of cataracts, turned toward Guard. He whined, "Jesus, oh my Jesus, oh my Jesus Christ." He tried to get up from the bench. He couldn't. Portions of the old man's skull and Ann's skull had also been removed, he saw. The doors had been torn off the shower stalls, but they were still full of some clear liquid. It was being contained in the same way that tiny sun was contained in Bobby's water heater, he supposed. If he tried to get into one of those stalls, he would feel a tough springiness, plenty of give, but no access. Want to get in? I only want to get out. Then his mind returned to its former scripture. Jesus, dear Jesus, oh my Jesus, look at them. I don't want to look at them. No, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. The liquid was clear, but emerald green. It was moving, making that low, thick, sudsy sound. For all its clarity, Gardner thought that the liquid must be very gluey indeed, perhaps the consistency of dish detergent. How can they breathe in there? How can they be alive? Maybe they're not. Maybe it's only the movement of the liquid that makes you think they are. Maybe it's just an illusion. Please, Jesus, let it be an illusion. Peter, you heard him whine. Nope, part of the illusion, that's all. He's hanging on a hook in a shower stall filled with the interstellar equivalent of Joy dish detergent. He couldn't whine in that. It would come out all soap bubbles. And you're just freaking out. That's what it is. Just a little visit from King Freakout. Except he wasn't just freaking, and he knew it. Just as he knew he hadn't heard Peter whine with his ears. That hurt, helpless whining sound had come from the same place the radio music came from, the center of his brain. Ann Anderson opened her eyes. "Get me out of here," she screamed. "Get me out of here. I'll leave her alone, only I can't feel anything except when they make it hurt, make it hurt, make it hurt." Gardner tried again to get up. He was very faintly aware that he was making a sound, just some old sound. The sound he was making was probably a lot like the sound a woodchuck run over in the road might make, he thought. The greenish, moving liquid gave Sissy's face a gassy, ghastly corpse hue. The blue of her eyes had bleached out. Her tongue floated like some fleshy undersea plant. Her fingers, wrinkled and pruny, drifted. "I can't feel anything except when they make it hurt," Anne wailed. And he couldn't shut her voice out, couldn't stick his fingers in his ears to make it go away, because that voice was coming from inside his head. Slish, slish, slish. Copper tubing running into the tops of the shower stalls, making them look like a hilarious combination of Buck Rogers' suspended animation chambers and Lil Abner moonshine stills. Peter's fur had fallen out in patches. His hindquarters appeared to be collapsing in on themselves. His legs moved through the liquid in long, lazy sweeps, as if in his dreams he was running away. "When they make it hurt." The old man opened his one eye. The boy. This thought was utterly clear, unquestionable. Gardner found himself responding to it. "What boy?" The answer was immediate, startling for a moment, then unquestionable. "David. David Brown." That one eye stared at him, a ceaseless sapphire with emerald tints. Save the boy. The boy. David. David Brown. Was he a part of this somehow? The boy they had hunted for so many exhausting, hot days? Of course he was. Maybe not directly, but a part of it. Where is he? Gardner thought at the old man, who floated in his pale green solution. Slish, slish, slish. Altair 4, the old man returned finally. David's on Altair 4. Save him. And then kill us. It's bad. Real bad. Can't die. I've tried. We all have. Even bitch. Her. This is being in hell. Use the transformer to save David. Then pull the plugs, cut the wires, burn the place. Do you hear? For the third time, Gardner tried to get up and fell bonelessly back onto the bench. He became aware that thick electrical cords were scattered all over the floor, and that brought back a ghostly memory of the band that had picked him up on the turnpike when he was coming back from New Hampshire. He puzzled at this, and then got the connection. The floor looked like a concert stage just before a rock group started to play. That or a big city TV studio. The cables snaked into a huge crate filled with circuit boards and a stack of VCRs. They were wired together. He looked for a DC current converter, saw none, and then thought, "Of course not, idiot. Batteries are DC." The cassette recorders had been plugged into a mix of home computers, Ataris, Apple IIs and IIIs, TRS-80s, Commodores. Blinking on and off on the one lit screen was the word program. Behind the modified computers were more circuit boards, hundreds of them. The whole thing was uttering a low, sleepy hum, a sound he associated with use the transformer, big electrical equipment. Light spilled out of the crate and the computers placed haphazardly next to it in a green flood. But the light was not quite steady. It was cycling. The pulse of the light and its relation to the sudsing sounds coming from the shower cabinets was very clear. That's the center, he thought, with an invalid's weak excitement. That's the annex to the ship. They come in the shed to use that. It's a transformer, and they draw their power from there. Use the transformer to save David. Might as well ask me to fly Air Force One. Ask me something easy, Pop. If I could bring him back from wherever he was by reciting Mark Twain, Poe even, I'd take a shot. But that thing, it looks like an explosion in an electronics warehouse. But the boy. How old? 4? 5? And where in God's name had they put him? The sky was, literally, the limit. Save the boy. Use the transformer. There was, of course, not even any time to look closely at the damned mess. The others would be coming back. Still, he stared at the one lighted video terminal with hypnotic intensity. Program? What if I typed Altair 4 on the keyboard, he wondered, and saw there was no keyboard. At the same second, the letters on the screen changed. Altair 4, it now read. No! His mind screamed, full of intruder's guilt. No, Jesus, no! The letters rippled. No, Jesus, no! Sweating, Gardner thought, cancel, cancel. Cancel, cancel. These letters blinked on and off, on and off. Gardner stared at them horrified. Then, program? He made an effort to shield his thoughts and tried again to get to his feet. This time he made it. Other wires came out of the transformer. These were thinner. There were, he counted, yes, 8 of them, ending in earplugs. Earplugs. Freeman Moss, the animal trainer leading mechanical elephants. Here were more earplugs. In a crazy way, it reminded him of a high school language lab. Are they learning another language in here? Yes. No. They're learning to become. The machine is teaching them. But where are the batteries? I don't see any. There should be 10 or 12 big old Delcos hooked up to that thing. Just a maintenance charge running through it. There should be... Stunned, he raised his eyes to the shower stalls again. He looked at the coaxial cable coming out of the woman's forehead, the old man's eye. He watched Peter's legs moving in those big, dreamy strides, and wondered just how Bobby had gotten the dog hairs on her dress. Had she been giving Peter the equivalent of an interstellar oil change? Had she perhaps been overcome by a simple human emotion? Love, remorse, guilt? Had she perhaps hugged her dog before filling that cabinet up with liquid again? There are the batteries. Organic Delcos and Evereadys, you might say. They're sucking them dry, sucking them like vampires. A new emotion crept through his fear and bewilderment and revulsion. It was fury, and Gardner welcomed it. They make it hurt, make it hurt, make it hurt. Her voice cut off abruptly. The dull hum of the transformer changed pitch, cycled down even lower. The light coming out of the crate faded a little. He thought she had fallen unconscious. thereby lowering the machine's total output by X number of, what, volts, dynes, ohms? Who the fuck knew? End it, son. Save my grandson, and then end it. For a moment the old man's voice filled his head, perfectly clear and perfectly lucid. Then it was gone. The old man's eye slipped closed. The green light from the machine grew paler yet. They woke up when I came in, he thought feverishly. The anger still pounded and drilled at his mind. He spat out a tooth almost without realizing he had done so. Even Peter woke up a little. Now they've gone back to whatever state they were in before. Sleeping? No, not sleeping. Something else. Organic cold storage. Do batteries dream of electric sheep? He thought, and uttered a cracked cackle. He moved backward, away from the transformer. What exactly is it transforming? How? Why? Away from the shower stalls, the cables. His eyes turned toward the array of gadgets ranged against the far wall. The wringer washer had something mounted on top of it, something that looked like the boomerang TV antennas you sometimes saw on the backs of big limos. Behind the washer and to its left was an old-fashioned treadle sewing machine with a glass funnel mounted on its side wheel. Kerosene drums with hoses and steel arms. A butcher knife, he saw, had been welded to the end of one of those arms. Christ, what is all this? What is it for? A voice whispered, Maybe it's protection guard. In case the Dallas police show up early. It's the Tommyknocker yard sale army. Old washing machines with cellular antennas, Electrolux vacuums, chainsaws on wheels. Name it and claim it, baby. He felt his sanity tottering. His eyes were drawn relentlessly back to Peter. Peter, with most of his skull peeled away. Peter, with a bunch of wires plugged into what remained of his head. His brain looked like a pallid veal roast with a bunch of temperature probes stuck into it. Peter, with his legs racing dreamily through that liquid, as if running away. Bobby, he thought in despair and fury. How could you do it to Peter? Christ! The people were bad, awful, but Peter was somehow worse. It was a curse piled on top of an obscenity. Peter, his legs loping and loping as if running away in his dreams. Batteries. Living batteries. He backed into something. There was a dull metallic thump. He turned around and saw another shower cabinet. Little blossoms of rust on its sides, its front door gone. Holes had been punched in the back. Wires had been threaded through these. They now hung limply down, large-bore steel plugs at their tips. For you, guard, his brain yammered. This plug's for you, like the beer commercials say. They'll open up the back of your skull, maybe short out your motor control centers first, so you can't move, and then they'll drill for the place where they get their power. This plug's for you, for all you do, all ready and waiting. Wow, neato, kino. He snatched for his thoughts, which were tightening into a hysterical spiral, and brought them under control. Not for him. At least not originally. This had already been used. There was that faint smell, bland and sudsy. Streaks of dried gunk on the inner walls, the last traces of that thick green liquid. Looks like the Wizard of Oz's semen, he thought. Do you mean Bobby's got her sister floating in a big sperm bank? That weird cackle escaped him again. He pressed the heel of his hand against his mouth, pressed hard to stifle it. He looked down and saw a pair of tan shoes tossed beside the shower cabinet. He picked one up, saw splashes of dried blood on it. Bobby's. Her one pair of good shoes. Her going-out shoes. She was wearing them when she left for the funeral that day. The other shoe was also bloody. Guard looked behind the shower cabinet and saw the rest of the clothing Bobby had been wearing that day. The blood. All that blood. He didn't want to touch the blouse, but the shape under it was too clear. He pinched as small a piece of it as he could between his fingers and peeled it up from Bobby's good charcoal-colored skirt. Underneath the skirt was a gun. It was the biggest, oldest-looking gun Gardner had ever seen except for pictures in a book. After a moment, he picked the gun up and rolled the cylinder. There were still 4 rounds in it, 2 gone. Gardner was willing to bet that one of those rounds had gone into Bobby. He pushed the cylinder back into place and stuck it in his belt. At once, a voice spoke up in his mind. "Shot your wife. Good fucking deal. Never mind. The gun might come in handy." "When they see it's gone, it's you they'll come looking for, Guard. I thought you already came to that conclusion." No, that was one thing he didn't think he had to worry about. They would have noticed the changed words on the computer screen, but these clothes hadn't been touched since Bobby took them off, or since they took them off her, which was probably more likely. They must be too exalted when they get in here to bother much about housekeeping, he thought. Damn good thing there's no flies. He touched the gun again. This time the voice in his head was silent. He had decided, perhaps, that there were no wives here to worry about. "If you have to shoot, Bobby, will you be able to?" That was a question he couldn't answer. Slish, slish, slish. How long had Bobby and her company been gone? He didn't know, hadn't the slightest idea. Time had no meaning in here. The old man was right. This was hell. And did Peter still respond to his strange master's caress when she came in here? His stomach was on the edge of revolt. He had to get out right now. He felt like a creature in a fairy tale. Bluebeard's wife in the secret room, Jack grubbing in the giant's pile of gold. He felt ripe for discovery, but he held the stiff, bloody garment in front of him as if frozen. Not as if, he was frozen. Where's Bobby? She had a sunstroke. Hell of a strange sunstroke that had soaked her blouse with blood. Gardner had retained a morbid, sickish interest in guns and the damage they could do to the human body. If she had been shot with the big old gun now in his own belt, he guessed Bobby had no right to be alive. Even if she had been taken quickly to a hospital which specialized in the emergency treatment of gunshot wounds, she probably would have died. They brought me in here when I was blown apart, but the Tommyknockers fixed me up right smart. Not for him. The old shower stall was not for him. Gardner had a feeling that he would be put out of the way with more finality. The shower stall had been for Bobby. They had brought her in here and... What? Why, hooked her up to their batteries, of course. Not Anne, she had not been here then, but to Peter. And Hillman. He dropped the blouse, then forced himself to pick it up again and put it back on top of the skirt. He didn't know how much of the real world they noticed when they got in here. Not much, he guessed, but he didn't want to take any extra chances. He looked at the holes in the back of the cabinet, the dangling cords with the steel plugs at their tips. The green light had begun to pulse brighter and more rapidly again. He turned around. Anne's eyes were open again. Her short hair floated around her head. He could still see that unending hate in her eyes, now mixed with horror and growing strangeness. Now there were bubbles. They floated up from her mouth in a brief, thick stream. Thought sound exploded in his head. She was screaming. Gardner fled. 7. Real terror is the most physically debilitating of all emotions. It saps the endocrines, dumps muscle-tightening organic drugs into the bloodstream, races the heart, exhausts the mind. Jim Gardner staggered away from Bobby Anderson's shed on rubber legs, his eyes bugging, his mouth hanging stupidly open, the tongue lolled in one corner like a dead thing, his bowels hot and full, his stomach cramped. It was hard to think beyond the crude, powerful images which stuttered on and off in his mind like barroom neon. Those bodies, hung up on hooks, like bugs impaled on pins by cruel, bored children. Peter's relentlessly moving legs, the bloody blouse with the bullet hole in it, the plugs, the old-fashioned washing machine topped with the boomerang antenna. Strongest of all was the image of that short, thick stream of bubbles emerging from Ann Anderson's mouth as she screamed inside his head. He got into the house, rushed into the bathroom, and knelt in front of the toilet bowl, only to discover he couldn't puke. He wanted to puke. He thought of maggoty hot dogs, moldy pizza, pink lemonade with hairballs floating in it. Finally, he rammed 2 fingers down his throat. He was able to trip a simple gag reaction by this last, but no more. He couldn't sick it up. Simple as that. If I can't, I'll go crazy. Fine, go crazy if you have to, but first do what you have to do. Keep it together that long. And just by the way, guard, do you have any more questions about what you should do? Not any more, he didn't. Peter's relentlessly moving legs had convinced him. That stream of bubbles had convinced him. He wondered how he could have hesitated so long in the face of a power that was so obviously corrupting, so obviously dark. Because you were mad, he answered himself. Guard nodded. That was it. No more explanation was needed. He had been mad. And not just for the last month or so. It was late to wake up. Oh, yes, very late. But late was better than never. The sound. Slish, slish, slish. The smell, bland yet meaty. A smell his mind insisted on associating with raw veal slowly spoiling in milk. His stomach lurched. A burning, acidic burp scorched his throat. Gardner moaned. The idea, that glimmer, returned to him, and he clutched at it. It might be possible, either to abort all of this, or at least to put it on hold for a long, long time. It just might. You got to let the world go to hell in its own way, guard. 2 minutes to midnight or not. He thought of Ted the Power Man again, thought of mad military organizations trading ever more sophisticated weapons with each other, and that angry, inarticulate, obsessed part of his mind tried to shout down sanity one final time. "Shut up," Gardner told it. He went into the guest bedroom and pulled off his shirt. He looked out the window, and now he could see sparks of light coming out of the woods. Dark had come. They were returning. They would go into the shed and maybe have a little séance, a meeting of minds around the shower cabinets, fellowship in the homey green glow of raped minds. Enjoy it, Gardner thought. He put the .45 under the foot of the mattress, then unbuckled his belt. It may be the last time, so... He looked down at his shirt. Sticking out of the pocket was a bow of metal. It was the padlock, of course, the padlock which belonged on the shed door. 8. For a moment, which probably seemed much longer than it actually was, Gardner was unable to move at all. That feeling of unreal fairy-tale terror stole back into his tired heart. He was reduced to a horrified spectator watching those lights move steadily along the path. Soon they would reach the overgrown garden. They would cut through. They would cross the dooryard. They would reach the shed. They would see the missing padlock. Then they would come into the house and either kill Jim Gardner or send his discorporated atoms to Altair 4, wherever that was. His first coherent thought was simple panic, yelling at the top of his voice, "Run! Get out of here!" His second thought was the shaky resurfacing of reason. Guard your thoughts. If you ever guarded them before, guard them now. He stood with his shirt off, his unbuckled and unzipped jeans sagging around his hips, staring at the padlock in his shirt pocket. "Get out there right now and put it back right now!" "No time. Christ, there's no time. They're at the garden." There might be just enough if you quit playing pocket pool and get moving." He broke the paralysis with a final harsh effort of will, bent, snatched up the lock with the key still sticking out of the bottom, and ran, zipping his pants as he went. He slipped out the back door, paused for just a moment as the last 2 flashlights slipped into the garden and disappeared, then ran for the shed. Faintly, vaguely, he could hear their voices in his mind, full of awe, wonder, jubilation. He closed them out. Green light fanning out from the shed door, which stood ajar. Christ guard, how could you have been so stupid? His cornered mind raved, but he knew how. It was easy to forget such mundane things as relocking doors when you had seen a couple of people hung up on posts with coaxial cables coming out of their heads. He could hear them in the garden now, could hear the rustle of the useless giant cornstalks. As he reached toward the hasp, lock in hand, he remembered closing it before dropping it into his pocket. His hand jerked at the thought, and he dropped the goddamn thing. It thumped to the ground. He looked for it, and at first couldn't see it at all. No, there it was. There, just beyond the narrow fan of pulsing green light. There was the lock, yes. But the key wasn't in it anymore. The key had fallen out when the lock thumped to the ground. God, my God, my God, his mind sobbed. His body was now covered with oozing sweat. His hair hung in his eyes. He thought he must smell like a rancid monkey. He could hear cornstalks and leaves rustling louder. Someone laughed quietly. The sound was shockingly near. They would be out of the garden in seconds. He could feel those seconds bustling by like self-important businessmen with pot bellies and attaché cases. He went down on his knees, snatched up the lock, and began to sweep his hand back and forth in the dirt, trying to find the key. Oh, you bastard, where are you? Oh, you bastard, where are you? Oh, you bastard, where are you? Aware that even now, in his panic, he had thrown a screen around his thoughts. Was it working? He didn't know, and if he couldn't find the key, it didn't matter, did it? Oh, you bastard, where are you? He saw a dull glint of silver beyond where he was sweeping his hand. The key had gone much further than he would have believed. His seeing it was only dumb luck, like Bobby stumbling over that little rim of protruding metal in the earth 2 months before, he supposed. Gardner snatched it and bolted to his feet. He would be hidden from them by the angle of the house for just a moment longer, but that was all he had left. One more screw-up, even a little one, would finish him, and there might not be enough time left even if he performed each of the mundane little operations involved in padlocking a door perfectly. The fate of the world may now depend on whether a man can lock a shed door on the first try, he thought dazedly. Modern life is so challenging. For a moment he didn't think he was even going to be able to slot the key in the lock. It chattered all the way around the slit without going in, a prisoner of his shaking hand. Then, when he thought it really was all over, it slid home. He turned it, the lock opened. He closed the door, slipped the arm of the padlock through the hasp, and then clicked it shut. He pulled the key out and folded it into his sweating hand. He slid around the corner of the shed like oil. At the exact moment he did, the men and women who had gone out to the ship emerged into the dooryard, moving in single file. Gardner reached up to hang the key on the nail where he had found it. For one nightmare moment he thought he was going to drop it again and have to hunt for it in the high weeds growing on this side of the shed. When it slipped onto the nail, he let out his breath in a shuddering sigh. Part of him wanted not to move, to just freeze here. Then he decided he'd better not take the risk. After all, he didn't know that Bobby had her key. This audiobook is continued on Disc 18. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 18. He continued slipping along the side of the shed. His left ankle struck the haft of an old harrow that had been left to rust in the weeds, and he had to clamp his teeth over a cry of pain. He stepped over it and slipped around another corner. Now he was behind the shed. That sudsing sound was maddeningly loud back here. I'm right behind those goddamn showers, he thought. They're floating inches from me. Literally inches. A rustle of weeds, a minute scrape of metal. Gardner felt simultaneously like laughing and screeching. They hadn't had Bobby's key. Someone had just come around to the side of the shed and taken the key Gardner had hung up again only seconds before. Probably Bobby herself. Still warm from my hand, Bobby? Did you notice? He stood in back of the shed, pressed against the rough wood, arms slightly spread, palms tight on the boards. "Did you notice? And do you hear me? Do any of you hear me? Is someone, Allison or Archambault or Barringer, going to suddenly pop his head around here and yell out, 'Peekaboo, guard, we see you'? Is the shield still working?" He stood there and waited for them to take him. They didn't. On an ordinary summer night he probably would not have been able to hear the metallic rattle as the door was unlocked. It would have been masked by the loud ree of the crickets. But now there were no crickets. He heard the unlocking, heard the creak of the hinges as the door was opened, heard the hinges creak again as the door was pushed shut. They were inside. Almost at once the pulses of light falling through the cracks began to speed up and become brighter, and his mind was split by an agonized scream. "Hurts! It hurt!" He moved away from the shed and went back to the house. 9. He lay awake a long time, waiting for them to come out again, waiting to see if he had been discovered. "All right, I can try to put a stop to the becoming," he thought, "but it won't work unless I actually can go inside the ship. Can I do that?" He didn't know. Bobby seemed to have no worries, but Bobby and the others were different now. Oh, he himself was also becoming. The lost teeth proved that. The ability to hear thoughts did, too. He had changed the words on the computer screen just by thinking them. But there was no use kidding himself. He was far behind the competition. If Bobby survived the entry into the ship and her old buddy guard dropped dead, would any of them, even Bobby herself, spare a tear? He didn't think so. Maybe that's what they all want, Bobby included. For you to go into the ship and just fall over with your brains exploding in one big harmonic radio transmission. It would save Bobby the moral pain of taking care of you herself, for one thing. Murder without tears. That they intended to get rid of him he no longer doubted. But he thought that maybe Bobby, the old Bobby, would let him live long enough to see the interior of the strange thing they had worked so long to dig up. That, at least, felt right. And in the end, it didn't matter. If murder was what Bobby was planning, there was no real defense, was there? He had to go into the ship. Unless he did that, his idea, crazy as it undoubtedly was, had no chance to work at all. Have to try, guard. He had intended to try as soon as they were inside, and that would probably be tomorrow morning. Now he thought that maybe he ought to press his luck a little further. If he went according to the rag and a bone he supposed he had to call his original plan, there would be no way he could do anything about that little boy. The kid would have to come first. Guard, he's probably dead anyway. Maybe, but the old man didn't think so. The old man thought there was still a little boy left to save. One kid doesn't matter, not in the face of all this. You know it, too. Haven is like a great big nuclear reactor that's ready to go redline. The containment is melting, to coin a phrase. It was logical, but it was Croupier's logic. Ultimately, killer logic. Ted the Power Man logic. If he wanted to play the game that way, why even bother? The kid matters, or nothing matters. And maybe this way he could even save Bobby. He didn't think so. He thought Bobby had gone too far for salvation. But he could try. Long odds, guard, old guard. Sure. The clock said a minute to midnight. We're down to counting seconds. Thinking that, he slipped into the blankness of sleep. This was followed by nightmares, where he floated in a clear green bath, tethered by thick coaxial cables. He was trying to scream, but he couldn't, because the cables were coming out of his mouth. Chapter 5. The Scoop. 1. Entombed in the over-decorated confines of the Bounty Tavern, drinking buck-a-bottle Heinekens and laughed at by David Bright, who had sunk to vulgar depths of humor, who had even ended up comparing John Leandro to Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, Leandro had wavered. No use telling himself otherwise. He had, indeed, wavered. But men of vision have always had to endure barbs of ridicule, and not a few have been burned or crucified or had their height artificially extended by 5 or 6 inches on the inquisitorial rack of pain for their visions. Having David Bright ask him over beers in the Bounty if his secret wristwatch was in good working order was hardly the worst thing that could have befallen him. But, oh, shit. It hurt. John Leandro determined that David Bright, and anyone else to whom Bright had related Crazy Johnny's ideas that something big was going on in Haven, would end up laughing on the other side of his or her face. Because something big was going on there. He felt it in every bone in his body. There were days when the wind was blowing from the southeast that he almost imagined he could smell it. His vacation had begun the previous Friday. He had hoped to go down to Haven that very day, but he lived with his widowed mother, and she had been counting so on him running her up to Nova Scotia to see her sister, she said. But if John had commitments, why, she understood. After all, she was old and probably not much fun any more. Just someone to cook his meals and wash his underwear, and that was fine. You go on, Johnny, go on and hunt up your scoop. I'll just call Megan on the telephone. Maybe in a week or two your cousin Alfie will bring her down to see me. Alfie's so good to his mother, etc., etc., ibid ad infinitum ad infinitum. On Friday, Leandro took his mother to Nova Scotia. Of course they stayed over, and by the time they got back to Bangor, Saturday was shot. Sunday was a bad day to begin anything, what with his Sunday school class of first and second graders at 9, full worship services at 10, and Young Men for Christ in the Methodist Rectory at 5 p.m. At the YMC meeting, a special speaker gave them a slideshow on Armageddon, as he explained to them how unrepenting sinners would be inflicted with boils and running sores and ailments of the bowels and the intestines. Georgina Leandro and the other members of the Ladies' Aid passed out paper cups of Zarex and oatmeal cookies. And during the evening there was always a songfest for Christ in the church basement. Sundays always left him feeling exalted and exhausted. 2. So it was Monday, the 15th of August, before Leandro finally tossed his yellow legal pads, his Sony tape recorder, his Nikon, and a gadget bag filled with film and various lenses into the front seat of his used Dodge and prepared to set out for Haven, and what he hoped would be journalistic glory. He would not have been appalled if he had known he was approaching ground zero of what was shortly to become the biggest story since the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The day was calm and blue and mellow, very warm, but not so savagely hot and humid as the last few days had been. It was a day everyone on earth would mark forever in his memory. Johnny Leandro had wanted a story, but he had never heard the old proverb that goes, God says, take what you want, and pay for it. He only knew that he had stumbled onto the edge of something, and when he tried to wiggle it, it remained firm, which meant it was maybe bigger than one might at first think. There was no way he was going to walk away from this. He intended to excavate. All the David Brights in the world with their smart cracks about Jimmy Olsen wristwatches and Fu Manchu could not stop him. He put the Dodge in drive and began to roll away from the curb. "Don't forget your lunch, Johnny," his mother called. She came puffing down the walk with a brown paper sack in one hand. Large grease spots were already forming on the brown paper. Since grade school, Leandro's favorite sandwich had been bologna, slices of Bermuda onion, and Wesson oil. "Thanks, Mom," he said, leaning over to take the bag and put it down on the floor. You didn't have to do that, though. I could have picked up a hamburger. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, she said. You have no business going into those roadside luncheonettes, Johnny. You never know if the kitchen's dirty or clean. Microbes, she said ominously, leaning forward. Ma, You can't see microbes at all, Mrs. Leandro went on. She was not to be turned from her subject until she had had her say on it. Yes, Mom, Leandro said, resigned. Some of those places are just havens for microbes, she said. The cooks may not be clean, you know. They may not wash their hands after leaving the lavatory. They may have dirt or even excrement under their nails. This isn't anything I want to discuss, you understand, but sometimes a mother has to instruct her son. Food in places like that can make a person very, very sick. Mom, she uttered a long-suffering laugh and dabbed momentarily at the corner of one eye with her apron. Oh, I know. Your mother is silly, just a silly old woman with a lot of funny old ideas, and she probably ought to just learn to shut up. Leandro recognized this for the manipulative trick it was, but it still always made him feel squirmy, guilty, about 8 years old. No, Mom, he said. I don't think that at all. I mean, you are the big newsman. I just sit home and make your bed and wash your clothes and air out your bedroom if you get the farts from drinking too much beer. Leandro bent his head, said nothing, and waited to be released. But do this for me. Stay out of roadside luncheonettes, Johnny, because you can get sick. From microbes. I promise, Mom. Satisfied that she had extracted a promise from him, she was now willing to let him go. You'll be home for supper? Yes, Leandro said, not knowing any better. At 6? She persisted. Yes. I know. I'm just a silly old— Bye, Mom, he said hastily and pulled away from the curb. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw her standing at the end of the walk, waving. He waved back, then dropped his hand, hoping she would go back into the house, and knowing better. When he made a right turn 2 blocks down and his mother was finally gone, Leandro felt a faint but unmistakable lightening of his heart. Rightly or wrongly, he always felt this way when his mom finally dropped out of sight. 3. In Haven, Bobby Anderson was showing Jim Gardner some modified breathing apparatus. Ev Hillman would have recognized it. The respirators looked very similar to the one he had picked up for the cop, Butch Dugan. But that one had been to protect Dugan from the Haven air. The respirators Bobby was demonstrating drew on reserves of just that. Haven air was what they were used to, and Haven air was what the two of them would breathe if they got inside the Tommyknockers ship. It was 9:30. At that same time, in Derry, John Leandro had pulled over to the side of the road not far from the place where the gutted deer and the cruiser requisitioned to officers' Rhodes and Gabbins had been found. He thumbed open the glove compartment to check on the Smith & Wesson .38 he had picked up in Bangor the week before. He took it out for a moment, not putting his forefinger anywhere near the trigger, even though he knew it was unloaded. He liked the compact way the gun fitted his palm, its weight, the feeling of simple power it somehow conveyed. But it also made him feel a trifle skittery, as if he might have torn off a chunk of something that was far too big for the likes of him to chew. A chunk of what? He wasn't quite sure. Some sort of strange meat. Microbes, his mother's voice spoke up in his mind. Food in places like that can make a person very, very sick. He checked to make sure the carton of bullets was still in the glove compartment, then put the gun back. He guessed that transporting a handgun in the glove compartment of a motor vehicle was probably against the law. He thought again of his mother, this time without even realizing he was doing so. He could imagine a cop pulling him over for something routine, asking to see his registration and getting a glimpse of the .38 when Leandro opened the glove compartment. That was the way murderers always got caught on Alfred Hitchcock Presents, which he and his mother watched every Saturday night on the cable station that showed it. It would also be a scoop of a different sort. Bangor Daily News reporter arrested on illegal weapons charge. Well then, take your registration out of the glove compartment and put it in your wallet if you're so worried. But he wouldn't do that. The idea made perfect sense, but it also seemed like buying trouble. And that voice of reason sounded altogether too much like the voice of his mother, warning him about microbes or instructing him, as she had when he was a boy, on the horrors which might result if he forgot to put paper all over the ring of a public toilet before sitting on it. Leandro drove on instead, aware that his heart was beating a little too fast, and that he felt just a little sweatier than the heat of the day could explain. Something big. Some days I can almost smell it. Yes, something was out there, all right. The death of the McCausland woman. A furnace explosion in July. Oh, really? The disappearance of the investigating troopers. The suicide of the cop who had supposedly been in love with her. And before any of those things, there had been the disappearance of the little boy. David Bright had said David Brown's grandfather had been spouting a lot of crazy nonsense about telepathy and magic tricks that really worked. I only wish you'd come to me instead of Bright, Mr. Hillman, Leandro thought for perhaps the 50th time. Except now Hillman had disappeared. Hadn't been back to his rooming house in over 2 weeks. Hadn't been back to Derry Home Hospital to visit his grandson, although the nurses had to boot him out nights before. The official state police line was that Ev Hillman hadn't disappeared, but that was catch-22, because a legal adult couldn't disappear in the eyes of the law until another legal adult so reported that person, filling out the proper forms in consequence. So all was Jake in the eyes of the law. All was far from Jake in the eyes of John Leandro. Hillman's landlady told him that the old man had stiffed her for $60. As far as Leandro had been able to find out, it was the first unpaid bill the old guy had left in his life. Something big. Strange meat. Nor was that all of the weirdness emanating out of Haven these days. A fire, also in July, had killed a couple on the Nister Road. This month, a doctor piloting a small plane had crashed and burned. That had happened in Newport, true, but the FAA controller at BIA had confirmed that the unfortunate dock had overflown Haven, and at an illegally low altitude. Phone service in Haven had begun to get oddly glitchy. Sometimes people could get through, sometimes they couldn't. He had sent to the Augusta Bureau of Taxation for a list of Haven voters, paying the required fee of $6 to get the 9 computer sheets, and had managed to trace relatives of nearly 60 of these Havenites, relatives living in Bangor, Derry, and surrounding areas, in his spare time. He couldn't find one, not one, who had seen his or her Haven relations since July 10th or so, over a month before. Not one. Of course, a lot of those he interviewed didn't find this strange at all. Some of them weren't on good terms with their Haven relations, and couldn't care less if they didn't hear from or see them in the next 6 months, or 6 years. Others seemed first surprised, then thoughtful when Leandro pointed out the length of time they were talking about. Of course, summer was an active season for most people. Time passed with a light easiness that winter knew nothing about. And, of course, they had spoken to Aunt Mary or Brother Bill a time or two on the phone. Sometimes you couldn't get through, but mostly you could. There were other suspicious similarities in the testimony of the people Leandro interviewed, similarities that had made his nose flare with the smell of something decidedly off. Ricky Barringer was a house painter in Bangor. His older brother Newt was a carpenter contractor who also happened to be a Haven selectman. We invited Newt up for dinner near the end of July, Ricky said, but he said he had the flu. Don Blue was a Derry realtor. His Aunt Sylvia, who lived in Haven, had been in the habit of coming up to take dinner with Don and his wife every Sunday or so. The last 3 Sundays she had begged off. Once with the flu. Flu seems to be going around in Haven, Leandro thought. Nowhere else, you understand. Just in Haven. And the other times because it was so hot she just didn't feel like traveling. After further questioning, Blue realized it had been more like 5 Sundays since his aunt had favored them, and maybe as many as 6. Bill Spruce kept a herd of dairy cows in Cleves Mills. His brother Frank kept a herd in Haven. They usually got together every week or two, merging 2 extremely large families for a few hours. The clan Spruce would eat tons of barbecue, drink gallons of beer and Pepsi-Cola, and Frank and Bill would sit either at the picnic table in Frank's backyard or on the front porch of Bill's house and compare notes about what they simply called the business. Bill admitted it had been a month or more since he'd seen Frank. There had been some problem, first with his feed supplier, Frank had told him, then with the milk inspectors. Bill, meanwhile, had had a few problems of his own. 6 of his Holsteins had died during this last hot spell. And, he added as an afterthought, his wife had had a heart attack. He and his brother just hadn't had time to visit much this summer. But the man had still expressed unfeigned surprise when Leandro dragged out his wallet calendar and the 2 of them figured out just how long it had been. The 2 brothers hadn't gotten together since June 30th. Spruce whistled and tilted his cap back on his head. "Golly, that is a long time," he had said. "Guess I'll have to take a ride down Haven and see Frank, now that my Evelyn's on the mend." Leandro said nothing, but some of the other testimony he had gathered over the last couple of weeks made him think that Bill Spruce might find a trip like that hazardous to his health. "Felt like I was dying," Alvin Rutledge told Leandro. Rutledge was a long-haul trucker, currently unemployed, who lived in Bangor. His grandfather was Dave Rutledge, a lifelong Haven resident. "What exactly do you mean?" Leandro asked. Alvin Rutledge looked at the young reporter shrewdly. "Now the beard go down good just about now," he said. They were sitting in Nan's Tavern in Bangor. "Talkin's amazing dusty work, chummy." "Isn't it?" Leandro said, and told the waitress to draw 2. Rutledge took a deep swallow when it came, wiped foam from his upper lip with the heel of his hand, and said, "Heart beating too fast. Headache. Felt like I was going to puke my guts out. I did puke, as a matter of fact, just 'fore I turned around. Rolled down the window and just let her fly into the slipstream, I did." "Wow," Leandro said, since some remarks seemed called for. The image of Rutledge letting her fly into the slipstream flapped in his mind. He dismissed it. At least he tried. "And look-a-here." He rolled back his upper lip, revealing the remains of his teeth. "See a hole in front?" Rutledge asked. Leandro saw a good many holes in front, but thought it might not be politic to say so. He simply agreed. Rutledge nodded and let his lip fall back into place. It was something of a relief. "Teeth never have been much good," Rutledge said indifferently. "When I get working again and can afford me a good set of dentures, I'm going to have all of 'em jerked. Fuck 'em. Point is, I had my 2 front teeth there on top before I headed up to Haven week before last to check on Gramp. Hell, they wasn't even loose." "They fell out when you started to get close to Haven?" "Didn't fall out," Rutledge finished his beer. "I puked 'em out." "Oh," Leandro had replied faintly. "You know, another brood go down good. Talkin's thirsty work, I know," Leandro said, signaling the waitress. He was over his limit, but he found he could use another one himself. 4. Alvin Rutledge wasn't the only person who had tried to visit a friend or relative in Haven during July, nor the only one to become ill and turn back. Using the voting lists and area phone books as a starting point, Leandro turned up 3 people who told stories similar to Rutledge's. He uncovered a 4th incident through pure coincidence, or almost pure. His mother knew he was following up some aspect of his big story and happened to mention that her friend Eileen Pulsifer had a friend who lived down in Haven. Eileen was 15 years older than Leandro's mother, which put her close to 70. Over tea and cloyingly sweet ginger snaps, she told Leandro a story similar to those he had already heard. Mrs. Pulsifer's friend was Mary Jacklin, whose grandson was Tommy Jacklin. They had visited back and forth for more than 40 years, and often played in local bridge tournaments. This summer she hadn't seen Mary at all, not even once. She'd spoken to her on the phone, and she seemed fine. Her excuses always sounded believable. But all the same, something about them. A bad headache, too much baking to do. The family had decided on the spur of the moment to go down to Kennebunk and visit the Trolley Museum. Wasn't quite right. They were fine by the one, but they seemed odd by the bunch, if you see what I mean. She offered the cookies. More snaps? No, thank you, Leandro said. Oh, go ahead. I know you boys. Your mother taught you to be polite, but no boy ever born could turn down a ginger snap. Now you just go on and take what you hanker for. Smiling dutifully, Leandro took another ginger snap. Settling back and folding her hands on her tight, round belly, Mrs. Pulsifer went on. I begun to think something might be wrong. I still think that maybe something's wrong, truth to tell. First thing to cross my mind was that maybe Mary didn't want to be my friend any more. That maybe I did or said something to offend her. But no, says I to myself, if I'd done something, I guess she'd tell me. After 40 years of friendship, I guess she would. Besides, she didn't really sound cool to me, you know. But she did sound different? Eileen Pulsifer nodded decisively. I am? And that got me thinking that maybe she was sick. That maybe, God save us, her doctor had found a cancer of something inside her, and she didn't want any of her old friends to know. So I called up Vera and I said, We're going to go down to Haven, Vera, and see Mary. We ain't going to tell her we're coming, and that way she can't call us off. You get ready, Vera, I says, because I'm coming by your house at 10 o'clock, and if you ain't ready, I'm going to go without you. Vera is Vera Anderson in Derry. Just about my best friend in the whole world, John, except for Mary and your mother. And your mother was down in Monmouth, visiting her sister that week. Leandro remembered it well. A week of such peace and quiet was a week to be treasured. So the two of you headed down? I am. And you got sick? Sick? I thought I was dying. My heart... She clapped a hand dramatically over one breast. It was beating so fast. My head started to ache. I got a nosebleed. And Vera got scared. She says, Turn around, Eileen, right now. You got to get to the hospital right away. Well, I turned around somehow. I don't hardly remember how. The world was spinning so. And by then, my mouth was bleeding, and 2 of my teeth fell out. Right out of my head. You ever hear the beat of it? No, he lied, thinking of Alvin Rutledge. Where did it happen? Why, I told you. We were going to see Mary Jacqueline, yes, but were you actually in Haven when you got sick? And which way did you come in? Oh, I see. No, we weren't. We were on Old Derry Road in Troy. Close to Haven, then? Oh, about a mile from the town line. I'd been feeling sick for a little time, whoopsie, you know, but I didn't want to say so to Vera. I kept hoping that I would feel better. Vera Anderson hadn't gotten sick, and this troubled Leandro. It didn't fit. Vera hadn't gotten a bloody nose, nor lost any teeth. No, she didn't get sick at all, Mrs. Pulsifer said, except with Tara. I guess she was sick with that. For me, and for herself, too, I imagine. How do you mean? Well, that road's awful empty. She thought I was going to pass out. I almost did. It might have been 15, 20 minutes before someone came along. She couldn't have driven you? God bless you, John. Vera's had muscular dystrophy for years. She wears great big metal braces on her legs. Cruel-looking things they are, like something you'd expect to see in a torture chamber. Just about makes me cry sometimes to see her. 5. At 9:45 on the morning of August 15th, Leandro crossed into the town of Troy. His stomach was tight with anticipation, and, let's face it, folks, a tingle of fear. His skin felt cold. I may get sick, and if I do, I'm going to leave about 90 feet of rubber reversing out of the area. Got that? I got it, boss, he answered himself. I got it. You may lose some teeth, too, he cautioned himself. But the loss of a few teeth seemed a small price to pay for a story which might win him a Pulitzer Prize. And, just as important, one which would surely turn David Bright green with envy. He passed through Troy Village, where everything seemed fine, if a little slower than usual. The first jag in the normal run of things came about a mile further south, from a direction he wouldn't have expected. He had been listening to WZON out of Bangor. Now the normally strong AM signal began to waver and flutter. Leandro could hear one, no two, no, 3 other stations mixed in with its signal. He frowned. That sometimes happened at night, when radiant cooling thinned the atmosphere and allowed radio signals to travel further. But he had never heard of it happening on an AM bank in the morning, not even during those periods of optimum radio transmission conditions which ham operators call the skip. He ran the tuner on the Dodge's radio and was amazed as a flood of conflicting transmissions poured out of the speakers. Rock and roll, country and western, and classical music stepped all over each other. Somewhere in the background he could hear Paul Harvey extolling Amway. He turned the dial further and caught a clear transmission so surprising he pulled over. He sat staring at the radio with big eyes. It was speaking in Japanese. He sat and waited for the inevitable clarification. This lesson in beginner's Japanese has been brought to you by your local Kyanai's paint dealer. Something like that. The announcer finished. Then came the Beach Boys' Be True to Your School in Japanese. Leandro continued to tune down the kilohertz band with a hand that shook. It was much the same all the way. As it did at night, the tangle of voices and music got worse as he tuned toward the higher frequencies. At last the tangle grew so severe it began to frighten him. It was the auditory equivalent of a squirming mass of snakes. He turned the radio off and sat behind the wheel, eyes wide, body thrumming slightly, like a man on low-grade speed. What is this? Foolish to speculate when the answer lay no more than 6 miles up ahead, always assuming he could uncover it, of course. Oh, I think you'll uncover it. You may not like it when you do, but yeah, I think you'll uncover it with no trouble at all. Leandro looked around. The hay in the field on his right was long and shaggy. Too long and shaggy for August. There hadn't been any first cutting in early July. Somehow he didn't think there was going to be any August cutting either. He looked left and saw a tumble-down barn surrounded by rusty auto parts. The corpse of a 57 Studebaker was decaying in the barn's maw. The windows seemed to stare at Leandro. There were no people to stare, at least not that he could see. A very quiet, very polite little voice spoke up inside him, the voice of a child at a tea party that has become decidedly scary. "I would like to go home, please." Yes, home to Mother. Home in time to watch the afternoon soaps with her. She would be glad to see him back with his scoop, maybe even more glad to see him back without it. They'd sit and eat cookies and drink coffee. They would talk. She would talk, rather, and he would listen. That was how it always was, and it really wasn't that bad. She could be an irritating thing sometimes, but she was safe. Safe, yeah. That was it, safe. And whatever was going on south of Troy on this dozy summer afternoon, it wasn't at all safe. "I would like to go home, please." Right. There had probably been times when Woodward and Bernstein felt that way when Nixon's boys were really putting the squeeze on. Bernard Fall had probably felt that way when he got off the plane in Saigon for the last time. When you saw the TV news correspondents in trouble spots like Lebanon and Tehran, they only looked cool, calm, and collected. Viewers never had a chance to inspect their shorts. The story is out there, and I'm going to get it, and when I collect my Pulitzer Prize, I can say I owe it all to David Bright and my secret Superman wristwatch. He put the Dodge in gear again and drove on toward Haven. 6. He hadn't gone a mile before he began to feel ill. He thought this must be a physical symptom of his fear and ignored it. Then, when he began to feel worse, he asked himself, as one is apt to do when he realizes that the nausea sitting in his stomach, like a small dark cloud, is not going away, what he had eaten. There was no blame to be laid in that direction. He hadn't been afraid when he got up that morning, but he had been feeling a lot of anticipation and high-spirited tension. As a result, he had refused the usual bacon and scrambled eggs and settled for tea and dry toast. That was all. "I would like to go home." The voice was now more shrill. Leandro pushed on, teeth clamped grimly together. The scoop was in Haven. If he couldn't get into Haven, there would be no scoop. You couldn't hit him if you couldn't see him. QED. Less than a mile from the town line, the day was eerily, utterly dead. A series of beeping, booping, and buzzing noises began to come from the back seat, startling him so badly that he cried out and pulled over to the side of the road again. He looked in back and was at first unable to credit what he was seeing. It had to be, he thought, a hallucination brought on by his increasing nausea. Chia. 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 When he and his mother had been in Halifax this past weekend, he had taken his nephew Tony out for a Dairy Queen. Tony, whom Leandro privately thought was an ill-mannered little snot, had sat in the back playing with a plastic toy that looked a bit like the handset of a prince's phone. This toy was called Merlin, and it ran on a computer chip. It played 4 or 5 simple games, which called for simple feats of memory or the ability to identify a simple mathematical series. Leandro remembered it had also played tic-tac-toe. Anyway, Tony must have forgotten it, and now it was going crazy in the back seat, its red lights flashing on and off in random patterns. But were they, or just a little too fast for him to catch, making its simple series of sounds again and again and again? It was running by itself. No, I hit a pothole or something, that's all. Jogged its switch, got it going. But he could see the small black switch on the side. It was pushed to off. But Merlin went on booping and beeping and buzzing. It reminded him of a Vegas slot machine paying off a big jackpot. The thing's plastic case began to smoke. The plastic itself was sinking, drooling, running like tallow. The lights flashed faster, faster. Suddenly they all went on at once, bright red, and the gadget emitted a strangled, buzzing sound. The case cracked open. There was a brittle shower of plastic shards. The seat cover started to smolder underneath it. Ignoring his stomach, Leandro got up on his knees and knocked it on the floor. There was a charred spot on the seat where Merlin had lain. "What is this?" The answer irrelevant, nearly a scream. "I would like to go home now, please." The ability to isolate a simple mathematical series. Did I think that? The John Leandro that flunked general math in high school? Do you mean it? Never mind that. Just bug out. No. He put the Dodge in gear and drove on again. He had gone less than 20 yards when he thought suddenly, with crazy exhilaration, "The ability to isolate a simple mathematical series indicates the existence of a general case, doesn't it? You could express it this way, come to think of it. ax times 2 plus bxy equals cy times 2 plus dx plus ey plus f minus 0. Yep. It'll work as long as a, b, c, d, and f are constants. I think. Yeah, you bet. But you couldn't let a, b, or c be 0. That'd fuck it for sure. Let f take care of itself. Ha! Leandro felt like puking, but he still uttered a shrill, triumphant laugh. All at once he felt as if his brain had lifted off right through the top of his skull. Although he didn't know it, having pretty much dozed through that part of nerd math, he had reinvented the general quadratic equation in 2 variables, which can indeed be used to isolate components in a simple mathematical series. It blew his mind. A moment later, blood burst from his nose in an amazing flood. That was the end of John Leandro's first effort to get into Haven. He threw the gear shift into reverse and backed unsteadily up the road, weaving from side to side, right arm hooked over the front seat, blood pouring onto the shoulder of his shirt as he stared out through the back window with watering eyes. He backed up for almost a mile, then turned around in a driveway. He looked down at himself. His shirt was drenched with blood, but he felt better, a little better, he amended. Still, he didn't linger. He drove back to Troy Village and parked in front of the general store. He walked in, expecting the usual gathering of old men to stare at his bloody shirt with silent Yankee surprise. But only the shopkeeper was there, and he didn't look surprised at all. Not at the blood, not at Leandro's question about any shirts he might have in stock. "Look like your nose might have bled a titch," the storekeeper said mildly, and showed Leandro a selection of T-shirts. An inordinately large selection for such a small store as this, Leandro thought. He was slowly getting hold of himself, although his head still ached and his stomach still felt sour and unsteady. The flow of blood from his nose had scared him very badly. "You could say that," Leandro said. He allowed the old man to thumb through the shirts for him, because there was tacky blood still drying on his own hands. They were sized S, M, L, and XL. "Where the hell is Troy, Maine?" some said. On others there was a lobster and the slogan, "I got the best piece of tail I ever had in Troy, Maine." On others there was a large black fly which looked like a monster from outer space. The Maine state bird, these proclaimed. "You sure do have lots of shirts," Leandro said, pointing to a "where the hell" in an M size. He thought the lobster shirt was amusing, but thought his mother would be less than wild about the innuendo. "Yeah?" the storekeeper said. "Have to have a lot. Sell a lot." "Tourists?" Leandro's mind was already racing ahead, trying to figure out what came next. He had thought he was onto something big. Now he believed it was one hell of a lot bigger than even he had believed. "Some," the storekeeper said, "but there ain't been many down this way this summer. Mostly I sell 'em to folks like you." "Like me?" "Yeah. Folks with bloody noses." Leandro gaped at the storekeeper. "Their noses bleed. They wreck their shirts," the storekeeper said. "Same way you wrecked yours. They want a new one, and if they're just locals, like I expect you are, they ain't got no luggage and no changes. So they stop first place to come to and buy a new one. I don't blame 'em. Driving around in a shirt all over blood like yours would make me puke. Why, I've had ladies in here this summer, nice-looking ladies, too, dressed to the nines, who smelt like guts in a hogshead." The storekeeper cackled, showing a mouth that was perfectly toothless. Leandro said slowly, "Let me get this straight. Other people come back from Haven with bloody noses? It's not just me?" "Just you? Hell no. Shoulda goddamn. The day they buried Ruth McCausland, I sold 15 shirts. That one day. I was thinking about retiring on the proceeds and moving to Florida." The storekeeper cackled again. They was all out-of-towners. He said this as if it explained everything, and perhaps in his mind it did. Couple of 'em was still spouting when they come in here. Noses like fountains. Ears, too, sometimes. Shit a goddamn. And nobody knows about this? The old man looked at Leandro from wise eyes. You do, sonny, he said. Chapter 6. Inside the Ship. 1. You ready, Guard? Gardner was sitting on the front porch, looking out at Route 9. The voice came from behind him, and it was easy, too easy for him not to flash on 100 sleazy prison movies, where the warden arrives to escort the condemned man along the last mile. Such scenes always beginning, of course, with the warden growling, "Are you ready, Rocky?" Ready for this? You gotta be kidding. He got up, turned around, saw the equipment in Bobby's arms, then the little smile on Bobby's face. There was something knowing in that smile that he didn't like. See something funny? He asked. Heard it. Heard you, Guard. You were thinking about old prison movies, Bobby said. And then you thought, ready for this? You gotta be kidding. I caught all of that one, and that's very rare. Unless you're deliberately sending. That's why I was smiling. You were peeking. Yes. And it's getting easier to do, Bobby said, still smiling. From behind his decaying mental shield, Gardner thought, I have a gun now, Bobby. It's under my bed. I got it in the First Reformed Church of the Tommyknockers. It was dangerous, but it would be more dangerous not to know just how deep Bobby's ability to peek now went. Bobby's smile faltered a little. What was that one? She asked. You tell me, he said. And when her smile began to change to a look of narrow suspicion, he added easily, Come on, Bobby, I was just pulling your string a little. I was only wondering what you got there. Bobby brought the equipment over. There were 2 rubber snorkel mouthpieces attached to tanks and homemade regulators. We wear these, she said, when we go inside. Inside. Just the word lit a hot spark in his belly and triggered all sorts of conflicting emotions. Awe, terror, anticipation, curiosity, tension. Part of him felt like a superstitious native preparing to walk on taboo ground. The rest felt like a kid on Christmas morning. The air inside is different, then, Gardner said. Not so different. Bobby had put her makeup on indifferently this morning, perhaps having decided there was no longer any need to hide the accelerating physical changes from Gardner. Guard realized he could see Bobby's tongue moving inside her head as she spoke, only it didn't look precisely like a tongue anymore, and the pupils of Bobby's eyes looked bigger, but somehow uneven and wavering, as if they were peering up at him from underwater. Water with a slight greenish tinge. He felt his stomach turn over. Not so different, she said. Just rotten. Rotten? The ship's been sealed for over 25,000 centuries, Bobby said patiently. Totally sealed. We'd be killed by the outrush of bad air as soon as we opened the hatch. So we wear these. What's in them? Nothing but good old haven air. The tanks are small. 40, maybe 50 minutes of air. You clip it to your belt like this, see? Yes. Bobby offered him one of the rigs. Guard attached the tank to his belt. He had to raise his T-shirt to do it, and he was very glad he'd decided to leave the .45 under the bed for now. Start using the canned air just before I open it up, Bobby said. Almost forgot. Here, just in case you forget. She handed Gardner a pair of nose plugs. Guard stuffed them into a jeans pocket. Well, Bobby said briskly, are you ready then? We're really going in there. We really are, Bobby said almost tenderly. Gardner laughed shakily. His hands and feet were cold. I'm pretty fucking excited, he said. Bobby smiled. I am too. Also, I'm scared. In that same tender voice, Bobby said, No need to be, Guard. Everything will be all right. Something in that tone made Gardner feel more scared than ever. 2. They took the tomcat and cruised silently through the dead woods, the only sound the minute hum of batteries. Neither of them talked. Bobby parked the tomcat by the lean-to, and they stood for a moment looking at the silver dish rising out of the trench. The morning sun shone on it in a pure, widening wedge of light. Inside, Gardner thought again. Are you ready? Bobby asked again. Come on, Rocky. Just one big jolt. You'll never feel a thing. Yeah, fine, Gardner said. His voice was a trifle hoarse. Bobby was looking at him inscrutably with her changing eyes, those floating, widening pupils. Gardner seemed to feel mental fingers fluttering over his thoughts, trying to pull them open. Going in there could kill you, you know, Bobby said at last. Not the air. We've got that licked. She smiled. It's funny, you know. 5 minutes on one of those mouthpieces would knock someone from the outside unconscious, and half an hour of it would kill him. But it'll keep us alive. Does that tickle you, Guard? Yes, Guard said, looking at the ship and wondering the things he always wondered. Where did you come from? And how long did you have to cruise the night to get here? It tickles me. I think you'll be okay. But you know, Bobby shrugged, your head, that steel plate, interacts somehow with the... I know the risk. As long as you do. Bobby turned and walked toward the trench. Gardner stood where he was for a moment, watching her go. I know the risk from the plate. What I'm less clear on is the risk from you, Bobby. Is it haven air I'm going to get when I have to use that mask, or something like raid? But it didn't matter, did it? He had thrown the dice, and nothing was going to keep him from seeing inside that ship if he could. Not David Brown, not the whole world. Bobby reached the trench. She turned and looked back, her made-up face a dull mask in the morning light, angling through the old pines and spruces which surrounded this place. Coming? Yeah, Gardner said, and walked over to the ship. 3. Getting down proved to be unexpectedly tricky. Ironically, getting up was the easy part. The button at the bottom was right there, in fact no more than the 0 on a remote telephone handset. At the top, the button was a conventional electrical switch set on one of the posts which supported the lean-to. This was 50 feet from the edge of the trench. For the first time, Gardner realized how all those car recalls could happen. Until now, neither of them had bothered with the fact that their arms were somewhat less than 50 feet long. They had been using the sling to go up and down for a long time now, long enough to take it for granted. Standing at the edge of the trench, they realized that they had never both gone down together. What both also realized, but neither said, was that they could have gone down one at a time. With someone to run the buttons at the bottom, all would have been well. Neither said it because it was understood between them that this time, and only this time, they must go down together, perfectly together, both with one foot in the single stirrup, arms around each other's waists, like lovers in a descending swing. It was stupid. Just stupid. Just stupid enough to be the only right way. They looked at each other without saying a word, but 2 thoughts flew and crossed in the air. Here we are, a couple of college graduates. Bobby, where'd I leave my left-handed monkey wrench? Bobby's strange new mouth quivered. She turned around and snorted. Guard felt a moment of the old warmth touch his heart then. It was the last time he really ever saw the old and unimproved Bobby Anderson. Well, can you rig a portable unit to run the sling? I can, but it's not worth taking the time. I've got another idea." Her eyes touched Gardner's face for a moment, thoughtful and calculating. It was a look Gardner could not quite interpret. Then Bobby walked away to the lean-to. Gardner followed her part way and saw Bobby swing open a large green metal box that had been mounted on a pole. She pawed through the tools and general junk inside, and then came back with a transistor radio. It was smaller than the ones his helpers had turned into new and improved satchel charges while Bobby was recuperating. Gard had never seen this particular radio before. It was very small. One of them brought it out last night, he thought. Bobby pulled up its stubby antenna, inserted a jack in its plastic case, and the plug in her ear. Gard was instantly reminded of Freeman Moss, moving the pumping equipment like an elephant trainer moving the big guys around the center ring. "This won't take long." Bobby pointed the antenna back toward the farm. Gardner seemed to hear a heavy, powerful hum, not on the air, but inside the air somehow. For just a moment his mind muttered with music, and there was a headachy pain in the middle of his forehead, as if he had drunk too much cold water too fast. Now what? "We wait," Bobby said, and repeated, "It won't take long." Her speculative gaze passed over Gardner's face again, and this time Gardner thought he understood that look. "It's something she wants me to see, and this chance came up to show me." He sat down near the trench and discovered a very old pack of cigarettes in his breast pocket. 2 were left. One was broken, the other bent but whole. He lit it and smoked reflectively, not really sorry about this delay. It gave him a chance to go over his plans again. Of course, if he dropped dead as soon as he went through that round hatch, it would put something of a crimp in those plans. "Ah, here we go," Bobby said, getting up. Gard also got up. He looked around, but at first saw nothing. "Over there, Gard, the path." Bobby spoke with the pride of a kid showing off her first soapbox racer. Gardner finally saw it and began to laugh. He didn't really want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. He kept thinking he was getting used to the brave new world of Haven's jury-rigged super science, and then some odd new combination would tumble him right back down the rabbit hole. Like now. Bobby was smiling, but faintly, vaguely, as if Gardner's laughter meant nothing one way or the other. "It does look a little strange, but it will do the trick. Take my word for it." It was the Electrolux he had seen in the shed. It was not running on the ground, but just above it, its little white wheels turning. Its shadow ran placidly off to one side like a dachshund on a leash. From the back, where the vacuum hose attachments would have gone in a sane world, 2 filament-thin wires protruded in a V shape. Its antenna, Gardner thought. Now it landed, if you could call a touchdown from 3 inches a landing, and trundled over the beaten earth of the excavation area to the lean-to, leaving narrow tracks behind it. It stopped below the switch-box, which controlled the sling. "Watch this," Bobby said in that same pleased, showing-off-my-soapbox racer voice. There was a click, a hum. Now a thin black rope began to rise out of the vacuum cleaner's side, like a rope rising out of a wicker basket in the Indian rope trick. Only it wasn't a rope, Gardner saw. It was a length of coaxial cable. It rose in the air, up, up, up. It touched the side of the switch-box and slid around to the front. Gardner felt a crawl of revulsion. It was like watching something like a bat, a blind thing which had some sort of radar, a blind thing that could seek. The end of the cable found the buttons. The black one which started the sling going down or up, the red one which stopped it. The end of the cable touched the black one, and suddenly went rigid. The black button popped neatly in. The motor behind the lean-to started up, and the sling started to slip into the trench. The tension went out of the cable. It slipped down to the red stop button, stiffened, pushed it. When the motor had died, leaning over, Gardner could see the sling dangling against the side of the cut about 12 feet down. The cable rose and pushed the black button again, The motor started once more. The sling came back up. When it reached the top of the trench, the motor died automatically. Bobby turned to him. She was smiling, but her eyes were watchful. "There," she said. "Works fine." "It's incredible," Gardner said. His eyes had moved steadily back and forth between Bobby and the Electrolux as the cable ran the buttons. Bobby had not been gesturing with the radio, as Freeman Moss had with his walkie-talkie. But Gardner had seen the little frown of concentration, and the way her eyes had dropped just an instant before the coaxial cable slipped down from the black button to the red one. "It looks like a mechanical dachshund, something out of one of those terminally cute Kelly Freas SF paintings. That's what it looks like. But it's not a robot, not really. It has no brain. Bobby's its brain. And she wants me to know it." And there had been a lot of those customized appliances in the shed, lined up against the wall. The one his mind kept trying to fix on was the washing machine with the boomerang antenna mounted on it. The shed. That raised a hell of an interesting question. Guard opened his mouth to ask it, then closed it again, trying at the same time to thicken the shield over his thoughts as much as he could. He felt like a man who has nearly strolled over the lip of a chasm 1,000 feet deep while looking at the pretty sunset. No one back home, at least that I know of, and the shed's padlocked on the outside. So just how did Fido, the vacuum cleaner, get out? He had really been only an instant from asking that question when he realized Bobby hadn't mentioned where the Electrolux had come from. Guard could suddenly smell his own sweat, sour and evil. He looked at Bobby and saw Bobby looking at him with that small, irritated smile that meant she knew Gardner was thinking, but not what. "Where did that thing come from, anyway?" Gardner asked. "Oh, it was around," Bobby waved her hand vaguely. "The important thing is that it works. So much for the unexpected delay. Want to get going? Fine. I just hope that thing's batteries don't go flat while we're down there." "I'm its battery," she said. "As long as I'm all right, you'll get up again, Guard. Okay?" "Your insurance policy." "Yes, I think I get it." "Okay," he said. They went to the trench. Bobby rode the sling down first, while the cable rising from the side of the Electrolux ran the buttons. The sling came back up, and Gardner stepped into it, holding the rope as it began to go down again. He took a final look at the battered old Electrolux and thought again, how the hell did it get out? Then he was sliding into the dimness of the trench and the dank mineral smell of wet rocks, the smooth surface of the ship rising up and up on his left, like the side of a skyscraper without windows. 4. Guard stepped off the sling. He and Bobby stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the circular groove of the hatch, which had the shape of a large porthole. Gardner found it almost impossible to take his eyes from the symbol etched upon it. He found himself remembering something from earliest childhood. There had been an outbreak of diphtheria in the Portland suburb where he'd been raised. 2 kids had died, and the public health office had imposed a quarantine. He remembered walking to the library, his hand safely caught up in his mother's, and passing houses where signs had been stapled to the front doors, the same word in heavy black letters heading each. He asked her what it meant, and she said it meant there was sickness in the house. It was a good word, she said, because it warned people not to go in. If they did, she said, they might catch the disease and spread it. "Are you ready?" Bobby asked, breaking in on his thoughts. "What does that mean?" He pointed at the symbol on the hatch. "Burma shave." Bobby was unsmiling. "Are you?" "No, but I guess I'm as close as I'll ever get." He looked at the tank clipped to his belt and wondered again if he was going to draw some poison that would explode his lungs at the first breath. He didn't think so. This was supposed to be his reward. One visit inside the holy temple before he was erased once and for all from the equation. "All right," Bobby said. "I'm going to open it." "You're going to think it open," Gardner said, looking at the plug in Bobby's ear. "Yes," Bobby replied dismissively, as if to say, "What else?" "It's going to iris open. There'll be an explosive outrush of bad air, and when I say bad, I mean really bad." "How are your hands?" "What do you mean?" "Cuts?" "Nothing that isn't scabbed over." He held his hands out like a little boy submitting to his mother's pre-dinner inspection. "Okay." Bobby took a pair of cotton work gloves from her back pocket and drew them on. To Guard's inquiring look, she said, "Hangnails on 2 fingers. It might not be enough, but it might." "When you see the hatch start to iris open, Guard, close your eyes. Breathe from the tank. If you whiff on what comes out of the ship, it's going to kill you as quick as a Drano cocktail." "I," Gardner said, "am convinced." He slipped the snorkel mouthpiece into his mouth and used the nose plugs. Bobby did the same. Gardner could feel his pulse in his temples, moving very fast, like someone tapping rapidly on a muffled drum with one finger. "This is it. This is finally it." "Ready?" Bobby asked one last time. Muffled by the mouthpiece, it came out sounding like Elmer Fudd. "Weddy?" Gardner nodded. "Remember?" "Remember?" Gardner nodded again. "For Christ's sake, Bobby, let's go." Bobby nodded. "Okay, be ready." Before he could ask her for what, that symbol suddenly broke apart in curves, and Gardner realized with a deep, almost sickening excitement that the hatch was opening. There was a high, thin, screaming sound, as if something rusted shut for a long time was now moving again, but with great reluctance. He saw Bobby turn the valve on the tank clipped to her belt. He did the same, then closed his eyes. A moment later, a soft wind pushed against his face, shoving his shaggy hair back from his brow. Gardner thought, "Death. That's death. Death rushing past me, filling this trench like chlorine gas. Every microbe on my skin is dying right now." His heart was pounding much too fast, and he had actually begun to wonder if the outrush of gas, like the rush of gas out of a coffin, his skittish mind chattered, wasn't killing him somehow after all, when he realized he had been holding his breath. He pulled a breath in through the mouthpiece. He waited to see if it would kill him. It didn't. It had a dry, stale taste, but it was perfectly breathable. 40, maybe 50 minutes of air. Slow down, Guard. Take it slow. Make it last. No panting. He slowed down. Tried, at least. Then that high, screaming noise quit. The outrush of air grew softer against his face. Then stopped entirely. Then Gardner spent an eternity in the dark, facing the open hatch with his eyes shut. The only sounds were the muffled drum of his heart and the sigh of air through the tank's demand regulator. His mouth already tasted of rubber, and his teeth were locked much too hard on the rubber pins inside the snorkel mouthpiece. He forced himself to get cool and ease up. At last, eternity ended. Bobby's clear thought filled his mind. Okay. Should be okay. You can open those baby blues, Guard. Like a kid at a surprise party, Jim Gardner did just that. 5. He was looking along a corridor. It was perfectly round, except for a flat ledge of walkway halfway up one side. The position looked all wrong. For a wild moment he visualized the Tommyknockers as grisly, intelligent flies crawling along that walkway with sticky feet. Then logic reasserted itself. The walkway was canted. Everything was canted, because the ship was at an angle. Soft light glowed out of the round, featureless walls. No dead batteries here, Gardner thought. These are really long-life jobbies. He looked into the corridor beyond the hatch with a deep and profound sense of wonder. It is alive. Even after all these years. Still alive. "I'm going in, guard. Are you coming?" "Gonna try, Bobby." She stepped in, ducking her head so as not to bump it on the upper curve of the hatch. Gardner hesitated a moment, biting down on the rubber pins inside the mask again, and followed. 6. There was a moment of transcendent agony. He felt, rather than heard, radio transmissions fill his head. Not just one. It was as if every radio broadcast in the world momentarily shrieked inside his brain. Then it was gone. Simply gone. He thought of the way that radio transmissions faded when you went into a tunnel. He had entered the ship, and all outside transmissions had been damped down to nothing. Nor was it only outside transmissions, he discovered a moment later. Bobby was looking at him, obviously sending a thought. "Are you all right?" was Gardner's best guess, but a guess was all it was. But he could no longer hear Bobby in his head at all. Curious, he sent back, "I am fine, go on." Bobby's questioning expression didn't change. She was much better at this than Gardner, but she wasn't getting anything either. Guard gestured for her to go on. After a moment she nodded, and did. 7. They walked 20 paces up the corridor. Bobby moved with no hesitation, nor did she hesitate when they came to a round interior hatch set into the surface of the flat walkway on their left. This hatch, about 3 feet in diameter, was open. Without looking back at Gardner, Bobby climbed into it. Gardner paused, looking back along the softly lit corridor. The hatchway to the outside was back there, a round porthole giving onto the darkness of the trench. Then he followed. There was a ladder bolted to the new corridor, which was almost small enough in diameter to be called a tunnel. Guard and Bobby did not need the ladder. The ship's position had rendered the corridor almost horizontal. They went on their hands and knees, with the ladder sometimes scraping their backs. The ladder made Gardner uneasy. The rungs were spaced almost 4 feet apart. That was one thing. A man, even a very long-legged one, would have had difficulty using it. The other thing about the rungs was more unsettling. A pronounced semicircular dip, almost a notch, in the center of each. So the Tommyknockers had really bad fallen arches, he thought, listening to the rasp of his own respiration. Big deal, Guard. But the picture that came to him was not of flat feet or fallen arches. The picture which stole into his mind, softly and yet with a simple, undeniable power, was of some not quite seen creature climbing that ladder, a creature with a single thick claw on each foot, a claw which fit neatly into each of those dips as it climbed. Suddenly the round, dimly lit walls seemed to be pressing in on him, and he had to grapple with a terrible bout of claustrophobia. The Tommyknockers were here all right, and still alive. At any moment he might feel a thick, inhuman hand close about his ankle. Sweat ran into his eye, stinging. He whipped his head around, looking back over one shoulder. Nothing. Nothing, Guard. Get yourself under control. But they were here. Perhaps dead, but somehow alive just the same. In Bobby, for one thing. But you have to see, Guard. Now go. He started crawling again. He was leaving faint, sweaty handprints on the metal, he saw. Human handprints inside this thing, which had come from God knew where. Bobby reached the mouth of the passage, turned on her stomach, and dropped out of sight. Guard followed, stopping at the mouth of the passageway to look out. Here was a large open space, hexagonal in shape, like a large chamber in a beehive. It was also canted at a crazy funhouse angle as a result of the crash. The walls glowed with soft, colorless light. A thick cable came out of a gasket on the floor. This split into half a dozen thinner cords, and each ended in a set of things which looked like headphones with bulging centers. Bobby wasn't looking at these. She was looking into the corner. Gardner followed her gaze and felt his stomach gain weight. His head swam dizzily. His heart faltered. They had been gathered around their telepathic steering wheel, or whatever the hell it was, when the ship hit. They had perhaps been trying to pull out of their dive to the very last. But it hadn't worked. And here they were, 2 or 3 of them at least, slung into a far corner. It was hard to tell what they looked like. They were too tangled together. The ship had hit, and they had been thrown to that end of this room. There they still lay. Interstellar car crash, Gardner thought sickly. Is that all there is, Alfie? Bobby did not go toward those brown husks piled in the lowest angle of this strange, bare room. She only stared, her hands clenching and unclenching. Gardner tried to understand what she was thinking and feeling and could not. He turned and carefully lowered himself over the edge of the passageway. He joined her, walking carefully on the canted floor. Bobby looked at him with her strange new eyes. What do I look like to her through those new eyes? Gard wondered. And then back toward the tangled remains in the corner. Her hands continued to open and snap closed. Gardner started toward them. Bobby clutched at his arm. Gardner shook her grip off without even thinking. He had to look at them. He felt like a child drawn toward an open grave, full of fear, but compelled to go on anyway. He had to see. Gardner, who had grown up in southern Maine, crossed what he believed to be, for all its starkness, the control room of an interstellar spacecraft. The floor under his feet looked as smooth as glass, but his sneakers held their grip easily. He heard no sound but his own harsh breathing, smelled only dusty haven air. He walked down the slanted floor to the bodies and looked at them. These are the Tommyknockers, he thought. Bobby and the others aren't going to look exactly like them when they're done becoming. Maybe because of the environment. Or maybe because the original physiological makeup of the, what would you call it, target group, results in a slightly different look each time this happens. But there's a kissin' cousin resemblance, all right. Maybe these aren't the originals, but they're close enough. Ugly fuckers. He felt awe, horror, and a revulsion that ran blood deep. Late last night and the night before, a wavering voice sang in his mind, Tommyknockers, Tommyknockers, knocking at the door. At first he thought there were 5, but there were only 4. One was in 2 pieces. None of them looked as if he, she, it had died easily or with any serenity. Their faces were ugly and long-snouted. Their eyes were filmed over to the whiteness of cataracts. Their lips were drawn back in uniform snarls. Their skins were scaly but transparent. He could see frozen muscles laid in crisscross patterns around jaws, temples, and necks. They had no teeth. This audiobook is continued on Disc 19. The Tommyknockers by Stephen King, continued, Disc 19. 8. Bobby joined him. Gard saw awe on her face, but no revulsion. These are her gods now, and one is rarely, if ever, revolted by one's own gods, Gardner thought. These are her gods now, and why not? They made her what she is today. He pointed to each one of them in turn deliberately, like an instructor. They were naked, and their wounds were clear. Interstellar car crash, yes, but he didn't believe there had been any mechanical failure. Those weird, scaly bodies were slashed, scored with ragged cuts. One 6-fingered hand was still wrapped around the haft of something that looked like a knife with a circular blade. Look at them, Bobby, he thought, even though he knew Bobby couldn't read him in here, even if he opened up all the way. He pointed here, to a grinning mouth buried in another creature's throat. There, to a wide wound gaping in a thick, inhuman chest. There, to a knife, still clutched in one hand. Look at them, Bobby. You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to see they were fighting. Having a good old knockdown drag-out here in the old control room. None of this come let us reason together shit for your gods. They were whipping some heavy numbers on each other. Maybe it started as an argument about whether or not to land here, or maybe it was about whether or not they should have hooked a left at Alpha Centauri. Anyway, the results are the same. Remember how we always assumed a technologically advanced race of beings would be, if one ever made contact with us? We thought they'd be smart, like Mr. Wizard, and wise, like Robert Young on Father Knows Best. Well, here's the truth, Bobby. The ship crashed because they were having a fight. And where are the blasters, the phasers, the transporter room? I see one knife. The rest they must have done with mirrors, or their bare hands, or those big claws. Bobby looked away, frowning strenuously. A pupil who didn't want to learn the lesson, a pupil who was in fact determined not to learn it. She started to move off. Gardner caught her by the arm and pulled her back, pointed at the feet. If Bruce Lee had had a foot like that, he would have killed 1,000 people a week, Bobby. The Tommyknockers' legs were grotesquely long. They made Gardner think of those guys who don stilts and Uncle Sam suits and march in 4th of July parades. The muscles below the semi-transparent skins were long, ropey, gray. The feet were narrow and not precisely toed. Instead, each foot sloped into that one thick, chitinous claw, like a bird's talon, something like a giant vulture's. Gardner thought of the dips in the ladder rungs. He shuddered. Look, Bobby. See how dark the claws are? That's blood, or whatever they had inside them. It's on the claws because they did most of the damage. This place sure as shit didn't look like the bridge of the Starship Enterprise before it crashed. Just before it hit, it probably looked more like a free-for-all cockfight out behind some redneck's barn. This is progress, Bobby? Next to these guys, Ted the Power Man looks like Gandhi. Frowning, Bobby pulled away. Leave me alone, her eyes said. Bobby, can't you see? Bobby turned away. She wasn't into seeing. Gardner stood by the desiccated bodies, watching her climb the deck like a woman climbing a steep, smooth hill. She didn't slip at all. She turned toward a far wall where there was another round opening and boosted herself in. For a moment, Gardner could see her legs and the dirty soles of her tennis shoes, and then she was gone. Gard walked up the slope and stood for a moment near the center of the room, looking at the single thick cord coming out of the floor, at the earphones that split off from it. The similarity to the setup in Bobby's shed was perfectly clear. Otherwise... He looked around. Hexagonal room. Barren. No chairs, no pictures of Niagara Falls, or Cygnus B Falls, for that matter. No astrogation charts, no Mad Labs equipment. All the big-time science fiction producers and special effects men would have been disgusted by this emptiness, Gardner thought. Nothing but some earphones lying tangled on the floor, and the bodies, perfectly preserved but probably as light as autumn leaves by now. Earphones, and remains like husks piled in that far corner where gravity had tossed them. Nothing very interesting about it. Nothing very smart. That fit. Because the Havenites were doing lots of stuff, but none of it was very smart when you got right down to where the short hairs grew. It wasn't disappointment he felt so much as stupid correctness. Not rightness. God knew there was nothing right about this, but correctness, as if part of him had always known it would be this way when and if they got in. No Disneyland razzmatazz. Only a dreary species of blankness. He found himself remembering W.H. Auden's poem about running away. Sooner or later, you always ended up in one room under a naked light bulb, playing solitaire at 3 a.m. Tomorrowland, it seemed, ended up being an empty place where people smart enough to capture the stars got mad and tore each other to shreds with the claws on their feet. So much for Robert Heinlein, Guard thought, and followed Bobby. 9. He trekked uphill, realizing he had entirely lost track of what his position was in relation to the world outside. It was easier not to think about it. He used the ladder to help himself along as he went. He came to a rectangular porthole and looked through it into something that might have been an engine room. Big metal blocks, square on one end, rounded on the other, marched off in a double row. Pipes, thick and dull silver in color, protruded from the square ends of these blocks and moved off at strange, crooked angles. Like straight pipes coming out of a kid's jalopy, Guard thought. He became aware of liquid warmth on the skin above his mouth. It divided in two and ran down his chin. His nose was bleeding again. Slowly, but as if it meant to keep it up for a while. Is the light brighter in here now? He stopped and looked around. Yes. And could he hear a faint humming? Or was that imagination? He cocked his head. No, not imagination. Machinery. Something had started up. It didn't just start, and you know it. We started it up. We're kicking it over. He bit down hard on the mouthpiece. He wanted out of here. Wanted to get Bobby out. The ship was alive. In a weird way, he supposed it was the ultimate Tommyknocker. It was a howl. It was also the most horrible thing of all. Sentient creature. What? Woke it up, of course. Guard wanted it asleep. All of a sudden he felt too much like Jack nosing around the castle while the giants slept. They had to get out. He began to crawl faster. Then a new thought struck him, stopping him dead. What if it won't let you out? He pushed the idea away and kept going. 10. The corridor branched into a Y, left arm continuing to angle up, the right turning steeply downward. He listened and heard Bobby crawling to the left. He moved that way and came to another hatch. She was standing below it. She glanced briefly up at Gardner with eyes that were wide and frightened. Then she looked back again. He got one leg over the lip of the hatch and paused. No way he was going in there. The room was lozenge-shaped. It was full of hammocks suspended in metal frames. There were hundreds of them. All were canted drunkenly upward and to the left. The room looked like a snapshot of a sailing ship's bunk room, taken just as the ship rolled in the trough of a swell. All the hammocks were full, their occupants strapped in. Transparent skins, dog-like snouts, milky, dead eyes. A cable ran from each scaled triangular head. Not just strapped, Gardner thought. Chained. They were the ship's drive, weren't they, Bobby? If this is the future, it's time to eat the gun. These are dead galley slaves. They were snarling, but Gardner saw that some of the snarls were half obliterated because some of their heads seemed to have exploded, as if, when the ship crashed, there had been a gigantic backflow of energy that had literally blown their brains out. All dead. Strapped forever in their hammocks, heads lolling, snouts frozen in eternal snarls. All dead in this tilted room. Close by, another engine started up, chopping rustily at first, then smoothing out. A moment later, fans whirred into life. He supposed the newly started engine was driving them. Air blew against his face. Whether or not it was fresh was something he didn't intend to personally check on. Maybe opening the outer hatch started this stuff up, but I don't believe it. It was us. What starts up next, Bobby? Suppose they started up next. The Tommyknockers themselves. Suppose their grayish, transparent, six-fingered hands started to clench and unclench, as Bobby's hands had been doing as she stared at the corpses in the barren control room. What if those taloned feet began to twitch? Or suppose those heads began to turn and those milky eyes looked at them? I want out. The ghosts here are very lively, and I want out. He touched Bobby's shoulder. She jumped. Gardner glanced at his wrist, but there was no watch there, only a fading white shape on his otherwise tanned wrist. It had been a Timex, a tough old baby that had gone on a lot of toots with him and come out alive. But 2 days of working on the excavation had killed it. There's one John Cameron Swayze never tried in those old TV ads, he thought. Bobby took the point. She pointed at the air bottle clipped to her belt and raised her eyebrows at Gardner. How long has it been? Gardner didn't know and didn't care. He wanted out before the whole damn ship woke up and did God knew what. He pointed back down the passageway. Long enough. Let's bug out. A thick, oily chuckling noise began in the wall next to Gardner. He shrank from it. Drops of blood from his slowly bleeding nose splattered the wall. His heart was beating madly. Stop it. It's just some sort of pump. The oily noise began to smooth out, and then something went wrong. There was a screech of grinding metal, and a quick, thudding series of explosions. Gardner felt the wall vibrate, and for a moment the light seemed to flicker and dim. Could we find our way out of here in the dark if the lights went out? You make the joke, I think, Signor. The pump tried to start again. There was a long metallic scream that set Gardner's teeth biting at the rubber plugs in his mouthpiece. It died away at last. There was a long, loud rattle, like a straw in an empty glass. Then nothing. Not everything lasted all that time with no damage, Gardner thought, and found this idea actually relieving. Bobby was pointing. Go, guard. Before he did, he saw Bobby pause and look back once at the ranks of hammocked dead. That frightened look was back on her face. Then Guard was crawling back the way he came, trying to keep an even, steady pace as the claustrophobia wrapped itself around him. 11. In the control room, one of the walls had turned into a gigantic picture window 50 feet long and 20 feet high. Gardner stood gape-jawed, looking at the blue Maine sky and the fringe of pines and spruces and maples around the trench. In the lower right-hand corner he could see the roof tree of their equipment lean-to. He stared at this for several seconds, long enough to see big white summer clouds drifting across the blue sky, before realizing it couldn't be a window. They were somewhere toward the middle of the ship, and deep in the ground as well. A window in that wall should show only more ship. Even if they had been near the hull, which they weren't, it would have given on a vista of mesh-covered rock wall, with maybe a squib of blue sky at the very top. It's a TV picture of some kind. Something like a TV picture, anyway. But there were no lines. The illusion was perfect. Forgetting, in this powerful new fascination, his claustrophobic need to get out, Gardner walked slowly toward the wall. The angle gave him a perverse sensation of flying. The effect was like slipping behind the controls of an airline trainer and pulling the Mach controls up into a steep climb. The sky was so bright he had to squint. He kept looking for the wall, the way you might expect to see a movie screen through the picture as you got closer to it, but the wall just didn't seem to be there. The pines were a true clear green. Only the fact that he couldn't feel any breeze or smell the woods worked against the persuasive illusion. He walked closer, still looking for the wall. It's a camera. It's got to be, mounted on the outer rim of the ship, maybe even the part Bobby stumbled over. The angle confirms that. But, Jesus, it's so fucking real. If the people at Kodak or Polaroid saw this, they'd go out of their His arm was grabbed hard, and terror leaped up in him. He turned, expecting to see one of them, a grinning thing with a dog's head, holding a cable with a plugged tip in one hand. "Just bend down, Mr. Gardner. This won't hurt a bit." It was Bobby. She pointed to the wall, held out her hands and arms, and jittered them rapidly in some kind of charade, then pointed at the window wall again. After a moment, Gardner got it. In a grisly way, it was almost funny. Bobby had been miming electrocution, telling him that touching the window wall would probably be a lot like touching the third rail of a subway. Gardner nodded, then pointed toward the wider companionway through which they had entered. Bobby nodded back and led the way. As Gardner boosted himself up, he thought he heard a leaf-dry rattle and turned back, feeling a child's dreamy terror tug at his mind. He felt that it must be them, those corpses in the corner, them rising slowly to their taloned feet like zombies. But they still lay in their tangled drift of strange arms and legs. The wide, clear view of the sky and the trees on the wall, or through the wall, was dimming, losing reality and definition. Gardner turned away and crawled after Bobby as fast as he could. Chapter 7. The Scoop Continued. 1. "You're crazy, you know," John Leandro told himself as he pulled into exactly the same parking slot Everett Hillman had used not 3 weeks ago. Leandro did not, of course, know this. That was probably just as well. "You're crazy," he told himself again. "You bled like a stuck pig. There's 2 teeth less in your head, and you're planning to go back there. You're crazy." "Right," he thought, getting out of the old car. "I'm 24, unmarried, getting bulgy around the middle, and if I'm crazy, it's because I found this. I did. Me. I tripped over it. It's big, and it's mine. My story. No, use the other word. It's old-fashioned, but who gives a fuck? It's the right word. My scoop. I'm not going to let it kill me, but I'm going to ride it until it bucks me off." Leandro stood in the parking lot at 1:15 on what was rapidly becoming the longest day of his life. It would also be the last, despite all his mental avowals to the contrary, and thought, "Good for you. Gonna ride it till it bucks you off." Probably Robert Capa, Ernie Pyle thought the same thing from time to time. Sensible. Sarcastic, but sensible. That deeper part of his mind seemed to be beyond such sense, however. "My story," it returned stubbornly. "My scoop." John Leandro, now clad in a T-shirt reading, "Where the hell is Troy, Maine?" David Bright would probably have laughed himself into a hemorrhage over that one. Crossed the small parking lot of Maine Med Supplies, specializing in respiration supplies and respiration therapy since 1946, and went inside. 2. $30 is a stiff deposit for an air mask, don't you think? Leandro asked the clerk, thumbing through his cash. He guessed he had the 30, but it was going to leave him with about $1.50. Wouldn't think they'd be a big black market item. "We never used to require one at all," the clerk said. "And we still don't, if we know the individual or the organization, you know. But I lost one a couple of 3 weeks ago. Old man came in and told me he wanted some air. I figured he meant for diving, you know. He was old, but he looked tough enough for it. So I started telling him about Down East Scuba Dive in Bangor. But he said no, he was interested in ground portability. So I rented it to him. I never got it back. Brand new Bell flat pack. $200 piece of equipment." Leandro looked at the clerk, almost sick with excitement. He felt like a man following arrows deeper and deeper into a frightening but fabulous and totally unexplored cavern. "You rented this mask? Personally?" "Well, it was a flat pack, actually, but yes. My dad and I run the place. He was delivering oxy bottles down to Augusta. I caught hell from him. I don't know if he'll like me renting another bell even, but with the deposit I guess it's okay. Can you describe the man? Mister, do you feel okay? You look a little white around the— I'm fine. Can you describe the man who rented the flat pack? Old, had a tan. He was mostly bald. He was skinny, stringy, I guess you'd say. Like I say, he looked tough. The clerk thought. He was driving a Valiant. Could you check the day he rented the flat pack? You a cop? Reporter, Bangor Daily News. Leandro showed the clerk his press card. Now the clerk also began to look excited. He do something else? Besides rip off our flat pack, I mean? Could you look up the name and date for me? Sure. The clerk flipped back through his rental book. He found the entry and turned the book so Leandro could read it. The date was July 26th. The name was scrawled but still legible. Everett Hillman. You never reported the loss of the equipment to the police, Leandro said. It was not a question. If a complaint of theft had been lodged against the old geezer to compliment his landlady's understandable unhappiness at being stiffed for 2 weeks' rent, the cops might have taken more interest in how or why Hillman had disappeared, or where he had disappeared to. No. Dad said not to bother. Our insurance doesn't cover the theft of rented equipment, see? And, well, that's why. The clerk shrugged and smiled, but the shrug was slightly embarrassed, the smile slightly uneasy, and taken together they told Leandro a lot. He might be a terminal twerp, as David Bright feared, but he was not a stupid one. If they had reported the theft or disappearance of the flat pack, the insurance company wouldn't cover the loss. But this fellow's father knew some other way they could stick it to the insurance company. But for now, all that was very much a secondary consideration. Well, thank you for all your help, Leandro said, turning the book back around. Now, if we could finish up here? Sure, of course. The clerk was obviously happy to leave the subject of insurance behind. And you won't put any of this in the paper until you check with my father, will you? Absolutely not, Leandro said, with a warm sincerity that P.T. Barnum himself would have admired. Now, if I could just sign the agreement? Right. I'll have to see some ID first, though. I didn't ask the old guy, and I also heard from Dad about that, I can tell you. I just showed you my press card. I know, but maybe I ought to see some real identification. Sighing, Leandro pushed his driver's license across the counter. 3. Slow down, Johnny, David Bright said. But Leandro was standing at an outdoor phone kiosk near the edge of a drive-in restaurant parking lot. He heard the beginnings of excitement in Bright's voice. He believes me. Son of a bitch, I think he finally believes me. As he had driven away from Maine Med Supplies and back toward Haven, Leandro's excitement and tension had grown until he thought he might explode if he didn't talk to someone else. And he had to. He recognized that as a responsibility that superseded his desire to get his scoop alone. He had to because he was going back, and something could easily happen to him. And if it did, he wanted to be sure somebody knew what he was on to. And Bright, as insufferable as he could be, was at least utterly honest. He wouldn't double-cross him. Slow down. Yeah, I got to. He switched the phone to his other ear. The afternoon sun was hot on his neck, but it didn't feel bad at all. He started with the ride to Haven, the incredible jam-up of stations on the radio, the violent nausea, the bloody nose, the lost teeth. He told him about his conversation with the old man in the general store, how empty the place had been, how the whole area could have been wearing a big sign that said, "Gone fishing." He didn't mention his mathematical insights because he could barely remember having them. Something had happened, but it was now all vague and diffuse in his mind. Instead, he told Bright that he had gotten the idea that the air in Haven had been poisoned somehow, that there had been a chemical spill or something, or maybe the escape of some natural but deadly gas from inside the earth. A gas that improves radio transmissions, Johnny? Yes, he knew it was unlikely. He knew all the pieces didn't fit yet, but he had been there, and he was sure it was the air that had made him sick. So he had decided to get some portable oxygen and go back. He related his coincidental discovery that Everett Hillman, whom Bright himself had dismissed as a nutty old man, had been there before him on exactly the same errand. "So, what do you think?" Leandro said finally. There was a momentary lag, and then Bright said what Leandro believed to be the sweetest words he had ever heard in his life. "I think you are right all the time, Johnny. Something very weird is happening out there, and I advise you very strongly to stay away." Leandro closed his eyes for a moment and leaned his head against the side of the telephone. He was smiling. It was a large and blissful smile. Right all the time. Ah, they were good words, fine words, words of balm and beatitude. Right all the time. "John? Johnny, are you still there?" Eyes still closed, still smiling, Leandro said, "I'm here. Just relishing it, David, old man, because I think I have been waiting my entire life for someone to tell me I was right all the time, about something, about anything." "Stay away. Call the state cops." "Would you?" "Fuck no." Leandro laughed. "Well, there you go. I'll be okay. I've got oxygen. According to the guy at the medical supply place, Hillman did too. He's just as gone." "I'm going," Leandro repeated. "Whatever's going on in Haven, I'm going to be the first one to see it, and get pictures of it. I don't like it." "What time is it?" Leandro's own watch had stopped. Which was funny. He was almost sure he'd wound it when he got up that morning. "Almost 2. "Okay, I'll call in by 4, again at 6, etc., until I'm home and dry. If you or somebody there doesn't hear from me every 2 hours, call the cops." "Johnny, you sound like a kid playing with matches, telling his father if he catches on fire, Dad has permission to put him out." "You're not my father," Leandro said sharply. Bright sighed. "Look, Johnny, if it makes any difference, I'm sorry I called you fucking Jimmy Olsen. You were right. Isn't that enough? Stay out of Haven." 2 hours. I want 2 hours, David. I deserve 2 hours, goddammit." Leandro hung up the phone. He started back to his car, then turned and marched defiantly back to the walk-up window and ordered 2 cheeseburgers with everything on them. It was the first time in his life he had ever ordered food from one of those places his mother called roadside luncheonettes. Only when she said the word she made such places sound like the blackest pits of horror, as in, it came from the roadside luncheonette, or Earth versus the microbe monsters. When they came, the cheeseburgers were hot and wrapped in grease-spotted sheets of wax paper with the marvelous words, "Dairy Burger Ranch," printed all over them. He had gobbled the first even before he got back to his Dodge. "Wonderful," he said, the word muffled to something that sounded like "wunnel." "Wonderful, wonderful." "Microbes, do your worst," he thought, with almost drunken defiance, as he pulled out onto Route 9. He was, of course, unaware that things were changing rapidly in Haven now, and had been ever since noon. The situation in Haven was, in nuclear parlance, critical. Haven had in fact become a separate country, and its borders were now policed. Not knowing this, Leandro drove on, tearing into his second cheeseburger, and regretting only that he hadn't ordered a vanilla shake to go with them. 4. By the time he passed the Troy General Store, his euphoria had dissipated, and his former low nervousness had returned. The sky overhead was a clear blue in which a few wispy white clouds floated, but his nerves felt as if there were a thunderstorm on the way. He glanced at the flat pack on the seat beside him, the gold cup covered with a round of cellophane, which read, "Santa sealed for your protection." In other words, Leandro thought, microbes keep out. No cars on the road, no tractors in the fields, no boys walking barefoot along the side of the road with fishing rods. Troy dreamed silent, and Leandro guessed toothless, under the August sun. He kept the radio tuned to WZON, and as he passed the Baptist church, he began to lose the signal in a rising mutter of other voices. Not long after that, his cheeseburgers began to first walk around uneasily in his stomach, and then to jump up and down. He could imagine them squirting grease as they did so. He was very close to the place where he had pulled over on his first effort to get into Haven. He pulled over now without delay. He didn't want the symptoms to get any worse. Those cheeseburgers had been too damn good to lose. 5. With the oxygen mask in place, the queasiness went away at once. That sense of low, gnawing nervousness did not. He caught a glimpse of himself, gold cup, bobbing on his mouth and nose, in the rear-view mirror, and felt a moment of fright. Was that him? That man's eyes looked too serious, too intent. They looked like the eyes of a jet fighter pilot. Leandro didn't want people like David Bright to think he was a twerp, but he wasn't sure he wanted to look that serious. Too late now. You're in it. The radio babbled in 100 voices, maybe 1,000. Leandro turned it off. And there, up ahead, was the Haven town line. Leandro, who knew nothing at all about invisible nylon stockings, drove up to the town line marker, and then past it, into Haven, with no trouble at all. Although the battery situation in Haven was approaching the critical point again, force fields could have been set up along most of the roads leading into town. But in the frightened confusion over the developing events of the morning, Dick Allison and Newt had made one decision that came to directly affect John Leandro. They wanted Haven closed, but they didn't want anyone to strike an inexplicable barrier in the middle of what appeared to be thin air, turn around, and carry the tale back to the wrong people, which was everyone else on Earth just now. "I don't believe anyone could get that close," Newt said. He and Dick were in Dick's pickup truck, part of a procession of cars and trucks racing out to Bobby Anderson's place. "I used to think so, too," Dick replied. "But that was before Hillman and Bobby's sister. No, someone could get in. But if they do, they'll never get out again." "All right, fine. You're queen for a day. Now can't you drive this fucker any faster?" The texture of both men's thoughts, of the thoughts all around them, was dismayed and furious. At that moment, the possible incursion of outsiders into Haven seemed the least of their worries. "I knew we should have gotten rid of that goddamn drunk," Dick cried out loud, and slammed his fist down on the dashboard. He was wearing no makeup today. His skin, as well as becoming increasingly transparent, had begun to roughen. The center of his face, and Newt's face, and the faces of all those who had spent time in Bobby's shed, had begun to swell, to grow decidedly snout-like. 6. John Leandro, of course, knew nothing of this. He knew only that the air around him was poisonous, more poisonous than even he would have believed. He had slipped the gold cup down long enough to take a single shallow breath, and the world had immediately begun to fade into dimness. He put the cup back quickly, heart racing, hands cold. Some 200 yards past the town line marker, his Dodge simply died. Most Haven cars and trucks had been customized in such a way as to make them immune to the steadily increasing electromagnetic field thrown off by the ship in the earth over the last 2 months or so. Much of this work was done at Eltbarker's Shell, but Leandro's car had undergone no such treatment. He sat behind the wheel a moment, staring stupidly down at the red idiot lights. He threw the transmission into park and turned the key. The motor didn't crank. Hell, the solenoid didn't even click. Battery cable came off, maybe. It wasn't a battery cable. If it had been, the oil and amp lights wouldn't be glowing. But that was minor. Mostly he knew it wasn't his battery cable just because he knew it. There were trees along both sides of the road here. The sun, through their moving leaves, made dappled patterns on the asphalt and white dirt of the soft shoulders. Leandro suddenly felt that eyes were looking out at him from behind trees. This was silly, of course, but the idea was nonetheless very powerful. "Okay, now you have got to get out and see if you can walk out of the poison belt before your air runs out." The odds get longer every second you sit here, giving yourself the creeps. He tried the ignition key once more. Still nothing. He got his camera, hooked the strap over his shoulder, and got out. He stood looking uneasily at the woods on the right side of the road. He thought he heard something behind him, a shuffling sound, and whirled quickly, lips pulled up in a dry grin of fear. Nothing. Nothing he could see. The woods are lovely, dark and deep. Get moving. You're just standing here, using up your air. He opened the door again, leaned in, and got the gun out of the glove compartment. He loaded it, then tried to put it in his right front pocket. It was too big. He was afraid it would fall out and go off if he left it there. He pulled up his new T-shirt, stuck it in his belt, then pulled the shirt down over it. He looked at the woods again, then bitterly at the car. He could take pictures, he supposed, but what would they show? Nothing but a deserted country road. You could see those all over the state, even at the height of the summer tourist season. The pictures wouldn't convey the lack of wood sounds. The pictures would not show that the air had been poisoned. There goes your scoop, Johnny. Oh, you'll write plenty of stories about it, and I've got a feeling you'll be telling a lot of network news filming crews which is your good side. But your picture on the cover of Newsweek, the Pulitzer Prize? Forget it. Part of him, a more adult part, insisted that was dumb, that half a loaf was better than none, that most of the reporters in the world would kill to get just a slice from this loaf, whatever it turned out to be. But John Leandro was a man younger than his 24 years. When David Bright believed he had seen a generous helping of turp in Leandro, he hadn't been wrong. There were reasons, of course, but the reasons didn't change the fact. He felt like a rookie who gets a fat pitch during his first at-bat in the majors and hits an opposite-field triple. Not bad, but at his heart a voice cries out, "Hey, God, if you was going to give me a fat one, why didn't you let me get it all?" Haven Village was less than a mile away. He could walk it in 15 minutes. But then he would never get out of the poison belt before the air in the flat pack ran out, and he knew it. If only I'd rented 2 of these goddamn things. Even if you'd thought of it, you didn't have the cash enough to pay the frigging security deposit on 2. The question is, Johnny, do you want to die for your scoop or not? He didn't. If his picture was going to be on the cover of Newsweek, he didn't want there to be a black border around it. He began to trudge back toward the Troy town line. He got 5 dozen steps before realizing he could hear engines. A lot of them. Very faint. Something going on over on the other side of town. Might as well be something happening on the dark side of the moon. Forget it. With another uneasy glance at the woods, he started walking again. Got another dozen steps and realized he could hear another sound, a low, approaching hum from behind him. He turned. His jaw dropped. In Haven, most of July had been Municipal Gadget Month. As the becoming progressed, most Havenites had lost interest in such things, but the gadgets were still there. Strange white elephants, such as the ones Gardner had seen in Bobby's shed. Many had been pressed into service as border guards. Hazel McCready sat in her town hall office, before a bank of earphones, monitoring each briefly in turn. She was furious at being left behind to do this duty, while the future of everything hung in the balance out at Bobby's farm. But now, someone had entered town after all. Glad of the diversion, Hazel moved to take care of the intruder. 7. It was the Coke machine which had been in front of Cooter's Market. Leandro stood frozen with amazement, watching it approach. A jolly red-and-white rectangle, 6.5 feet high and 4 wide. It was slicing rapidly through the air toward him, its bottom about 18 inches over the road. I've fallen into an ad, Leandro thought. Some kind of weird ad. In a second or two, the door of that thing will open and O.J. Simpson is going to come flying out. It was a funny idea. Leandro started to laugh. Even as he was laughing, it occurred to him that here was the picture. Oh, God, here was the picture. Here was a Coca-Cola vending machine floating up a rural stretch of 2-lane blacktop. He grabbed for the Nikon. The Coke machine, humming to itself, banked around Leandro's stalled car and came on. It looked like a madman's hallucination, but the front of the machine proclaimed that, however much one might want to believe the contrary, this was the real thing. Still giggling, Leandro realized it wasn't stopping. It was, in fact, speeding up. And what was a soda machine, really? A refrigerator with ads on it. And refrigerators were heavy. The Coke machine, a red and white guided missile, slid through the air at Leandro. The wind made a tiny hollow hooting noise in the coin return. Leandro forgot the picture. He leapt to the left. The Coke machine struck his right shin and broke it. For a moment his leg was nothing but a bolt of pure white pain. He screamed into the gold cup as he landed on his stomach at the side of the road, tearing his shirt open. The Nikon flew to the end of its strap and hit the gravelly soft shoulder with a crunch. "Oh, you son of a bitch, that camera cost $400. He got to his knees and turned around, shirt torn open, chest bleeding, legs screaming. The Coke machine banked back. It hung in the air for a moment, its front turning back and forth in small arcs that reminded Leandro of the sweeps of a radar dish. The sun flashed off its glass door. Leandro could see bottles of Coke and Fanta inside. Suddenly it pointed at him and accelerated toward him. Found me! Christ! He got up and tried to hop toward his car on his left foot. The soda machine bore down on him, coin return hooting dismally. Shrieking, Leandro threw himself forward and rolled. The Coke machine missed him by perhaps 4 inches. He landed in the road. Pain bellowed up his broken leg. Leandro screamed. The machine turned, paused, found him, and started back again. Leandro groped for the pistol in his belt and brought it out. He fired 4 times, balanced on his knees. Each bullet went home. The third shattered the machine's glass door. The last thing Leandro saw before the machine, which weighed just a bit over 600 pounds, hit him, was various soft drinks foaming and dripping from the broken necks of the bottles his bullets had shattered. Broken bottlenecks coming at him at 40 miles an hour. "Mama?" Leandro's mind shrieked, and he threw his arms up in front of his face in a crisscross. He didn't have to worry about jagged bottlenecks after all, or the microbes, which might have been in the cheeseburgers from the Burger Ranch, for that matter. One of life's great truths is this: when one is about to be struck by a speeding 600-pound Coke machine, one need worry about nothing else. There was a thudding, crunching sound. The front of Leandro's skull shattered like a Ming vase, hurled onto the floor. A split second later, his spine snapped. For a moment, the machine carried him along, plastered to it like a very large bug, plastered to the windshield of a fast-moving car. His splayed legs dragged on the road, the white line unreeling between them. The heels of his loafers eroded to smoking rubber nodules. One fell off. Then he slid down the front of the vending machine and flopped onto the road. The Coke machine started back toward Haven Village. Its coin holder had been jarred when the machine hit Leandro, and as it moved rapidly through the air, humming, a steady stream of quarters, nickels, and dimes spewed out of the coin return and went rolling about on the road. Chapter 8. Guard and Bobby. 1. Gardner knew that Bobby would make her move soon. The old Bobby had fulfilled what the new and improved Bobby saw as its last obligation to good old Jim Gardner, who had come to save his friend, and who had stayed on to whitewash one hell of a strange fence. He thought, in fact, that it would be the sling, that Bobby would want to go up first, and once up, would simply not send it back down. There he'd be, down by the hatch, and there he'd die, next to that strange symbol. Bobby wouldn't even have to deal with the messy reality of murder. There would be no need to think about good old Guard dying slowly and miserably of starvation, either. Good old Guard would die of multiple hemorrhages very quickly. But Bobby insisted that Guard go up first, and the sardonic cut of her eyes told Gardner that Bobby knew exactly what he had been thinking, and she hadn't had to read his mind to do it, either. The sling rose in the air, and Gardner clung tightly to the cable, fighting a need to vomit. That need, he thought, was quickly going to become impossible to deny, but Bobby had sent him a thought which came through loud and clear as soon as they wriggled out through the hatch again. Don't take the mask off until you get topside. Were Bobby's thoughts clearer, or was it his imagination? No, not imagination. They had both gotten another boost inside the ship. His nose was still bleeding, and his shirt was sopping with it. The air mask was filling up. It was by far the worst nosebleed he'd had since Bobby first brought him out here. Why not? He had sent back, trying to be very careful and send only that top thought, nothing below it. Most of the machines we heard were air exchangers. Breathing what's in the trench now would do you in just as quick as breathing what was in the ship when we first opened it. The two won't equalize for the rest of the day, maybe longer. Not the sort of thinking one would usually suspect in a woman who wanted to kill you. But that look was still in Bobby's eyes, and the feel of it colored all of Bobby's thoughts. Hanging onto the cable for dear life, biting at the rubber pegs, Gardner fought to hold onto his stomach. The sling reached the top. He wandered away on legs that felt as if they were made of rubber bands and paper clips, barely seeing the Electrolux and the length of cable manipulating the buttons. Count 10, he thought. Count 10, get as far from the trench as you can, then take off the mask and take what comes. I think I'd rather die than feel like this anyway. He got as far as 5 and could hold back no longer. Crazy images danced before his eyes, dumping the drink down Patricia McCardle's dress, seeing Bobby reeling off her porch to greet him when he finally arrived. The big man with the gold cup over his mouth and nose, turning to look at him from the passenger window of a 4-wheel drive as Gardner lay drunk on the porch. If I'd dug in a few different places out at that gravel pit, why, I just might have found that one too, he thought. And that was when his stomach finally rebelled. He tore the mouthpiece off and threw up, groping for a pine tree at the edge of the clearing and clinging to it for support. He did it again, and realized he had never experienced this sort of vomiting in his entire life. He had read about it, however. He was ejecting stuff, most of it bloody, in wads that flew like bullets. And bullets were almost what they were. He was having a seizure of projectile vomiting. This was not considered a sign of good health in medical circles. Gray veils drifted over his sight. His knees buckled. Oh, fuck. I'm dying, he thought. But the idea seemed to have no emotional gradient. It was dreary news, no more, no less. He felt his hand slipping down the rough bark of the pine. He felt tarry sap. Faintly he was aware that the air smelled foul and yellow and sulfuric. It was the way a paper mill smells after a week of still, overcast weather. He didn't care. Whether there were Elysian fields or just a big black nothing, there would not be that stink. So maybe he would come out a winner anyway. Best to just let go. To just... No. No, you will not just let go. You came back to save Bobby. And Bobby was maybe already beyond saving, but that kid's around and he might not be. Please, Guard, at least try. Don't let it be for nothing, he said in a cracked, wavering voice. Jesus Christ, please, don't let it be for nothing. The wavering gray mists cleared a little. The vomiting subsided. He raised a hand to his face and flung away a sheet of blood with it. A hand touched the back of his neck as he did, and Gardner's flesh pebbled with goosebumps. A hand, Bobby's hand, but not a human hand. Not anymore. Guard, are you all right? All right, he answered aloud and managed to get to his feet. The world wavered, then came back into focus. The first thing he saw in it was Bobby. The look on Bobby's face was one of cold, cheerless calculation. He saw no love there, not even a counterfeit of concern. Bobby had become beyond such things. Let's go, Gardner said hoarsely. You drive. I'm feeling... He stumbled and had to grab at Bobby's bunched, strained shoulder to keep from falling. A little under the weather. 2. By the time they got back to the farm, Gardner was better. The bleeding from his nose had subsided to a trickle. He had swallowed a fair amount of blood while wearing the mouthpiece, and a lot of the blood he had seen in his vomit must have been that. He hoped. He had lost a total of 9 teeth. "I want to change my shirt," he told Bobby. Bobby nodded without much interest. "Come on out in the kitchen after you do," she said. "We have to talk." "Yes, I suppose we do." In the guest room, Gardner took off the T-shirt he had been wearing and put on a clean one. He let it hang down over his belt. He went to the foot of the bed, lifted the mattress, and got the .45. He tucked it into his pants. The T-shirt was too big. He had lost a lot of weight. The outline of the gun butt hardly showed at all if he sucked in his